Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Becomes Crimp's Son Nightmare. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Right after Issei used the juggernaut drive, he passed out due to loss of power and life force. The Gremory family took him back home. While Asia, Azazel, Irina, and the others from before his reincarnation were worried, Kaneko felt indifferent. Akino was hurt about worrying for Issei but also felt detached, while Kiba, unlike the others, was genuinely concerned for his brother. Rias, on the other hand, was filled with rage but tried to hide it, feeling torn between her emotions. Deep down, she cared for him, but her feelings were complicated by anger and greed. Will he be okay? Asia asked, worried for the man who had given her a second chance at life. Azazel stood up from his seat and looked at Asia. He will be fine. I hope the juggernaut drive is unknown to most because few survive it. If you need me, I will talk to Draig, he said before leaving. He paused and added, also, gremory, people think Issei was connected to Rainier, and I want you to know he might be hurting inside. He had learned from Ophis that something was troubling Issei, and he wanted to see Rias's reaction. She let out a brief surge of power but quickly concealed it. Understood, Azazel. Make sure he is well, she said, putting on a brave face as he left to speak with Draig. Rias then turned to the sculpture Issei had made of her and, in a moment of anger, destroyed it. However, she quickly repaired it with magic, leaving small cracks that only Issei would notice. Issei's mind. Unlike the past hosts of the gear, Issei was still alive and wandering through his mind, lost in a white void. Hello? Anyone here? How do I wake up? He called out, confused. A mysterious voice responded, say the chant to rival it. Issei was shocked. The voice did not sound like Draig. Who are you and what chant? Issei asked, growing annoyed. Before him appeared a star-like void that he couldn't reach. We met before, Red Dragon. Now say it and the dream will reveal your reality, the voice urged, releasing power near the void. Issei suddenly recognized who it was, feeling a mix of shock and realization. In Issei's room with Draig and Azazel. I want to ask you a few questions. And I don't mean Issei, I mean you, Welsh Dragon, Azazel spoke in a serious tone. Issei's arm began to react and a voice echoed, Governor General, what is it that you want? It was the wise and powerful Draig. I want to know why Issei is like this. All I know is Rias has something to do with it by her reaction, Azazel said. Draig fell silent, not wanting to cause his partner pain, but he understood the question. I do not know the exact cause, but he is not responding to our link, someone strong is blocking it. However, he has been thinking about that fallen for the past few months, which has not helped his rage or fear, awakening the drive when the nun was gone. Draig's words shocked Azazel. Issei's fear had triggered the drive. Suddenly, Issei's right arm glowed with negative emotion and dragon power, creating a barrier that blocked the others. A second gear emerged and a voice spoke. Sorry, Draig. I guess we are sharing this host. His rage and my power will make them feel fear. Both Azazel and Draig were taken aback, recognizing the voice. Great Red, sir, they exclaimed, relieved that the barrier concealed their reaction. After a moment, Great Red continued, yes, it's me. Now, excuse me, Governor General, please open the right hand. Draig, I need your help right now. As Azazel moved to comply, he struggled to contain his anger over who had caused Issei's suffering. Within the new gear were 8 pawn pieces, most cracked, with only a few red. Issei asked Great Red to remove the pieces. Sorry to leave it here, but I will tell you all what he said in time. For now, relax, and I need you both to share and enjoy this. After all, this is my first betrayal story. Flashback in the gear's void. In the void, Issei pondered what to say to the unknown voice. All he could think was, will you die for me? What is your decision, Hayadu? Will you make the chant for me to give you my aid? The unknown voice asked. Issei felt no rage, but then a feminine voice began to speak in the gear's space. Issei felt a chill as he heard a voice that made him uneasy. He turned to see Reiner approaching. Yuma, was all he could manage to say as he confronted the girl he once loved, the one who had betrayed him. You've been used since the beginning, the voice echoed, catching Issei off guard. What do you mean? This is a joke. Yuma, how are you alive in the gear? He asked, pointing at the fallen angel. When I died, I know you put one of my feathers in the gear, Reiner explained, looking down, a gesture Issei recognized from their past. My soul was in it, so I'm with you always. But as for why? She hesitated and Issei heard her whisper, I'm sorry. Issei remembered their time together. She rarely apologized, but when she did, it was genuine. He sensed her negative aura, but he could tell she was being honest. Okay, I will make a chant on one condition, he said, surprising both Reiner and the voice. First, I think I know what happened to me now that I think back about the past, but I need to know more. Second, I want to be a dragon without any pawn pieces. And finally, he turned to Yuma, I want my new gear to be black like Reiner's. If Rias did what she did, can you bring her back? Reiner was shocked that he wanted her back, and the voice seemed intrigued. Issei began the chant. I am who shall be free. From the curse and destruction of my past. To be cast away, I stand by name. My domination within my rage. By my fallen life of past supremacy, the infinite will be haunted by my name. As crimson bloodshed of the devil who wronged me will know the pain of her mistake. One creeping crimson nightmare twin dragon fallen release. As he spoke, a gate of interdimensional power opened, revealing a sight that shocked Issei and made Reiner fall to her knees. Great Red, what are you doing here? He asked, both shocked and calm. I'm here to give you my knowledge and power. Your pure soul deserves life, so I will make you a dragon, but at a cost. You will learn what happened to you as I and Draig fix you, Great Red replied, his tone heavy. He then looked at Reiner. As Issei sleeps and gains knowledge, I will tell Azazel about you so you don't die. However, Issei will make you a dragon in the future. Reiner nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, outside the gear, Azazel held the 8 pawn pieces, tears streaming down his face, believing Issei had died. Draig reassured him, Azazel, my partner is strong. He won't die. If he did, I would be gone already. Just then, a black and red glow began to form next to Issei's right arm, and a feather flew out of the gear, transforming into Reiner. She looked different. Her hair remained the same, but her eyes were now violet and emerald. She wore a fallen angel outfit with short sleeves and black and red leather pants, along with silver and black gloves. The barrier still stood, but everyone felt the immense power building, akin to a mid-class devil nearing high class. Rias rushed toward Issei but recoiled when her hand burned against the barrier. Azazel prepared to attack her, but Issei, with tears in his eyes, intervened. Sensei, don't, please, he called out, grabbing his spear effortlessly. His appearance had changed. One eye was emerald, the other black and red. His strength and speed surged, and veins on his shoulders pulsed black before returning to normal. The hair had darkened with a hint of red, and he emanated a dragon's aura, fueled by his emotions. Draig exclaimed, Partner, you're awake. Joy evident in his voice, which made Issei smile. Yeah, pal, I'm okay. Also, Sensei, please look at this, he said, throwing a red and black orb of power to Azazel. What is this? The Azazel asked, confused. Reiner spoke for the first time since her return. It will show you his memories of how he was reincarnated and lied to. Just place it by your head, then give it back. It will give you all the memories at once. She spoke calmly, which made Issei smile, seeing her happy. He snapped his fingers, dispelling the barrier, and walked up to Reiner, kissing her as Rias and the others looked on in shock. Issei? Was all Rias could manage to say as she witnessed the kiss, realizing that Reiner was somehow alive and that they both looked different. Issei broke the kiss and turned to Rias with a look of anger that made her flinch. Hello, Gremory. What do you want of all people? He said coldly, shocking everyone present. I was just checking on you, Rias replied, trying to sound concerned. You mean checking on your weapon, your pawn, the red dragon? The thing you let die so you could be a hero to defeat Riser, Issei retorted, his words igniting Rias's anger. Aquino stepped in, stammering, Issei, I'm sorry. I told her not to, but she wanted to have you as her pawn. Then Kiba and Kaneko spoke up, both apologizing. Issei, brother, I'm sorry. I was supposed to obey her orders. If I didn't, I would go against my master. I had no choice but to listen. I'm so sorry, Kaneko added, tears streaming down their faces. This only fueled Rias's anger, and she prepared to unleash her power, but Issei interrupted her by grabbing his pieces and punching Rias, shocking everyone. Enough, gremory. You fooled me and used them, but you could have saved Asia or trained Gasper instead of toying with us. Well, guess what? Surzex will be hearing this. Catch. He threw his pieces at Rias, leaving everyone stunned and Rias frightened. I'm out of your team, and I will take some of your members when I become king. Farewell, and everyone but you, red bitch, I'm sorry. Goodbye. Issei declared as he opened a portal to hell, with Rainier following him. As Rias attempted to pursue, Azazel blocked her path, his rage palpable. Asia cried, Gasper felt sad, and Kiba knelt, feeling he had let Issei down. Zenobia, Kaneko, and Rosweiss were silent, while Aquino cried and cursed herself. Irina felt a mix of sorrow and anger towards Rias, her white feathers darkening slightly. Azazel, what are you doing? He is mine, get out of the way. Rias shouted in frustration. He is only yours because he died due to your actions, Azazel replied, standing firm. Meanwhile, in the Gremory domain, Issei and Rainier found themselves in a new place. So, Issei-san, what do we do now? Rainier asked, her happiness evident now that Rias and Kokobile could no longer hurt her. Issei, though sad, tried to cheer her up. How about we visit Surzex about his sister and give him the orb? Then we can go on a date, Rainier-chan, he suggested with a smirk. You know, if you want, you can still call me Yuma. Think of it as a nickname, she said, leaning closer. But Issei suddenly coughed up blood, causing Rainier to fall back in alarm. I'm fine, Rainier-chan. Seems like getting rid of those pieces hurt more than I thought, he reassured her. Yo, draig red, he called out, and both gears appeared. What is it, partner? They asked, sensing his distress. How many years do I have left after losing my pieces? He inquired, worry etched on his face. Fear not, partner. You are only coughing blood due to the pieces being gone, but it will fade soon, Draig said. Indeed, you gained all your life back and more. You will live about 10,000 years if you lose your life again, but if you don't, it will be about 14,000 to 20,000 years, Great Red added. Issei was shocked by this revelation and Rainier, who had gotten back up, echoed his disbelief. Wow, that is incredible, she said, while Issei held his head in fear, but nothing happened. Partner, you aren't a devil anymore, Draig reminded him, recalling Issei's past mistakes with a hint of humor. Oh right, I'm not a devil anymore. Huh. Issei laughed, much to Rainier's confusion. God, I can say it all I want, and I will no longer have any pain, he exclaimed joyfully. Issei, may I ask you to please stop? Rainier requested, noticing the headaches of the nearby devils. Sure, Ray-chan. Shall we go? He replied, making Rainier blush as they walked side by side. Meanwhile, in the Hyuta house, Rias sat on the couch with Aquino, Kiba, and Kaneko, while Asia cried in the corner, comforted by Irina and Zenobia. Gasper stood with Rosweiss and Azazel, all three visibly upset, surprising Rias with their intensity. How long, Rias? Azazel asked, wanting to know when she became aware of the fallen. Rias felt a surge of anger, but with Issei gone and unable to make her stronger, she resigned herself to fate, determined to fight her family at the very least. Since the fallen had entered her territory and since she first saw Issei, she knew he possessed a special power, and allowing Rainier to kill him seemed like her only option. She spoke without feeling sorrow for anything except for making Asia cry. Azazel turned to the other three. Did you want to help her with that event? He asked, his voice laced with anger as he released some of his power. Not at all. We may have agreed, but it was that or become strays. We had no choice. they replied, sensing Azazel's frustration. He was a fallen, and he knew that if someone could lie about something so important, they all felt one thing: sorrow. Asia then stood up in a rage and walked over to Rias, slapping her across the face, shocking everyone. "You don't know anything, do you, Rias? He almost died because of me. It was almost 5 light spears, you jerk." Asia yelled, tears streaming down her face. "How do you know?" Kiba asked, confused. "He took 1 when we went out and 3 after I died, but he destroyed the 4th. Any devil would have died, but he didn't because he cared for us. And now look what you did." Rias felt her anger rising, ready to unleash her aura, but she froze as Gasper, filled with rage, stood against her. "Gasper?" was all Rias could manage as she remained frozen in time. Gasper spoke, "You could have saved him, and now because of you, my brother is gone. Issei, I will get strong for you and no longer be a coward. If you could have saved him, then you could have helped me or Asia or Aquino, right?" He began to cry, his voice a mix of anger and sorrow. "How could you be a master of anyone, you freak?" He punched the frozen Rias in the gut, but Aquino stopped him. "Gasper, I know how you feel, but please let Surzex and Issei handle this, not you. We've lost him already, we don't want to lose you or anyone else," she said, tears in her eyes as she hugged him with her wings. He cried out for his brother to come home, but deep down he knew it wouldn't happen. Back in hell, Issei sneezed. "Damn it, is someone talking about me or something?" he said with annoyance as Rainier laughed at his reaction, finding it adorable. "Haha, very funny, Ray-chan, but you know what?" Before Issei could finish, he heard something from miles away with his dragon ears. "Stop it. Why should we? You're weak. Yeah, you might as well be bald too. Hair mocks the Gremory family, ha idiot." Hearing that, Issei ran towards the noise, surprising Rainier with his speed. In less than 3 minutes, he arrived at an alley and saw 2 punks beating up a kid with bright red hair, similar to the Gremory family. "Hey, get away from him," he yelled at the punks. As they turned, fear washed over them when they saw the Red Dragon Emperor, now with a more powerful presence. "Our Red Dragon Emperor," they stammered, fear evident as they backed away. Before they could react further, Issei charged at them, throwing them into the air and knocking them out upon their descent. "Hey, are you okay, kid?" Issei asked, calm and concerned as he looked at the boy. "You're the Red Dragon, right?" "Issei Hayadu," the kid asked. "Yeah, that's me. Please, make me your student. I'm the last of my family, and I wish to be strong like a true dragon. Please, train me like a dragon would." Issei was taken aback. He had never taught anyone before, but he saw the determination in the kid's eyes and felt an unexpected sense of pride and connection. "Do you want to be my student, right? What's your name, kid?" Issei asked, intrigued. "My name is Kaya Baden. My house is—" Issei interrupted. "Wait, you're one of the destruction houses, right?" "Yeah, but mine focuses on physical strength and more power in magic, Mr. Red Dragon Emperor," Kai replied, standing tall despite his injuries. "You can call me Issei, okay?" Here, Issei summoned his Yuma soul gear to focus and heal Kai, draining some of his magic, but it worked. "Okay, so Kai, are you in a house?" Issei asked, confused. "No, I'm supposed to be a king soon, but since I'm a forgotten member of the destruction family, I don't have a house unless I beat the Gremory team, which I can't do," Kai said, looking down sadly. Issei reassured him, sharing everything that had happened, promising to be his teacher while Kai became his student. "Ready to go?" Issei asked. "Sure, but where are we going?" Kai replied, confused. "First, I'll take you to my girlfriend, and we'll talk to Surzex to arrange the fight in a month. Sound fair?" "Well, maybe 2. I have a Kyoto trip after all," Issei stated, making his student happy. 30 minutes later, they returned with Rainier. "Damn it, where is he?" Rainier thought as she sat near the Gremory house under a tree. Hearing Issei's voice and a second pair of footsteps, she looked up and saw Issei and Kai walking toward the Gremory house to see Grafia and others. Rainier ran up to Issei and punched him. "Yuma, what was that for?" Issei exclaimed, sitting on the ground with a red cheek while Kai tried not to laugh. "Next time you're gone, tell me," she said, then turned to Kai. So who are you, little guy? I'm not little. I'm 14. My name's Kai Abaddon, and Issei is my sensei, he replied. Rainier was taken aback and glared at Issei, wanting to know what had happened. So, Issei and Kai explained how they met and that Kai was from a forgotten destruction family, which he got picked on for. He couldn't obtain his evil pieces unless he defeated the Gremory team. After that, Rainier calmed down. Sigh. All right, you're all right this time, Issei, Rainier said calmly. Thanks, Rainier. He smiled at her, making her blush. But then Kai had a question. So why are you called Yuma and Rainier? Rainier is my real name, but I use Yuma as my human name, the Fallen said, explaining to the confused devil. So, Kai, what can you do? What's your power? Issei asked while Great Red and Draig woke up and watched everything. Okay, sure. Kai began, building up a red and silver aura. Unlike Rias or Serorg, it wasn't black or gold. Hakai Kane Oro. Destruction Flame Aura in Japanese. He released a large amount of pressure and energy as fire-based magic and destruction merged within him, wrapping around his body like a coat. It grew on his shoulders, forming silver, red, and black spheres of fire and destruction. His hands transformed into claw-like shapes, emanating destruction and fire aura, while unstable energy formed dagger-like extensions. His aura solidified into an outfit, swapping his shirt for a silver and red tank top with spike pads forming on his shoulders. His eyes changed to red and gold, and Issei noted that it felt like dragon aura. Draig, Red, what do you think? It feels dragon-like, right? Issei thought as Kai controlled the power. Yes, Issei is. I think he is shunned not just for being from a forgotten destruction family but also because of his bloodline. Draig replied, sensing strong dragon energy that felt familiar. Indeed, and I know his mother. It feels chaotic in the aura, right, Draig? Red's words made Draig go cold, thinking of one dragon. No, not her. Issei, be careful, Draig warned, fearing for the half-breed's safety. Sensei, what do you think? Strong, right? Kai asked, now controlling the power in his body, which made Issei smile as he summoned his gears. Indeed it is, but how about a fight? You want to be taught like a dragon, and we can fight strong foes whenever we want, so you in. Boost X5. The gear rang as Issei prepared to fight, and so did Kai. They both got into fighting stances and the battle began. Kai and Issei charged at each other, exchanging punches. Issei could keep up with ease, but due to Kai's size, he was hard to hit yet strong. He felt as powerful as his old self in Balance Breaker, boosting over 10 times. Eat this, sensei. Kai shouted, jumping back as Issei kicked. He spread his arms out. Shadow Daga Supakachin. Shadow Dagger Spark Chain. As he said those words, he ran at Issei, and they clashed fists. A dagger of energy appeared in Kai's hands, and he jumped behind Issei, forming a chain of fire that stopped Issei's boost, locking his arm in shadow and draining him. Damn, my arm's stuck. If I don't move. Wait, the only light from it is the fire harming me and stopping the gear. If I. Issei thought, turning off the gear before Kai could charge in and punch him. When the impact landed, a smoke cloud formed. As it dissipated, Kai was on the ground from the punch, but where was Issei? Where is he? I had him locked. Kai thought, frustrated. Then he heard, Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Dragon Shot. Before he was knocked out, Issei, in his Balance Breaker, had taken him down. Rainier, annoyed but happy that Issei was smiling again, just hoped it wouldn't destroy another part of town. 2 hours later, Kai woke up in a bed, bandaged. What the? Before he could think, he saw Issei at the door. Good, you're awake, Issei said as he walked toward him. You know, if I hadn't turned off the gear before your hit landed, we both would have been passed out. He reassured his student, telling him he was strong and could become a heavenly dragon if he wanted, much to Draig's annoyance, but it cheered him up and showed that he was still strong. Hey, sensei? Kai said, looking at Issei. Yeah, what's up? Issei replied. Is there a way for me to become a dragon? Kai asked, sensing Issei's sorrow. Well, Kai, you might already be aware, but that unstable power within you is the essence of a chaos dragon, also known as Tiamat. Your devil powers are still unfamiliar to you because you never realized you were a dragon, let alone possessed this much power. Issei said this to cheer Kai up, though it left him shocked at the possibility that his mother might be Tiamat. Now, moving on to an update about Issei. He has gained the power of the boosted gear and Great Red, with Red's power merged with Issei's base abilities. He can also utilize fallen powers like light spears and combine them with dragon energy to create two new attacks, Dragon's Fury and Fallen Fire. Fallen Fire merges the power of an angel and a dragon into one powerful blast, but we'll delve into that later. As for Kai, he is unique. He is 100% devil, a result of his magic, but his mother's power is sealed in a different part of his DNA, making him 100% dragon as well. This means he is the only 200% DNA warrior. He possesses powers of fire, destruction, solid aura form, and cursed shadow manipulation. When he combines his devil and dragon powers, he uses Hakai Kane Oro, known as Destruction Flame Aura, which alters his appearance by merging it with energy. His unstable dragon power manifests as blue flames. Tannen will later train him, as he is essentially his uncle now. Rainier has also evolved. She can now harness dragon energy and her speed resembles that of a queen due to her newfound growth. She can merge her body and light spear with fire, creating daggers covered in flames known as Fallen Flame Talons. The three of them have formed a team and are heading back to Kuo Academy. In the underworld, after the events of the previous day, Issei, Kai, and Rainier go to meet Grafia and Surzex regarding Rias and peace for Rainier. Flashback, I might be half-dragon? Kai stated in shock, tears streaming down his face, which Issei noticed. Now I know why I was treated so poorly by everyone. After all, a hybrid devil is always hunted because of his sins. Kai sobbed, his fist releasing dragon aura like blue fire, similar to his red devil fire. Issei placed a hand on his shoulder and pulled him into a hug. Listen Kai, you're not a freak or a sin. You are a warrior, a true life. You carry the legacy of the original destruction and a dragon king, but you also have hope. Issei smiled as Kai broke the hug to look at him. After all, Aquino and Gasper aren't pure devils. Gasper is a vampire, and Aquino is a fallen. Kaneko is a Nico, which she had due to her sister being an S-class stray. Issei comforted Kai, proving that not all hybrids are sins, they are hope. Sensei, can I go to Kuo with you and Rainier after we talk to Surzex? Kai asked, fire glowing in his eyes. The blue flames transformed into gloves to comfort him, with Tiamat's chaos crest on them. Kai smiled, knowing part of the truth. Sure thing. After all, I don't listen to gremory anymore. They better listen to me, Issei said with a determined smile that sent chills down Kai, Draig, and Great Red spines. Get some sleep, we have a long day ahead Kai. He gave Kai a thumbs up as he left. Flashbackins. Kai walked alongside Rainier, a smile on his face with the gloves on his hands. Rainier noticed his improved mood. Hey Kai, what's up? She asked, happy to see him better. Nothing, Rainier Nichin, just happy I guess, Kai replied, prompting Rainier to playfully hit him on the head. Hey, what was that for? He exclaimed. Sorry, but I couldn't hit you yesterday since you were knocked out. You caused a lot of damage, Rainier said with a smile, glad to be seen as Kai's big sister. They both ran up to Issei, who had stopped at the front door of Surzek's official meeting home. Suddenly, Issei tensed, holding his hand back to signal Rainier and Kai to stay still. Stay back, you guys. I sense something bad, he warned. Just then, a blue sphere of energy struck him head-on, shocking both Kai and Rainier and forcing them into a battle stance. Well, surprised to see you here, said a man with silver hair, blue eyes, a black jacket and a green shirt, his back adorned with white and blue wings. Valley, I thought after leaving that I would be free. What do you want? Issei replied as the smoke cleared, summoning the boosted gear. Valley began to speak. Well, I was going to destroy part of the city, but this will do. After all, me and Albion can sense you anywhere. Let's fight. Valis spoke as his wing glowed. He was different now, seemingly stronger, but he was hiding something. Draig, what did you do? Issei asked, sensing the change. The vanishing dragon, Albion, responded from the gear. Huh? Nothing. You foolish white flag. He grew from sorrow and chose one thing, pure hope from the nightmare he was in. Now he is far stronger than you will ever be. Draig said with pride, while Issei smirked and turned to Valley, flipping him off. So, white flag, where's the cat? You're not worth fighting, and I'm here on business with her and Surzex, Issei said, which made Valley furious. A black shadow appeared behind Issei and attacked, but Kai intervened, revealing it was Kuroka using a shadow. As soon as Kai saw Kuroka, he backed up, his face turning red, much to her amusement. Meow. I want to know this. Hold up, dragons, and you too, cutie, she said to Kai, making him stutter and shift nervously. Vala entered his balance breaker, fueled by rage. Sorry, Kuroka, but this is my fight, and Hayadu will die today, he yelled, unleashing his power. Whatever you say, forgotten mistake of Lucifer. After all, you're no rival unless you prove it, Issei retorted, surprising everyone with his confidence. As Valley rushed at Issei, ready to fight, Issei stood his ground, not using his balance breaker, relying only on the boosted gear when necessary. The clash between Valley and Issei echoed through the city and sky, both landing blows on each other. Issei felt drained but boosted himself a few times to keep up, rushing at Valley with power in his right arm. What are you doing, Hayadu? Fight me as an equal, or do you want the gremory to die? Valley shouted. Issei fought less but wore a smile. Valley, I no longer care about rias gremory. However, if you want me to fight as an equal, I already am. My power no longer needs a balance breaker for you, he said with a sadistic smile, revealing his dragon side. Valley, determined, said, well, if we're equals, then show me your power, or that fallen will die, or maybe the blonde and others of her peerage. As he built a massive energy blast, Issei felt anger surge within him. Surrounded by a red, black, and emerald aura, he roared like a dragon as his Yuma soul gear appeared, the voice of Draig ringing out. Host of Albion, you made this mistake. Be lucky to live through it. With a combined boost of power, Issei lifted his left hand as both energies merged, creating a cyclone of colors that glowed throughout the area. You want my best, Valley? Here is the power of a dragon god of domination and a negative soul of evil dragon and fallen angel who broke free from crimson chains. Issei yelled, reaching the fourth liberation of both gears. He rushed at Valley, who was shocked by the power. Before Lucifer could launch his blast, Issei sliced it apart and used his dragon wings, adorned with emerald spikes, to knock Valley out of his balance breaker. As Issei calmed himself, he heard clapping and turned to see Azazel and Surzex watching him. Issei, I've been looking for you. Would you mind if we talked about my sister? Surzex asked, his tone sad. Issei cheered him up, saying, Zex, it's not your fault. I will talk, but we need to discuss Kuroka because I have proof that she is clear of all charges. I would also like to have a chess set, if you don't mind. Both Azazel and Surzex were shocked by Issei's growth in just 2 days. Yeah, Issei? Azazel asked. Quit drooling over my new gear and sword. Issei yelled, feeling creeped out by Azazel's admiration. Back in Ko, Rias Gremory was furious about Issei leaving her team, torn between anger and lingering feelings for him. As she destroyed an orc building, memories flooded her mind. I don't care what your name is, I think you're great, echoed in her thoughts. Damn it. I don't care. You made Rias cry and tried to make her marry you when she obviously hates you. That's something I can't stand, she recalled. Ah. Rias cried out in tears, realizing she didn't hate Issei. She was just jealous they weren't together. Damn it, it's all Rainier's fault. She made Issei like this, and I'll make her pay to get him back. As Rias expressed her anger, she felt her arm transform, gaining a balance breaker arm similar to Issei's. With this newfound power, she devised a plan to reclaim him through a fight. Meanwhile, Gasper, who overheard her thoughts, left a note and departed without saying goodbye to his former hero, realizing she was not genuine. Dear anyone who reads this, I am Gasper. I am leaving the House of Gremory for now to visit Surzex and train to make Issei proud. I want to be a man for my brother and for the one I hope to save one day. With that, Gasper activated a teleportation circle and left, coincidentally arriving in Hell next to Graphia. As Graphia escorted him to Surzex, Gasper shared his story, and they unexpectedly encountered someone special. Sorry, Gasper, but Surzex should be. Wait, is that? Graphia said as they looked up to see Issei and Surzex near the meeting hall. Gasper ran and yelled, Issei! Issei turned to see Gasper, and the brothers embraced, though Issei quickly broke the hug. Gasper, why are you here? Issei asked. Simple. I want to be strong and a man because of Gremory's new power, Gasper replied, his voice filled with determination. What new power? Surzex inquired, puzzled. A copy of Issei's balance breaker. Gasper declared, shocking everyone in the room. This will be Gasper's new look after training and growing beyond Gremory, he added. The scene shifted to the meeting room with Azazel, Surzex, and Issei, along with Rainier, Kai, Gasper, Kuroka, and Valley. So, Issei, what do you want to discuss? Surzex asked, intrigued that Issei had evidence regarding Kuroka's innocence. First off, I found evidence that her master was trying to create super devils and experiment on her, Issei explained, shocking everyone, including Kuroka, who had been unaware of the truth. Secondly, I would like Rainier, Kai, and me to return to Kuo to train. Kai needs to fight Rias for his pieces, so I propose a 2-month wait for the fight, after Kyoto and before Sarorg, to give us time. Also, I want to break off the marriage with Rias. As Issei began to release his power, Surzex responded, I understand, but Rainier won't be in the clear unless you have evidence for her as well. First, she was my first love, and second, Kokabeel forced her to kill me. So she is in the clear, right, Azazel? Issei asked, looking to the Governor-General, who nodded in agreement. All right, but why do you want your evil pieces now? Surzex asked, confused as he thought Issei was human with the gear, not a dragon. Well, I am a dragon after removing the pieces. Thanks to Draig and Great Red, I still have my dream, but it has slightly changed, Issei explained, glancing at Kai, Rainier, and Gasper. I want to be a king, to fight strong foes, defeat Gremory, and witness my students' growth after they defeat Rias's. I also made a deal with Asia and Zenobia, and I intend to keep it, Issei said, fire igniting in his eyes as he recalled his plans. All right, I guess you all are good to go. Issei, I will call you when I have your pieces. Until then, enjoy school, and I trust you to look after these too, Surzex said, gesturing to Valley and Kuroka. No problem, Surzex. We love to, right, Sensei? Kai stuttered, looking at Issei with a smirk. Looks like your dragon instincts are making you get the perfect mate, Issei teased, causing Kai to blush while Rainier laughed. Shut up! Kai exclaimed as Surzex stood, drawing their attention. All right, Kuroka will be in your room, Issei, as well as Valley. You three can head to Kuo Academy since it's about 6 a.m. in the human world. You're good to go. Fair, Surzex said as Issei opened a portal for the 6 of them. Goodbye, bro, and tell Mom and the others I don't hate them. I only hate my parents and Rias because of their actions. Until then, farewell. As Issei spoke, they all departed, and Surzex felt tears stream down his face, knowing he had no guilt anymore. In Issei's house, a red circle was used to teleport the 6 of them to his room. As they arrived, Issei heard everyone eating dinner and looked around his room in disgust. Burn, was all Issei said as he touched one of the inappropriate items in his room and snapped his fingers, turning it to dust. Everyone was shocked by his action and the way he did it. Partner, what was that spell? Draig asked, astonished but relieved that Issei got rid of his inappropriate items. Well, Draig, I used a version of the dress break spell, same amount of magic but tracking based. All I need to do is touch the item and snap my fingers to cancel it, Issei explained, having found a way to nullify magic and power as long as he touched it during battle. Incredible, Sensei. What should you call it? Kai asked, overjoyed by the power and skill of the spell, momentarily ignoring the object it was cast upon. First, it doesn't eliminate magic, it only suppresses it for 5 minutes unless the person continues to try to use magic, which puts a strain on them and extends the effect. As for a name, I'm thinking Dragon Shatter, Issei said as he got up from the mess and told Kuroka and Valid to stay put. The three left through Issei's rift spell to Sona, who was currently in the student council room. In the student council office, Sona and Tsubaki were working when Saji, frustrated and believing Issei had died, punched the wall in anger. Just as Sona was about to intervene, a magic rift appeared, startling her and the rest of Team Citri. "Hey, Sona-san. How have you all been? We haven't talked since Loki," Issei greeted as he, Kai, and Rainier stepped out of the portal, with Kai nearly falling out due to his unfamiliarity with the rifts. Rainier helped him regain his balance. Gasper was with Rias for now, undercover. "HYU," they all exclaimed in shock. Saji, overwhelmed with emotion, ran to Issei and punched him in the face. However, Issei's dragon instincts kicked in, and he caught Saji's fist even with his guard down. "Saji, what was that for?" Issei wondered if Rias had done something while he was away. "Why did you fake your death?" Saji accused, triggering alarm bells for Issei, Kai, and Rainier. "My sensei is no faker. That gremory girl lied to take advantage of you," Kai said angrily, causing Saji to calm down and Sona to jump out of her seat, furious at Kai's words. "And how do you know anything about Rias, kid?" Sona challenged, defending her friend and her pride. "Because I'm from the third house of destruction, and as Vritra can tell, I'm his nephew. So don't mock me, you foolish Devil King's little sister," Kai retorted, unleashing his devil power, which shocked everyone, including Issei. Then, Vritra appeared on Saji's arm. "Well, I'll be damned. Timet didn't lie, you are her kid, huh? Looks like I owe 10 and $50, he said, while Draig spoke from the gear after face-palming at the situation. "Seems like this boy has power now. Why are we here?" "Partner?" the dragon inquired as Kai calmed his power, wanting to know the same thing. "Sona-san, is it possible for me, Rainier, and Kai to be in class again? Rainier is my age, and her human name is Yuma. As for Kai, he's in Kaniko's grade. Maybe she can give him a tour," Issei suggested, knowing he had a few missions to complete before Kyoto. "All right, if that is what you wish, but I would like to know what happened," Sona replied, rubbing her temples as Tsubaki handed Kai and Rainier clothes and schedules. The two then teleported outside the gate, unnoticed, and used magic to change into their new clothes before entering the building. Many girls noticed both Kai and Issei, finding them attractive in different ways, Kai for his youthful nature and kind soul, and Issei for his strong appearance with longer black hair and a muscular build. Meanwhile, the guys were intimidated by Issei and confused by Kai. As for Rainier/Yuma, she captivated the attention of many, her black hair and eyes reminiscent of Akino's, but her kind smile and demeanor made her seem even more appealing. The girls viewed her as a potential friend and a new queen of Kuro, much like Rias and Akino. Unfortunately, Issei encountered Yuma that same day as they walked through the gate. Although Issei concealed his aura, she did not recognize him. The three entered the building. "Bye, sensei. Have fun, Rainier-nichan," Kai called as he dashed to his class, leaving Rainier face-palming. "I told him to call me Yuma," she said, annoyed, while Issei found her frustration cute as they both walked to their class, which had already started. As they opened the door, everyone looked on in confusion. "Hello? I didn't think we got new students today," the teacher remarked, puzzled. "Amaze Hanakawa, I didn't change that much in a day. It's me, Issei Heu," he replied, causing a wave of shock and spit takes from the class. "Issei, you traitor. How is the perv hot? What the heck?" Ignoring the chaos, Issei took his seat and let Yuma enter as the teacher composed herself. "Okay, everyone, here is the new student. Please welcome Miss Amano," the teacher announced. As Yuma stepped forward, the boys erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "A hot chick. Hello, my name is Yuma Amano. Nice to meet you all," she said with a smile, while the teacher instructed the class to ask 2 questions. "Hi, you with the pink hair. Hi, my name is Kates. Do you have a boyfriend?" she asked, raising eyebrows. Yes, I do. My boyfriend is Issei, Yuma replied, shocking everyone, especially Kates, who exclaimed, "What the heck is wrong with you? He's a beast and a perv." At that, Issei stood up, filled with rage. I'm no longer a perv, I'm disgusted by all that you freaks. Ever heard of change? If you think we aren't a couple, then here. Issei says as he walks up to Yuma and kisses her, which she returns, prompting an "oh" from everyone around. Kai, feeling overwhelmed by the situation, reminds himself to stay calm. This is my first day at a human school. As his teacher instructs him to enter, he spots Kaneko high in the devil community, and his heart skips a beat. The teacher tells him to introduce himself. Hello, my name is Kai Abaddon. Nice to meet you all, he says, bowing slightly. You can take a seat next to Kaneko. As he walks to his seat, Kaneko raises her hand, and Kai takes a moment to gather himself. As class progresses, he strikes up a conversation with Kaneko. Hello, Kaneko. Issei and Kuroka say hi, and we found proof that she is safe. Kaneko turns to Kai, curious. How do you know, and who are you? She asks, leaning in closer, making Kai blush. I'm Kai Abaddon, the third house of destruction and son of Tiamat, he explains, showing her his gloves. Also, I'm Issei's student, but it's okay because I'll protect you from any past troubles. Kaneko blushes at his words, feeling an unexpected crush forming. Later, in the ORC building, Issei, Kai, and Rainier walk in to find Rias with a smug look on her face. Hello, Issei, Rainier. How are you and who is this? Rias asks, noticing Kai and making him let out his aura in response. For goodness sake, I'm no kid. I am Kai Abaddon, the third house of destruction and son of Tiamat. Now, gremory, I can't have my pieces unless I beat you, so I think you know about the fight. Kai says, his anger evident. Rias, initially shocked, regains her composure. Yes, I know, and I will fight after Kyoto, but there's a condition. It's an exchange, 2 versus my peerage. Rias motions to Rainier and Kai. Me? Why me? Rainier asks, recalling her past with Rias. Simple, Kai would win and get his pieces, but it's not fair for one to face a whole team, she explains. Issei interjects, you don't have pawns and only have 1 rook, so no half a team. His words anger Rias. Anyways, if I win, I get Issei back, and if you win, you get anything you want. Everyone is shocked by how far Rias is willing to go for Issei's power. I have an idea, Issei says, summoning his gears. If Rei and Kai win, she takes half your destruction power with my help and keeps it. Destruction is always good, right? Issei glares at Rias as they all unleash their power. Rias stands tall, her arm covered in a thin dragon claw. Deal, Issei. You will be mine again, she says with a determined look. Turning to Kaneko, Kai asks, Hey Kaneko, would you like to go on a date tonight? He winks, shocking everyone except Issei and Rainier. Absolutely not. Rias begins, but Issei interrupts, using his gear to slap her, leaving scratches on her face. Kaneko approaches Kai shyly. Sure, I would love to, she says, a rare smile gracing her face. Well, love mates, since I don't trust Scarface here, Issei points at Rias. Rainier and I will join you for a double date. With that, their plans are set. Outside the old school building at Kuo Academy, Issei sits under his usual tree, feeling Rias's aura burst with anger, which makes him smile. He hears a familiar voice. Issei-kun. Asia, his blonde former classmate, approaches him, feeling guilty. Yes, Asia? Issei replies, opening his eyes. Suddenly, he is tackled from behind by both Asia and Irina, which surprises him. We're sorry we didn't know your pain or the truth of your reincarnation. Please forgive us, they say, sobbing. Issei places his hands on their shoulders, breaking free from the sob sandwich. Asia, Irina, I never felt sorrow or anger towards either of you. In fact, I wanted to ask you something, Asia. He snaps his fingers, summoning a barrier around them. Please keep this quiet. As you know, I'm stronger, which could cause problems, especially with Ophis. I sense her in the gap, looking for something, maybe me or Vale. I'll be on my guard. Also, Asia, remember the promise we made? As soon as he mentions it, Asia cries, recalling how he promised to take her with him one day. She nods in confirmation. How about being my bishop after I get my pieces? Issei asks warmly, causing both their hearts to skip a beat. What's going on, draig? Asked the confused god emperor. Well, dragons have more than one mate and are connected to the people they love or loved, aside from charm, of course. Asia is one of those people for Irina, but it's complicated because you are my host and also her old friend and crush, draig explained. Issei's old harem dream might come true. Issei, are you there? Hello, Issei? Irina asked, snapping him back to his senses. He dispelled the barrier and reminded them to keep things secret. As the barrier disappeared, Issei saw Reiner, Kaneko, and Kai rushing toward him with a box in hand. Issei Ryu ready to go? Reiner asked, glancing at Asia, who looked frightened as she remembered Reiner's past actions. Reiner, aware of Asia's fear, transformed into her devil form and approached Asia. The nun began to cry, but before anyone could react, Reiner bowed to her. I'm sorry, Asia. I did what I did because of Kokable and my ego. Please forgive me, Reiner said, surprising Issei and the others. Asia left, unsure how to feel about Reiner. Well, ready to go, Kaneko-chan? Kai said, making her blush and her cat ears perk up as she walked with Reiner toward the gate. Yo Kai, hold up, Issei said in a stern tone. Yes, sensei? Kai replied, confused. First, make sure Kaneko is well taken care of on the date. For example, hold the door for her, buy her something she might want as a memento, whatever it takes. However, remember we need to find both her hair clips to see which one has the magic seals. Got it? Issei instructed, ensuring his student understood the meaning of a date and the mission. As the day went on, the four of them ventured into town to enjoy their date. So, guys, what do you want to do for the double date? Reiner asked, noticing Kai and Kaneko blushing just being near each other. She smirked, seeing little Kai grow up so fast, then turned to Issei with a big smile. How about we all go get something to eat and talk at a diner? After that, I have a surprise for Kai and me, along with you, Reichan, Issei suggested with a wink, causing Reiner to blush. But sensei, what about the movies? You promised to watch Batman. I know you remember because of the Scarface reference, Kai chimed in, making Issei laugh as they continued toward their double date. Reiner took the three shopping, and while she and Kaneko picked out new clothes, Kai and Issei browsed around. Issei found a red jacket with black lining and a silver dragon on the back, which he happily bought while waiting for the girls. Kai discovered a blue shirt featuring a warrior in black armor surrounded by fire, which he felt drawn to. He also found a blue and black coat with dragon scale patterns and yellowish-brown fur behind the collar, which he bought as well. Issei was surprised at how much he spent on clothes but felt fine about it, knowing he had the great red and his treasures to make money. Nice look, Kai. Love it, Issei said, admiring his student's new outfit. Thanks, Issei. You look good too, but look what I got. Kai said, pulling something out of his pocket. Issei's mouth dropped open when he saw a necklace featuring a yin and yang design with black and white cats together. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so good at this dating thing, Issei remarked, realizing Kai was focusing on both the date and their mission. First, thanks guys. You're welcome, sensei. And second, that was a good pick for your goal, Issei said, making Kai blush. What goal? Kai stammered. Don't lie. I know you're after both the cats. I think your dragon half loves Kuroka while your devil loves Kaneko, Issei teased, causing Kai to turn even redder. Boys, what are you talking about? Reiner asked as she and Kaneko approached the two dragons. Reiner wore a violet jacket over a black shirt with a red dragon head and silver angel feathers, paired with white shorts and black high heels. Kaneko sported a black shirt and a white jacket with a cat hood, along with a silver skirt, giving her a new yet familiar look. Both dragons were in awe of their beauty, and they had to close their jaws, which had dropped open. Thanks, both girls said, smirking. Reiner walked close to Issei and gave him a kiss, which surprised him, but he didn't mind. Kai and Kaneko held hands as they made their way to the door, both blushing but happy. Also, Kai, what's that box you keep holding? Issei asked, noticing the box Kai had brought from Kuo Academy. Oh yeah, thanks for reminding me, sensei. They're your evil pieces. I just forgot to give them to you, Kai replied. Issei froze, letting the weight of the news sink in. He had just received his pieces. Issei yelled with joy, like a kid getting a new toy, because he had finally become king and could obtain dragon pieces. Partner, I thought I should inform you about something since we removed the pieces. Draig spoke with a serious tone. You have dragon power of evil, Welsh, and your own god power, but that is only 90% of you. Since you are a devil, you have 4% demonic power. Draig continued to explain Issei's DNA and aura. Yes, young Issei, and you also have 4% fallen due to the negative energy from your girlfriend who was with you since the gear awoke. The voice of Great Red elaborated on how the Yuma gear affected Issei. Additionally, you are 2% human to have both gears. Due to these 5 different powers, your peerage will be part dragon, but if they want to be devil, fallen, or just dragon, it's their choice based on their existing DNA. Issei then took out the king piece and accepted it, channeling his power into all his pieces at once. To everyone's shock, Issei had a set of all mutation pieces that were red and black with a hint of gold. So, Issei, how do you feel? Kaneko asked as Issei calmed his aura and his pieces glowed. I feel great. Just let me put these in my pocket dimension real quick, Issei said, opening a portal to store his evil pieces. Suddenly, 3 large growls echoed, and he turned to see Rainier, Kai, and Kaneko looking hungry, which made Issei laugh. Jurish. A loud growl came from Issei's stomach, and they all knew they were starving, so they headed to the diner. Issei ordered a cheeseburger with fries, Rainier chose a chicken salad with ranch dressing, Kai ordered a medium-well steak with fries, and Kaneko opted for a cheeseburger and a large ice cream sundae. Kai had never heard of the sundae before, so he ordered the same. They all devoured their meals like dragons and Nico do, and Kai loved the human sweets. Kaneko shared chocolate with him, which she never did for anyone else. Ready to go, guys? Issei asked as he paid the bill and met everyone outside. Hey Issei, why are you still doing the Issei dragon? Kai asked, prompting Issei to step aside, not wanting his student to know about his past. Why me, why me, why me? The Red Dragon Emperor lamented as everyone fell silent. Hey Issei, let's forget about that and go to wherever your surprise is, Rainier suggested, making Issei sigh as he opened a rift to the familiar forest. Hey dum-dum, why are we here? Kaneko said as she walked toward Kai, who then sparked his aura, causing his gloves to glow. Well, later tonight is a full moon, so Kai and I can. Before Issei could finish, he was sent flying back by a blue dragon with hints of gold. Draig, how dare you come back here after you still have my treasure? Now you will know chaos. The mighty dragon, known as Tiamat, roared, making Kai go cold, which both girls noticed. I don't know who you are, dragon, but if you want to fight, then bring it on. Issei declared, while Draig face-bombed, knowing this would end badly for both of them. Issei rushed at Tiamat with Draig boosting him 5 times, not underestimating a dragon king. Tiamat launched a blue flame at Issei, who countered with a dragon shot to block it and create a smoke screen. Where are you, boy? I know you're not dead yet. Tiamat yelled, searching for Issei. Suddenly, Issei jumped from behind and grabbed her tail as Draig continued to boost him, launching Tiamat into her cave. She tried using her wings to stop the impact, but Issei fired another dragon shot with a 10x boost, and Tiamat crashed into her cave. However, as Issei landed, he was hit by a large blast of blue fire. The girls and Kai looked to see who shot it and saw Tiamat in her human form, a girl with blue hair styled in a Chun-Li type bun, wearing a blue dress with gold laces and blue and gold heels. You thought that could stop me, host of Draig? Then you're a bigger fool than him, Tiamat said with rage as Issei got up from the bushes she had launched him into. You're not too bad yourself, Tiamat. How about we keep this going? Issei replied, and Tiamat smirked, rushing at him. Just as he was about to enter his balance breaker, a voice interrupted. Mother, stop. They both halted as they saw Kai with a red and a gold eye in his Hakai Kane Oro form standing between them. You can't be. Timat stuttered as Kai turned off his aura form, revealing his base with his eyes back to red and gold. Crimson, is that you, my son? Timat yelled, tears streaming down her face as everyone was shocked by the name she had just called him. Here we are back in the familiar forest as Kai, Rainier, Issei, and Kaneko are shocked by the name Timat just yelled as soon as she saw Kai's eyes and hair. Excuse me, who the hell is Crimson? My name is Kai Abaddon, Kai said. Timat then shed a tear and smiled as she walked closer to him. I guess no one told you. Well, Crimson is your title and dragon name, while Kai is the name we gave you since you look like your father, Timat explained, leaving everyone still confused. Okay, I guess story time then. Flashback, 20 years ago. In the familiar forest, a devil with red hair, red and black eyes, and battle armor with a cloak searches for something until. Who dares enter my forest? A large blue dragon yells as she reveals herself. I am here for my own business, for a hunt, unless you know where a few devils went who got here a few days ago, the man says, turning to face the dragon with power in his eyes. Oh, those idiots. I dealt with them for trying to steal my treasure. But if you want to try and get it yourself. The dragon then enters her human form, taking a fighting stance that showcases her beauty and power. Then have at it, she says with joy in her voice. All right then, my lady, bring it, the man replies, removing his cloak to reveal his muscular physique and pure magical strength. All right, bring it on. They both yell as they rush at each other, showcasing their powers of destruction and chaos. They clash, causing crashes in the mountains of the forest. The red-haired man jumps behind the dragon and kicks her into the water, but she uses her tail to grab his leg and drag him down with her. Splash, bang. The sounds echo through the forest. As we look at the shore, we see the two lying on their backs, slowly getting up. Damn, you're strong, devil. I think I like you, the dragon female speaks, her hair now down to her shoulders. I agree. Well, time for me to show you my special form. Hakai-o, the red-haired man yells as his body is engulfed in red and silver energy. His armor is destroyed, and his skin changes, adorned with whirlwind-like markings. Oh my, looks like you're a fine warrior after all, the dragon says, surprised as the man suddenly rushes at her with incredible speed. As do I for you, my lady, the male replies, grabbing the dragon's hands in a power struggle. To his surprise, she kisses him, and both their powers calm and disappear. Well, that was a shock, but I'm not complaining, miss, the man says. Timat, Chaos Karma Dragon. What's your name, handsome? Timat asks with a smirk, sensing a connection. My name is Kai Abaddon the First, and it's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Timat, Kai replies with a smile. I hope to meet you again. Wait, what about your comrades? Timat asks, concerned. I will tell them a wolf or boar from here killed them. I don't want to have a beautiful girl like you hurt unless we fight, Kai says with a smile, making Timat blush. Thinking to herself, Timat muses, this devil is like a perfect match for me. I want to have some fun now. See you soon, Timat says as he leaves through a magic circle, and she returns to her cave. Over time, the two bonded, continuing to see each other and fight in the forest as their connection deepened. They shared stories of their pasts. Kai spoke of his struggles with his house and how the old Satans feared him for his destruction and potential, while Timat revealed her past love for Draig and how she had chosen to hunt his hosts after losing her treasure, spending her time alone in the forest. So, what do we do now, Kai? Timat asked, having grown close to him while fighting back her primal instincts. Well, we have known each other for about a year now. How about we get closer? Kai suggested, moving from sitting beside Timat to giving her a surprise kiss of passion as he hugged her. Timat broke the kiss, stating, Oh my, someone's a boar ready to charge. Well, I guess it's time not to hold back. With that, they continued to explore their connection, deepening their bond in the forest. This scar is from when we first met. Maybe both can be used to tease you, she said with a chuckle as she playfully wrapped her tail around Kai's waist. Kai tried not to fight back as he enjoyed Timat's teasing. I'm not gonna back down, ha Kai-o. Kai yelled as Tiamat unleashed her fire, and they began to spar, both feeling the thrill of the moment. In the heat of the battle, distracted by instinct and affection, Kai took advantage and kicked her to the ground, surprising her. "Do it hard, you warrior," Tiamat said with a smile. Kai responded by increasing his speed, and they both let out cries of exhilaration. Time skip, 1 year. "Shoo, my little dragon, you will be born soon," Tiamat said with a smile, rubbing her belly, feeling the strength of her unborn child. As a portal opened, Kai entered the forest, placing his hand on Tiamat's belly. "Would you like to marry me, Tiamat, and move in with me? I know this is your cave, but I thought I'd ask." He presented her with a red jewel ring, which made her tear up. "Where did you?" Tiamat asked, overwhelmed with happiness. "I found part of your gem treasure on the Welsh lands. It broke into 40 pieces. I have 2 and made a ring out of it if you want it," Kai replied, beaming. Before Tiamat could respond, she felt a sudden pain. "Kai, help me out please," she exclaimed. Although she could manage, she knew she needed to seal the child's power. "Okay, my love, push." Kai encouraged as Tiamat roared, letting their son's power surge forth. Once she calmed down, she saw Kai holding their new baby boy, who bore both devil and dragon seals to keep him safe. "I do, my love," Tiamat said, which confused Kai. "I will marry you," she affirmed, and Kai hugged her tightly, filled with joy. As they prepared to leave through a portal, rain began to pour, and suddenly, Kai was struck by a powerful force. "This was a one-time deal, White Dragon," an unknown man said. The White Dragon Emperor, filled with rage, responded, "Yes, grandfather." They both teleported away, leaving Kai bleeding in the rain, but he held his son tightly to keep him safe. "Tiamat, please keep Kai safe for us, my love," he managed to say before fading away. Tiamat cried, holding her son and mourning her husband. Fueled by rage and sorrow, she channeled her dragon energy, breaking some of his seals. The blue flame swore to protect him, and the baby's eyes glowed red on one side and blue on the other, until they turned gold like his father's. "Thank you, my love," Tiamat whispered as she took Kai to the house of Abaddon, where a maid cared for him. She brought the ring and Kai's body with her, determined to put her love to rest, knowing her true treasure was safe. Back to the present. "And that is what happened between me and him. I'm sorry we kept your dragon name and self a secret for safety. You must hate me," Tiamat said, only to be surprised by a hug from her son. "Well, I'm glad actually because I finally know everything. I am Crimson Kai Abaddon, a dragon king and devil king of my own. But please don't leave me again, Mom," he said, both of them crying and embracing. Issei held back tears but felt happy, while Kaneko cried tears of joy for the guy she loved. Rainier also shed tears, happy for her little brother in arms. "Okay, that's enough, everyone. Forget familiars. Let's go home, you two, Tiamat," Issei said, pleased for Kai to be reunited with his mother. "Wait, Issei, what about Kuroka?" Rainier asked, making Kai jump. "That's right, Kaneko, I need a favor, please," Kai said, surprising Kaneko. "Okay, name it," she replied as Kai held out his hand. "Please give me one of your hair clips. It has magic seals from your sister's master," Kai requested. Issei approached her. "Hand it to me and I can analyze it with my gears. I can teleport it to Ajuka and Surzex," he said with a reassuring smile, making her feel calm. "Here you go," Kaneko said, giving the clip to Issei, who closed his eyes to sense the magic seals before sending it to Ajuka instantly. When he opened his eyes, he was shocked to see Kaneko and Kai kissing, with Tiamat's hand near his throat. "I still don't fully trust you, Draig," he muttered. "That's all for now. Next is the Kyoto chapter." Here we are now in the Hayadu house as Issei enters through the door with Rainier, Kai, Kaneko, and Tiamat. He doesn't sense Rias anywhere, only his mom, dad, valet, and Kuroka. "Okay, guys, it seems like Gremory is in the underworld, so let's go in," Issei said as Kai became shocked after looking at Issei's home. "Sensei, this is your home," Kai yelled, amazed by the size of the place. Everyone sighed, and Kaneko giggled. "Well, yeah, and I will tell my parents everything." "Kaneko, you give them these," Issei said, tossing a red and green sphere in one hand and a black sphere in the other. They show all my memories from when Rainier and I first met to now, including finding out about Kokable forcing Rainier to kill me and Rias making me her legitimate pawn. Issei opened the door to see his parents in shock from seeing him and 3 new people. Issei, is that you? Mickey asked, having not seen her son in days since their trip. Yeah, it's me, Mom, and I have a lot to tell you, but first here, Issei said as he and Kaneko handed over the spheres, which confused his parents. What is this? Gera asked, catching a glimpse of his old Issei through the sphere. Just put it next to your head, and it will show you all my memories. If you don't do it, then I die. After all, you favor the girl that let me die over me because you don't know everything, so I'm being nice. Do it, or else, Issei said with determination as his parents complied, looking shocked as they experienced his memories. Okay, Timet, Rainer, can you both watch the door for the devils? Kaneko and Kai, you two come with me to the basement training field. I'm going to test your hand-to-hand skills. Kai, at maximum power to awaken some dormant abilities from your past, Issei instructed as he walked toward the elevator, motioning for them to follow. In the elevator, Issei asked, So, Kai, have you ever tried to take the gloves off or make them energy again? I haven't, but let's try, Kai replied with a confident smirk. Hey, idiots, Kyoto is tomorrow, and it's already 7 p.m., so Issei, hurry. Kaneko said in her usual tone. Oh, that's right. I might want to get some gifts. Oh shoot, I forgot. Dragon shatter. Issei exclaimed as the elevator stopped in the training room, leaving them confused about his sudden move. Sensei, why did you use your new move? Kai asked, puzzled as he stayed by Kaneko while Issei walked into the training field. Meanwhile, in Issei's room, Valley was sleeping while Kuroka was curious about his transformation and who Kai was. She noticed a sculpture of Rias that Issei had made long ago, which had been ruined and magically reformed. As she looked at it, she saw the mark of draig, and within seconds, the sculpture crumbled to dust. What was that? Naya, whatever is happening to you, Dragon Boy, I want to know the cause, Kuroka thought. Back with Issei, he said, Okay, Kai, I want to see your full power here and now. He took off his jacket and summoned the boosted gear. Kaneko, Kai whispered so Issei couldn't hear, are you sure about tomorrow? You might become a stray. I'm sure, Kaneko replied as she took Kai's jacket, and he walked to the battlefield. Ready, Kai? Give me everything you've got, Issei said, taking his battle stance. You bet, Kai responded, closing his eyes to reveal 1 red and 1 blue, ready to fight. Before they could begin, a loud voice called from the elevator door, Tiai, Red Dragon Emperor. A man with short black hair and a blue and white fancy-collared coat appeared, his muscular build commanding respect from even high-class beings. Sire, it's been a while. How have you been? Issei asked, happy to see a high-class devil he recognized as kind. Well, I'm training for our fight, but you weren't with Rias, so I thought you forgot about her. However, Surzex mentioned something about you being stronger, so I came to see you, Sireorg replied, walking toward Issei before being stopped by his barrier, which shocked him. As much as I want to spar with you or explain what happened, I have to train my student right now. Then he will see our true power as men with goals, Issei said, earning a smirk from Sireorg as he stood by the door, watching the fight. Let's do this, HYU. They both yelled as they rushed at each other, beginning their fight. Their fists collided, unleashing a large red and gold shockwave. Kai moved with his own dragon aura, gaining speed that shocked Issei. With a swift motion, Kai's fist teleported from their collision to land a direct hit on Issei's face, knocking him back a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Kai unleashed a flurry of punches, forcing Issei to block with his left arm. Didn't think you would accept the past so quickly, true king, Issei said with a smirk. Let's just say it's not just that. I have a gift and a goal that drives me, Kai replied, wrapping his arm in blue and red flames that formed a violet-blue dragon claw. He punched Issei in the gut, launching him back. My gift and power is abandoned potential and my dragon pride. I will be a king. No one in heaven, hell, or the dimensional gap can stop me. Eat this. The power of the twin devil dragon king. Inferno roar. Kai yelled, unleashing a spiral of blue and red fire that shot toward Issei. Boom. The attack hit, and Kai fell to one knee, exhausted from the effort. As the smoke cleared, a figure emerged. Wow, you've really gotten strong without that form. Remember, as we fight, we rise. That attack could have killed a low-class devil, maybe mid-class if lucky, but Issei began, letting out his own power as a red and black spiral energy surrounded him. You're fighting a dragon, the Red Dragon Emperor. When I was a low-class devil, I fought and defeated Loki with Saji, took on Riser Phoenix one-on-one, and awakened my balance breaker in just a few months. Never underestimate an opponent, understand? Issei rushed at Kai, arms wrapped in a silver chain, which only Serorg noticed. I took your hits head-on to see your growth, but now eat this. Issei said, closing the distance in seconds. He unleashed a flurry of hits and magic marks appeared on Kai as he was launched to the ground. As Kai struggled to get up, Issei teleported in front of him. Point-blank Dragon Breaker. Issei yelled, snapping his fingers as a dragon shot launched from his hand. This combo attack, named Dragon Breaker, was designed to be unavoidable, combining physical pain with magical and stamina exhaustion, leaving the opponent nearly broken in body and soul. As the smoke cleared, Kai lay on the ground, nearly defeated but still trying to rise. Issei felt a surge of pride and reached into his pocket dimension, retrieving a phoenix tear to give to Kai as he dispelled his dragon shatter. Damn, Issei, that was ruthless, Kai said, slowly getting up and reforming his gloves, his eyes turning gold again. That's how our kind fights, right? Issei replied with a smile. True, Kai laughed, but then feigned exhaustion. Damn it. Issei caught him before he fell. Kaneko, help take him to Kiba or your room. Sorry, Serorg, ask Serzex what happened. I have a trip tomorrow. Kaneko and Issei lifted Kai and headed to the elevator, leaving Serorg to ponder the lingering power of Issei. Issei, I will ask Serzex, but our fight will happen one day. Meanwhile, Issei took Kai out of the elevator and up the stairs into one of the spare rooms, where he found his parents crying alongside Tiamat and Rainier, the orbs gone. Mom? Dad, are you okay? Issei asked as they rushed to hug him. We're so sorry for everything, Issei. Please forgive us, Mickey cried. Damn the redhead. My son, I hope you are okay, Ger said, worry etched on his face, anger directed at Rias. I'm fine, but please act like nothing is wrong. Trust me, I have a plan. Buy something to repel devil magic, like holy water or a cross, Issei instructed, and they listened intently. Draig, Red, do you trust my plan? Issei asked the dragons in his mindscape. Yes, partner. That redhead's anger will be her own weakness, Draig replied with a hint of malice. Yes, I agree. By this game she made, it will be ours to play, Great Red added with a laugh, all knowing it was her end. An hour later, in one of the spare rooms, Kai slept on the bed, a scar on his right eye from the healing process of Issei's attack, while Kaneko worried beside him. Hey, what's your plan for Kai? Kaneko asked Issei, who was setting up barriers in the room so the other devils, besides Kuroka and Kaneko, couldn't sense or see him. My plan is to train him and help him control his power before he fights Rias for his king piece. His house needs it to form a peerage. Why do you ask? Issei replied, noticing the sad look on Kaneko's face. Oh, I want to join his team after seeing him help me, Kaneko admitted, and Issei smiled. Don't worry, you will. Until then, sleep here while I talk to the two stowaways, Issei said, waving goodbye to Kaneko as he shut the door. Walking a few rooms down the hall to his own, Issei knew he needed to let out his power. Draig, set up a link with Albion, please. Issei asked the dragon as they both felt frustrated. He slammed the door hard and put up a dimensional barrier, blocking anyone from leaving or entering. Albion appeared forcefully due to the barrier, and Issei summoned his dragon fury blade. Hayudu. Draig, what is wrong with your host? Albion asked, sensing the overwhelming power radiating from Issei. We want to know what is wrong with you too, Lucifer and Vanishing Dragon. Issei, Great Red, and Draig said in unison, their gears manifesting. Valley and Albion recognized the voice and realized they were not strong enough to fight. They could tell by Issei's aura that it would be a fatal mistake. What do you want to know, Hyudu? Is it about Ophis or me? Valley asked, trying to sound strong but betraying his fear as Issei approached. Kuroko was nowhere to be seen. The cat is outside this barrier. Why did you kill King Abaddon Valley? Tell me. Issei demanded, his rage palpable as he glared at Valley and Albion with a power that even Ophis couldn't match. The next day at 10 a.m., Issei was on the train to Kyoto, reflecting on his conversation with Valley. He was about to enter the mindscape to awaken his potential when he heard a rustling sound from his luggage. Okay, what the hell? Issei said, opening the door just as a blonde-haired knight walked toward him. Hey Issei, what's? Kiba began, but was interrupted when Issei fell backward, and Kaneko and Kai tumbled out of the luggage door. Ow. I told you it wouldn't work, Kai, Kaneko said as she landed on top of Kai. Hey, unlike you, I can't shrink into a cat. Thanks for breaking my fall, by the way, sensei, Kai replied, looking down at Issei, who was confused on the floor. Hey Kaneko, who's this and what are you doing here? Kiba asked, looking at his comrade as Issei pushed them off. Damn it, see what you did, Kiba? If we can't trust him, you're dead, Kai. Issei exclaimed, rubbing the bump on his head from the fall, while the two looked down at him. Oh, you're Kai from the clubroom that day. Sorry about Rias, but Issei is right. Even though I'm a knight, I'm Issei's brother first, and she can be selfish, Kiba said, and Issei smiled, grateful to have his brothers by his side. Okay, Kiba, promise not to tell Rias if we can trust you, Issei and Kaneko said, their expressions hopeful. Of course. I can tell this kid. I mean, Kai is good at heart and strong. If he needs help, I've got his back, Kiba said, extending his hand to Kai. Thanks, Kiba. You can call me Kai. My full name is Crimson Kai Abaddon, son of Tiamat and the next king of Abaddon, Kai said, shaking Kiba's hand, solidifying their newfound friendship. Hey Kai, what are you doing here again? Issei asked, still confused as he prepared to enter his mindscape. Well, remember our bet? Kai replied, which made Issei sit up straight. I am going to win the peace hunt, you fool. Issei declared. No me. I have more energy without a gear. They argued back and forth until Rainier approached from the other car. Okay, 1, why are you here? 2, what is the peace hunt? And 3, after you explain, I will watch them while you go into the gear, Rainier said, sighing as she felt a headache coming on. We made a bet to see who can find the most team members first before the end of the trip, Kai explained, and Issei laughed as he entered the gear. Well, he has you beat because he already has a queen, Rainier said, pulling out her piece from Issei's chessboard, which was a full collar of red and black in a spiral pattern for Fallen and Dragon. What? The three exclaimed in shock, realizing Issei already had a queen, and Kiba was astonished that his brother was already a king. In a white, empty space resembling where Issei unlocked Red Seal, many cloaked figures with dark auras surrounded him. Hey, old senpais, how are you doing? Issei greeted as he approached the figures, feeling their power shift. Hello, Issei Hyudu. Happy to see you with the true pride of domination, one of the senpais said, revealing an aura of red and black with a silver glow as more figures stood up, shedding their robes to reveal the clothes they wore before they died. Yo, current dragon, nice hit on the white one. Haven't seen a sword attack like that since my first time in the mindscape as a red dragon, a male figure with one emerald eye and a scar over the other said. He wore red and silver armor with a hint of gold and a black cloak, though the armor was damaged with a sword mark on it. Excuse me, but his magic and intelligence are superior. The power of Great is weak compared to the Welsh dragon's magic, swordsmanship, and intelligence. You now need to learn his time barrier, of course. The senpai with yellow and red hair, black eyes, and glasses wore black and emerald gloves, a white tank top, and a red lab coat over brown slacks. Issei noticed burn marks on his arm and sensed a significant amount of magic within him. Pardon, but who are you? Issei asked the senpai, who seemed to be assessing his power. Oh right, Sorry, I am. The host couldn't finish his sentence before being interrupted by a small red chest that hit him on the head. Ugh, damn it, Elsha. I get that you're the strongest female, but stop shutting us up by hitting us in the head, he exclaimed as two figures approached Issei. Hello, Issei. My name is Elsha. Draig told you I was who you needed to see for the box, a woman named Elsha said, holding a red chest in front of him. Yes, I remember, Elsha. I'm thankful for this. After all, I will show the world the power of a new Welsh dragon, Issei replied, hope shining in his eyes as Elsha smiled and handed him the box. Do you have the key, Issei? Elsha asked, initially confused but then recalling as he summoned the key and opened the box, revealing pure energy. Suddenly, he woke up on the train. Oh hey, sensei, you're awake? About time, Kai said as Issei looked around and saw Zenobia, Kiba, Rainier, Kaneko, and Kai playing Go Fish next to him. So how do you feel, Issei Ryu? Oh yeah, do you have any sevens? Kiba asked. Go Fish, Rainier replied, feeling the familiar frustration of the game while Issei and Kai chuckled at her exaggerated reaction. Then, a green light appeared on Issei's hand as Draig spoke. Partner, I have some urgent news, he said, causing everyone to jump at his words. What is it, pal? Issei asked, concerned. If you use juggernaut drive or similar levels of power, like balance breaker boosted to 50, your life will be cut in half. But if you don't, your potential will build up faster, though you might need an emotional catalyst, Draig explained. Everyone was shocked, but Issei, Zenobia, Kaneko, and Kiba understood the concept of a catalyst. They knew how many times Issei had faced death and how much he cared for others, making it painful to hear that a death might be necessary. Issei pondered a way around it. Well, the train is about to stop, so let's get ready to go, Kai said, standing up and walking toward the bathroom mirror. Yeah, he's right. I'll help clean up, guys, Issei said, getting up to tidy the cards. Damn it, what is this feeling? Kai muttered, punching the bathroom mirror as memories of his past flooded his mind. I can't shake this feeling that part of me is missing, and this match doesn't help. He released some of his aura in frustration. Damn gremory girl, if you think you're strong and want to fight, then let's fight. That's it. His eyes returned to their original red and gold. The underworld thinks they know power. Well, that will change very soon. A devilish smile spread across his face as his wings, 8 black devil wings adorned with sharp dragon scales, finally revealed themselves, shimmering with hints of blue and silver. POV change, outside the train. Issei and the others waited outside the train with the rest of the class, including rias, who was now a teacher but not a devil, more a part of the Norse. Sorry I'm late, guys. My bags were stuck, Kai said, which made Issei raise an eyebrow at his unusually quiet tone. That's all right. Our stowaway. Come on, everyone, let's go, rias instructed, leading the class toward the hotel and the rest of the tour. Hey Kai, are you all right? Issei asked, sensing something off about his aura, though Kai's pride remained strong. Yes, Issei, I am, but I'll tell you when we get to the room or the 1,000 gates, Kai replied, and Issei understood he had finally set a goal for himself. POV change, at the rooms. Kiba, Issei, and Kai walked toward their rooms, which were next to each other. So, Kai, who are you bunking with? Kiba asked, feeling a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of training with Riser. I think I will be with Issei so we can plan and do some mental or magic training as dragons, Kai said, and he and Issei bid farewell to Kiba, who had a different class. As Issei opened the door with a sigh, he found the room completely empty except for a dresser and a TV. Damn it. Gremory, they both thought, knowing Rias would do this. Well, come on Kai, let's drop our stuff off and talk. After all, I have a question, Issei said. Sure, Issei, what is it? Kai asked, confused but sensing this conversation was coming as he set his bag down. So why are you in such a prideful mood right now? Issei inquired. Well, I have a plan for my fight with Rias. After all, there is a devil's gathering to announce the fight, right? So why not reveal who I am and have a battle royal for both our sakes? Kai explained, shocking Issei. Okay, I love the idea for a royal, But why for us both? Issei asked, intrigued. I already have my pieces, Issei said, confused. Well, if we kill a noble and I give you the title of said noble, you will still have your pieces. But we need to keep the dragon reservation a secret, right? Kai replied, aware that his sensei's goal was to reveal the dragons when the time for domination came. Let me guess, same for you? Your own pride and soul will reveal your domination, right? Issei asked, already knowing the answer. Indeed. However, I will reveal my royalty, and I'm here because of that. I feel my dad's power in my blood awakening. I thought his power was only destruction, but I'm here to find out, Kai explained, showing Issei his wings. Both Draig and Great Red felt pride in Kai and his future. Okay, let's go then, Issei said as they left the room to start their journey. However, as they were leaving, Kai felt a sharp pain in his head and heard a voice say, awaken what they claimed should be impossible. Point of view, the 1,000 gates. Issei, Irina, Kai, Zenobia, Asia, Kaneko, Rainer, Akiko, and the perverted duo were making their way up the 1,000 gates. So, Issei, who is this shrimp? Matsuda asked. Watch it, or you'll end up with glasses for real eyes. Kai threatened the perv as he walked to Kaneko, smirking at Issei while holding her hand. Hey Issei, why is he smiling like that? Rainer asked, holding Issei's arm as they enjoyed the walk together. Let's just say it's one of our bets, Issei replied, and Kaneko sighed, hearing him and sharing a look with her boyfriend. Okay, Issei, let's do this, they said as they ran towards the top of the gates, leaving the others behind. I will beat you, Issei. Kai shouted, rushing at top speed but still behind Issei. Sorry, but I beat you this time, Issei said as they reached the top, both catching their breath. So, why are we here? Kai asked his sensei. Well, I hate churches, but with my life how it was, I think I should say a prayer for once, Issei said, kneeling in front of the fox statue as Kai, Draig, and Great Red gave him the silence he needed. Dear to any angel, fallen or devil who hears me, I may hate some of my past as a devil, but if I wasn't a devil, I wouldn't be free from the bonds of human life or have my brothers here today. Please watch over the Gremory family. Even though I don't know if I care for her anymore, just keep Asia and the others safe along with Rias's family. I can't be there for her if she is willing to lie for power, Issei said, touching Kai and Great Red, making Kai emotional seeing how Issei still cared for them. Take this, you fool, yelled a small but angry voice as fire shot at Issei and Kai. What the hell? Kai, stand on guard. Issei shouted, spotting Fox and Crow yokai along with a tiny girl who was a 9-tailed fox. Return my mother, you fools. You don't belong here, the girl exclaimed, leaving the two confused. We don't know your mom or W. Kai started, but he was cut off by a sudden pain in his head, hearing a plea from his soul, please don't be alone, I will protect you again like before. Kai! Issei yelled, ensuring he was okay as a crow yokai was about to attack. Issei grabbed its throat, his expression fierce enough to intimidate. Back off. We don't know who you are, but fighting us now will be a mistake. Issei warned, throwing the bird aside and unfurling one of his wings as the other yokai prepared to attack. Destructive roar. Kai yelled, awakening his devil blood in a long-forgotten move. His roar knocked out a few yokai and sent them flying back. Kai, follow me. We need to keep this shrine safe, Issei said, guiding Kai into the forest with the yokai in pursuit. What do we do now? Kai asked, caught off guard as he faced two fox yokai. He hesitated to fight, remembering he was a guest, but as he pondered, a blue wing knocked the fox's back. Looking up, he saw his mother. Mom, why are you here, in dragon form no less? Kai asked as she brought the others down from her back to help. What do you mean? That roar was an emergency call your father made for me. I can hear it from the gap, Timat explained, reverting to her human form. Also, here, make one of the glove's fingers fingerless or both, she said, handing him a blue box that was as old as he was. What is this? He asked, holding the box as Kaneko held the yokai back. It's your birthday today. Seriously, just like your father, you can't even remember. Happy 16th birthday, son. Timat said, giving her son a big hug as Kaneko and she switched places for a moment. "Here, catch," Kaneko said, kissing Kai's cheek as she ran and threw a new silver and blue jacket at him. "Okay, everyone keep them back without hurting them or the area. Hurry, we have a birthday to celebrate." Issei teased his student as Kai opened the box, tears streaming down his face when he saw a crimson and gold ring with a blue crystal holding the crimson gem. "This was your father's ring that he gave me before he died. He wanted us to be a family," Timat said, her own eyes misting as she saw her son resemble his father. As Kai put the ring on, his dragon and devil eyes glowed, and his gloves shimmered purple as his aura surged. He turned to the yokai, declaring, "Listen now. I am not a terrorist, and we don't know where your mother is, but by my family name I will help." "But," he roared, unleashing both auras and his wings. His purple aura transformed, enveloping him in a golden coat that merged his unique power with his family's strength. "If you think I will back down if you try to fight us, then you're wrong. I'm the last of my kind, and I've dealt with bullies. This time, I can take you bullies down to hell." Kai's roar sent the yokai fleeing, leaving Issei, Kaneko, Reiner, and Timat stunned by his past and wings. Calming down, he adjusted his new jacket and gazed at the ring. "Dad, one day I will see you and make your name proud." The group walked back from the shrine towards the temples. "So, Kai, what would you like for your birthday?" Kaneko asked, causing Kai to stop in his tracks as the rest of the group caught up. "Oh, I actually never had a birthday party," Kai admitted, making everyone gasp. Issei rushed to him, saying, "Okay, that's it. We are giving you a feast, my brother." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Okay, as much as I want to know more about what's going on, we have to go to the Golden Temple," Akiko interjected, making Zenovia's eyes widen as she dashed ahead. "Should we go get her, Asia?" Irina asked as the group slowly walked to the temple. "No, she's happy, it's okay," Asia replied with a smile, glancing at Reiner with a mix of confusion and hope that Issei wouldn't get hurt. "Hey, Asia, he will be okay, trust me," Kaneko said, startling everyone as they couldn't see her. "Hey, Shirkeo, where did you go?" Kai asked, prompting laughter from Issei and draig. "Haha," they chuckled. "What is it?" Kai asked, annoyed. "Look on your shoulder," Great Red managed to say, holding back laughter. Kai turned to see a white cat with a yin and yang necklace. "Kaneko, that's you. I never thought you could get cuter," Kai exclaimed, shocked, which made Timat and Issei laugh harder while Kaneko covered her mouth with her paws. "What's so funny, Issei?" Irina asked as they resumed walking and spotted Zenovia. "Well, him petting her is basically hitting her G-spot," Issei joked, causing Kai to turn red and recoil. "I'm sorry, Kaneko." "Ha." He turned to Issei exclaiming, "Damn it. Why didn't you tell me this? Are you trying to kill me?" They caught up with Zenovia and the rest of the group, but Kaneko had disappeared. "Hey, where did your little love go?" Timat teased, making everyone feel uneasy. "First, gross, Mom, and second we need to talk about Dad's strength, okay?" Kai said, leaving Timat confused about his curiosity regarding his father's power. "Hey, guys, where have you been? We have some people who want to talk," Zenovia said, as humans lay knocked out and fox yokai appeared, ready for a fight. "Wait, everyone stop. They are here to talk about something that needs help," Rasviesa interjected, causing everyone to pause, looking confused at the yokai. At a yokai temple that night, the group approached, seeing many yokai. "Hey, Kai," Kaneko whispered from within his jacket. "What is it?" Kai asked, opening his jacket slightly. "Do you have a chocolate bar?" Kaneko asked, her sweet tooth demanding attention. Kai chuckled, right pocket of the jacket. "I'll open it a bit so you can see." As they stopped at the temple, Kuno, the little fox girl from the earlier attack, appeared with a sad expression. "Hello, my name is Kuno. Thank you for coming. You see, little Kuno here is the daughter of the fox leader in Kyoto, Lady Akasen, and she was kidnapped the same day you all were at the shrine," Azazel explained as Kai held his jacket. "Psst, Kaneko, stop it," he whispered, trying not to laugh. "We think it is the Chaos Brigade, and we are here to help for peace." Azazel said as Issei walked forward. I'm so sorry, I just missed my mother. Kuno as Issei put his hand on her head while kneeling. It's okay, we have your back and we will protect you and find your mom. Issei said as Kuno smiled, but Kai then started laughing. What's so funny, Kai? Rasviesa asked as he let go of his jacket, showing Kaneko falling out and turning human when she landed. Meow? They both said as everyone, even the former sad Kuno, was laughing at the two. 2 hours later at the hotel. I'm not going over the talk due to it being the same as season 4 original, so that was something, right, Kai? Issei said while him and Kai walked to the rooms. Yeah, it was interesting though, right, Kaneko? Kai says, petting chin. So let me guess, want me bunk with Rainier next door? Issei asked, smiling as he could tell Kaneko might do something for his birthday. Yes, she. The door to the right of us, while Kiba is doors down side. Issei said, cutting Kai off as he knocked in Rainar's door next to their own. Night, Issei. Kai said, opening the door to the bedroom. Hey Kai, that honestly felt good getting pet. I have another birthday gift for you. Kaneko said, going from her cat form to human, stopping Kai from entering the room. But you already got me this jacket, what else did you get me? Kai asked as he was confused but also holding back his large urge to kiss with instincts. Follow me and find out it. I'll even unwrapped, Kaneko said, gesturing for Kai to follow her into the room and close the door. Which he did with his eyes going blue and red, not to hold urge anymore. Why did they say all that in front of me and not in the room? Issei said as Rainier opened the door. Oh, Issei, what's? Rainier asked, happy to see her boyfriend but surprised as well. Well, Kai and Kaneko are about to go at it in the room, so can I bunk with you today? Issei said with Rainier having an evil smile. First, good for them. Second, they are in the room next me, sigh, oh well, it can help us get heated ourselves. Rainier said as she dragged Issei into the room. Inside Rainar's room. While she was talking to Issei, her closet glowed red inside it, then it faded. Okay, good, I'm here, but whose room? We see Rias in the closet of Rainar's room trying to watch or win Issei, but she will see something else. Okay, let's see. Rias says as she opens the door and saw Rainier bringing Issei in the room as they started making out. I going back and forth with Kaneko and Rainier Lemon, so I will give the POV so you understand. Hey Kaneko, I think you forgot to turn the light on, it's so dark. Kai said as Kaneko appeared with her ears and tail, pushing Kai on the bed, kissing him for a few minutes till the kiss broke. What's the matter? Am I too small for you or something? Do you want something? Before Kaneko could finish, Kai was flipped over and Kai stripped as he revealed his dick to Kaneko and petting her tail, nibbling her ears. It's not that you are perfect, Kaneko. I want you and I can't hold it anymore. Kai said as he and Kaneko kissed while Kai showed his dragon tail and he used it to tickle Kaneko's belly as they made love. Kai, I love you. Kaneko said, breaking the kiss, and she using her tongue to give Kai and Nico licking. I love you to Kaneko. Kai said as he felt pleasure in Kaneko's blowjob and his instincts took hold. I'm coming. Kai yelled as Kaneko's eyes widened as she took all of Kai's fluids in her mouth and then backed up to gasp for air. That was amazing, however Kai am not done. Kaneko said as she was about to mount her dragon, but Kai pushed her down and bit her belly and played with her ears. Kai, what are wide at you? Kaneko asked as she felt incredible heat and pleasure. Making you my mate and tasting a cat's pussy. Kai said as he grew a lustful smile and his Abaddon mark appeared on Kaneko's belly and he starting licking her pussy. This crest is Abaddon o Issei. Back in Rainar's room, the two didn't take time and rushed right to mating as a redhead was watching. Are you ready for round one? Issei said, wiping his queen's juice off his face and showing his dragon, making her beg. Yes, I am, master, please give it. Issei, give it to my fallen pussy. Rainier yelled as Issei penetrates Rainier, thrusting, making her moan as Issei grabs her breasts and plays with them as he leans down to make out with her as he whispers in her ear. You sense her too, right? Issei asked Rainier as they both sensed the redhead watching and enjoying the show. Yes, I do. Why? Rainier asked. Then let's give her a show. Issei said as he thrusted faster and faster into Rainier. That's it, harder, master, harder. Rainier moaned as she teased her king, licking his neck. While Rias was watching, she only thought to herself, damn, fallen, that dragon is mine. I was supposed to take his virginity. Rias thought pissed as she then heard Issei speak. Rainier, you are way better than that red virgin could have ever been. Issei said as he bit Rainar's breast, giving her a mate mark. Rias was then getting pissed and used her magic to teleport to the next room over. Okay, she's gone now, time to go wild. Issei said as boosted and went faster as Rainier let out her wings as she felt Issei make her feel like she was about to explode. Issei, it's this so good. Rainier said, biting Issei's neck, giving him a mark of her own. Back with the B-Day couple. Kai. Yes, keep going. I'm going to see.com. Kaneko yells as she squirts her pussy juice all over Kai's face, making the dragon stand up. Tasty, ready, my love. Kai says, licking his lips as his package is not far from Kaneko's entrance. Yes, I am. I don't mind cherries or popping them, meow. Kaneko says as Kai puts his dick in Kaneko's pussy. Yes, it's in. Kai, let's go wild. Kaneko says as Kai smiles as he leans in to give her a kiss. After a few minutes, they break the kiss. I love you, Kaneko. I love you, Kai. Happy birthday. As she says that, he thrusts and begins to pound her pussy and she holds him tight. Sorry, too rough. Kai asked, feeling her grab him tight, but she shakes her head. No, I just wanted you to have my mark. Kaneko says as she bites and kisses his left ub right above his heart. Okay, well, if that's your love mark, then how I keep going. Kai says with smile, happy to be her mate. You better write meow. Kaneko says as she goes red as she feels Kai's wrap around hers. As he then thrust faster and harder, making her feel love, and she moans from her tail being rubbed and her insides being penetrated by her mate. Yes, harder, harder. Kaneko yells as Kai smiles, using his dragon aura to make her feel warmer and more sensitive. So that's your kink? Well. Kai was about to continue, but him and Kaneko felt the eyes and energy of a redhead, so he leaned by her ear. You sense her, right, Kaneko? Yeah, what shall'll we do? Let's make her leave by giving her a show. Kai then sit back up, going faster and faster. Yes, Kai Hardy, you're my love. I would love for you to be my master. Kaneko let out, shocking the now watching Rias as she first saw Kaneko leave here without telling her, and now she doesn't want her as a master. Oh yeah, I will protect and show you the love that powerless redhead couldn't. Kai said as Rias then began to cry as they were reaching the climax. Issei, harder, harder. Rainier, I'm going to. Kaneko, I can't, I'm going to. Yes, Kai, do it in my pussy, I'm going to. Come. The four mates let out as they finished their session, and Rias teleported home crying. Rias, honey, what's wrong? Velerona Gremory asked her daughter as she was left unanswered. What is wrong with her? First, we don't see Issei, now this, does anyone know what's going on? Zeoticus asked, turning to Surzex. Mother, father, listen and I will explain, but it's a big issue. Surzex said, catching both his parents' attention. Surzex tells them both about Issei being reincarnated and Rias letting him die and using him for the engagement and gear, but now she then hated Issei after him being useless due to the juggernaut. Then she realized it was jealousy, but too late because we don't know how Issei feels. My godness, why, I hope he will be okay. Velerona said with sorrow. Indeed, my dear, I hope things get better. Till then we give him time. What else is up with him? Zeoticus asked his son. Yes, actually he has a student by the name of Kai, I think it was, but his origins is unknown. Surzex said as Zeoticus and Velerona were speechless. Kai, your old rival, Kai's son from the Abaddon house, some we thought as family. They both said, making Surzex think. Back in Kyoto. We see Kai and Kaneko lying on their backs, both wings and tails out as they cuddle to sleep, and the same with Rainier and Issei. Next day. Yon morning, love. Ready to get up? Kai asked Kaneko as they got dressed ready to meet Kuno. Knock, knock, knock. Kai, get up, it's time to watch the Fox Girl. Timet sighed, scaring the two. 5 minutes, mom. Okay, be gick. Timet said. 10 minutes later, Kai and Kaneko were walking towards where to meet the others as Timet stopped them. Excuse me, you two, but why do I sense my son's aura on you, cat? Timet said as she was blocking the hall. We are. You see. Mom, she is my mate, huh? Kai said in a scared tone, making Timet let out her aura. You what, you're both are far too young, what's wrong with you? Timet said as she let out her aura. But my instincts took over, you know, huh? Kai said in a nervous laugh as Kaneko was quiet. You both only have been dating for a month. Timet snapped at her son. So what if Rias wants fight for her? I will, because I love her. As long as I'm with my mate I am unstoppable. Kai said, making Kaneko smile. True, but you are too young, and Kai, she could die because of this. Didn't you think of the pieces? Tiamat calmed down and listened to Kai. Issei said, stopping Tiamat from let out more of her power as he appeared with his rift spell. Why being a bitch, Issei? Kaneko says. What do you mean, Kaneko? I'm sticking up for you. Issei said as raised her fist. Well, don't, host of Draig, this is a family matter. Yeah, what she said. Kai and Tiamat both said. Okay, I'm out, see ya. And Kaneko, before I leave, where is your mark anyway? Issei asked, making Tiamat flare up. That's what I would like to know. Tiamat said, glaring at the two. It's on her. Kai tried to say but couldn't. Her what, son, or so help Ophis I will turn into my dragon form. Tiamat roared. Gulp, it's on her mid-chest to belly, mother. Kai said in fear of not the Dragon King but his mother. What did you say, young man? Get over here and show me, Tiamat snapped. Congrats, you too, Issei teased. So help me, Issei, I will shove a light spear up your... Kai raged at the emperor. Okay, but still, did she mark you? Issei asked. Enough. Both of you take off your shirts, or I will show you why I am the Chaos Dragon, Tiamat commanded. Both took off their shirts, revealing the marks. Here, it's on my left above my heart, Kai said. And his is on my mid-chest to stomach, Miss Abaddon. I am going to kill you both. At least me and your father waited a year before we did that, Tiamat scolded. How is that any better, Tiamat? Kai retorted. I agree with my host. Issei and Draig chimed in. Who asked you anything, Draig? Kai snapped at him. Not my fault. Me and Issei want to know what happens, Draig replied. Issei, when me and Mom are done talking, you will sleep with both eyes open, you as well, Kai yelled, his aura flaring and reminding the two of Ophis. Got to go, I can't keep Kuno waiting. See ya then, Issei said, running off. Sigh, why are you both even together? And if Draig shows up, I will kill him, Tiamat said, rubbing her eyes as a headache formed. Love you too, Mom, Kai called out, following Issei. Love you too, hun. Wait, where is the cat? Get back here. Tiamat looked around in a panic, calming down as she realized Kai was just like his father. Kai, Issei, I've been waiting for you too, Kuno said as she saw them a while later. Sorry, Kuno. Ready to tour us? Issei asked. Well, first, where are the others? Kai inquired, looking for them. At breakfast. Come on, hurry. Kuno urged. The three ran, and as Kai looked into his jacket, he saw his dad's ring and his favorite kitten. Meanwhile, on the mountain, a man with a spear looked down. Well, just to be safe, I better take care of the Fox Kid and the Red Dragon Emperor, he muttered. Back in Kyoto, the team was eating breakfast, wondering where Kai, Issei, and Kuroko were. They had met Rainier an hour ago, and she was still with them, but the other three were missing. Sorry we're late. We had something to talk about, Kai said as he, Issei, and Kuno ran into the rest stop. Finally. I was just about to leave and look for you, Rainier said, coming from the other entrance, searching for Issei. Sorry about that, Issei replied in his usual tone. It's fine, just hurry and eat, Rainier said. They all ate, and afterward, they toured Kyoto, making stops like matchmaking and the Bridge of Memories when something strange happened. A smoke appeared, and only the supernatural were left as azazel flew right to them. Guys, are you alright? Be ready. This is Dimension Lost, Azazel said, worried. Please, we will do. Ah? Kai screamed in pain, grabbing his head. Kai, are you okay? Issei and Kaneko rushed to him. Kai, please hold on, they urged. Hey, no fair, Zex. My power can beat destruction. A voice similar to Kai's echoed in his mind. Oh yeah? Let's put it to a battle, a young Surzex replied. What are these memories? Kai asked, struggling against the pain. This fog is the same that I saw when Mother was gone, Kuno informed the others, fear evident in her voice. Well, it's nice to finally meet you, Red Dragon Emperor. A man stepped out from the shadows on the other side of the bridge, his blue hair and suit contrasting with the glowing spear in his hand. Who the hell are you, and how do you know me? Issei demanded, letting out some of his aura to help stabilize Kai. I'm fine, Sei, but behind you. Kai warned, throwing a punch at a shadow creature with a red eye. The impact shattered the creature into dust. Well, I'm shocked. I thought that would be strong enough to take out a kid. Oh well, we have an army. I'll take the general of the fallen. Also, my name is Coa. Pleasure to meet you for the first and last time, the man said as he and Azazel moved to the end of the bridge. As they left, the creatures fired beams of light, and everyone knew to watch out. Issei took charge. Kiba, make swords to absorb light. Zenobia, use Ascalon to counter them. Arena, buy time as well. Everyone, grab a sword and fight. Issei commanded, noticing Kaneko using her Nico power to keep them back, her state having grown to 2 tails due to the mate mark. Eat this. Fight with pride by the hands of your name. Kai shouted, delivering a powerful blow to a group of goons. Kai, what the hell are you doing? That power is light. You're still a devil, you need a sword. Issei yelled as he summoned his gear, taking care of the girls and creatures at once with a dragon shot. Swords are for the weak. Use the power of your own hands. Kai kept hearing the voice, but it guided him as his hands glowed red and silver, his devil power awakening. Forget that sword. I fight with my hands and my pride. No damn light can stop me. Kai charged at the remaining creatures, but was abruptly halted by 2 opposing forces of devil and holy power that sent him reeling back. Well, you're strong, boy. I wanted to fight a sword wielder, but you will do, a figure declared, introducing himself as Siegfried, wielder of many swords. Do I look like I care? Now, out of my way. The spear is mine because using a tool for power means nothing, Kai retorted, rushing at Siegfried. The two clashed, sword against fist, with Kai pushing forward, forcing Siegfried to draw 4 swords. When Kai spotted one of them, he jumped back in surprise. How do you have that sword? Kai asked, pointing at the sword radiating power and destruction. That's none of your business, boy, Siegfried replied, as a cyclone of fire and destruction enveloped Kai, matching the intensity of the blade. The ring glowed, symbolizing a key to his future, igniting his rage. Onlookers were about to intervene, but Issei stopped them. This is Kai's problem, we need him to handle this, he said, hoping for Kai's safety. You fool! How dare you say you are strong with my sword, you foolish human! Kai roared, his eyes shifting to gold and red, his voice deepening with seriousness. First, you fight my son, and then you use my sword? No wonder the factions call humans weak, it's because you don't think. A powerful voice resonated from Kai, causing the sword Gram to tremble. Master, is that you? The sword of destruction asked, startling everyone. Yes, Gram, it is I. I gave Kai the key. If he opens the box and awakens, he will surpass me and you will protect him. After all, you are the sword of Abaddon, the voice continued, sending shivers through Azazel and Issei. In the mindscape, Kai found himself in a crimson and silver space, standing before a single pedestal. Okay, totally not freaky. But it's a good thing I feel drawn to it, he said, approaching the pedestal. He discovered 5 items, a baby picture of himself, a picture of Tiamat, an old jacket adorned with gold and silver, a contract circle for a sword called Gram, and a pendant bearing his family crest, which shocked him. It meant these were Abaddon treasures. What the hell is this? Kai exclaimed, picking up the pendant and noticing a note. Dear Kai, my son, I am proud of you and always have been. These gifts are my treasures that are now yours. The pendant is a key, place your ring hand on it, and it will remove my half of the Twin King seal on you. In exchange, I will reside in your mindscape, similar to Draig and Albion. Just know I will always care for you. Kai Abaddon, husband to Tiamat and father to Kai Crimson Abaddon. With that, Kai cried, realizing his father was always with him, his voice and memories echoing in his mind. Dad, I can't thank you enough. Because of you, I will show them Abaddon power. Outside the mindscape, an explosion of red fire-like aura enveloped Kai, forming a pillar of power that eventually calmed and wrapped around him. He then cut through it with the blade Gram. Hello, Siegfried. I thought I'd let you know we can finally have our fight now that I have my family blade from the Great War back, Kai said, a newfound smile on his face. One for battle. Before I was against it, but now why not? Siegfried replied, and the two rushed at each other. Their blades clashed as Kai used Gram to counter every one of Siegfried's attacks. I must say I am more impressed with you, Kai, than with the dragon. You act like you have used that sword your whole life, Siegfried remarked with a smile. Kai smirked back. I guess it runs in my family, he replied, sensing something. You're not alone, are you? He turned to see Kaneko, who was protecting Kuno alongside Asia, as shadows began to appear and fade. Kaneko, behind you. Issei, get Coa and Kiba. Zenobia can handle Siegfried. Kai shouted, rushing toward the shadows. You're mine, devil, the shadow user sneered, shocking Kaneko, who had not sensed him. All of you, get down now. Kai yelled, extending his left arm. Instead of fire, a beam of light shot forth, piercing the shadow's arm and launching him back. Everyone, including Coa, was taken aback. Kai, how did you do that? Issei asked hesitantly. Partner, the boy has somehow changed. I think that is power from Lord Abaddon, his family gift of the devils, Draig explained, shocking the supernatural onlookers. I guess I can't hide it, right, Dad? Kai said as his new pendant glowed red. Yes indeed, son. Ha. But I'm surprised you can wield Gram from my memories, Lord Abaddon responded. How dare you? Who are you, boy? The shadow user demanded, fading in and out from the light blast. I guess I will tell you now, since you will die for trying to touch my mate. I am Kai Crimson Abaddon, son of Tiamat and the true devil who rivaled Cerzex himself, feared for my special potential and incredible power. I'm the devil and dragon, a unique hybrid with both bloodlines. I'm not just any boy, and now you die. Kai shouted as he charged at his opponent, aiming for his heart, but was intercepted by Coa. Interesting. I haven't heard of you before, but for a hybrid kid, you're surprisingly strong. You should be eliminated like the red dragon, but for now, let's see what happens. Issei said as they all teleported, and the smoke cleared. Wait, Siegfried. If you ever want to fight again, I have an offer you can't refuse, by the pride of warriors and knights. Please, hear me out one day. Kai yelled as Siegfried smirked and faded away. As the smoke dissipated, everyone returned to their original forms, and Kai turned to Azazel. This is going to be trouble, Azazel, Issei remarked. I know. I have a plan, and Kai, Kaneko, we need your help. Later that night, in a room in Kyoto, Team Citri and Team Gremory gathered with Kai, Kuno, and Issei. Okay, everyone listen up. We are going to strike and get Lady Yakeisen back. Saji, go with Team Issei to assist them if they need your dragonling form, Azazel instructed, his expression turning grim. We only have 2 phoenix tears, that's all we could get. Please be safe. We will, sir, they all replied as they stepped outside, where Kuno awaited with a worried expression. Hey, what's wrong, Kuno? Kai asked. I don't want you guys to get hurt, she admitted. Kai gently patted her head. It's okay. We will protect you and make it out of this. Just then, the dimensional rift appeared again, splitting everyone apart. Point of view, Kyoto subway. Kai, Kuno, and Issei appeared, shocked and on guard. Great, we got lost, but why do I sense someone? Kai questioned before being punched away by a shadowy figure. That was for my arm, boy. Now you, dragon, I would fight, but you're not worth it anymore, the man yelled, grabbing Kuno by the throat with a shadow claw, infuriating Issei, who summoned his gear. Nope. One balance break, one boost, and she dies, he said with a sinister smile. Issei's expression shifted from anger to laughter. Haha, you got it. I won't do a thing but look down at your chest, he taunted. The shadow looked down, feeling a sharp pain as he lost his shadow power. Damn, I was right. One fake hit on me and your ego goes crazy. The former shadow turned to see Kai with a violet dragon arm that transformed into a shadow one as he crushed the man's heart. How are you? Before you die, let me explain. Flashback, 2 hours ago. Hey Kai, what did you want to talk about? I'm trying to think about how to defeat Coa. Issei said, confused. Look, I have a plan. I'll fake a hit and please act angry, Kai pleaded. Why? Issei asked. Because I can use my Abaddon power by defeating him and take his gear or power to help us reach Coa. Kaneko will be in my jacket, no offense, but it will be faster than waiting for the others. Issei was stunned by the plan. Deal, kid, but please don't die. They exchanged a fist bump. Flashback over. Why you? The man gasped as he finally succumbed, and Kuno rushed toward Kai. Kai, you're okay, she yelled as he caught her, noticing her stumble due to her injured knee. Hold on, Kuno, Kai said, healing her with his fire, using a significant amount of his magic. Thanks, she said, stunned. I will protect you. Come, get on my back, I've got you, Kai said, charming the little fox, while Kaneko playfully bit him from the jacket. Hey, sorry. I'll pet you later, my love, he said, making Kaneko happy as Issei laughed. Okay, let's go. I will use my rift, Issei said, teleporting the four of them to where he sensed the spear. And that will be all for now. Enjoy. And now that was the team of mighty dragons thus far, but as a special gift, I will show you the 2 dragon forms that have yet to be awakened. First, the mighty Kai, whose armor was his aura in the flame destruction state. However, when fully unlocked, that form is only 50% of his full power. This is its true form, the dragon flame armor that birthed destruction. While his dragon form can only be used for a few seconds as a human, in full dragon form, his skin reflects that of his parents, with a red and blue aura merged into violet and a hint of blue. His fire burns with the hope and strength of his sensei, the mighty bloodshed dragon of true destructive chaos rage. Now, the moment you all wanted, the form I won't name because I want you to guess. It's Issei's twin balance breaker drive, rewriting the juggernaut drive and merging his dragons and great power at once. As a last thank you, I will answer any questions you have about the story. Here are some examples. Should I make a mini chapter of Issei summoning Shalat? Should Kai and Issei mark all the girls they like on the team? What should we do for Kiba, since he will be Issei's non-dragon rival? And lastly, what should we do for Rias? Here we see a shrine where Coa and his team are keeping Yakeisen outside as they notice a crimson rift. Hey, George, you didn't make the portal yet, right? He asked, confused by what he was seeing. No, I didn't. That is not the gap, George said, now scared at who could it be until they heard one powerful thing. Boost, 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 boost. Dragon Inferno shot. The voice of Draig rang out as an explosion of fire condensed into a beam, creating a smoke screen. Who the hell is it now? Issei said, annoyed by the blast. As the smoke cleared, we see Issei and Kaneko with Kuno behind them. Well, now I'm surprised I'm fighting you, Red Dragon, at least so soon, Issei said, amused by how fast Issei got to him. To be frank, I wanted to smash your face in from the start, so how about it? Issei said, getting into a stance. As much as I would want to right now, I need some time, so here. Coa motioned towards Yakeisen as she walked out with blank eyes. Mother! Kuno yelled, but to everyone's shock, she didn't answer. Right now, she is about to help us, so if I were you, run, little girl, Issei said as Yakeisen was about to turn into a 9-tailed fox. But then, Shadow Daga Supakachin. A voice yelled as Yakeisen was stopped by a red and silver chain that turned black and merged with her shadow. Nice try, but with the moon out, her shadow and power make what I need to keep her in place, Kai said, emerging from the ground behind Coa. How the hell? Coa began before Kai launched him back with a powerful kick. Well, your shadow friend was easy to defeat, so after that, I took his power. I didn't think my shadow dagger spark chain technique would work, but I noticed you had the moon out, which was foolish not to fight in a place with no light, Kai said as Coa grew angry, and suddenly 3 figures arrived. Relax, Coa. You fight the red dragon, we will handle the rest, Siegfried said as the 2 others then spoke. Damn, Conla, you got cocky. Whatever, my name is Heracles. Pleasure to fight you, Heracles said. Hello, my name is Jean. Sorry, but you won't win against me, Jean added. Kai smirked. Hey, Kaneko, you handle Heracles. I got the two swordsmen. After all, we need to finish our fight, Siegfried. Haha, I guess we do, Siegfried replied as the two walked towards him, while the two powerhouse rooks of the teams moved to fight nearby. Okay, ready when you both are, Kai said, releasing his power and shocking the two. Well, if you want to play that way, then here, eat this, Jean said, launching a wave of swords at Kai. He felt like he didn't need to dodge, but his instincts rang a red alert as he dodged, the swords just grazing his cheek and hurting him. Those are holy swords. My gear is blade blacksmith. This fight won't be easy, Jean said with a smile. Kai was thinking about how to fight the two with that gear. Damn it, I am losing energy keeping that chain seal on Yakeisen, so I have to play it safe or go all out and lose my power. But Siegfried, I can just cut his gear arms and it will take him out, Kai thought as he prepared for battle. Eat this, Inferno Roar. Kai yelled as Siegfried unleashed his gear, ready to block Kai's attack. But then Kai turned around, showed his wings, and fired the blast while rushing at Siegfried, breaking through the gear and turning to Jean, breaking her sword with his hand. As he did that, he fell to one knee afterward as the fire and aura calmed. Damn. Sigh, that was my new move. I think Dragon Charge should work for a name, Kai said as he slowly got up, feeling drained while he threw his jacket off. Son, you have 60% power left. I suggest using Graham, Lord Abaddon advised. Not yet. Sigh to think, Kai replied tiredly as he then saw a twin beam of light, one holy and one dragon. Issei and Sioehoi faced off, both waiting for the other to make a move until the sound of battle erupted. Boost! Draig's voice rang out as Issei charged at Sioehoi, throwing a right hook. Sioehoi countered, launching Issei back with a spear strike. Undeterred, Issei rushed forward again, powered by Draig's boost, reaching a level 20 before attacking. Sioehoi attempted to stab him, but Issei leaped over the thrust, firing a dragon shot and following up with a barrage of punches to Sioeh's stomach, sending him reeling. As Issei caught his breath, Sioehoi struck him on the left leg with the spear. Issei felt the sting of the attack, followed by a beam of energy from Sioeh's spear that cut him, causing him to bleed and tear his clothes. I'm impressed. I thought you would have died without your balance breaker, considering you're a devil, he haunted, just before losing his arm. When you pierced my leg, I cut off your arm with my own sword, Issei replied, grabbing the Phoenix Tear Vial and using it, while Sioehoi did the same. Damn, you're one tough devil, Sioehoi said with a smile. I'm not a devil. You're a few months too late for that, Welsh dragon, Issei declared, revealing his dragon aura, shocking Sioehoi. We are hunting Great Red, and our magic found him in you, so we placed a sealing trap to lock you here without power. Sioehoi laughed, pleased with his trap. Meanwhile, Kai stood with torn clothes, bloodied but determined, while Jean and Siegfried rested, exhausted from their battle. Kai, I must say you are strong. So what was the offer you wanted to discuss? Siegfried asked, now on the ground. First, I can't use the sword now because I wanted to test my own power. Sorry to say, this fight isn't as fun. Second, I wanted to know if you would be my knight, Kai said, shocking both Jean and Siegfried. Jean attempted to use her balance breaker against him, but Kai continued, I won't make you a devil, I will make you a dragon or keep you human. That's all I will say. Just then, a large meteor struck Kai from behind. Sorry I'm late, I lost my opponent wherever she ran off to, Heracles said, causing Kai to grow angry. You only have 30% power left. I'm going to lend you some so you can fight, Heracles insisted. No, Det. I can take this fool on. Kai replied, his power exploding as he turned toward Heracles. You fought my mate and act like it's nothing. Then eat this. Kai said darkly, removing the giant's arm and transforming into his Hakai Kane Oro form, his eyes glowing gold, one dragon blue and one devil red. Son, you only have 5 minutes in that form if you only use your fists, Lord Abaddon warned, concerned for his son's well-being. I know. Now it's time for you all to go to hell. Kai roared, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches at Heracles before kicking him toward a mountain. He then blasted a twin fire and destruction attack at Jean, who used her gear to block it but fell, completely out of power. Kai, 1 minute left. I recommend turning the form off, Abaddon urged. Just as Kai was about to comply, he noticed Coa preparing to stab Issei. Summoning the last of his power, he rushed to intervene. This is the end, Red Dragon Emperor. He yelled, thrusting the spear, but he missed Issei. Meanwhile, Kaneko was secretly helping Kuno reach her, but when she saw the fight, she was shocked. Back with Issei, Kai grabbed the spear, but in doing so, he was stabbed in the heart, shocking Issei and bringing tears to his eyes. Kai. Why? Issei asked, starting to cry as Kai smiled weakly. Heh, I guess I couldn't keep my promise. Kaneko is going to kill me, Kai said, coughing up blood. Please protect her and kick his ass, sensei, he managed to say before Seize pulled out the spear, and Kai took his last breath, falling back. Wake up, kiddo, come on. Issei pleaded, trying to rouse him. Kaneko arrived, tears streaming down her face at the sight of her love lying lifeless. I missed once, at least the fool is. Before he could finish, Siohe was hit in the gut and launched away as Kaneko punched him with all her rage. That was for Kai, you bastard, she shouted, turning back to Kai's body. Suddenly, Kai's body began to fade in purple and silver light, leaving them both shocked and empty as they watched him disappear. At least he is gone and you can't do anything about it, he said, getting up, but then he became fearful, seeing something from a true nightmare. Issei broke free from the magical binds, and along with Kaneko, unleashed a tremendous amount of power that shattered the ground beneath them. Issei was enveloped in the true red aura of Draig's full power, while Kaneko reached Nico level 2, her body wrapped in her own aura and the little dragon's energy Kai had given her. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker Promotion. Draig roared as the two now possessed power beyond that of a Devil King. Somewhere in a white and black void, we see Kai's body beginning to appear as someone rushed toward him. Please hang on, you can't die yet, a little girl with black hair and a cute outfit said, releasing dragon power. By the name of my title as the Dragon God of the Infinite, I, Ophis, will keep you alive because you will be needed against the beast. The Dragon God spoke as she tried to heal Kai, discovering he had lost half his heart and a lot of blood. Here, please take this. By the power of the infinite and eternity, I give you my heart, Ophis said, offering Kai half of her heart, but he was still near death. Ophis, on the verge of panic, knew only one person to ask for help. We see the beam of light from before, the dragon and Nico power rising, finally calming, revealing two determined warriors. Point of view change, Rainier. Rainier and the others walked through Kyoto, searching for everyone. Hey Rainier, are you sure Issei isn't still at the subway? Saji asked, to Rainier's annoyance. Yes, Saji, he isn't the type to stay put, right, Asia? The Fallen asked, with Asia nodding worried. Suddenly, they all turned toward the sky and saw the beams of aura, knowing where it was coming from as the light calmed. Everyone, fly toward that light. Rainier commanded as they all sped off. They weren't far at all, and when the light calmed, Rainier and the others arrived. Hold up, is that? Saji said, stunned as he and everyone else saw Issei in his balance breaker, wrapped in its power but in a bulky suit. When they noticed Kaneko next to him, she had dragon aura around her hands from Kai while in Nico level 2. Sylve, this is your end. Issei roared with Draig, both speaking in unison. And we won't make it a quick end, it will be one of true pain. Kaneko yelled, tears streaming down her face. Hey Kaneko, I have something for you, Issei said, using Red's power to transform her clothes into a white, gold, and black kimono with Kai's mark on it, making her cry. He then opened his claw to reveal Kai's pendant. I can't take this, Before she could finish, Issei pressed it into her hands. He would want you to have it. He's like my little brother, and he was my student, so let's make Soa feel twin pain rook style. Issei said, and Kaneko nodded, putting on the pendant and feeling ready for battle. Issei, where is Kai? Rainier yelled, trying to get Issei's attention, but he didn't answer. Issei, Kaneko, what's wrong? Saji asked, But again, there was no response. Issei, where is he? Rainier yelled, looking down to see Kai's jacket and rushing to pick it up. Sit. Please tell me he isn't. As Rainier asked, Issei could only nod as Soa started laughing. Rainier charged up a massive light spear before Issei began to speak. Rainier, this fight is mine. Kaneko, please stay back. Issei yelled, causing her to calm down and begin to cry. Point of view, dimensional space. We see Kai near death, and Ophis lying him down to check his injuries, only to discover his heart is damaged, to her shock. Hang in there, love, I have a plan, Ophis said, using her power of the infinite to keep them connected. She took half of her heart and switched it with Kai's damaged one while it healed him, but he was not yet alive. She first placed Kai's damaged half of his heart in herself so they could sense each other. If this is what it takes, then fine. Samuel, where are you? You want to be free from here, don't you? If so, then get over here already. Ophis yelled as a dragon with angelic wings arrived. Fies, what do you— Wait, who is that kid? The fallen dragon Samuel asked, shocked to see Kai but also sensing another Ophis, which surprised him. Listen, I gave him my heart but lost too much blood. Please help me save him now, Ophis said, tears in her eyes. Samuel smirked. First, what is a kid good for? And second, how will helping free me? He asked mockingly, but in reality, he was worried that Ophis actually cared for someone, which meant he was important. This kid is two things, the one who will slay the beast and the one I care for, Ophis said, pausing as Samuel was shocked that this kid would kill the Triaxa, even though he thought the red dragon would kill him. And besides, you will be free, but only as a gear to give him the blood he lost and your power as a fallen angel. Ophis made Samuel breathe a cold sigh. Ready when you are, Ophis, but what gear am I anyway? Simple. You will be a conductor of sorts. You will merge with some of his veins and nerves, while your main focus is on his heart to stabilize his blood. You'll also give him your poison power against dragons and some devils due to your fallen blood, Ophis explained as she prepared a circle to connect with Kai and Samuel. Take care, Ophis, and talk soon, Samuel said with a smile as he merged with Kai's being. Back in Kyoto, Issei and Kaneko attacked wildly but in sync with each other, while Coa struggled to dodge their hits. Eat this, bastard! Issei shouted, delivering a powerful kick that sent Coa crashing into the wall. As Coa slowly got up, he noticed he was near Yakeisen, and the chain binding her was weak. He rushed forward and broke it, waking the fox, who transformed into her nine-tailed form. Issei tried to stop Coa in night mode, but he was too late. A nine-tailed golden fox roared at the sky. Damn it, Welsh dragon. Before Issei could prepare his attack to knock out Yakeisen, a gold and black portal opened above, showering the area in silver light. Everyone was shocked to see a giant dragon with angel wings descend, carrying Ophis on its shoulder. Damn it, Ophis, what is this beast? He yelled, surprised that Ophis had come to help him. Because of you killing my beloved and ruining everything I wished for, I unleashed my partner from the deepest part of hell to deal with you weak and pathetic humans. Ophis declared, her voice filled with rage, shocking everyone who thought she felt nothing. Beloved? What beloved? You mean that brat? He was a devil, a fool. He deserved. Enough. The giant dragon spoke with a dark voice, placing Ophis by Issei before rushing toward Yakeisen. The dragon knows about the fox, so don't worry, Draig, Ophis said, watching the fight as the dragon punched the fox back, grabbing her tail and spinning her around before throwing her down. A shockwave from his wings knocked her out effortlessly, leaving Suihei terrified as the dragon turned to him. Before Suihei could retaliate, George landed in front of him. Suihei, if you die, we won't earn the honor as humans we deserve, so go now. He opened a portal, throwing Coa into an unknown area just as George was crushed by the dragon's tail, filling Coa with rage before the portal closed. After they all left, the dragon glowed, shrinking into a smaller, more humanoid form, resembling Tannin. Once transformed, Kaneko rushed at Ophis, shocking everyone, but the dragon placed his hand between them. Get out of my way. Ophis, How dare you say Kai is your love when you could have kept him alive? Kaneko said, starting to cry as she hid her face with her hair and tail. I knew you loved me, but I didn't think you cared this much, the dragon said in a draconic voice, revealing himself as Kai. Is that you? Kaneko asked, lifting her head only to see the dragon glow and shrink in silver and red light, revealing Kai in his father's jacket, a blood gem glowing from his heart. He had grown a few inches after being brought back, with his mate mark still on his chest and his gloves repaired, letting out his full power now that the seal of the Twin Kings was gone. Miss me, kitten? Kai said with a wink at Kaneko, while everyone else rushed toward him. Kai, you bastard! I thought we lost you. Don't ever scare me like that again. Kaneko cried, hugging him tightly. But then Issei walked up, breaking the hug. Hey Issei, how are? Chop. Before Kai could finish, Issei hit him in the head with a boosted punch. What the hell was that for? Kai yelled, holding his head in pain. You're lucky that wasn't in Balance Breaker. You deserve it for making us think you died, Issei said, pulling Kai into a hug. I missed you, kiddo, he added as everyone else cried tears of joy. Kuno then spotted her mother and ran toward her. Mama, can you wake please? It's me, Kuno. The little girl cried out, but Issei and Kai walked up behind her. Kuno, we said we will help and we will. Hey, Issei, can you use your heart technique? Kai asked, making Issei look confused as he kept Palingual in mind to detect lies and understand attacks. Well, I've got a plan, but it's risky. Trust me, okay? Kai said, as his left arm glowed silver along with the red gem above his heart. Issei, use it when Kuno and I are within hand-holding distance of the sleeping Yakeisen. Okay, Kuno, hold my hand and let out some fox fire, Kai instructed. Kuno nodded and released her flames, while Kai placed one hand on Kuno and the other on Yakeisen. He turned to Issei, giving him the signal to proceed. Okay, Draig, let's do this at full power. Palingual, Issei thought as the outside world turned pink, signaling the release of a person's heart. Okay, let's do this. Heart flame bond. Kai shouted as his heart glowed, connecting the two through their fox flames and, thanks to Issei, their hearts. Mom, it's me, Kuno. Please wake up. Mama, please wake up. Kuno cried, and soon Yakeisen began to stir and speak. I want to be free and see my daughter, she said, glowing as she returned to her human form. What happened? Lady Yakeisen asked, rubbing her head as if she had just woken from a long sleep. Mama, you're okay? Kuno exclaimed, rushing to her mother. I'm happy for them, I really am, Kai said, noticing everyone staring at him. What? Is there something on my face? He asked, confused as everyone face-bombed except Ophis. Yeah, you're Kai, alright, Rainier sighed. Tell us already, how are you alive? Kaneko ran to Kai, demanding, also, why did Ophis call you her love? Okay, I will explain, but Surzex can't know, alright? Kai said, looking at Kiba and Asia, who nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Let's just say I lost half my heart and a lot of blood, so I got my half-heart swapped with Ophis, and she took my damaged one. We're not just mates, we're always in sync, like Draig and Issei or Draig and Albion. Oh, and from losing so much blood, the dragon Draig fears fused with my heart and left arm's nerves and veins, so the dragon form was his, and the second one was mine. Kai finished explaining, and only Issei understood the implications, shocked that Kai had fused with two beings capable of defeating Lucifer. Oh no! Wait, where's my pendant? I can't lose it, that's my dad's treasure. Kai panicked, summoning Gram. Hello, young Kai. Glad you're still among the living, Gram greeted, and Kai smiled but quickly turned anxious. Gram, I lost the pendant, we need to go now. Actually, it's right here, Kaneko said, handing Kai the pendant with a smile. Glad you're back, let's go home though, Kai. Suddenly, they felt a large aura. Hiccup, you better explain, boy, a drunken Timat's voice boomed, sending Kai into a fearful state. Run, he shouted, prompting laughter as he was chased by Timat. Meanwhile, Rainier contemplated her strength, determined to protect her little brother and her love. I need to be stronger for them. I will rise and strike with beauty like a rose with thorns, she thought, engulfing her hand in pink and black light and fire. The next day, Yakeisen spoke as she and Kuno bid farewell from the Kyoto subway. Hey, Kai, I hope we can be friends one day, Kuno said, making Kai smile. We already are friends, little lady, he replied, causing her to blush as they boarded the train. I think I love him, Kuno admitted, making her mother fall face first onto the ground in surprise. Inside, Issei and Kai stood at the door, looking sad when Kaneko and Reiner approached. Hey, you two, what's wrong? Reiner asked, noticing their distressed expressions. I forgot to ask Yakeisen about Chi and her pillows. I also forgot to give Siegfried and Kuno my number, so now I can't have a team, the two dragons exclaimed, frustrating their loves as they threw their hands to the ground. Learn your place, Kaneko and Reiner said, and the dragons complied. Yes, my lady, they replied, getting back up. Issei then spoke to Kai. Let's get strong together as we reach our goal beyond the past and the future. Kai smiled. I wouldn't have it any other way, from my sensei and rival. They smirked, fist-bumping to seal their pact, with the spirits of Draig, Great Red, and others standing behind them, smiling in solidarity. As the scene shifted, everyone bowed to Surzex, except for Kai, who stood confidently. I am Kai Crimson Abaddon, and I bow to no god, dragon, or king. The chapter ended, setting the stage for what was to come. But that was Issei. Now it's time for your favorites, everyone's harem of dragons. These are the dragon girls, yes, both of them. Some of the girls are shared, while others are not. However, it's time for your favorite game show. What's Rias' curse? The rules are simple. Comment on what you want to see happen to Rias in the story, from power to family. After all, Issei lost it all, so think long and hard about this. Also, our friend will help. Come on out, Draig. That's right, human Draig will be in this story, but it won't be permanent. He can leave the gear and fight or do anything for about an hour or two. Remember to comment. Chapter end Whisper of the Snake, nothing survive, rise among your goals. We see Ophis, Lord Kai, Abaddon, and Samuel in the mindscape checking on Kai's health. He seems okay. Thank you, Ophis said, as the fallen dragon flinched at her gratitude. Oh. You know it's just a favor, nothing more, Samuel replied. But as they talked, a large red and silver aura with black flared around the mindscape. Enough, you damn dragons. You will not use my son as a pawn in your games. He will reach his goal as the twin king of Abaddon. You hear me, Ophis, Samuel. Lord Abaddon spoke with rage as he entered his Hakai Oro form, while the dragons remained still. We don't want to harm Kai, we want the same as you, for him to reach his goals, Ophis said, trying to calm the father who feared nothing. Back in class, Kai mumbled, damn it. Will those three shut up for once? Ever since Kyoto, I've heard nothing but yelling. Sai, how did Mom handle you, Dad? He waited for the bell to bring him sweet silence, as some of Ophis rubbed off on him. Ring, ring, ring. As the bell rang, Kai's peace was interrupted, and he heard three annoyed voices in his head. What the hell was that noise? It is damn awful. The three yelled, alarmed. It's called a bell. Ever hear of it? I mean, Dad, you were in the underworld school with Surzex. How do you not know what a bell is? Kai thought, talking back to his dad. That's because, damn it, that was over 300 years ago. Most of my memories of that time are of my family, friends, rivals, and the Great War, Lord Abaddon rambled, amusing his son. Kai stood up and left the class with his eyes closed and a calm smile. He was stopped by a scary presence he recognized as Reiner. Reiner Wanichan. What are you doing in my classroom? Kai said, looking at his big sister figure as she ruffled his hair, much to his annoyance. We need to go. There's a meeting in the ORC with the Gremory family and Azazel, Reiner said, causing Kai to frown. So that's why I don't see Kaneko anywhere, but I still sense her. You know I hate Rias and don't care for her peerage, Kai replied, frustrated. Not her, the whole family. Even Surzex and Grafia. Remember the last time we saw them? Reiner reminded him, prompting Kai to think back to his first meeting with everyone, which was strange. Ugh, why do we have to do this? Kai said in an annoyed tone. What? I thought you of all people would want to see Surzex, Rainier said, confused. He's just a king making people bow to him. I mean, seriously, what's so kingly about that? Kai retorted, his pride showing, which made his dad smirk in his mind. People bow in fear of him, Rainier replied. Who would be afraid of someone with red hair? Kai said as they approached the building, Rainier still ruffling his hair. Look who's talking, Rainier said, and they both laughed as they saw Issei waiting for them. Yo Issei. What's up? Kai called as they walked up to him. Hey guys. Not much, just waiting for you all. I'm not going to be with that group alone. I might kill them, if it wasn't for Zex coming, Issei said, reflecting on how he loved this place but now wanted the gremory building gone, which Kai noticed in his eyes. Hey, Issei, do you mind if I ask something? Kai said, catching Issei off guard. Okay, sure, what is it? Issei asked as he opened the ORC door. Summon Draig. I want to test my power of Office along with my own dragon, Kai said, making Issei hesitate, but he summoned the gear. Kai placed his hand on it and entered a place of fire. Incredible, young Kai. Your own power merged with Office can make connections with dragons and mindscapes. Draig spoke in shock and pride. Well, Office said I could sense dragons, so I chose to use my power and Office to make a mental connection between you, Issei, and me, Kai explained, leaving the mindscape and moving his hand. What the hell? I felt you in my head. Okay, never do that again. Issei said, shocked and freaked out by the sensation of someone else in his mind. Sorry, I just made a mental link between us three so I can talk to you mentally instead of just sensing you, Kai replied, earning a smile from Rainier. Okay, let's go you two, she said as the three entered the old school building, where they saw Rias and the others on edge, waiting for Surzex. I see you all are on edge, Issei said, getting everyone's attention. Hello, Issei-san. Thanks for coming back, Asia said joyfully, seeing her brother's figure. Of course, Asia, I am here for Zex and, he glared at Rias, who felt the cuts on her face and saw Rainier with Issei. By the way, where is Irina? I can't sense her, Kai said, entering the building and coming face to face with Rias. She isn't here due to matters in heaven, but the rest of us are here, Aquino said with a smile, noting how Issei and Kai had changed since Kyoto. By the way, Issei, where's Gasper? We need to train today, Kai said, much to Rias's annoyance. I am sealing him again, she replied, provoking everyone's anger. What did you say, Gremory? Issei asked with a fierce voice, causing Rias to freeze in fear. I am sealing him again. He was with you too much and not obeying, thus he could be astray, Rias explained. Issei roared, unleashing his dragon fury blade, empowered by all the factions, primarily the dragons. Sit. Come on, you wouldn't hurt your love, Rias tried to reason as Issei moved closer. In a panic, she looked at everyone. Kiba, Aquino, help me please. Rias pleaded, but they remained silent. Kai then spoke. Where is she, Rias? His power spiked, filling the room with tension. Where is who? She asked, trying to play innocent, but Kai wouldn't let it go. Where is Kaneko and Kuroka? They were at the Hayadu house, and now I sense them here, but it's weak. So tell me what you did. Red-headed excuse for a Devil King's sister. Kai roared, creating a large barrier around himself as his gloves began to glow, along with his red hair and twin aura, making Issei stop in his tracks. If you hurt them, you will pay. Kai shouted, morphing magic energy around him. A silver light grew larger as the cries of a dragon echoed, and a violet-blue aura formed around where Kai once stood, creating a larger form and emerald fire that represented his rival and the sorrow he had overcome. As a flash of power erupted, everyone opened their eyes to see a huge hole in the roof, revealing Kaneko and Kuroka with a large dragon beside them. What is that, everyone? Issei asked as the dragon roared. Kai, enough. Turn human now. I understand why you did this, but come on. Issei yelled, shocking everyone. The dragon Kai reached for Rias, but Issei blocked it with his sword, causing Kai to revert to human form, along with Kuroka and Gasper, who fell to the ground as Kaneko held him. What did I say? She deserves death. Kai started, but Issei unleashed his full power, making everyone shiver. Kai, enough. If you wish to be a king, act like it. Using pure rage towards those who do something you hate is nothing but childish. Issei yelled. Kai looked down, composing himself as Issei turned to Rias. Don't thank me, Rias. I was doing my job as a sensei and a warrior, Issei said, making Rias jump when he said her name without malice. Damn, this isn't normal, Issei thought, realizing the changes that had occurred. When can you help with this? Issei asked the dragon of domination. I will try, partner. Give me some time, okay? Draig replied as they both began to work. So everyone, I apologize for Kai's rash actions. Please forgive him, Issei said, prompting Kai to bow alongside him and Rainier as a portal of crimson light glowed while they got back up. My, it's been a while, Issei, spoke the voice of Velerona Gremory with a smile. Indeed, my boy, it has been long, Zeoticus Gremory added as the entire Gremory family appeared. Hello, Lord and Lady Gremory, and Surzex and Lady Graphia. It's a pleasure, they all said, bowing, but Kai stood tall, only looking at Surzex, who noticed. Issei, you don't have to be formal with us. May we ask who you are? Surzex inquired, motioning to Kai as everyone got up. Sorry, Zex, manners are built into me now, ha. And this is... Before Issei could finish, Kai stepped towards Surzex with a smirk. I am a warrior, Lucifer, and I bow to no one because of the pride in my soul and hope for tomorrow. I will only bow to someone who defeats me in battle. As for my name, I am Kai Crimson Abaddon, son of Lord Abaddon, who was killed by the old Satans, and I am also Timat, son of Chaos. Kai declared, stepping closer to Surzex as they glared at each other. Surzex then let out his power, and so did Kai, neither flinched. Surzex, calming himself, began to cry. So you really are his son. I thought he was gone forever, but it looks like Kai is right in front of me, Surzex said, bringing Kai into a hug, which startled the boy. Issei, is this normal? Kai turned to his sensei, trying to break free from the king's embrace as everyone, including Rias and Issei, looked on in shock. Kai, I don't know, Issei said, as the king finally let go of Kai and handed him a folded paper. Okay, what is this? Kai asked, opening the paper to reveal an invitation to the young devils' pre-game gathering, much to everyone's astonishment. Yes, Kai. Because of your return, we are showing the world, Surzex announced, only to be playfully nudged by his wife. Congratulations, owner of the Abaddon house, Graphia said with a smirk. Zex, when is this? Rias asked, and Surzex jumped, realizing he hadn't mentioned it. Oh right, it's now. So we better see Ajuka. Come on, everyone, Surzex said, teleporting everyone to the underworld. Scene transition, underworld. As a red circle transported everyone to the underworld, they found themselves in a lavish room filled with high-ranking devils. Issei and the others appeared from the circle. Welcome to the Young Devils Gathering. The last time we had one of these was when we made peace with Odin. Issei? Surzex said, turning to the Dragon Emperor. Yeah? What is it? Issei replied. Put your sword away, you're putting people on guard, Surzex said, causing Issei to panic, much to everyone's amusement. Suddenly, a blue and purple blur appeared, shocking everyone. Hello, Issei, it's been a while, said a tall dragon with violet skin and curved horns. Hey Tannen, it's been a while. How have you been? Issei responded, turning to see Timat hugging her son. Congrats, Kai. I'm so proud you are finally getting acknowledged, Timat said, nearly making Kai faint. Timat, I think you're killing him, Rainier remarked, breaking the hug to check on Kai's spirit. Not again. Kaneko yelled, grabbing the spirit and throwing it back into his body. Thanks, Kaneko, Kai said, making everyone laugh as he looked around at the high-class devils. Are these people worth my time, though? They seem full of ego, he said with a smirk. Just then, footsteps approached and someone exclaimed, By the dead gods, you have to be him. A man with green hair and eyes, dressed in an emerald and gold suit with a cloak, stood beside another man in blue and white clothes. Who else did you expect? Kai said with pride, only to be playfully slapped on the head by Issei, reminding him of his manners. Hey, Ajuka, don't be a meanie, wait for me. Seraphal said in her magical girl outfit, startling Kai. Hey, Issei, what's with the cosplay girl? Is that Ajuka's girlfriend or something? Kai asked, causing Issei to stammer, that's Seraphal. Kai was left in shock at the Devil King's behavior. So, Kai, you may not know me, but I was a friend of your father's, and we have been waiting to know if he had an heir, Ajuka said, making Kai clench his fist. So, how were you and he friends? Kai asked. Me, him, and Surzex were all good friends in school. As kings, I thought of him as my brother, Ajuka replied, then whispered to Kai. He was supposed to be the next Lucifer, but he said no to that. This revelation widened Kai's eyes just as Surzex beckoned him to follow. An hour later, as the devils laughed and conversed, Surzex stood up. Hello, all my fellow men, women, and children of all alliances. We are here today for one reason. Long ago, the House of Destruction lost its third family, but its heir has come into the light. Now, may I reveal Kai Crimson Abaddon? Surzex announced as Kai stepped forward in his father's famous jacket. As soon as everyone heard the name of the house, they gasped, many doubting Kai's claim since Lord Abaddon never had a devil wife. I am Kai Crimson Abaddon, son of Kai Abaddon Sr. and the Dragon King Timet. I have been lost in my own ways of life since birth, but when it came to my house, I did not care for it until I knew who I would be. After all, as his only son, I will bring his house back from the brink, Kai declared, earning praise from the crowd. But then a noble spoke up, You liar! You can't be his son, you're just a boy who is greedy and a fool. The noble's words drew everyone's attention. I am no such thing, and to lie about a family is to lie about life, is it not? Kai retorted, suddenly teleporting next to the noble. After all, we Abaddons fight for pride, not to destroy it. And that's all for now, everyone. Sorry for taking so long, but I have this and 2 more parts in the works, Kai said, feeling the weight of the moment. As he stood beside the noble, Issei, Surzex, and other high-ranking warriors watched in awe. How did you? The noble stammered before Kai placed a hand on his shoulder. Well, you see, never mock my family, Kai said, stepping back to gather everyone's attention. He then flared his power. Gram, come to me, sword of the Twin King. Kai called out, entering his Hakai Kane Oro form, marked by the stars in his eyes and the scales of power wrapped around him, leaving everyone in shock, including Issei, who was witnessing this form for the first time. What is this? The noble spoke, fear evident as he began to tremble. Suddenly, Gram appeared in Kai's hand, radiating his own version of destruction and chaos. The onlookers mistook it for something else, believing he was a gremory, as Kai could tell from the whispers around him. Let me say this once. This blade instills fear, but only because of its user and maker. My father, Lord Kai Abaddon, from the Great War. He was the most feared king in hell, but it wasn't just the sword that made him so, Kai declared, rising in power until his Samuel hybrid form became a shadow behind him. The nobles gasped in shock, recognizing the figure. How do you? He can't be, one noble stammered, realizing the impossibility of the situation. But then he saw the dragon, and Kai stood tall, instilling fear in them. First you think I'm a gremory, and now you finally see who my friend is. Not surprised you are fools, Kai said. One noble attempted to unleash a blast of fire at Kai, but he stood unmoving, absorbing the attack. An explosion erupted, and the noble smiled, thinking he had tricked Kai. See, he was faking, the noble said, until Kai appeared behind him, without his jacket, revealing black wing-like marks on his right arm and a silver aura around his left. How could I not see you? Surzex exclaimed, shocking everyone. Simple. I used my new power, which I call Angel Crest Promotion. It's an evolution of my original Hakai Kane Oro form, but in a condensed bishop and knight version. Also, where's his arm? Kai asked, noticing the noble's missing limb, which made him scream in horror. "Oh, calm down. It could be worse," Kai said, as Surzex and Michael noticed the mark of Samo on Kai's arms, shocking them both. "Well, farewell, fool," Kai said, slashing with Gram, and it was all he needed to sever the noble's head, shocking every devil present. "So, Surzex, you wanted to talk?" Kai asked as whispers filled the air. "He is strong," a few nobles murmured, while others suggested he should be in an arranged marriage like Rias was with Riser. Kai overheard them. "There's no way I'm in an arranged marriage. I already have a mate, and all I want is to fight and love strong mates," Kai declared, making Kaneko blush, which Kuroka noticed and smirked at. "Hey, dragon boy, who's going to be your queen?" Kuroka teased, her tone flirtatious, prompting anger from the other devils who told her to back off. "That is enough. First, if someone wants me, as I said, I only like strong mates, so they must fight for me. But I wouldn't even care for people like you who insult my rook. My queen will be my mate, and if any of you try anything, then die, because I am nothing like you high-class nobles." Kai yelled, shocking everyone as he walked up to the stage with Issei, who smirked. "Everyone, sit back, this will be good," Issei said, following Kai onto the stage with microphones, confusing the crowd. "Okay, everyone, let's give a roar to the twin dragons of calamity, Kai Crimson Abaddon and Issei Burn Haidu." Azazel shouted in joy, knowing what was about to happen. A blue and red flame with silver appeared on Kai's left, revealing him with a crimson and silver guitar. To his right, Issei appeared with red, emerald and black flames, holding a guitar that matched his aura. "Okay, everyone, let me go first. After all, I came back from hell and the human world to be here, and I have to say I don't lie, so this song is how part of me feels," Issei said, starting to sing "Devil Doesn't Bargain" by Alec Benjamin. He was still a little hurt but also happy from his year as a devil, singing about half his devil life. Many in the Gremory family noticed his smile, while others cried, feeling his pain and joy. "Issei Hayudu. Everyone, give him a hand." Azazel yelled, wiping away tears as the crowd clapped. Kai then stepped forward. "This song is for my love, my mate, and my future queen. Kaneko, you helped me get up, so this is for you," Kai said, making Kaneko blush as Issei walked down to her and patted her head. Kai began singing "Rewrite the Stars" by Zac Efron and Zendaya, and Kaneko took a mic from Issei, joining him. "It's up to you and it's up to me. No one can say what we get to be. Why don't we rewrite the stars? Maybe the world could be ours tonight," they sang together, Kaneko's voice surprising everyone as she walked toward Kai. "You think it's easy, you think I don't want to run to you," Kaneko sang, her cat ears perked up. As they continued, Issei noticed Rias shaking, and when he looked at her hand, it turned blue with a Norse mark, making him clench his fist as he whispered, "Damn that god, he ruined her soul for a petty dream of Ragnarok." Issei focused on Timat and Kuroka, hoping they could hear him while Rainier chatted with Asia and the others, who were dancing. Rainier struggled with the steps until Irina stepped in to help, bringing joy to the two angel sisters of light and dark. Suddenly, Rias began to cry, surprised to find a tear on her cheek. Confused by her emotions, she heard a voice whisper, "Fight him now, you devil. I gave you power, I can take it away." Rias's eyes shifted from blue to a blank stare. Kaneko sang as they finished the song, earning cheers from everyone. Then, a devil from a noble family spoke up, "Wait, she's your queen? My daughters are far better than her in every way." Before he could continue, Kuroka moved closer to him, and Kai shouted, "Thanks, Kuroka. And you too, Gram. And as for you, noble, say one more thing, and your daughters will be orphans." Kai's father thought to himself, wasn't that a little too far? But Kai responded, no way, he deserved it. His dad face-bombed, advising him not to go too far. Use Gram to scare him, Lord Abaddon suggested, making both Kai and his dad laugh. Kai then approached his mate and family. "So, how are you guys?" he asked, noticing Issei's confusion. "What?" they both replied, while everyone except Timat exclaimed, "Since when could you sing like that?" Timat laughed, saying, You are just like your mother. They all turned to her, and draig appeared on Issei's hand. Indeed, Timat, he is just like you, draig said with a chuckle. Wait, draig, Timat can sing like that? Issei asked, looking at his hand. Of course, her voice is her second best treasure, draig replied, causing Timat to blush. Damn it, you had your chance, draig, she exclaimed, flustered. Kai tried to suppress his discomfort as draig and Timat shared a moment. Draig, I can kill you, you know that? Kai said, twitching. Draig made Timat blush again, prompting Kai to shout, What is wrong with you two? Quit acting like kids. Draig laughed in response. To be fair, Kai, we were both strong and couldn't kill each other long ago, but we did mate. He was good, if he hadn't focused solely on strength and instead given me a treasure like your dad did. Timat explained, turning to Kai. Gross, Mom, so gross, Kai replied, then turned to Issei and draig. And if this is true, lizard, I will kill you, so sleep with both eyes open. Issei backed away nervously as the two laughed. Rias approached Kai, her demeanor cold. Kai, she said, which was unusual for her. What, Rias? He asked, and she summoned her power, aiming it at him. You said you wanted to fight, so bring it on. Rias fired a blast at point-blank range. As the tension escalated, a voice interrupted, How about you fight somewhere we all can see? After all, you made a deal, right? Valis stepped forward, surprising everyone. Issei, shifting from relaxation to a serious stance, agreed. Rainier, you said you wanted to fight, but you know this should be Kai's fight. Maybe you can fight Akino instead, it could help you both. Vala turned his attention to Issei, angered by his comment. Actually, I'm here for Kai, not you three, he said, summoning Fenrir, which startled Issei. What, don't you like the dog? Have a heart, not a few holes, Vala taunted, leaving everyone confused about his meaning. What do you want, white one? Kai asked, annoyed, but his expression changed when Vala summoned Albion and bowed, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. We both are sorry, not just for blood or pride, but for our names as the Vanishing One and the Forgotten Lucifer. Vala then starts to tear up, shocking Kuroka, because he never cries. We both are so sorry. I can't blame Rizavine, but I can only blame myself. I was weak and I still am. I let him walk over me and made me do the same to you as he did to me, just so my mother could live. Vala begins to cry to the point he can't speak, but Kai understands him as Albion then speaks. Young Abaddon, please accept our apologies. We would never do this to a fellow dragon or Satan of pride, Albion said. Kai then turns to Vala and Albion as Issei's right palm glows red and gold, and Great Red talks through a mental link. Issei, can you hear me? The voice of Great Red spoke, shocking Issei. Oi, Red. How have you been besides sleeping? Issei mentally asked his dragon. I wasn't sleeping. Okay, I was sleeping. I'm in Kyoto after that spell, and I was fixing your body. I found something for you and draig, Great Red spoke, confusing Issei and getting his attention. Okay, what is it? Issei asked urgently. You see, after your dragon transformation, your evil dragon part became more of a Zenkai, boosting all your defensive properties and making you offensively stronger. But the negative emotions you have are building up to a Dragonfall version I would call Dragon's End, Great Red said, shocking Issei and making his blood run cold. It is building up your power and anger into a bomb-like form, but it slowly causes the seals of my power to cause pain in you until it reaches the king piece in you. That is why you let out a large amount of power during the Kyoto fight. If it wasn't for Dragon's End, you would have already unlocked the promotions, but now you still have 2 locked, Red said, making Issei sigh as he took in the news. Okay, what else? He mentally asked his dragon. Well, I noticed in your memories that you fought Loki, but I found something. You and the Gremory girl were the only 2 who heard Loki's words because he cursed you both. You were forced into Juggernaut Drive and marked with anger or sorrow if you lived, Great Red said. Issei clenched his fists in anger, blood spilling from them as he asked with rage, What did he do to Rias? Great Red went silent, prompting Draig to speak. Partner, I think you already know. After all, she did love you, and to change so fast and have a mark of the Norse on her hand can only mean one thing. Issei teared up, cutting off the link with the dragons as he thought to himself, "This is my fault. I might have lost her." Issei noticed Surzex and Azazel in front of him. "Issei, what's wrong? We've been trying to talk to you for a couple of minutes now," they said. Meanwhile, as Issei talked to the dragons, Albion said, "We are both sorry, Kai." Kai walked towards Vale, ignoring Rias. "Hey, we have a fight, don't we?" "So don't walk away," Rias said in a cold voice, but Kai ignored it as he stood in front of Vale and Albion. "Vale, listen to me. I understand you had no choice in the matter. Young Satans at the time, which for you was when you were a kid, would be no match for the originals, even with Albion," Kai said, calming his aura and placing a hand on Vale's shoulder. "It takes honor and true power to accept the wrongs you did, but I don't fully forgive you yet because I am still confused about why you were after my father in the first place." Vale stood up as they heard footsteps and turned to see Lord Ajuka Beelzebub, along with Surzex, Azazel, Michael, Seraphal, Odin and Yakason, walking towards them with a box covered in dust and chains. Tiamat seemed to know what it was as she walked towards them, asking Tannen to follow. "Why do you want me with you, Tiamat? This seems like something just for the Alliance heads and your son," Tannen asked, confused by her actions. "Well, your nephew is getting a box that the first Lucifer took away after the war before Surzex went into power. It's his father's chess set that can only be given to an Abaddon House member due to the power and potential the pieces hold, along with a will to half my dragon treasure and all his father's, including one thing that the first Red Dragon Emperor tried helping him with as soon as the war ended," Tiamat explained, getting Tannen's attention. "Okay, so what did the first host of Draig help him with?" Tannen asked as Tiamat smiled, standing near the leaders. "Dragon fruit. Before he met me, he wanted to see if it could be used to make dragon weapons out of its juices. But after we started dating, he found out it was good food for dragons and at times even heals them, along with a full energy boost, though it varies," Tiamat said. Tannen stopped walking and began to glow with a white and violet light as he shrank. As the light died down, it revealed Tannen in human form. "Damn it, if you're right about this, I'm going to be in my human form for a while," Tannen said, shocking Tiamat because she had never seen his human form before. "Okay, I swear you almost look like Viteria or Crom. Man, why do you three always look alike?" Tiamat said, making Tannen laugh as they walked next to the powers. "So, Kai, how are you?" Ajuka asked. "Fine, Lord Ajuka," Kai replied, but Ajuka stopped him. "Please call me uncle. Your father and I were in contact until the last month or two before his death," Ajuka said, causing Kai to release his power and punch Ajuka in the stomach, making the king fall forward onto his knees, shocking all the leaders and everyone who witnessed it. "If you were such close friends, then, uncle, where were you when I was alone and he died, huh?" Kai said, anger evident in his voice. Then he gave Ajuka a hug, tears welling up in his eyes. "I'm so glad I actually have people in hell to think of as family," he said, and Ajuka hugged him back with a smile, while Surzex and other high-ranking figures, including the Gremory family, listened. "So, Kai, may I ask why did your father turn down the name Lucifer?" Surzex inquired, making Ajuka break the hug, and all high-ranking figures were shocked, even Tiamat, who was unaware of this secret. "He gave up the title for me and my mother. After all, he loved her and thought you would be a better leader," Kai explained, confirming his father's words through their link. "Huh, and now that's something, right, Michael?" Azazel asked joyfully, but Michael remained silent. Rias then approached Kai. "We have a fight, remember?" the Gremory said, causing Kai to clench his fists as he glanced at Issei. "Fine, we will have a raiding game arena. Got it? Surzex, can you set that up in 10 minutes? It will be me and Rainier versus Rias and Aquino," Kai requested, and Surzex confirmed, looking at Issei. "Asia, can you wait for me, Azazel and Issei? As for the rest of you, you can go to the stands," he added as the four made their way to the magic circle in Tannen's land, with Surzex asking his queen and Tannen for their approval, which they granted. Everyone then left through the circle, leaving only Issei, Surzex, and Azazel behind. Back to the current time, they found themselves in a plain landscape, the same place they had fought Loki. A red and blue glow appeared, with Kai and Reynir on one side and Rias and Aquino on the other, each team holding one phoenix tear, while magic spheres floated in the sky, broadcasting the fight throughout the supernatural world. Are you ready, Reynir? After all, I don't want my sister hurt, Kai said, as a pink and black cyclone flame aura enveloped Reynir, shocking Kai, who hadn't realized she possessed such power. Please, I can take both of them on, but I'll be nice. If you don't get in my way, I will fight Aquino. After all, she might have been a queen longer than me, but I've been a fallen longer, Reynir replied, and Kai smiled at his sister's strength until... Reynir hit him in the head before calming her power after the strike. What the hell was that for, sis? Kai yelled, while everyone watching laughed. You forgot your king piece, Reynir said, causing Kai to panic, making his mother and the other dragon kings sigh and chuckle at his resemblance to Draig, Tiamat, and Lord Kai Abaddon. Hey, kiddo, you forgot this, a familiar voice called out, and Kai looked up to see Issei outside a dragon rift with both Kais and his chest set, dropping it below Kai. Thanks, sensei. What are you doing here? Kai said with a chuckle. Are you here to cheer us all on, right? Aquino asked, turning to Issei. Yeah, I am, Aquino, but mostly for Kai since he is my student and like a son to me. Besides that, I will cheer the rest of you on, Issei said, winking at Reynir and tapping Kai, making him jump as he heard a voice in his head. Young Kai, make the fight last as long as you can and overpower her. Issei, Draig, and I have a plan, the voice of Great Red spoke, startling Kai and prompting Ophis to respond. But Kai Red, what do you want? He is my partner, you fool, Ophis said, scaring the dragon god, who was more annoyed that Ophis remained the same. No, you fool, Ophis. Listen, Rizavine is after you. The games are a trap. After all, Kai can sense your body and energy, but he needs to drag this fight out, Great Red explained, earning the attention of both Samuel and Kai Abaddon. And what would that be, Red? Samuel asked, acting as the middle ground between the two dragons, neither liking nor hating either of them. I would like to know, and don't lie to me, dragon god of apocalypse, domination, and dreams, Kai Abaddon said, entering Hakai Oro in the mindscape as his son took in the king piece, setting off alarms in the link between father and son. Okay, I'll listen to you, only because my son has his piece and his birthright back. Lord Abaddon spoke, still in Hakai Oro, while his son entered Hakai Kane Oro, king version. The angel crest glowed on his arm, and his dragon tail emerged with a violet and gold glow. His other arm was covered in destruction and dragon fire, merged in a silver aura that shone like a spark, with black, blue, and red auras condensing and wrapping around his arm. However, his jacket remained the same, only longer, resembling flames cascading down, with devil wings sprouting from his back, totaling 8, along with dragon claw-like scales for shoulder blades and devil energy forming elbow-like horns on his arms. His pendant of Abaddon displayed the crest of his house, glowing silver and red. And his hair was a striking mix of red and black, glowing with a hint of gold inherited from his father. His eyes were captivating, one red with black and gold flecks that resembled stars, while the other was a deep blue with silver, also adorned with stars, a gift from his mother. His jacket was open, revealing a shirt featuring a dragon and cat design that shifted to a pitch black and violet shirt representing his own dragon name. As power surged around him, it shocked everyone except Issei. Kai, is that you? Reynir asked, her voice a mix of disbelief and curiosity. Issei, taken aback by Kai's new form, could only stare in shock. Kai smiled at Rias and gave a thumbs up to Issei and Reynir, while the others in the link observed everything unfold. Yeah, it's me and Red Ophis. Both of you calm down. I get it now, right, Rias? Kai said, releasing his power, causing Rias's hand to display a Norse mark that trembled with energy. You all want to know who I am, huh? I am the dragon who was lost from this world and the devil who is the last of his family, not just of his kind. My soul is a merge of that which is my hope, power, and the gift of my family, mother, father, and mentor because I am the Soul Warrior King of Abaddon and Chaos, Kai shouted, unleashing a shockwave that resonated like the roar of all dragon kings preparing for battle. Good luck and kick some butt, Issei encouraged as he flew away toward one of the mountain pillars from his training days with Tannen. Balance break, Rias declared, unleashing her power. A red dragon-type armor formed around her from a shard, her aura clashing with Kai's almost evenly, as it was a false version compared to the genuine blood of a dragon and devil that could rival Surzek's. Let's fight over there, Rainier suggested, pointing to a landscape filled with pillars rather than rocky ground. Why is that? Aquino asked, confused by the sudden change of location. Do you really want to fight right next to two dragons and their powers? Plus, we are fallen. Unlike you, spineless fool, I accept my wrongs and try to make them right instead of hiding my wings, Rainier mocked, flying away with 6 wings, 3 fallen and 3 resembling dragon wings that matched her aura. Okay, you've really annoyed me now, Aquino retorted, following Rainier into the pillars with both her devil and fallen wings. What's the matter? Can't keep up, little hybrid? Rainier taunted, leading Aquino into one of the pillars at the last second, causing her rage to blind her. Aquino emerged from the pillar and charged at Rainier. You think I can't do anything? Then eat this. Aquino yelled, unleashing waves of thunder from both hands. Oh no, Rainier exclaimed, attempting to dodge. The blasts collided, and she used her dragon and devil wings to block the first wave while transferring light energy to create a reflective surface to shoot back at Aquino. The first wave bounced off, but the second wave struck Rainier directly, causing a puff of smoke to erupt from the lightning blast. Seems I can do something. Aquino began, but she suddenly felt a surge of pain throughout her body. You see, that move was a 3-wave strike. The first was wrath, a sin of devil energy mixed with holy energy, making it a sin. After all, I am a fallen, so I used my light spears for it. Merged my flames to match wrath's burning anger and torment into a fallen dragon artifice, with a small amount of devil power to pierce any spell or warrior, Rainier explained, leaving the spectators in shock at the power displayed by Issei's queen, especially considering she was still a fallen. You forget. I have been a queen longer than you, so I know defense and magic, Aquino replied, a gremory mark appearing on Rainier, delivering a powerful thunder shock and magic transfer. See, I made one of those thunderbolts a trap that gives me some of your magic in exchange for more holy pain and some of the pain you inflicted on me, but I needed to get hit at least once. Okay, I have to admit this is a good fight, but you forgot one thing, Rainier said, closing her eyes. Oh yeah? And what's that? Don't tell me you give up, Aquino teased. No, just this. Rainier conjured 2 magic circles, 1 fallen and 1 dragon, in each hand. Aquino began to build up lightning to counter anything, but that was exactly what Rainier wanted. Eat this flame javelin. Rainier yelled as she merged both circles to create a flaming spear of light, aiming it at Aquino. The attack knocked Aquino out but did not kill her, leaving everyone amazed by the strength of both fallen angels. From Kai and Rias's perspective, the 2 kings stood at a standstill, waiting for the other to make a move. The only sound was the wind until a pebble shifted, prompting both to rush at each other and collide. The fight unfolded with punches and kicks exchanged evenly. Rias attempted a destructive right hook, but Kai dodged and countered with his dragon tail, pushing her back. As Rias planted her feet, Kai charged at her, using his dragon wings to summon a powerful aura. The force sent Rias flying a few feet back. Despite this, she retaliated by firing a pod dragon at Kai. He countered with his dragon power, blasting the dragon into the ground and launching himself into the air, creating a sphere of red, blue, gold, and black. Eat this, King's Beast! Kai shouted as he launched the sphere, which transformed into a dragon with a golden and violet body, red and blue wings, and black claws. Rias took the hit head-on but built up a gigastar, launching it around the dragon. Kai was shocked as the sphere gained frozen spikes, which he easily broke off, but both he and Rias were hit by each other's blasts. Damn, this kid is powerful, Surzek remarked, recognizing why his family was tied for Lucifer with Kai. Nearby, Odin the Allfather, focused on the Gremory family and the boy, noting the Norse mark on Rias's left hand and the ice magic in her pod sphere, which was not her magic but belonged to Citri. Sona and her team, witnessing this, were shocked. Meanwhile, Issei, observing from above, sensed something strange. What the hell? Draig, call Albion and Valet. I sense someone, and I think we dragons should handle this. Tell him to bring the dragon-eating dog, Issei instructed. Draig complied and Issei continued, so you finally show up, mischief god. A magic circle appeared near him, revealing two different kinds. One was a Norse circle with Lady Rosviavsa, who looked worried, while the other was from the original Lucifer family, showing Valet and Fenrir, who appeared confused. Hyudo, what do you need? If Draig says it's important, then it is. Valet and Albion yelled in shock, noticing the Valkyrie. Issei urged them to listen as she had important news. Thank you, Issei. First, hello to both dragons. As you know, I am the Valkyrie Rosviavsa, and we need to go to Rias Gremory because Loki is free and has taken someone over by giving them power, Rosviavsa revealed, shocking Valet. Issei remained calm, but his black and red eye flared, allowing him to see Rias from afar as marks appeared on his neck and shoulder. Loki cursed me and Rias when we defeated him. I was cursed to activate Juggernaut Drive early with his catalyst, and Rias was cursed due to her guilt over reincarnating me without asking. She thought her house came before her, and ever since I helped her, she felt guilty but also loved me. Loki twisted those feelings, changing her almost completely. It was only thanks to Great Red and Draig looking through my memories that I discovered the truth, Issei explained, tearing up and earning silence from the others until a large explosion interrupted. Back with Kai, he said, Sorry Rias, but I'm winning this. After all, I have my family to fight for. Rias, crying in her armor, replied, I want to win for Issei so I can make things right and apologize instead of being his killer. I can't even say I love him because I can't control my own body. Kai paused as the Norse mark glowed and shattered, and Loki appeared. You foolish girl, I told you to do as I say, but a simple spell can't make you or the red dragon obey. For Odin's sake, you are all useless, Loki taunted, grabbing Rias and smiling. However, you can still be useful in a sense. He summoned frost giants to the battlefield and removed Rias's helmet. Boost! Rang out from above. Hey Loki, leave my Rias alone. Issei yelled, throwing a left hook but missing as Loki used Rias as a shield. Nice try, dragon. I figured you knew of my spell, so I will take her as mine since you both failed at killing everything, Loki said, taking Fenrir as well with an old curse he placed on the dog. He teleported to Asgard, but not before Rias opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Sit. I'm sorry, I love you, she said before disappearing with Fenrir and Loki. Rias! Issei yelled, his marks glowing with rage. Also, we finally see the real villain of the story. Issei and Kai stand speechless at Loki's sudden appearance as Valet and Rosweiss fly down with Akino and Rainer, knowing they were too late to catch Loki or Rias. Sensei, are you okay? Kai asked, feeling two hands stop him. He looked back to see Akino and Valet with fear in their eyes as a magic circle opened behind them, summoning the rest of Team Rias, Team Sona, Team Phoenix, even Ravel, along with the leaders, Tiamat and Tannen. Kai, don't move. Issei, go ahead, Akino said before she passed out due to her injuries. Issei began to glow red and black with emerald cracks as all the leaders put a barrier around everyone but Issei so he could let out his rage. Ah! Twin dragon of domination's life. Issei roared as his left arm glowed and started to shine red. A spirit appeared next to Issei as he began transforming into his humanoid dragon form. Hang in there, brother, the mysterious man in red spoke, shocking Tiamat, Tannen and Albion, while everyone else had no clue who he was. The man began to speak again. You are Issei Haidu, the man who broke and defeated Riser Phoenix shortly after becoming a devil and using our power. You would have stopped Kokobile without the balance breaker if Valet and Albion hadn't shown up to stop us. You used Juggernaut Drive and survived, unlike my past host. You tamed Juggernaut Drive's rage and awakened our true power. Come, Issei, you can break the dragon's curse before it leads to ruin because you are a dragon of emotion, but that is only a small part of you. The real power is within your heart. You are the only red dragon emperor who treated me right, who treated me like a brother. The figure, now known as Draig, said with a tear rolling down his cheek. Everyone, including Kai, was shocked that the dragon of domination was free from the god's seal. Albion then appeared with glowing wings. Draig, how the hell are you free? Albion asked in shock, but Draig said nothing as he tried to help Issei through the transformation. This is my fault, I let her down. Issei roared as the black veins burned. Thank you, Issei, for saving me. Poor thing, you gave an arm for me. Issei thought back, realizing that everything he did for her made her happy as the black veins calmed down during his transformation. I will fight for her. Rainier was my first, but Rias healed my heart. That god who tried breaking us will know the pain that a dragon and a king, along with a former pawn but eternal family member of Gremory, can inflict. Issei said, earning smiles from Team Rias and making Gasper and Asia cry, seeing the old Issei back. Meanwhile, Rainier thought, I don't care if I love Issei. He can have more than one mate, but that god playing games will pay for hurting us all. Issei then became surrounded by flames, thinking of the calm and hope of his past. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would be lost, but instead, I have a family. He thought back to Asia. Thank you, because of you, I can accept myself as the daughter of a fallen angel and a reincarnated devil. He thought back to Aquino, recalling their healed relationship. I would like to be your bishop one day. Sure thing, Ravel. These cakes are so good. Issei remembered Ravel's words. Of course, I made them. It wasn't like I was up this morning or anything. He thought back to training with Riser and helping Ravel not to worry about him. I will always have your back, Issei, Kiba said, remembering the day after they defeated Freed. Will you take me with you in Asia when you leave? Of course, Zenobia. Issei's arms began to change into black and crimson scales as his shoulders turned pitch black, forming spiked horns with gold and red crack-like lining. Issei, we were childhood friends and we've known each other since we were kids. Good to see you again in. Issei thought back to Irina. Then his elbows glowed gold as spiked, curved claw-like horns formed, pure gold with a blue shine, mocking Albion and Valle. The rest of his arms had crimson red with some black scales, sharp black nails, and emerald veins and scale lining from his hands to shoulders, showcasing his power as the Red Dragon Emperor. Not bad, kid. See you next time. Issei thought back to his first encounters with Azazel while playing games. Please save Rias, little brother. He remembered Surzex and Graphia, their smiles with Millicass. Take care, son, Issei recalled his parents, making him smile. Hang in there, big brother, he recalled, thinking of Gasper and his growth. Thanks, number nuts. Thank you, sense. See ya, Draig. He remembered everyone calling to him and Draig as his legs and chest transformed, forming black and red scales from head to toe, with crimson and emerald cracks lining them, showcasing the volcanic power within him. Instead of a scar from past injuries, there was a glow of hope and a new world in his chest, a gold core of fire. As the fire died down, Kai was the first to see what Issei had become. The power awakened Aquino, who had been healed by Asia. As the dust settled, everyone else could see the Issei they remembered and the new one, as if they had merged into one being. The dragon form proved it. Issei, is that you, little brother? Surzex asked, echoing the thoughts of everyone present. Valle and Kai ran toward him. Hell yeah, it is. I know my rival anywhere, Valle said, ready to fight. Yeah, that's my sensei and brother, Kai added, making the dragon turn to look at them, with Draig next to him. Hey kid, glad to see you and Valle aren't scared, Issei said in a draconic voice, making everyone smile. Blazing storm, Issei whispered, clapping his wings and creating flames and a whirlwind that obliterated the frost giants summoned by Loki. More emerged from the circle, along with a few copies of the Midgard serpent, while the real one lay defeated thanks to Serorg. How the hell do they have copies of that thing? Zenobia asked, confused, recalling how it took Serorg to defeat it, while Akino's lightning had only knocked it unconscious. Akino, didn't Serorg kill it? Kiba asked, and Akino nodded. Kiba pulled out his sword, the sword of betrayer, but Issei's right hand glowed. What is it, Red? Draconic Issei spoke, shocking all but Rainier, Kai, and Valle. Issei, those serpents are fake. They are using the real one and Norse magic to clone it. However, I feel the real one arriving soon, Issei said, surprising everyone as a magic circle appeared, summoning a serpent twice the size of the others. Okay, I have a plan. Riser, you and your team help half of Team Gremory with the Frost Giants. The other half will assist Rainier, Sona, Saji, and Tsubaki with the serpent. Us dragons will go after Loki, Issei instructed, energizing everyone. Excuse me, but Issei, may I join you? Rosweiss asked, but Issei didn't look at her, focusing instead on a magic rift. Sorry, but no. We need you here to help with both giants and snakes, same with Kuroka. Plus, you've helped and cared for us all a few times, so I think you're already part of Gremory, Issei said, making her blush. As she ran toward Akino, it became clear that the cold and serious Issei and the caring one were now one and the same. Hey, it was just a joke, Rosweiss. I didn't mean to look. Issei sighed, feeling tired of joking and ready to go. Hey, Draig, do you mind giving me an arm, brother? Issei asked, and Draig understood what he needed. Sure thing, Draig replied, glowing red and emerald as he spoke. We are the dragons of domination who broke free from solitude and wrongdoing. We rise for our own goals and dreams, as our power is infinite, like our bond as brothers. Welsh Dragon Boost Gear. Draig declared, glowing and transferring to Issei's arm. Oi, Valle Kai, grab onto my shoulders. Unlike the rift, this will be like teleportation. After all, when Draig and I first used Balance Breaker, it was for her, and it's now linked so we can find her, Issei said, prompting Valle to approach silently while Kai rushed up, declaring, I will do anything for my cousin. The gods will pay for making her become one of the purest monsters. Issei understood, but before they left, he remembered something. Hey, Ravel, come here for a second, he called, shocking everyone, especially the young phoenix as she walked over. Yes, Issei-san, what is it? Ravel asked, and he pulled out a bishop piece, surprising all present except the leaders and Kiba, as most didn't know he was a king. Take this and think. Will you be a devil and dragon walking in the shadows, or a fallen angel dragon in the light? Or maybe a phoenix dragon, creating your own light by the name of your own meaning? As long as you fight and try your best in life, will you be my bishop? He asked, and Ravel smiled brightly, exclaiming, Yes, I will. As she said that, the piece merged with her, granting her 4 wings, gold and red dragon wings and gold and black phoenix wings. You can also merge them to create solid dragon wings wrapped in eternal fire, Issei added, making Ravel beam with joy. Okay, let's go, you two. Issei then began to sense Rias's presence until he felt his own power, the shard, which was where he needed to go. He put one hand out, creating a magic circle, while the other hand held 2 fingers to his forehead. Flame bond transmission. Issei roared as he, Kai, and Valle instantly vanished. Okay, now that they're gone, let's make sure these fools have nothing to worry about, right everyone? Kiba asked, smirking as they charged forward. Riser and Gasper stayed close by, fighting valiantly against many frost giants. With Gasper's newfound strength and gear, he shattered many foes, while Riser enveloped his body in flames, striking through the giants like a hot knife through butter. You're not bad, vampire, Riser said, standing back to back with Gasper. Same with you, Riser, Gasper replied as more giants charged at them. A twin wave of energy hit, breaking some giants in half. What was that? They both wondered, seeing a crater from the impact. In the center stood Kaneko and Kuroka. Hey boys, you might want to move, it's our turn to play, Naya, Kuroka said, as a flurry of light swords shattered the giants, with Irina landing next to the two. Okay, we should run, they thought, feeling the heat in the cold battlefield and looking up to see Ravel building up a supernova. They exchanged a glance and said in unison, Run! as Riser flew away and Gasper transformed into a bat to escape. Eat this, you overgrown ice cubes. Eternal supernova. Ravel yelled, launching a sphere of true fire at the magic circle where the giants kept emerging. No, one giant exclaimed as the supernova exploded, creating shockwaves that destroyed half the giants on the girls' side of the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kiba shouted, "Sword birth," summoning a storm of swords from the ground that broke through the giants. "Why stop there, Kiba? I have this." Saji yelled, summoning his absorption lines covered in fire, breaking through about 100 giants. "That's 50 more than you, Kiba," Sun teased, pointing at Kiba's sword of fire and wind near a pile of frost giant skulls. "Let's call it a tie. After all, we have a serpent to kill," Kiba replied, and Saji nodded in agreement. "Ex Durandal, let's show them our power," Zenobia declared, slashing pure energy at one of the serpents, cutting off a third of its tail. "Nice hit, Zenobia," Gasper said as he and Riser appeared to take her place against the beast. "Yes, Knight of Rias, that was incredible, but your friends want you over there, mainly the angel," Riser pointed back to where they had just come from. Zenobia then sprinted towards her friends. Meanwhile, Issei, Vale, and Kai were on their way. "Yo, hey, how long will it take for us to get there?" Vale asked, annoyed with Loki's actions and eager to retrieve his companion. "Be patient, White One. We'll let you take on Loki or Fenrir as long as we fight who we want and save my cousin, got it?" Issei replied, releasing some of his power as did Vale. Issei transformed back into his human form, wearing a black jacket and a half-torn shirt displaying his dragon and angel wings. "Calm down, you two. If we let out too much power, this spell will break, and we'll be lost wherever we are. After all, this spell is still in its testing phase. My plan was to use it for a power I felt every time I used my rift spell. I think I found someone stronger than a dragon king," Issei said, shocking Kai and Vale, as only ultimate-class devils and dragons possessed such strength. "We're almost there. I can feel my and Draig's power about 2 minutes away, not counting the defensive spells blocking us." Issei sighed. "I need to find a way around those when I finish this spell." As they began to see Asgard, Issei noted, "So that's why it's taking so long. Loki put a barrier around the world tree connecting the 9 realms to buy himself some time. Not bad. Move, Haidu. I'll destroy the barrier," Vala declared, summoning the dividing gear as Issei opened his flame barrier to let him through. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. Albion roared as Vala entered the balance breaker, starting to divide the barrier. "Hey, Sensei, why are we in a barrier?" Kai asked, scratching his head. "Well, the barrier is a prototype and still in beta, so nothing's instant like it should be. Now we're taking a few minutes instead of less than one," Issei explained as Kai turned his hand into his dragon form to scratch his head. "And since it's in beta, it will take weeks to months to perfect it, so it's more like a barrier people use to travel in the dimensional gap." "Stop that," Issei said, playfully hitting Kai on the head. "Sorry, my scales make me itchy for some reason," Kai replied, confused. "We passed the gap, so your Ophis and Samuel kicked in, wanting to be free. They finally are. Well, Samuel kind of, Ophis is half of her in you, right?" Issei asked Kai. "Yeah, give me a sec." Kai closed his eyes to feel his mental link and saw his father and Samuel. "Hey guys, where is Ophis?" he asked. Samuel responded, "Son, Ophis left. She was here while she was asleep for the first time in a millennium due to your heart calming her. But if you need her, or she needs you, that is what the link is for." Lord Abaddon spoke. "Thanks, Dad," Kai said as he opened his eyes and saw Valley shrinking the barrier to nothing. "Okay, it's gone. We're ready to go," Valley said, heading back into the barrier with Issei and Kai. "Here comes Rias, here we come," Issei thought as he saw Asgard ahead of him. Meanwhile, in Asgard, a large empty space resembled a stage or a wedding venue, as most of Asgard had left for the underworld seeking peace. Loki entered the room, where he threw Rias to the ground and imprisoned Fenrir in a cage. "Damn it, dog, hold still," Loki said, putting a collar on Fenrir, who then grew back to his full size, breaking the cage. See, now you can be big or small, but if you disobey. Loki warned, shocking Fenrir with the collar, making him whimper. Now you know your pups live on. One just has a scar, that's all for mistakes. They are strong. Rias got up and punched Loki, but it had no effect. Let me go and the dog, she demanded, exhausted as the armor drained her. Loki grabbed her. Oh, Gremory, I will keep you because I wouldn't mind a destructive kin. And second. Using magic, he ripped out a shard from Rias while still connecting her magic to it. You will power this clone to fight the red dragon, he said as a clone of the old Issei was born from the shard, with Rias locked in cuffs. We'll see you later, foolish girl, Loki said, opening a portal to the skies of Asgard while placing Rias in an ice cage. Clone, make sure the red dragon dies and take her power until she dies as well. As the clone Issei walked through with Rias, they heard a boom. Whoa. It's a surprise that you're here, dragons, Loki said, turning around to see Issei, Kai, and Vale. Damn it, Loki, where is Rias? Issei shouted, unleashing his power. How about you look up? Loki suggested. Issei looked up and saw himself linked to Rias, making his blood burn. Partner, go kick that fake's ass and show that sorry excuse for a god what real power is. Great Red urged. Brother, we are the three flames of domination. Show that fake what real power is. Draig proclaimed with pride as Issei glowed red. Take my arm in exchange for that power so I can save her. Issei recalled his deal with Draig and his first time using Balance Breaker. This fake isn't worth the real Balance Breaker of domination just yet, Red. Ready? Issei asked with a smirk as the Yuma soul appeared. Domination's beginning and soul-broken Yuma soul over booster. Creeping dusk balance breaker. Issei and Great Red rang out in similar armor to the Welsh balance breaker. Then Issei flew toward the sky to save Rias and confront the shard of his own sin. Well now that he is gone, let's. Before Loki could finish, he was punched by both Vale and Kai, launching through the building. What was that, God? I didn't hear it over our power, Kai said, fist-bumping Vale. Stay on guard, Kai, but nice punch, Vale replied, entering Balance Breaker while Kai activated his own transformation. Let's get serious, Loki, Vale said, watching the dogs. Hey Vale, is this Fenrir? Kai asked, walking toward him, only to be knocked back as Fenrir and his pups went wild. Good mutts, Loki said, building up his power. You will pay, Loki, Vale declared, bursting out his power past its limits, only to turn off Balance Breaker. What the hell? Vanishing Dragon, Divine Dividing, Fourth Liberation. Albion spoke as Vala's wings transformed, now adorned with gold and 10 feathers instead of 8. You will pay, Loki. Valley roared, unleashing his power as he let out his devil wings. Albion, I never thanked you for what you have done for me, Valley said, surprising Albion. Well, I'm sorry and thank you. If it wasn't for you and Ophis, not to mention my new family with Arthur, Biko, and even Kuroka, I would have given up a long time ago, especially if Azazel didn't have my back. Now I will show this false god the power of a dragon of supremacy and rebirth. Vale proclaimed, and Albion felt pride in him. All right, my partner, let's show this fool what the white dragon can do when he surpasses his limits. Albion encouraged as Vale glowed blue and white, aided by Albion with his new chant. I who shall awaken, the white dragon emperor lost in the pits of despair. I shall rid myself of death that brings the name Lucifer, as I rise from shadows to surpass the skies of domination while the infinite shall be free, and my dream will surpass a legend of supremacy. White Dragon Lucifer, Juggernaut Rebirth Drive. The twill roared as Vala's new armor shone in the light. The Rebirth Drive activated, merging his devil wings with the armor, creating a silver flame that enveloped his wings and spiked shoulders, granting him power beyond their limits. Kai, get back. Fight the dogs and keep Fenrir alive. Loki is mine. Vala commanded, his voice filled with determination. Kai was momentarily stunned by the white dragon's new power but quickly regained his focus. Got it. Come on, dogs, follow me. Kai shouted, kicking the dogs back with his tail as he led them away. Now it's time to end this, Loki, Vala declared, rushing at the god with a speed that was hard to track. He landed a powerful kick against Loki, who retaliated with a fierce punch to Vala's face and another to his gut. Vala blocked the gut punch with his knee, and the two began trading blows evenly. Each punch was either blocked or countered by ice or magic circles, and soon the area around them was reduced to ruins. "Eat this, White One. This will be your end," Loki yelled, unleashing a storm of ice and energy magic at Vala. Instead of dodging, Vala held one hand out defiantly. "No, Loki. It is your end." Dividing reflection. Vala and Albion roared as their own attacks, along with copies of Loki's magic, surged forward. As the blasts passed Loki, he heard a crack and looked up to see the sky fracturing, revealing a dragon watching him. With a surge of power, Vala crossed his arms, surrounded by 10 magic circles, 5 representing dragons and 5 representing Lucifer. "This is your end, God." "Dimensional soaring collapse," he roared. The dragon from the cracks in the sky, along with the magic, formed a barrier around Loki, compressing him as the dragon soared above. With a snap of Vala's fingers, the barrier exploded, leaving Loki unconscious as Vala caught him mid-fall. "Now that I'm done, let's see how Hyudu and Kai are doing," Vala said, glancing around. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, Sona, Tsubaki, and Kiba were facing one of the serpent copies. "Damn, this thing is just as strong as last time. Maybe we should try a new approach," Tsubaki suggested as Kiba struck the serpent, noticing a slight scratch on its scales. "Sona, I have a plan. I need your help. Get your gear ready," Sona instructed, and Tsubaki nodded in agreement. Sona flew towards the serpent, calling out, "Kiba, I need you to prepare to strike this thing at full power. Trust me." Kiba readied himself, backing up to build up his power for a sword birth. "Hey, lizard breath, over here," Sona yelled, getting the beast's attention. As it turned to her, Tsubaki unleashed a large ice serpent, shouting, "Now, Tsubaki! Kiba, do it." The ice blast collided with the serpent, freezing it instantly. Kiba rushed at the frozen beast, a silver aura enveloping him and his sword. "Well, I was going to save this for Issei or Serorg, but I guess you're first, serpent," he declared, rushing forward. "Sword birth, united blade." Kiba shouted as his speed increased, his sword merging with an aura version of all his swords, wrapped in holy and devil power, glowing with pride as a knight. "Now die by my blade," Kiba yelled, swinging his sword with tremendous force, obliterating the ice-sealed serpent into nothing but small ice cubes, leaving Sona in shock and making Tsubaki blush. Meanwhile, Saji was engaged in battle with one of the serpent copies, wrapping his gear in dark flames. "Hey, Saji, need help?" a voice called out. He turned to see Kuroka and Kaneko, who had just finished off the remaining ice giants. "No thanks." "Well, maybe if I lose control. I want this to be training for my balance breaker. Since I don't have one yet, I'll use this to grow stronger, like my brother and rival, Issei," Saji announced. Sona, hearing his declaration through the communication circle, was amazed by Saji's determination to grow stronger for himself. Saji glowed purple as a dragon appeared behind him. "Saji, are you ready to kick this lizard's tail?" Vritra spoke with pride and joy, eager for their partnership and Saji's dream of becoming strong for something beyond his past. "Absolutely, Vritra. Self-Vritra promotion," Sun yelled as he threw the snake and merged with Vritra. "Sorry, partner, but this will hurt a lot or tire you out afterward. But this will show me your—" "No, our goal will be reality," Vritra said as he wrapped around Saji in flames. An explosion of fire revealed a being cloaked in aura and fire, slowly walking out of the blinding purple light. "So this was what you meant." "Thanks, Vritra," Saji said, emerging from the light to shock Sona, Kuroka, and Kaneko. This was Saji's new form, a 50% balance breaker, more of a flame breaker form, dark flames and half-balance breaker armor. He decided to call it Dragon's Dark Flame Armor, Resolve of Light's Flaming Shadow. "Ready, you ugly fool?" Saji taunted the serpent as it roared with rage. Saji, be careful. We can only hold this form for 30 minutes without draining your life energy. This is the step before balance breaker, so let's show Draig and Albion who we are, Vritra warned. Saji smiled as he summoned fire in his right hand, igniting it and focusing until it transformed into a purple and silver blade wrapped in flames, attached to his wrist. Eternal blade of prison's shadow, Saji declared, wielding the infinite sword that could reattach if broken. Okay, beast, let me show you what a serpent is. Saji unleashed his devil wings and charged at the serpent, dodging its tail and blasting it with black flames that bound only its mouth. Saji, what are you doing? Vritra asked, confused by the choice to target the mouth instead of the body. The mouth and tail are the weapons, while the body is defense. If I can eliminate one weapon while burning the skin, I can create a weak point, Saji explained, using strategy based on their previous encounter with the beast. The beast roared, breaking the flame binds, and lunged at Saji with its tail, only to be blocked by a barrier of ice. Wow, close call. Who did that? Saji asked, seeing the circle of ice in confusion. Saji, I will not let you die. Get your head in the game. Sona yelled, blushing as she held up the ice barrier. Thanks, Sona. I needed that. Now, Vritra, let's take this thing down. Saji said, surprising Sona as it was the first time he addressed her by name instead of titles. She felt her heart skip a beat. Okay, big and ugly, eat this. Saji yelled, flying up towards the serpent's mouth, extending his blade and wrapping it in flames. Prison cursed flames. Saji roared as his left hand shot fire at the beast, his blade cutting through its scales and trapping it, making it unable to move while he attacked. Part of it bled due to the cursed flames burning its insides. Now to finish you off. Sunny yelled as he dove into the beast, flames erupting from the ground as he flew out of them. Saji, how did you do that? Sona asked as the cat sisters left and Si calmed the flames. Well, Sona, Saji fainted and the gear turned off. Vritra remarked. Citri, he used all his power with the blade and flames. He drained his time too much, but luckily he didn't lose life force. Now he must rest. Vritra said before falling asleep himself. Saji, thank goodness you're okay, Sona whispered to herself, picking up her pawn and watching the rest of the fight unfold. In Asgard, Kai dodged and jumped around the pups and Fenrir, releasing his aura through his tail to knock them back. I don't want to hurt them, but how do I free them? Valley put his trust in me, I need to prove myself, Kai thought, remembering his new family. Wait, didn't Loki force Fenrir to obey him? What's with the collar? Kai asked his father while dodging Fenrir and summoning Gram to aid in the fight. Son, I think you're right. Trust yourself and reach for a new dream, soon you'll need it as a goal, Lord Abaddon said, proud of his son as Kai smirked, knocking the dogs back with his power. I shall rise from the ashes of destruction, bathed in the promise of tomorrow and my own power. I stand here to forge my path like none before me, as the dragon and devil blood within me shines. I will be the next king. Chaos Knight of Potential. Kai roars, spreading his 8 wings, merging them into 2 dragon wings. He shines in silver light, adorned in black and silver armor, with the Abaddon crest on one hand and a dragon crest on the other, while the center bears his own mark. The armor reflects his warrior side, infused with dragon power yet overshadowed by devil pride, just like his soul. Okay, let's play, Kai says, taking a fighting stance. Gram stands speechless at Kai's new power but prepares for battle. The pups and Fenrir hesitate until a whimper from Fenrir ignites his rage, and he charges at Kai without hesitation. The dog growls, lunging to bite, but Kai, with his keen eyesight, notices the burns on Fenrir. As Fenrir snaps at him, Kai dodges at the last second and channels Gram's destructive power to strike the silver collar. Freedom's pack slash. Kai yells as the combined force hits the collar, sending Fenrir hurtling toward the pups at incredible speed. An explosion follows, and as the smoke clears, the pups are unharmed, while Fenrir, still large, has calmed down. That attack freed you from your curse, Fenrir, Kai says joyfully. Suddenly, a figure in white armor appears behind him. You saved them. Thanks, Kai, I owe you one, Valley says, dropping Loki and falling to one knee. Kai and Fenrir rush to him. Valley, take this, hurry. Kai yells in panic, producing a phoenix tear. Valley drinks it, regaining all his lost magic and stamina. Thanks, Kai. I guess I owe you too. Valley replies, surprised at his gratitude. Don't worry about it, I can't let a fellow dragon and Satan die, Kai says, making them both laugh as they think about Issei. Meanwhile, Rosviavsa, the cat sisters, Reynir, Gasper, and Aquino are battling the main serpent. While the others finish off the copies, Rosviavsa and the fallen hybrids struggle against the main version. Their most effective attack comes from Aquino's lightning merging with Reynir's flaming light spears, creating two open wounds that heat the serpent's scales. Back off, everyone! Rosviavsa warns, summoning 20 Norse cannon-like circles filled with powerful magic energy. Now enjoy oblivion, you overgrown reptile! She yells as the circles unleash a barrage of magic blasts. She continues until her arms give out, exhausted. How was that? I counted about 500 blasts from each circle, she says, collapsing as the serpent, still alive, leaps from the smoke to attack her. Reynir and Aquino try to intervene, but the serpent rushes at Rosviavsa. Just as it leaps, it freezes mid-air and is kicked away by someone who grabs Rosviavsa and places her near Asia. To their amazement, it's Gasper who has frozen the beast, aided by Kaneko in her one-tail state with dragon aura. Kuroka is the one who placed Rosviavsa safely. Thanks for the help, you too, Reynir says with a smile. Gasper, you've gotten so strong. You're not that scared little vampire anymore, Aquino adds joyfully, tears in her eyes as Kaneko hugs her. We're all proud of you, Gaspai, Kaneko says, making Gasper smile with newfound confidence. Hey, sorry to interrupt this touching moment, but the snake is back. It lost some scales but is furious, Reynir warns as the serpent charges at them. They prepare for battle until a powerful voice halts the scene. Bind of Asgard's might now freeze demon. An ancient voice commands, and chains of thunder and ice ensnare the serpent, sending it to Asgard via the Bifrost. As the smoke clears, everyone sees Odin standing where the serpent once was. It's all right, younglings. The serpent is back in the universe tree connecting the realms. Now we roar for the three dragons to return, the mighty Allfather proclaims with pride, awakening Saji and Rosviavsa with his words as they await the others. Meanwhile, Issei's copy in balance breaker flies with Rias toward the dimensional gap when they hear a roar behind them. Let my Rias gremory go, you copy! Issei yelled as he clawed at the clone holding Rias, but not before he was struck by a blast from the copy. Issei, stay back please, Rias cried, tears streaming down her face. I can't fight back, he's draining my magic. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. She unleashed more magic, but the clone continued to siphon it away, weakening her. That's it. I will take you down. Issei roared, charging at the copy. Both of their armors began to crack under the immense power of the dragon god and destruction. The clone retaliated with a dragon shot mixed with energy from POD, hitting Issei head-on. They both suffered damage, but Rhea screamed in pain as her magic was drained, healing the clone in the process. You can't beat me, weakling dragon, the clone taunted in an altered voice. Oh yeah? Well, try this. Issei shouted, turning off his balance breaker and summoning Draig and Askelon. Rias, I need you to trust me. I may have found out the truth, but we've both been in pain and alone. You're my Rias, and you're better than this. I may not be your pawn in the house, but I will always be your pawn. Your dragon. Issei, I fought Riser for you, and I'll fight anyone for you without a reward. But the only thing I wish for is you. Now snap out of that chain and be free from that copy. Issei's words made Rhea smile as she stopped channeling magic, infuriating the clone. How dare you? You're nothing but fuel. The copy spat before Issei punched it. Hey, copy dragon, eat this. Issei roared as Draig spoke. Transfer blade of the heart's freedom. Now, partner, kick ass. Draig transferred power to Askelon and Issei's hand, allowing him to cut through the clone's right arm, stopping the magic flow completely. Both the clone and Rias were shocked as Issei grabbed Rias, freeing her from her prison. "Hey, Red, miss me?" Issei asked, holding a glowing pawn piece that absorbed all the magic. "Issei, is that your?" Rias began, realizing he had used his old pawn piece from the orc building to save them both. "Yep, the same thing that linked me to you saved us. Now." Issei turned to the copy, his aura radiating true power. "Now that Rias is free, I won't hold back against a fake dragon like you." He roared as his black marks vanished, revealing a new set of wings. Issei now had 4 dragon wings and 2 devil wings, 1 red and 1 black, reminiscent of when he first met Rias. 2 more dragon wings formed, silver and red, completing his transformation. He was free from his limits and sorrow, embodying the dragon god of soul and resolve. "I am who is forever in the soul of tomorrow and domination," he declared, "as I walk down the blood-stained path of purgatory. The sun sets as my rage burns, roaring within domination's name. Nightmare dragon of dusk, Welsh dusk, ultimate kingbreaker of the crimson creeping nightmares." As Issei unleashed his new form, the gem at the center of it was his pawn piece, symbolizing their bond. While others finished their battles, they felt Issei's power surge beyond that of even a god. Kai, Vale, Saji, Kiba, and Gasper felt pride in their brother and rival, while others were shocked by the immense power he had unlocked. "Time for you to die," the copy roared, entering its own juggernaut drive. "Issei, be careful please," Rias said, worry etched on her face. "No need to worry, I got this," he reassured her, building power in his fists, forming a black and red sphere surrounded by emerald energy. "Eat this, you freak. I will end you for good." Welsh Dragon Twin Cannon Dragon Buster Shot. Issei, Draig, and Great Red yelled as a powerful blast shot toward the clone, which retaliated with its own attack. Instead of a collision, Issei's blast ripped right through the clone, leaving only its head. Issei rushed forward, using Ascalon to turn the copy's head to ash with one strike before sheathing the blade. "Okay, let's go back to others, my Rias," Issei said, making her go quite as she was still guilty. As Issei then flew them to Kai and Vale in his new form in less than 10 seconds. POV Vale. "Hey Kai, stop playing with the pups," Vale said as Kai was petting both the dogs as they saw him as a master and kind person. "Sorry Vale, but I think these 2 will join my team once I find a way to turn back and forth from dog to human," Kai says as a red flare bars to be Issei and Rias waking up Loki and making him go on the offense. "Damn it, you're still alive dragon, then I will kill you now, dogs get him," Loki said as nothing happened. "Sorry Loki, the pups like me, not a weakling who does nothing, and Fenrir was always Vala's because he freedom and power something you know nothing of," Kai said in a smart-ass tone as he then felt dragon energy inside Rias to his surprise. "You foolish dogs, I will." Before Loki could do anything, Vale and Issei both punched him, leaving a blood mark on his chest, and the impact destroyed his arm, making him be knocked unconscious to the enjoyment of the dragons. "Well, ready to go back home, guys?" Issei asked as Vale and Fenrir grabbed his shoulder to be ready to leave as Kai stood with pups taking out his pieces. "By the name of Kai, Abaddon, become my pawns," Kai said, taking out 4 mutated pawns and giving 2 to each dog as they accepted them and joined his house. "Okay. Kai, next time tell me you're doing that, hurry, and come on, we need to move," Issei said, shocked by Kai getting pawns. Kai then ran to Issei with the pups and they all left with him through a circle. POV hell, everyone waited at the summit hall waiting for Issei and the others, while the mouse Surzex was worried for Issei and his sister until a circle appeared summoning Kai, Vale and the dogs. With everyone happy, but when they didn't see Issei or Rias, Kai went to whisper to Surzex, "Don't worry my king, the marriage is set with a dragon and devil in the bed with a head start," Kai said with a smile, making Surzex happy the wedding is back on. And everyone partied and told old stories about Issei and who he is now with Kai, almost getting sick from hearing his sensei's old perverted actions, while others laughed. And Odin asked Rosviavsa to stay with Team Rias because she already seems like part of the team, as he sends Odin to Asgard. POV Issei and Rieselman warning Issei. AMD Rias went through S circle into his room at the Hayadu house, and as soon they arrived, Issei pushed Rias on the bed saying, I may have lost my virginity to Rainier, but I keep my premises. After all, dragons can have more than one mate and wife, and Rainier didn't mark me, but I will mark you, my ruined devil. Issei said, biting of Rias' clothing, making Rias happy as she grabbed his hand and marked his palm as gremory. Right on the palm that Issei gave for Rias's freedom. Hey, now don't mark without me. Issei teased as he marked Rias on his favorite place, her tender breast, making the princess moan as her mark formed. Issei, I'm sorry for everything. I would have helped you then, but what I did is no excuse. Rias said as tears formed and Issei brushed them away. Rias, I hid my heart then too. I said I wanted a harem, but I wanted love, and you wanted a pawn, but Yoi wanted the same. We both didn't know who to trust or what to do, so please don't blame yourself and be the strong king I know and train to protect what you love. Issei said, making Rias happy as she pushed him to the bed, making him go red. Have we been in this position before? Rias asked in a sexy tone as she took of Issei's clothes and revealed his pants to show a mighty dick ready to rampage. Well, looks like it's my time to pleasure you, Rias said as she began sucking his cock and taking it in whole to Issei's pleas as he felt Rias's tongue and mouth play with his dick until he got kicked in the face by her feet. As he saw her pussy, he knew she wanted him to play with her as well. However, the sight gave him a nosebleed, which was followed by him coming in her mouth, making Rias take it all in, and she then went on the bed and breathed from all she took in, but then she felt joy and power. Oh, sorry, did I eat my meal too early, Rias? Issei teased as the two enjoyed their time. Sorry to cut this off, but enjoy, guys. This was the end to the battle of the dragon versus God, and the Kai arc will have one last part, so please enjoy my dragon army, and thanks for the support of 10k chapter and Rias Gremroyakasen for Issei and Kuno for Kai. Sorry, just had to add the new members of the harem now to show you 3 team members. Sorry, but I won't say who they are until you meet them, but they are powerful teammates who fight as one along with being twins, as you can tell. And now shout out to my fellow Dragon Ball fans and let me know if I should add DBZ or DB Legends on my tags, because now here is the SSJ from Shallot's way into. Excuse me, have any food? Yelled a hung-over Crimson Dragon. No Crimson. Sorry guys, we celebrated both our stories growing thanks to you, and he had much of the liquor I stole from Azazel. So it was, yelled Azazel. How many people will interrupt me? You hid in my cave, Crow, so you owe me. Plus, if I can talk, I'm going to show you a new warrior. A new warrior? They both said in shock. Yes, now welcome Shallot's story. POV in the Underworld Hall. Everyone was having fun after their encounter with Loki. However, after Issei unleashed his power, it summoned the very person he wanted to fight. A crimson rift appeared, revealing a male with spiky black hair and blue armor with black cloth underneath. Huh, how am I here? Last I checked, I was with Giblet on the lookout. So weird. Well, sniff, is that food? The unknown man said as he ran into the hall, noticing the mix of demonic, holy, and normal ki around him. So many people. Huh, gonna talk about it later. Need food. He dashed toward the food table. Excuse me, sir, what are you doing? A guard asked. Eating. What does it look like? I've been fighting for the past few hours, so I'm hungry, the man replied. As the guards tried to stop him, he grabbed one and threw him through the wall, shocking everyone. My name's Shallot, by the way, he said as Surzex approached him. Excuse me, Mr. Shallot, was it? You can eat, but may I talk with you? Surzex asked, confusing Shallot. Sure, Shallot said as they walked to a table. May I ask how you got here? Surzex inquired while Shallot continued to eat plate after plate. Well, I came from Kami's lookout, and suddenly a red rift with powerful energy, like a dragon, teleported me here, Shallot explained. Surzex realized Issei's new power had summoned him. Okay, next, what house are you from? Surzex asked, which shocked Shallot. I am a scion. No house, I just travel. Why? Shallot asked, making Surzex serious. Shallot, you entered a new reality different from your own, and I don't think you can go back. But we will try to help you find a way home because you are the first scion in this world ever, Surzex said, shocking Shallot, who continued to eat. I understand. Can I at least get a place to sleep tonight before we figure stuff out? Shallot asked, which Surzex agreed to. Also, My race eats a lot because we are warriors who get stronger with every fight and near death. We have tails because we transform by looking at the full moon, which gives us a power multiplier, Shalot explained, detailing each form from ape to Super Saiyan. Sir Zex listened, surprised but intrigued. Issei, I found a new member of your family, he thought as the two continued their conversation at the table while Graphia arranged a place for Shalot to sleep. That's all. Now you two, get out of my cave so I can work, or I will call Tiamat. Azazel shouted, causing the two to flee. Well, check out my brother Crimson before he gets in my cave again. Sai should have never given him a key. After a long day of battle against Loki and the events involving Issei and Rias, everyone could finally rest as life seemed to be in order. At the Abaddon estate, Kai received his father's will and rights. Valet, Baiku, and Arthur were watching through the garden window. Man, this place is big, Baiku stated. Of course it is, it's a devil estate, right? Arthur replied. But Valet was staring in shock at a tired Kai in a blue tank top and boxers with the Abaddon logo, waking up and feeding Fenrir's pups. Here we go you two, Kai said, giving 2 bowls of dog food and water as he leaned down to pet them. If you don't like that, I can try cooking you some food. What should I name you two? He pondered, and after a moment he decided, how about Fun and Fenris? The pups seemed happy with their names. How is he a Satan? He acts so happy. Valet thought out loud, catching Kai's attention. Valet? Why are you and those two spying on me through my kitchen window? Kai asked sarcastically as he invited them in to talk. Well, Kai, first I wanted to say I'm glad you're a dragon along with a devil. It's like we're the same, you and I. And 2, where is Kuroka? We haven't seen her anywhere, Valet asked, making Kai feel a pang of fear. Shit, Monkey Man and Knight, can you help get Fun and Fenris out so they don't see them? Kai said in a panic. Just then, a little black cat came downstairs. Yonya, hun, Chiron is still asleep, so I thought I'd ask about last night? Kuroka looked puzzled as she noticed the number of people in the kitchen, along with 3 dogs. You didn't? Arthur asked, making Baiku laugh and Kai blush. I did both her and her sister, but I think I am going to die, Kai said as Kuroka let out her power. Yes, you will, because why do you have the dogs here where the 3 of us live? Kuroka yelled, causing the dogs to jump in front of Kai. Glaring at each other, both the dogs and Kuroka growled. Kai then unleashed his twin king power, calming everyone down. Fenris, both of you, calm down, or I won't find your human forms. And Kuroka, these 2 are my pawns and my pets, like family. With my cousin back to normal and my houses, I thought, why not keep them with me? Kai explained, making the group relax. However, Valet, Arthur, Baiku, and Kuroka raised their eyebrows when Kai mentioned houses. This is a big estate, but you say you have more, Dragon Boy? Baiku asked, prompting Kai to raise an eyebrow at the nickname. None of your business, but yes. And Valet, meet me at Issei's and call my cousin Zex for me because, Valet interrupted, because of the dragon energy in Rias, right? Kai nodded, both aware it was the shard. You're right, Valet, but we both know how to fix it. The reason I need Zex is that he, Michael, and Azazel want to talk to me and my 4 partners, Kai said, making the dividing gear appear, with Albion asking, I know of your father and Ophis, but who else? Kai reached out his hand, summoning Gram, the sword of Abaddon, known for its aura power and destruction. As for the 4th, I can't tell you, Valet, due to your company, but I can set up a link between us 3 so we can talk like I did with Issei, thanks to Ophis. Kai said as he left to get dressed to see Issei and the leaders. Valet thought to himself, since this kid is very interesting, you chose a good student, but I will help him get revenge. POV change, Hayudu home. Valet was in his normal clothing, while Kai wore a blue tank top with a black jacket and blue jeans, with Fenris by his side. Nice look, but why did you bring? Valet started, gesturing to the dog. Fenris, if the 2 won't listen, I will force him out with Fenris, right boy? Kai replied, looking at Fenris as he barked, and the 3 walked into the house. Hello, who is it? Mickey asked. Hello, Mrs. Hype, long time no see, Kai said as Goro and Mickey ran to him. How have you been? It's been a long time, Goro asked as they hugged Kai. I'm good. We're here to see Issei. He has a long story to tell you since we last met, Kai said, still confused by the affection but beginning to think it was normal. Okay, but if he has things to tell us, we will talk to Surzex, okay? Mickey said, breaking the hug. Valet and Kai nodded and went to Issei's room, while Fenris waited outside the door. You're fast, Fenris. Also, Valet, why are you so quiet? Kai asked. That's just how I am, I guess that's how I've always been, Valet replied as they reached the door Fenris was pawing at, sensing the presence of the red dragon inside. Knock knock knock. Hayu, open up. Valet called, making Kai facepalm. You know you could be nice, right? Issei, the leaders want to give us a gift for beating Loki, hurry up. Kai urged as the door opened, revealing Rias, covered by a blanket. HM? Kai, it's good to see you, cousin. Thanks for the help, by the way, and you too, Valet, Rias said with a smile, surprising the pair. Help with what? They asked. Oh, you didn't know? Your pod and dragon power countered mine long enough for me to force Loki out of my head because two similar families counter each other like a positive and a negative, Rias explained as she let them into Issei's room, only to find him asleep with a perverted expression and a new clay sculpture of Rias and Rainier. Okay, Rias, can I say something before I wake him up? Valet asked, now serious. Can you get dressed? You're making your cousin blind, Valet said, motioning to Kai, who used shadow gear on his eyes. Oh shoot, sorry, Rias replied, heading to the bathroom to change. Valet walked toward Issei and playfully punched him in the gut, causing the dragon to jolt awake. OWWW! What the heck, Valet? Issei exclaimed, while Valet laughed. You didn't wake up, you idiot. Those two have been trying to get you up for the rewards you are getting, Draig said next to Kai, holding a cup of coffee. Who said that? Kai asked, still blind, making the three dragons laugh. Fenris, uncover my eyes or bite Issei out of bed, Kai instructed, causing Issei to run out of the room, knowing what Fenris's teeth could do after their last encounter. As Kai uncovered his eyes as they left, Rias stepped out of the bathroom in a red shirt, black pants, and a silver jacket with red heels. Was that needed, Kai? She asked. Of course it was. He takes forever, and plus, I was bored, Kai replied, making everyone laugh as Valet and Draig walked down the stairs to ensure Issei wasn't stuck on the ceiling, afraid of Fenris. Well, see you at the Gremory estate, cousin, Kai said as he was about to leave, but Rias grabbed his arm. Kai, give Rainier this as a thank you and her reward. After all, I need to do some training if that's all right. Rias handed Kai a necklace filled with limited pod energy, shocking him. This is so she can use the power she bravely fought against and deserves to use as a queen. However, it's very limited. It can only be used for 5 minutes and then needs to be charged with magic. If the person goes even 1 second past the mark, they will be harmed by the pod power, Rias explained as she circled back to her team to apologize for her past actions due to Loki. Damn, you really are like a caretaker and a warrior who feels sorrow for her mistakes, Kai said as he left, putting the necklace in his pocket and walking down the stairs to see Issei and the others ready to leave. In the underworld, the Gremory estate was filled with many leaders and those who fought during the Loki event. A circle appeared, showing Issei, Kai, Fenris, and Valet. Young dragon warriors, please step forward. You three who fought the god, claim your gifts from the alliance. Surzex spoke calmly as the three walked forward with heads held high. Valet Lucifer, White Dragon Emperor and grandson of Rizavin Lucifer. What is it that you would like as a reward? Azazel asked proudly, viewing Valet as a son. Valet looked at Issei and Kai, who both smiled, then turned back to the leaders. If possible, I would wish for my team to be excused from our crimes as we left the brigade before Kyoto, and I would like my own pieces, Valet stated, surprising no one with his request. Very well, you've earned that much, Surzex said as Valet bowed and left. Kai then approached. Young Abaddon King and Dragon King, Kai, what is it that you would like? Yakasen asked. I would like a book of Norse magic to learn more about Fenris and magic overall. If possible, I would also like a way to turn humans into weapons through Norse bonds because I care for them, and the same for me. Lastly, a Norse bow since besides my own dragon power, I'm all close combat, Kai said, shocking everyone with his request. Odin stepped forward and said, Young Twin King, I say you've earned the right to learn of the Norse, so you have a deal. As Kai and the others smiled, he turned to Ajuka. And Uncle Ajuka Beelzebub, if it's all right, I would like the rest of my father's assets, for example, clothing, money, dragon fruit, and library access. Ajuka, slightly annoyed with his assistant, replied, My apologies, Kai. It seems my assistant didn't do her job, I will get that done ASAP. Everyone except Vale was in awe of how Kai spoke, while Vale laughed, hearing Kai's thoughts through a link. Tell anyone the money is mainly for Kuroka and Kaneko, making my meat and sweets bill go up, and I will kill you, White One, or maybe worse, Kai thought, scaring Vale and Albion into silence as he walked back. Issei then stepped forward. Issei Haidu, Red Dragon Emperor, Michael began. Fiancé to Rias and host of Great Red, as well as draig and power beyond that of most high-class devils and satans, Surzex added, cutting off Michael as he knew how serious they owed Issei. I will make this quick, leaders of the factions. I wish for a copy of the library of each faction into my phone or copies of the books in my home. Second, I would like to know where to find the home of Draig, and last, I am here to cash in my favors from the factions from long ago, Issei stated, shocking all present except the leaders, who knew they owed him more than their lives. The first favor is from Lord Michael, Issei said, turning to the angel. I would like you to find a way to help Iron not fall from love or lust because of how she and the others love me, and I for them. Issei felt a mix of shock from the nobles and sympathy from those who understood. Azazel, if it's all right, I would like you to help train me, Kai, Aquino and Rainer. The Fallen need assistance with their new powers, and Aquino needs help with her light spears, while Rainer and I need a place to train and control our new abilities in our own way. Issei turned back to his fellow dragon, recalling how the boy had grown to be one of the strongest beings, even surpassing the 13 Longinus users if he tried. Those arrangements can be made, Issei. After all, I want to know more about your powers as well, Azazel replied. And Gabriel and I will find a way to help Irina, Michael added, pleased that Issei cared for Irina, who loved being an angel. Just as Issei was about to speak to Yakesan, a magic circle appeared, revealing Kuroka and Kaneko rushing toward the Gremory family. Why are you late, Kaneko? Gasper asked, noticing her slightly disheveled appearance. She got a little drunk last night and needed a nap, Kuroka explained, causing Kai to blush as he recalled the previous night with the sisters. Later that night at the Abaddon estate, after dinner, Kai and Kaneko had retreated to his new room. So, Kaneko, I have to say thanks for... Before Kai could finish, Kaneko kissed him and pushed him onto the bed, her heart racing. Kai, I want you now, Kaneko said, slightly tipsy from the celebrations after the battle. Kai smiled and quickly undressed them both, ready for an intimate moment. Oh, Kai, I felt your power in the battle, and it made me so excited, Kaneko said, teasingly biting his ear. Suddenly, a noise interrupted them. Did you hear that too? Or was that just my imagination? Kai joked, noticing his own excitement. As much as I want to enjoy this moment, I heard my sister too, so let me check on her, Kaneko said, getting up. Sorry, but I think she can join us. After all, for watching us, she deserves a little punishment, Kai replied playfully, grabbing Kaneko's tail, which made her moan. Kuroka, who had been watching, felt a mix of embarrassment and intrigue. Oh no, they heard me. Maybe I should leave before they see me, she thought, but Kai's voice stopped her. Don't leave now, my black cat of mischief. If you enjoyed watching, maybe you could join us, he whispered, causing Kuroka to blush. I'll see you later, Kuroka said, quickly exiting the room. Kai turned back to Kaneko, who was rubbing her thighs in anticipation. Oh, it was nothing. Now shall we try something new, he suggested, revealing his dragon tail and surprising Kaneko. What are you doing? No, she exclaimed, but Kai playfully began to tease her, making her moan. Kaneko, determined to turn the tables, wrapped her tail around Kai, initiating a playful exchange. They both enjoyed their playful competition, and the atmosphere was filled with laughter and excitement. After a while, as they both caught their breath, Kaneko playfully flipped Kai onto his back. "Time for some fun, my mate," she said, taking the lead. Kai, embracing his instincts, joined her in their playful banter, their connection deepening as they shared laughter and joy. As the night wore on, they both fell asleep peacefully, content in each other's company. A small black cat crawled under Kai's blanket, waking him up. "Huh? Kaneko, is that you?" Kai said, tiredly lifting the blanket. "Yes, I'm fine, Kai." "No reason to worry," Kuno said, stepping out from behind her mother with a smile, making both dragons blush. Kai remembered his promise to Kuno, while Issei felt a fatherly connection to her. "Yakeisen, may I train with Son of Kong from time to time?" Issei asked. "Of course, Issei," Yakeisen replied. Issei then turned to Surzex. "My last favor is to train with Team Gremory and fight with them one last time in this game. I can't be Rias's pawn, but I will always be by their side." Surzex looked surprised. "What about a favor from me?" he asked. "Freeing me, Rias, and Loki under Great Red's watch through a trap I set. It's alright, but Rosweiss, if you want, now that Loki is done, care to join Team Gremory like you wanted?" Issei suggested. Rosweiss cried as Rias grabbed a rook piece. "With my family, we always remember our promises," Rias said, handing the piece to the Valkyrie, who looked to Odin for an answer. "Go ahead, my humble Valkyrie. You are free to be the person you wish to be," Odin said, and she took the piece with joy. "Okay, Issei, I can do that favor as long as you help me with my problem. Is that all right?" Surzex asked as Rosweiss walked toward Rias's team. "Of course, my lord," Issei said, bowing. Everyone left except Saji and Team Gremory. "Wait, why am I here?" Saji asked. "Tell Sona you will be given a promotion test for mid-class due to your bravery," Surzex said, and Saji left joyfully. "Okay, follow me, Issei," Surzex said, leading him to a room in the Gremory building. Kai Rayner trained them. "You guys need the help too," Issei instructed as he left with the Devil King. In the Gremory halls, Issei asked, "So why are we here?" as they approached a room where Grafia stood guard. "Issei, here is your last gift. Be careful, I looked into his mind, and he is powerful, more so than you were against Valley at the summit," Surzex warned as he opened the door to reveal a room full of plates and a man on the bed. "Watch out, brother. His power feels high class at the least," Draig warned, sensing the being's inner strength. "Got it, partner." "Thanks," Issei said as he walked up to the man covered in a blanket. "Excuse me, may I ask your name?" "Yeah, my name is..." The man began, transforming into Super Saiyan God as Issei entered his balance breaker state, both realizing they knew each other. "You both know each other?" Surzex asked, surprised. "Yeah, his power summoned me," Shalat said with a smile. "He was the fighter I felt from the gap. I wanted him on my team to fight strong foes." "Fight strong foes? Sign me up as long as you help me with something. I'm not over 1,000 years old due to time travel for nothing," Shalat said, both of them smiling. "Okay, if you want to be my ally, then accept these 4 mutated pawn pieces," Issei said, extending his hand. Shalat, confused but calm, accepted them, growing to ultimate low-class devil power. "I don't feel different," Shalat said, puzzled. "You won't yet. Surzex will explain. Now you are 80% your original DNA, 10% dragon, and 10% devil because I'm nice," Issei said, leaving the explanation to Surzex. Meanwhile, in Team Gremory, Kai trained against the rooks and knights, honing their power and speed. Rayner boosted her magic, and the others followed suit, knowing they had 1 day left until the game. Who will win, Dragon or Bale? Let's see, both Issei and Serorg thought as they prepared to train. Welsh Dragon Cardinal Crimson promotion. Issei yelled, getting everyone's attention. "Okay guys, fight me. If you knock me down or out, it's equal to Bale. Rias, you need to train. Melee is good, but we need to work on long range too," Issei said, and everyone got ready to fight. With 1 day left, Issei and the others began training, all against him in his queen form to prepare for Sarorg. Okay guys, come at me. Remember to think like I'm him and fight at full power, Issei instructed as everyone formed a strategy. Gasper stood in front with the knights behind him, Aquino hovered in the air, Rias was in the center, and Asia was in the back. Issei noticed he couldn't see Kaneko, which made him feel like a plan was about to unfold. Now let's go, they all yelled as Kiba initiated the attack, using his 2 balance breaker swords against Issei's fist. The surprise of the formation caught Issei off guard, but he quickly adapted. Eat this, Issei! Holy flame shocker! Kiba shouted, pulling out a holy sword and a flame devil sword to create a powerful blast that made Issei step back slightly. Not bad, Kiba, but you need to try harder. Dragon shot. Issei countered, pushing away the blast with his own attack, only to realize Kiba had vanished. Okay, where are you, Blondie? Issei muttered, just as Gasper emerged from the ground, punching Issei in the gut and freezing him in place with his gear. Thanks for the cover, Kiba. We call that the Daywalker Eclipse, a switch of fast and powerful knight and a quick attack. Now, thanks to my training with both vampire and human blood, I have incredible strength on top of my gear, Gasper explained, kicking Issei with a hint of blue fire, unfreezing him and sending him flying back a few feet. As Issei got back up, he felt large amounts of holy energy charging up. Okay, Zenobia, let's see what you've got. I'm not holding back now. Eat this. Zenobia yelled, unleashing a golden beam of energy from her sword. Queen Bishop Cannon. Issei declared, summoning his cannon on his right arm and charging up a blast aimed at the holy energy. Dragon Cannon full power, Issei and Draig shouted as they shot the blast. The dragon and holy energy clashed, but Issei broke through and hit Zenobia head-on. Sorry about that, I said I wouldn't hold back. Issei said, noticing Asia healing Zenobia from a distance while Rias used a barrier to protect her from the brunt of the blast. What now? Issei thought as he heard bats flying behind him. I can still hear and sense you, Gasper, Issei said, throwing a punch only to find Kaneko, who was in Nico level 2, blocking his attack and kicking him back. So that's the trick. You two go bat and small cat to make it harder for me to see and sense you, allowing you to switch places and strike. I must admit, I'm impressed, Issei acknowledged as Kaneko and Gasper revealed themselves, looking a bit cocky. Keep your guard up, Issei. Giga Dragon End. Aquino and Rias yelled, firing 3 lightning dragons and a merged attack for a powerful blast. Issei realized their plan was to keep him off guard with Kaneko and Gasper. Fine by me. Mode change, Queen Rook Welsh Impact Booster. Issei declared as his arms shifted into Rook mode. He took on one dragon with a punch, breaking it, and used his other arm to block the explosion from the second dragon. Everyone was tired from the attacks except for Kaneko, Kiba, and Rias. As the smoke cleared and the Giga Dragon rushed at him, they all heard a familiar sound, boost, 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 repeatedly as a red and emerald glow formed around Issei. This will be a powerful attack. Watch out. Welsh Sonic Impact. Dragon Wave. Issei and Draig shouted, unleashing a massive blast that ripped through the sky, destroying the combined attack from Rias and Aquino and obliterating a distant mountain. Okay, I think that will be enough for now, guys. Let's rest, Issei said, turning off his queen form. He's right, we don't know how the games will work just yet, Rias agreed, standing up and helping her queen. So, how many members do you have on your team now, Issei? She asked, drawing everyone's attention, including Kai and Rainier. Well, I have 3 members and it only took 6 pieces, but that's the good news. The bad news is, damn, it's hard to say this. After you graduate, I want to leave the ORC so my team can have its own devil club, but I don't know how to go about it, Issei confessed, making everyone a bit upset but relieved it wasn't happening immediately. Why doesn't Sona help you find a room? I honestly think you guys could start a cooking club, maybe? Gasper suggested, prompting laughter from the group. Why cooking? I thought it would be music. Zenobia chimed in, adding to the humor. You both have good ideas, but I also want Kai to join my group or yours, Rias since he is a king himself and the same age as Ravel and Kaneko, Issei said as Kiba approached him. Don't worry about it yet, Issei. We have time to think about it, but you really are thinking like a king, Kiba said, voicing what everyone was thinking as they all got up and walked to the Gremory estate for some rest. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the estate, catching them all off guard. Issei activated his rift as everyone hurried to the location. Point of view, Surzex. Before the explosion, Surzex was explaining everything about the evil pieces to Shalat, who looked half asleep. Graphia and Milikis exchanged amused glances at the scene. Okay, Shalat, that's all about the evil pieces. Anything else? Surzex asked. Yes, can I test my power with my forms? Shalat replied, standing up. Sure, but later. You need new clothes and… Before Surzex could finish, Shalat transformed into Super Saiyan and extended his hand like Issei, preparing his dragon shot. Okay, let's see. Promotion, Bishop. Shalat exclaimed, feeling his ki become more controlled and focused, a smirk forming on his face. Now, let's try this. Wild Cannon, he shouted, unleashing a beam of yellow and green energy from his hand. Surzex quickly countered with a protective spell, creating an explosion that ensured no one would be harmed. He noted that Shalat seemed to have grown significantly stronger, and the bishop promotion had amplified his blast even further. Issei and the others teleported to Lucifer's office, smoke filling the air. Brother, are you all right? Rias yelled as Shalat and Surzex stood up. I'm fine, Rias, but please stay back. Issei, summon a dragon shot and aim for that mountain over there, Surzex instructed, pointing to a broken wall, leaving Issei confused. Okay, sure thing. Issei replied, launching a dragon shot that surprised Shalat, who immediately took a battle stance, shocking Team Gremory. How can you do that? That's like my wild cannon but red and emerald instead of yellow and emerald. Shalat exclaimed, astonished. Oh, Shalat, calm down, Surzex said, trying to ease the tension. All right, fine, but can we get some food? My stomach is growling, Shalat said, mirroring Issei's hunger. Shalat, come here. We will eat, but first, Rainier will send you to my home to get you some new clothes, all right? Issei said, as Rainier smiled and prepared a teleportation circle. I've never changed my suit before, so I'm fine with that as long as we keep this one. I can't go to Vegeta or Bulma for new clothes, Shalat remarked, catching Issei's attention. Did you say Bulma? So you're from that world? You're a Scion. Issei said in surprise, realizing he was in the presence of a real Scion. Well, we can talk later, boys. Shalat, come on, you need to be well-dressed before we eat. And since you're Issei's pawn, you can watch a powerful battle tomorrow, Rainier said, making Shalat smile at the thought of the upcoming fights. Okay, sure thing. Oh wait, before we go, Issei, or should I call you my king? Weird. Can I learn magic? I have a plan to show you my full power, Shalat said, his Scion blood and Issei's dragon blood stirring with excitement for battle. Sure thing, Shalat. See you later, Issei replied as his queen and pawn left. Sorry about Surzex. Is it all right if we rest here tonight before the game? Issei asked. Of course, Issei. We still have 2 hours until dinner, so you can all rest, Surzex said, noticing Rias and the others looking a bit tired. He smiled, pleased to see Rias training hard. I guess we don't have long until the game, but I want to ask you guys something, Issei said, gathering everyone's attention. How has your training been going with your aura, not just your physical form? To be truthful, Kiba is doing great, as well as Kaneko, Gasper, and Zenobia. But Akino and I need to do more training, though I think we're doing well, Rias responded, and everyone nodded in agreement. Asia then approached Issei and Rias. And I've been doing my own training, so now my healing is more focused along with my magic power, Asia said, making everyone happy as they left the Devil King's office. Hello, my king. Thanks for having me here for dinner, everyone heard as they saw Shalat in normal clothes, bowing, with Rainier hiding in the corner. Rainier, are you okay? Issei asked as they approached the two. Oh hey Issei, Rias. Yeah, I just found out the hard way that Scion tails are real and that spiked hair is natural, Rainier said, recalling a humorous incident involving Shalat's tail. That bad really? Rias asked, helping her up and noticing the necklace around her neck. Surprisingly, yes, and thanks for the necklace, Rias. Don't thank me, it's a thank you and apology gift for everything, she replied. The two continued their conversation until they noticed two people joining the group. Oh, Rias, Issei. I'm glad to see you both back together and finally strong again. Velerona Gremory said, observing everyone present. Thank you all for coming, even you, Sirzex. Please join us for dinner, Zeoticus added, leading everyone to the dining area. Of course, Lord and Lady Gremory. Wait, where did Charlotte go? Issei asked, looking confused alongside Rainier, until they heard a yell. Hey! Whose pawn is this? A familiar voice called out, dragging Charlotte along. Everyone turned to see Kai in a brown and red suit, black jeans, and leather boots from his father's collection, pulling Charlotte by his tail, accompanied by Kuroka and two hooded figures. Kai, what are you doing here? It hasn't been long, has it? Gasper asked, happy to see Kai again. Well, first I wanted to see Ajuka about some matters involving my house and my father, like this book my father had in a secret chamber, Kai said, letting go of Charlotte and pulling the book out from his jacket. And then I wanted to see my mate, sensei, and favorite family before their game. Also, you better win because I came here to warn you. Everyone shifted to a more serious demeanor. Warn us about what, Kai? Aquino asked. If you beat Bale, you have one more fight. If Issei doesn't use his own house, you'll fight me, Kai said, shocking everyone, especially Rias, Issei, and Kaneko, who thought Sarorg was the last opponent. I get you're all shocked, but Kai is an official king now, so he can fight. Issei, Chiron, are you two sure about your choice for the games? Kuroka asked, wanting to fight alongside her sister but also eager for a challenge. We are sure because this will be our last Gremory game, but we will always be Gremory sisters, Kuroka said, standing by Rias, which made Kai smile. That's why I love you, my mate, always so strong and bold. Well, I only came here for that. I will see you all at the games, Kai said as his team departed. Great, now we have to be on guard for him, Zenobia remarked, still processing everything. Wait, Zenobia, where's Irina? Asia asked, noticing her absence. Oh, she'll meet us at the games. She's in heaven for Issei's favor, Rosweiss informed them. Okay, everyone, let's get to dinner and then rest, Rias said, and everyone agreed. As they ate, small talk revolved around battle plans, graduation, and, of course, Charlotte eating plate after plate with no manners, shocking everyone. But given what they had seen, bad manners seemed more normal than gods in battle. They ended the day with Ravel showing up, making everyone laugh with the Issei dragon song, causing Issei to have Draig leave his arms so they could both cry in a corner. After I left, it seemed all the plans were about to kick off, so all I needed to do was check a few things. You guys go home, I need to make a stop, Kai said as he transformed into his dragon form, flying far from any civilization. I would say follow him, but those are his orders, so let's go, the three thought as they left for the house. Meanwhile, Kai flew to the mountains, where he saw a blue dragon waiting for him. They both glowed as they transformed back into human form. Sorry I'm late, mother. I needed to talk to Ajuka about dad, Kai said, noticing his mom in a blue shirt with red flower designs, a silver skirt, and a black jacket with red heels. Her blue hair was now shoulder length due to a new haircut. It's fine, Crimson, my boy. Now we just need Michael here, and we can talk. After all, he has questions, and you and I have demands, Timat said with a small smile upon seeing her son's dragon form. And like on cue, Michael appeared in front of the two dragons, causing them to feel irritated. Are you both ready to talk? Michael asked, clearly annoyed. Kai closed his eyes, which turned silver, and his hair black. Yes, brother, we are, a strong voice emanated from Kai's body, no longer sounding like him. Samuel, make sure my son is talking to his father. After all, he needs the wisdom, Timat said, releasing her power in front of the two angels. Of course, Lady Timat. He is talking to him, and he is also speaking with Ophis right now, so it's all right, Samuel replied to the dragon mother. Brother, why are you here? Michael asked, clearly annoyed at being free from hell. To be fair, it was freedom or Kai dies and Ophis and I don't want that. We care for this kid, unlike you, Michael, who cast away your strongest brother and gave his name and title of Lucifer to someone else when our father sealed me, and again when he died, Samuel said with rage, letting out his holy and poison aura along with some of Kai's aura as he continued. I am only here to talk for Kai because of one thing you owe him. Well, two things, since you made Vala's family have my name and ego. As they talked, a girl with long black hair and a long orange string around her arm, wearing a white jacket and very small blue jean shorts, watched them from afar. So your bloodline lives along with dragons. Good for me, I like the hunt. Soon, demon, you will face my judgment, she says as she summons devil wings. Now, to tomorrow at the games. At the stadium, Kai and everyone are cheering for the battle to start as Team Bale waits and Team Gremory slowly walks forward. Both Issei and Serorg think, let the fights begin. The crowd cheers with joy as Team Gremory takes the stage, with Rainier, Ravel, and Irina managing the Appia Dragon group. Now with both teams here, let the games begin, the announcer shouts, and the audience erupts in excitement. As the battle is about to commence, Serorg expresses his surprise at Issei fighting with Gremory. Glad you could show up, Red Dragon Emperor. Even though you're a king now, I'm surprised you're fighting with Gremory. Well, Serorg, I won't lose to you or anyone. I'm only fighting with them today because of a promise I made to you, to fight at full power. After this game, my student asked me one thing, Issei replies, pausing to capture everyone's attention, even Rainier's and Rias's. However, Kai looks cold. So, Master made the choice. About time he moves on, Kai says aloud, piquing the interest of Ravel, Shalat, and Rainier. Issei continues, after this game, in 1 week, I will fight the House of Gremory for the strongest race. This fight is for the strongest devil, but next week, it will be me versus Kai, and then me versus Rias. It will be the strongest dragon that rules over the dead god against the twin kings of the Alliance, and if we win, the strongest devil heiress. The ultimate battle is next week because this is just a warm-up. Issei's declaration shocks even the higher-ups, and the crowd roars with excitement. Now that both warriors have spoken their piece, let's roll those dice, Azazel says. Most of the fights will stay the same, with some matches having different outcomes compared to the original story. However, Kiba's fight will remain unchanged, and now we leave off here. Wow, that was some fight, don't you agree? Kai asks his hooded pawn, who wields a sword made of pure ice. Grr. Indeed, I haven't fought him yet, but from my scars, I know swords are strong, the pawn replies, while his brother interjects. Brother, please, magic and physical power are best, not swords and magic. Why not both, you two? Kuroka asks, but they remain silent until Kai turns around. You both can learn from the sisters, but they can learn from me. Swords can break, magic runs out and power weakens. You need all of the above, plus knowledge. Now shut up so I can watch the game. Kai snaps, focusing on the battlefield and recalling training. Sessions with Kaneko after Kyoto. Point of view, Kaneko. As Kaneko introduces herself to her opponents, she reflects on what Kai told her during their training. In a flashback, we see Kai, Ophis, and Kaneko training behind the clubroom. Eat this meow. Kaneko yells, kicking, but Kai blocks and throws her back. You are missing something, little cat, Ophis says, which irritates Kaneko. Oh really, what's that, emo dragon? Kaneko retorts as Kai helps her up. She's right. Siroko's sage power is like my dragon power. For example, my dragon power is about control and growth through experience and emotion, while your power is like a wild beast ready to be free in battle, Kai explains, shocking Kaneko. In short, he says, punching his mate back a few steps, you can control it, but if you restrain it, you will be like a kitten biting instead of the warrior you are. Don't be afraid, I have a plan to help your control. Flashbackins. I need to control my power and our bond because I will be the wild rook, Nico and warrior I am, Kaneko thinks as she enters Nico level 2. Her mark glows, and so does Kai's, as Kaneko gains a second violet aura that forms into a dragon, while her golden blue aura of a Nico envelopes her, showcasing her immense power. That's it. You can do it. Kai thinks, watching the fight begin. Come on, Kaneko, kick some butt. Issei yells, knowing this will be just the beginning. Back on the battlefield, both Rosviavsa and the knight Liban Crossel, along with the rook Gandoma Balam, are taken aback by Kaneko's power. Rosviavsa, you take care of the knight, this guy is mine, Kaneko states, rushing at Gandoma with incredible speed, delivering a powerful kick that sends him crashing into the wall. She continues her assault with rapid punches, knocking Gandoma out and shocking the crowd. That's my girl. You're facing Nico level 2 Dragon Soul. Kai yells with joy at his mate's power, his instincts kicking in until suddenly, 3 punches stop him as Tannen, Tiamat, and a dragon in a black jacket with gold hair appear alongside a hooded man. Growling. The 2 figures with Kai spoke, causing Kuroka to snap. Hey, don't swear. Those are his family. Well, I think I know who Tiamat is, Kuroka said as she and her sister were the only ones who could understand the 2, besides Kai. Ow. Stop that. And who are those 3 with you? Kia asked, feeling a glow of energy behind him. It's 4, actually love, Ophis said, teleporting behind Kai. I didn't mark you, Ophis. Please stop trying to mark me. I know what you did to Kaneko after I left, Kai said, his face turning red as his mark glowed. Ah, it was just a kiss to the kitten, Ophis replied, causing Kai to jump back. Hey, I'm the only one who calls her that. Kai snapped as a man grabbed him. Nephew, it's fine. We want to see Issei fight and your mate, Tannen said, and Kai recognized him. Uncle Tannen. It's been so long since the meeting, Kai said, turning to the other dragon in confusion. I am Krumkruch, the evil dragon and your uncle. I am here for the only twin dragon god emperor to exist, Krumkruch said, referring to Issei. Okay, fine, but Siegfried, take the cloak off. You're fine. Remember, we had a deal. And Mom, I need your help, Kai said, sparking Tiamat's concern. What is it? She asked, stepping closer to him. First, give this to Siegfried, Kai said, handing her a normal knight piece. And that blonde. I feel Dad's power, but it's extremely weak. Kai looked at the Queen of Baal. Indeed, son. I sense it as well. It feels like 0.001% of the Abaddon power. She doesn't know about your father or that you might be cousins, Tiamat said, her rage evident that the Abaddons, whom she considered servants or fools, lived while her mate and husband, father to her son, did not. Mother, calm down please, Kai said, letting out his power, but Tiamat's rage grew, her power surpassing his as she charged a blast towards the false Abaddon queen. Then, stop this. Lord Abaddon spoke from Kai as his red and gold aura formed behind him into a solid body of magic, allowing Kai to regain control. Don't. There isn't much of my house left, and she was a little girl when my family became almost none. She was given that name as an adapted Abaddon, not a true Abaddon. Do not kill her. Now she is under Baal protection and doesn't need my name anymore, Lord Abaddon said, turning to his son. Kai, I'm so happy to see how you've grown. And no, it's not what you're thinking. She isn't Sirorg's cousin. She holds my name because no one knew of you, and she was already engaged to Baal when I gave her the name. It's a name to ensure she won't die. It's not her real name, she lost her blood last name at birth. She was counted as a stray, and you would have been too if it weren't for you being related to Gremory, Lord Abaddon explained, moving towards his son and hugging him, merging back with him as all that remained was Kai and the red mist behind him. We miss you, Dad, Kai said as his father merged with him, leaving only him and Tiamat out of the 3-warrior family. Meanwhile, in the fight, Kaneko walked away from Gandoma and approached Rosviavsa, who was stuck due to gravity, leaving the opponent wide open. You're strong, I'll give you that, but I have one opening, Rosviavsa said as Kaneko walked behind the knight. Gandoma broke out of the wall using all the power he had left to attack Kaneko, but she turned around, using her aura to catch the giant's fist while building up blue and purple fire around her own fist. Sneak attacks won't work, and now you're done, Kaneko said, her body burning from her own power. Now eat this. My dragonic blaze flare punch. Kaneko yelled, using all the fire and energy burning her to create an aura of a Nico and dragon around her as she punched Gandoma with such force that it was felt from the stands. Gandoma? Libin said, shocked at what he felt, realizing his friend was eliminated. If you're wondering, I swapped places with Kaneko after she hit Gandoma, and her aura protected her from your gravity gear, so she was able to knock you out too, Rosviavsa explained, leaving Libin and running to Kaneko, who was burnt from her power. She whispered something, and all her injuries and burns healed, shocking Rosviavsa as their foes were eliminated. Winners of the second match, Team Gremory, the announcer said, eliciting joy from the crowd over the amazing battle. Hell yeah, my girl/sister. Kai and Kuroka cheered with joy as Siegfried took off the cloak and approached Kai. Congrats on your mate's win, but is the offer you gave me still available? Siegfried asked as Tiamat walked over to him. Yes, it is, she said, giving him a normal knight piece, and he accepted, becoming Kai's dragon devil knight. What about you, monkey? Want to join? Kai asked Baiku, who smirked. Sorry, no. I'm staying with my brothers. After all, Valis should be getting his pieces soon, so me and Ortha should be joining him. Thanks though, Dragon Runt. The monkey joked with Kai as they all looked back at the fight of the next match, which featured Gasper and Zenobia against the Rook and Bishop of Baal. Issei was deep in thought, contemplating his desire for a match separate from the games against Kai and Rias. He felt uncertain, especially with the new pawn he had acquired, which felt like a powerful gear. He knew this might require him to tap into a hidden form, keeping this secret from his dragons. Issei, we're leaving. Wish us luck. Gasper called, snapping him out of his thoughts. Issei stood up to speak with the two. Gasper, kick some butt and show them what Gremory men can do with our resolve. Zenobia, demonstrate the power of the legendary Holy Sword user of Gremory. He motivated them, then turned to Gasper. Also, I think I have an outfit for you and Zenobia if you want. The battlefield was tense as Mistida Sabnok and Ladora Bune, the Rook and Bishop of Serorg, awaited their opponents. Suddenly, a beam of red light shone, revealing Gasper and Zenobia in their new outfits. Gasper wore a silver shirt with a black bat and blood moon design, complemented by a black jacket, blue jeans, and fancy leather shoes. Zenobia donned a blue and black shirt with a gold sword design, holding Durandal, along with a yellow and white half jacket, an orange skirt, and black heels, colors representing Irina and Asia, whom she considered sisters. Wow, badass. That's the Gremory team. If they fight like they look, all are dead, the crowd murmured, while powerful figures like Azazel, Kai, and Valley were taken aback not just by their appearance but also by their determination. Sorry for the wait, but we will take you down, Zenobia declared, surprising her opponents. And we won't hold back, Gasper added proudly, ready to fight at full strength. Bring it on. Ladora shouted, transforming into his dragon form, shocking Issei, Kai, and Rias. Yes, I found him and helped him control his power. Judging by your expressions, I'd say it was worth it, Serorg remarked to Issei and Rias. That's a clever move, Baal, but you can't win with tricks like a dragon. I should know, Issei and I are dragons, Kai shouted, feeling the glares directed at him. True, but I might know Hayudu's weakness, unlike you, Serorg replied, shocking Kai as he looked at Issei. Sensei has a weakness? Kai questioned, confused, having never seen Issei's rage or vulnerability. Meanwhile, Gasper clashed with the dragon, feeling the benefits of his training. Seems like my training and the advice I got really helped, he said, kicking Ladora back and transforming into bats. Wait, advice, Gasper? Rias asked, turning to Issei. I have no clue. I told him to talk to Ajuka and Azazel. It seems they helped him boost his power using his blood, Issei replied, surprised by Gasper's growth. Durandal, lend me your power. Zenobia called, preparing to attack. Mistida attempted to seal her power, but Zenobia summoned a second sword, her original holy sword, which helped split the spell apart. Huff wow, I thought that was an attack, not a seal. I'm glad I summoned a second sword. If I hadn't, I would have lost all my power, Zenobia said, barely standing, her body covered in purple chains. "Eat this!" Mistita yelled, firing magic at Zenobia. Despite her weakened state, she managed to block and dodge with the blade of destruction. "Damn, if she keeps this up, I won't land a hit," Zenobia thought as she was enveloped by bats and teleported to another part of the battlefield. "Where are you?" Mistita fumed, noticing Ladora, who had been hit multiple times in the eyes by magic and pure power. Gasper flew Zenobia to a hidden area, placing a barrier around them. "Gasper, what are you doing?" she asked weakly. "I'm using my own magic plus Issei's new blood to repel the magic of the gear and seal on you, but it needs a little time," he explained, finishing the spell. Zenobia tried to rise and stop him, but he maintained the barrier until the spell was complete. This was Gasper's sacrifice. "So you come out of hiding, runt?" Ladora taunted, and Gasper faced the two. "First, you play games and use dirty tricks to seal my friend's power, then you think you can win without the honor or pride of the Gremory family?" Gasper's voice boomed, his demonic and vampire power causing the ground to tremble. "You think you can win when you don't know the pride and resolve of the Gremory family," he yelled, shocking everyone and showcasing his growth from a young boy to a powerful fighter. "This is going to be wild," Charlotte remarked, intrigued by Gasper's newfound power. "Time for me to show you my resolve, gained from my new home as a Gremory," Gasper declared. Gasper says as the wind picks up, kicking Ladora back, while Mistita blasts him with magic. He easily swats it away and retaliates, launching her into a mountain. Gasper turns to Ladora. "Now let me show you the rules and power of a Gremory bishop," he says, his tone serious, a tear forming as he thinks back to why he fights, then smiles. "These are the rules of all guys in the Gremory family," he shouts, making Issei remember their earlier conversation after he left the team. "These are the rules I wanted to tell you, Gasper, but now I need to think if those are the only things to live by," past Issei says to Gasper, recalling when he was still the little vampire who wore girls' clothing. "Why you die, brat?" Ladora taunts as Gasper catches the giant's tail attack, spinning him around before throwing him across the field. "First, stand up no matter what, something you clearly can't do," Gasper says, appearing in front of the downed Ladora and lifting him. "Second, we never give up. If you really are a rook, don't give up and show me if you're worth anything." Gasper yells, punching the giant away and making him cough. "Little die, you fool." Ladora yells, firing a blast of fire at Gasper, who walks into it, shocking everyone. Rias and Issei sense something. "And last but not least, always protect the ladies," Gasper yells, jumping from the flames and attacking the giant repeatedly until he finally retreats. As the giant retreats, Gasper calms his power but feels pain from the flames. "Eat this, boy. If I go, so will you." Mistita yells, shocking Gasper nonstop and sealing his newfound power until he glows. "You don't lose yet, because I was." "Just the lookout," Gasper says, freezing Mistita in time as Zenobia appears behind them, tears in her eyes and Durandal ready to strike. "Thank you, Gasper. You gave us this win. Now rest, my friend," the knight says as Gasper smiles, closing his eyes. Zenobia strikes, knocking both him and the bishop out, giving Gremory the win at his sacrifice. Everyone in the Gremory team feels sad about what he did, but Issei clenches his fist, saying, "I won't let you down, little brother. Gasper, we will get this win for you." The crowd goes silent as Gasper is retired, but Gremory wins. Rias sheds tears but brushes them off, feeling the scar on her face from the beginning. "We will fight for Gasper," she says, making everyone look at her with determination as the next fight is Issei versus Coriana Andrielphus. "Appia Dragon! Appia Dragon!" The kids cheer as Issei cringes at the name but knows he must keep doing it to make them happy. "Be ready, Issei. This will be your defeat. My bishop has something to completely exploit your one weakness," Coriana says, confusing Issei as they enter a pink, lavish land filled with cherry blossoms, making Issei feel calm. What a calm place, Issei thinks, controlling his rage. "Hey, Red Dragon, look at this," Coriana says, beginning to remove her jacket and shirt, bending down to take off her pants. Most men are aroused, but Issei, Vale, Kai, and Kiba are confused. Excuse me, are you not going to fight? This isn't a strip club. You know you're a bishop, have some class, Issei says, pulling out his old Team Orc headband and covering his eyes. What? You're not attracted to me? Corian asks. Confused. Issei laughs. Sorry, you're beautiful, but those who strip in battle aren't my type. Besides, your team has class. Well, all but the two bishops, I guess, he mocks, building up a pressured burst of air in his fist. If bishops are weak, then your little friend is too. And I am no slut, you Appia dragon, she retorts, angering Issei and unleashing his evil dragon side. The air punch turns into black and red flames with silver thorns of light. Don't you dare! Mock Gasper! Issei roars, firing a blast of flames at her. Eat this fallen fire, or as I call it, the flames of the betrayed, he says in a more draconic voice, nearly hitting Coriana, but Serorg retreats her just in time, fearing Issei's power. The winner by retreat, Issei Hayaru, to keep the bishop alive. Seems like that was the only move. Issei has really gotten strong. Does he even have a weakness? Azazel comments, making Kai ponder if he does. Sorry, I let my anger take hold, and showing some of my secrets is a no-go for me. I apologize, but you took out my little brother, so if anyone else in Gremory gets out, you better keep yourself on guard. Issei returned home, filled with anger over the dirty trick the bishop had tried to use. I apologize for that, but we needed to see if you were still the same. Now I am curious, Serorg said as Issei removed his headband, revealing one blue eye and one red eye, with black showing he was not an evil dragon. He was about to become a heavenly and evil dragon god, an emperor king, as his left eye turned silver and both pupils became emerald with black in them. Kai thought to himself, sensing the power around him. He must have a weakness, he mused. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind, shocking him. He has a weakness, and you are lacking in your potential, master. Graham, did you speak to me? Kai asked in a panic, having never heard that voice before. No, my lord, I didn't. But why is the pendant glowing? The sword replied as Kai's pendant glowed with a red and black aura. Honey, what's wrong? Kuroka and Tiamat asked, along with Kaneko, who felt Kai's fear through their mental link. I'm fine, Kuroka. Mother, it's just... Did Dad have any secrets? Kai asked, causing Tiamat to look down before bending down to meet his gaze. Yes, he did. For example, he stored items of power in his home and once had to kill a family to keep another safe, even though he didn't want to, Tiamat explained, making Kai step back. Mom, I mean, did he have a book? Kai asked, summoning the book, prompting Tiamat to summon her flames. Where did you get that? I thought your father and Ajuka got rid of it, Tiamat said, her tone serious. Hand it over, it is a book of something Surzex doesn't even want to get involved in. Kai summoned his pawns and extended a dragon arm toward his mother. Well, Mom, if I want to be Lucifer, I need to understand any threat, even if it means confronting the past. As he looked just like his father, Tiamat reminisced. Did you ever want to be king, love? She asked the senior Kai Abaddon. Of course, but if I wish to be king, I want to understand any threat to protect all I care for. I won't be king until our son is born and the kings allow dragons in our home, he replied, making Tiamat cry. Kai made her think back to those memories and she looked down, stopping her attack. Sigh, you're just like your father, aren't you? She said with a tear as Kai had his pawns back away. I am a free devil with pride and hope, and I fear no one. I fly free with my own goals, just like you and Dad, Mom, Kai said, hugging her as they turned their attention to the games. Next match, Akino Himejima versus Keisha Abaddon. Good luck, Akino, Rias said as her queen left. They all heard a loud cheer before the fight began. Good luck, Akino. Kick that fake Abaddon's butt. She doesn't need my dad's name anymore, so let's go. Tiamat and Kai yelled, amusing Team Gremory. She will try, my love, she will try, Kaneko said, making Kai focus on the fight. Stop being coy with your mate and just watch the fight, Tiamat said, tired of her son's antics. As the Gremory team chuckled, Akino prepared for battle. In a ruined land, The two queens faced each other in the sky. So, you're the famous queen of gremory. Shall we get started? Keisha said, clenching her fists. Ready to lose? Because I will win for my family, and I will give a punishment beyond death, Akino declared, her tone turning sadistic. Issei and Kai flinched at her words. Damn, Draig, did I act like that for a while? If so, I'm sorry. That's terrifying, Issei admitted, as his dragons confirmed he did and sometimes still did because of his evil dragon side. A wind blew as the two stared each other down, fists clenched, until a rock fell, prompting them to rush at each other, launching an assault of magic. Akino shot fire while Keisha countered with water, both dodging blasts of pure energy. However, Akino used one of the blasts as a smokescreen. Keisha couldn't see her as a large burst of lightning shot at her, splitting into 3 waves of thunder. You're finished, Akino proclaimed, emerging from the smoke and firing her thunder at full power. Caught off guard, Keisha took one of the hits in her left arm while summoning a black portal to absorb the other blasts, shocking Akino. How did you? Akino said, confused. I have the power of portals, and let's just say what goes around comes around, Keisha replied, shooting Akino with her own thunder as black holes appeared around the queen, causing her to scream in pain. Looks like I win, Keisha said proudly, but her expression changed to pure shock as Akino glowed with renewed energy, her right arm shining yellow with sparks. You will feel the power that pushes me, Akino declared. Akino walks towards the surprised queen, revealing both her wings. This power isn't from a fallen angel or a human's daughter. She reflects on her mother and father, realizing this isn't the power of rage or sorrow. She recalls the hatred that once shackled her power and heart. Instead, she thinks of Asia, Zenobia, Gasper, Kiba, Kaneko, and the first time she met Rias. She remembers how Issei always helped her, wanting to know the real Akino rather than just her appearance. A smile spreads across her face as she thinks of her family, Team Gremory. This is the power of Team Gremory. This is the power of trust, hope, love, and fortitude. Our resolve is stronger than any foe, and this shows it now. Akino shouts, bolting at the queen. She glows with determination, pushing herself forward despite her injuries. Now eat this. Team Gremory's devastating fist of thunder. The crowd gasps as her tears flow, her fist inches away from the queen. But Akino realizes she can't continue, her body is too injured. I'm sorry, Rias, Issei. I let you all down. Please win, she thinks, crying as she finally retires, having only taken one arm from the Queen of Baal. Yet, she leaves a mark, scaring her opponent because no devil thought Team Gremory could push beyond such limits. Akino! Rias cries out as a large blue and white aura glows from the crowd, which Issei senses clearly. Valley? Why is he? Then it hits Issei. The white dragon, who wants to surpass domination, has found his love. But I will avenge her for you, Vale, Issei thinks, feeling the connection to his dragons, which calms Vale's aura and brings a tear to Kai's eye as they both reflect on the red dragon's steadfastness. As Team Gremory looks down, the dice have been rolled and fate twists the knife. Now, Serard can fight, which he will, knowing him. The match between Baal and the Rook and Knights continues, with them cutting off his arm and needing tears. Even if Issei becomes stronger, they are a family, and they must help or at least try. Now, Issei versus Kushina, the announcer declares as Issei enters the ring, a dark shadow covering his face. Well, I would say this will be fun, but I can beat you with one arm. You're not worth it. Even if you attack me, I can, Kushina begins, but Issei interrupts her with a gut punch, not even in balance breaker, just in base with both gauntlets on his arms. You say you're strong? Tish, don't make jokes. You almost lost to Akino, your team lost to Gasper, and your king lost an arm to my friends. Yet you say you're strong? Well, I will show you what strong really is. Issei kicks the queen away and fires multiple dragon shots at her. Kushina tries to portal them back, but he swats them away effortlessly, continuing to shoot as she gets cut and burned until her arm gives out, leaving her unable to portal. You see, you're not strong or special at all. In fact, you're foolish, Issei says, glaring at the downed queen. If you didn't notice, I transferred some percentages of each blast to avoid your portal magic. So when you closed them, your good arm and body got hit by my mini dragon shots. The queen retires, feeling foolish for thinking she was better than the red dragon. Winner, Issei Hayudu. The next match is still unknown, the announcer states as Issei returns. I'm sorry, I almost lost my cool and treated your queen poorly, but I will defeat you for my team at my full power if you can make it, because your queen didn't even have me release my aura, Issei says, making Serorg smile. You really are different. How about we settle this in royal? Your team and mine, no more dice rolls, Serorg suggests, but Issei just sighs. No, that is not needed. I will fight you, me with Rias, but it will be me versus you and your pawn, 2 versus 3. Issei confuses the Baal, but he agrees. As the 4 enter the battlefield, Issei instantly goes in front of Rias. What's the matter, Red Dragon Emperor? You wanted me, so bring it on, Serorg taunts, rushing at Issei with a right hook. However, a red glow blocks him as Draig appears, intercepting the punch. I swear by Ophis, Issei, why am I not in the gear now? It's because of our theory involving the pawn, Draig asks, and Issei smirks. Yes, and don't you mean the gear Regulus? Now close to the pawn, Issei realizes he is a gear himself. Well, I thought you wouldn't notice. Oh well, ugh. The pawn, now known as Regulus, roars as he transforms into a golden lion. Draig, you handle the pawn. I've got Serorg, Issei declares, glowing with red and silver, hints of emerald shimmering around him. So this is your Issei? Bring it on, Serorg challenges, and the two rush at each other, head to head, fist to fist, kick to kick. The two mighty warriors stand strong and fight. However, with each punch, Issei feels weakness in his left arm, recalling Kiba and Zenobia cutting it off, and he sheds a tear. Thanks, guys, he thinks as his fist glows with red, emerald and silver light. Eat this, Welsh rage. Issei exclaims, channeling energy into a punch aimed at the left arm and then the gut of the Baal King. Wow, talk about power. He can even beat Beerus, I bet. Ha, kick his ass, Issei. Shalot thinks back, sensing both ki and magic from Issei and Serorg. My lord. Regulus begins, trying to reach Serorg, but Draig intervenes, throwing him away and unleashing a barrage of dragon shots. You're not getting involved. You forget I'm stronger than you, lion, Draig asserts as Issei raises his hand. Draig, stop. I think they are holding back. Let them go all out, then we can too, Issei says with a smile, enjoying the fight. Are you sure, Issei? This could get wild, Rias warns, to which Issei replies, that's what I count on. He turns to Serorg with determination. Go all out. If you don't, I'll take you out now. I'd rather fight a full-power battle of legends than a short brawl against someone holding back. I thought you were a strong king good enough to be one of my rivals. You're right, Hayudu. My apologies for holding back. Warriors like us should go all out for our pride and goals, Serorg responds. Regulus now is our balance breaker of the mighty lion, he yells, summoning Regulus, glowing gold, as a lion armor envelopes him. So this is your full power? Well, I guess I should follow suit. Draig, Welsh dragon, balance breaker. Issei calls to his brother. Draig smirks and merges back with Issei, who then releases a massive aura as he enters balance breaker. Let's get started, Issei. No holding back, Serorg declares, rushing at Issei. You're going to need to make me try, then, Serorg, Issei replies, charging at the Baal King. Their clash creates craters and shockwaves that resonate throughout the ring and the underworld. Talk about power. I can feel it from here, Kai remarks, sensing the pressure from the two fighters. Kai, use some of your power for a barrier. Valley yells, entering balance breaker and erecting a shield for a third of the crowd. Got it. Hakai Kane Rio Aro. Kai responds, transforming into his old form, complete with dragon wings and abilities, flying up to shield the crowd. Good, we've got them protected. What? They think they are in the clear, but the grabbing dragon section of the stands isn't shielded, and they can't make it in time. Talk about power. Kids, stay behind me. Rainair shouts, trying to shield the children. One child gets caught in the pressure and is blown away, but a red flash grabs him, forming a barrier in front of Reiner, who is shocked at the sight. Reiner, sorry, but I needed to ditch the clothes and go back to my armor. It feels calmer, plus Super Saiyan God helped make this barrier. I need its speed and calm energy, Shalot explains, now transformed with red hair and tail, radiating divine power that Kai and Vala can sense. Damn, this power Issei and that gold guy are giving off is incredible. I was going to save this for Goku or Giblet, but this barrier needs to stay up, so. Shalot raises his energy to the maximum, the red of God mixed with blue sparks as he yells, Kaioken. He becomes enveloped in a dark crimson aura, stabilizing the barrier. Shalot, is that really you? Reiner asks in shock, witnessing Shalot's transformation. Yeah, it's me. Now get the kids back. I need more stamina to keep the Kaioken, Shalot replies, his veins visible from the strain of his first time using it. Sure thing, Reiner says, ushering the kids to safety. Just be careful. I will, Reiner. Now, Kaioken time 10. Shalot shouts as an explosion of blue and red power erupts. Back with the two fighters, Issei observes, well, I think if we keep this up, people will get hurt. Agreed. So what now? Sarorg asks, his armor showing a hole but otherwise unscathed except for bruises. Well, you pushed me, so now I will show you my second strongest power, Issei declares, shocking everyone. His normal balance breaker, combined with his own power, makes him even more formidable, but he is still holding back. Alright, HYU, show me what you've got. Sarorg yells, stepping back to let Issei unleash his full potential. Sighing, Issei rises with red and black wings, embodying both sorrow and joy. I rise from my soul that has been broken to see. Cardinal, to give back the life I lost, as my power roars like that of a dragon filled with rage and potential. Issei stood tall, his new armor radiating a powerful aura of black, red, emerald and gold. Flames and dust swirled around him as he emerged from the smoke, showcasing his magnificent wings, 2 from the armor and 2 from his own power, reminiscent of both angelic and demonic forms. An emerald and black cloak draped over his shoulders, hinting at the dragon fury blade hidden beneath. Okay, this is my full power, Issei warned, his voice steady. Without going full king, I can still defeat you. Do you wish to concede? Sarorg, feeling the intensity of Issei's power, responded with determination. Here is my answer. He unleashed a powerful punch, channeling all his aura and stamina into the attack. To his surprise, Issei stood firm, but the blow struck true, breaking through his armor and leaving a scar shaped like a fist on his chest. What the hell? Issei exclaimed, shocked. Sarorg, drained from the effort, struggled to remain standing. So your plan was to knock me out, but instead, you just gave me a scar. Bold move, Bale. With a newfound resolve, Issei decided to help Sarorg and his mother. He delivered a swift punch to Sarorg's gut, knocking him unconscious and securing victory for Team Gremory. As Sarorg retired, Issei raised his voice in triumph. This battle was glorious. Remember, I will be holding a battle for new kings like me and Kai in 3 days. The King's Games will be held Monday for all to see, me versus Kai and one other king. I will explain the rules then. Farewell, everyone. With pride, Issei left with Team Gremory as the barriers came down. Valley, Kai, and Shalot watched in awe, amazed by Issei's display of power. As they headed to graduation, they also sought healing for Issei's new wound from Asia. Later, at the graduation festival, Issei and Kai joked about the fight. Issei noticed Rias heading back to the ORC club room. Even after all I did, she still cares for us. Thank you, Issei, Rias said, gazing at the moonlight. Surprised, she turned to see Issei, arms crossed and smiling. Long enough to know your pain, princess. Thank you, because even if I had died, I wouldn't have grown as a person or formed bonds with this family without you. You turned this pervert from long ago into someone you can be proud of. Tears filled Rias's eyes as she hugged him. I've always been proud of you, Issei, and I always will be. Their hands glowed from the mate mark as they shared a kiss under the moonlight. Suddenly, a crash interrupted them, and they pulled apart to find Kai, Kuroka, Team Rias, and Team Issei watching. "Don't mind us," Asia said. "Naya, you both are ruined for sure," Kuroka teased, with Kaneko nodding in agreement. "I took his V card, you get the kiss," Rainier added mockingly. Before the banter could continue, Kai shouted, "Get OFFUS," as he, Gasper, and Kiba were squashed by the girls. "I need to talk to all of you," Issei said, looking around in annoyance. "Rainier, get Shalat." "I swear, he doesn't stay still." A magic circle appeared, and Valley and Shalat stepped out. "Sorry, I got your pawn. He needed help ASAP," Valley explained, leaving Issei confused. "What happened?" Issei asked as he guided Shalat to the couch. "I almost looked at the moon," Shalat replied, causing more confusion. "Can you control yourself or not?" Issei asked, concerned about the full moon's effects. Shalat fell silent as Akino stepped forward. "What's so bad about him seeing a full moon?" she asked, puzzled. Issei turned to her, explaining, "Shalat's race can transform into giant apes when they see a full moon. Their power multiplies by 10, and some can't control the form. With 4 pawn pieces, you don't want to know what happens." The revelation shocked everyone present as they realized it was akin to a wild dragon. Issei turned to Shalat, his tone serious. "Can you control yourself in that form?" "No. I haven't tried. All I've done is Super Saiyan, and I had amnesia. If I could control it, I don't know if I still can. I haven't tried yet after getting most of my memories back," Shalat admitted. Shalat suggested that Issei calm his power. "We need to prepare before the King's Games," he said, turning to everyone. "Now listen closely. The King's Games involve all of us, me and Kai as dragons and kings who fight beyond gods, along with the winner of the most recent raiding game." Issei's announcement shocked everyone, as it meant they would have to face each other. "I know what you're thinking, and no, there aren't any consequences. After all, it's not a raiding game. Kai and Rias won't lose their titles. I've already discussed the rules with Surzex, and now I'll explain them to you." As Issei began to elaborate, Kai heard a voice in his head. "Kai, I asked Michelle about the book, and it's not in the gear systems. However, your father and I found a page that can give you a weapon and contact with the being in it," Samuel said, causing Kai's frustration to rise. "We'll talk later, but tell Michael that the favor he owes me is the truth about the book. If not that, then he owes me training." Kai focused on Issei again. "The rules of the King's Games are simple. They resemble the raiding games, but each king can only choose up to 2 members of their team to fight alongside them or in separate matches. No matter how many times you win, if your king is defeated, you lose, just like in the games." Issei explained, and everyone realized that strategy and teamwork would be crucial. "Wait, Issei, can we use Phoenix Tears?" Ravel asked, concerned since she was the only one who could regenerate. "Don't worry, Ravel. We can still use tears, weapons, and every spell. The only limits are no poison, death, or seals, so we can make the fights more exciting," Issei reassured her. As the news sank in, Kiba approached Issei. "How long do we have?" he asked, echoing everyone's thoughts. "Only 3 days, I'm afraid. So enjoy it while you can, train hard, and think carefully about who you'll fight with. Farewell," Issei said, opening a portal with Ravel, Rainier, and Shalat following him back to the Hayadu house. After Issei left, everyone fell silent, contemplating what had just happened. "Oh wait, before I go, hey Rias, may I exchange pieces with you?" Kai asked as Rias sat down. "Of course, Kai. After all, you need a queen, and you can exchange as long as you do 2 things, Rias replied, leaving everyone confused. "First, take care of her because I view her as a little sister and a kind soul. Second, please help me find a pawn or rook since I don't want to separate your family, and I trust you," Rias continued, shocking Kai, who hadn't realized how much Rias cared for Kaneko. "All right, I agree to your terms. However, Kaneko will still be your little one that you took care of. I have 2 pieces for you already. I'm thinking of a yokai or dragon," Kai said, extending his hand to Rias. She shook his hand, sealing the deal. We will miss you, Kaneko. Please keep in touch, Issei said, while Gasper teared up. Everyone hugged her as Rias walked toward the Nico. Before Kaneko could finish, Rias pulled her into a hug, and Kaneko cried. Don't be upset. You have grown so much, and I'm so proud of you. You are now and always will be your own person, but we will miss you, Rias said as they both wept before breaking the embrace. As Kai and his team left with Kaneko, a note appeared that Akino read aloud. Thanks, cousin. It means a lot. That you exchanged pieces with me. I know it hurt, and if I were in your shoes, I would feel the same. Here is my address so you can visit us anytime. From Kai Crimson Abaddon. Now that the exchange is done, let's go home and help Kaneko pack when she's ready, Rias said, and everyone nodded in agreement. After that day, each house trained and prepared for the king's games, knowing that each team was as strong as any army. In the mountains, Issei trained alongside Charlotte to enhance their magical abilities, while Rainier and Ravel practiced new dragon-based spells, focusing on fire and speed. Ravel used her training to boost her phoenix powers, testing each other's limits. As they practiced, Issei and Charlotte tested their physical strength, causing the ground to tremble. Not bad, Charlotte. This is incredible, but I need you to show me all you can do, Issei said, landing a punch that Charlotte countered with a glowing red and yellow aura, transforming into Super Saiyan 1 to absorb the impact. He then retaliated with a kick that Issei caught. So this is your limit, really? Issei challenged. Charlotte's hand glowed green and yellow as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, yelling, "You can't block this. Eat this wild cannon." A massive explosion erupted from the blast, and as the dust settled, Issei stood unharmed, a flame shield surrounding him that he promptly dispelled. What do you think that was? My new move, Ray Reflector. I can use it as a shield or... As soon as the shield was gone, Charlotte felt pain and saw some blood on his hands. Or I reflect as a sharp strike, but that's enough training for us three, right girls? Issei said, looking at the two with many shields to protect themselves from the feedback of him and Charlotte. I take those shields as a yes. However, Charlotte didn't want to stop, so he made a risky play while he was still in Super Saiyan form, his right arm glowing white. I am not done. Eat this. Charlotte yelled as he threw a silver blast at Issei. But before Issei could dodge, the attack shot into the sky. Charlotte looked up and stated, "You think I am done? You're wrong. I will find my brother again. I will make it home, and I will beat you, Issei, because Scions have no limits." Charlotte's eyes turned pure red as 2 gold items dropped from his pocket. Meanwhile, Team Kai was training at his estate in the underworld. As Kai and Kaneko walked through the house, they saw Kuroka and Siegfried fighting the hooded pawns. The 4 of them seemed to have gotten stronger. Don't you think, love? Kaneko asked, but Kai ignored her question as he walked to the dragon skull on his wall. Sorry, what was that, kitten? I'm trying to find that key. Why did Dad use a dragon skull as his key? There it is. Kai said, moving one of the fangs on the skull as a door opened through the mirror. Okay, what is this? And 2, I asked if you think they got stronger. Kaneko pressed as they entered the room and descended some stairs. Yes, I do. I'm proud of them, but now I need your help. Kai said, summoning his book. See, my father had many weapons, magic skills, and trinkets. However, this book was sealed and now it calls to me. Thus, I need your help with research, or we both go see Graphia. They entered a dusty room filled with magic circle crests, swords, and lab notes about dragon fruit, the red dragon, and white dragon gear, shocking the two. Okay, Kai, why are there these notes? Kaneko asked, reading the red dragon notes. I don't know. The book must have blocked this room off because before, all I saw were some books and clothing. It wasn't supposed to be a second basement. Kai said, shocked as he looked towards his book and a few notes with the name, Ifrit. Oh, Kaneko, please tell Graphia we need to talk to her, and we both head to the Gremory estate soon. Kai instructed as his queen called immediately, sensing his urgency as she saw his red and silver aura with gold eyes, knowing this was important. Son, I must warn you, be careful about that book. Ifrit is nothing to take lightly. If it wasn't for your mate, you would be in danger, Abaddon warned, shocking his son. Dad, what do you mean? It's just a spell book. Kai asked, his silver dragon aura calming but not his mixed eyes. No, Kai, it's a gear. To be accurate with your power, it gives you a gauntlet and any weapon, but it needs magic and a mate to keep the host a pure warrior. His father explained. Kai closed his eyes, feeling a dark inferno of many magics in the link. Hello, young Abaddon. If you wish for power and growth, open the book, a dark voice said. Kai felt no fear, but his father placed a hand on his shoulder. Son, be careful. I have your back. Abaddon said as Kai smiled and walked towards the book. A black and red flame blinded him, jolting him awake in a cold sweat. He looked around and saw Kaneko and Sona. Kitten, what happened? Kai asked as she lifted him up. My king, Sona came for a talk between kings, and Grafia said to come over whenever you need, Kaneko explained, placing Kai across from Sona. Okay, thanks, Kaneko. Now, if it's all right, go improve with the others, including the 2 cloaks, Kai said, sensing Kaneko's confusion. But Kai, you are. Kaneko started. I appreciate the worry, but I need all of us to think about the games. After all, they are about to begin, Kai interrupted, closing the dragon's skull to keep it a secret. Sigh. All right, what do you need, Sona? Kai asked as Sona glared at him. How? She said, her look freezing him. How what? Kai asked, not wanting to know what the Citri was thinking. How is Kaneko so strong and breaking her limits? Tell me how you did it, Sona demanded. Kai turned his head away. I have no clue what you mean, he lied, knowing his mate had grown in many ways, one of which was his love. Fine, don't tell me. But instead, I have a game for you, Sona said, placing a chess set that got Kai's attention. If I win, you tell me, but if you win, I drop it, Sona proposed as Kai sat down with a smile. Sure, why not? Kai replied as the game began. 30 minutes later, no, impossible. Sona stuttered as she saw Kai beat her in chess. Well, that was fun. See you later. You have 2 days to train, so thanks for the fun. Kai got up and left for the Gremory estate with one of his pawns and Kaneko, leaving Sona speechless. Now I have to tell my mother who my husband will be, Sona said, feeling confused by Kai's intelligence. Back with Kai, he teleported to the Gremory home. As they walked in, a serious cloaked pawn asked, My king, what should I do? See if your new magic works. Armor could be useful, but I know your true power, Kai replied, bumping into a tall man and his masked pawn. Kai, are you ready for the games? To Kai's surprise, it was Serorg speaking to him. Yes, I am cousin. However, what are you doing here? Kai asked, noticing Serorg looking at his pawn. I'm here to see Issei for my mother. Who is that? Serorg pointed at the pawn. He's a new recruit, but I won't reveal who he is. As for Issei, head to the Dragon Mountains. You were off by a couple 100 miles, Kai said, passing Bale, who was holding a book. Okay, stay here for now and be on guard, Kai instructed as he and Kaneko headed to see Grafia. Just outside Grafia's door, Kai paused. And be careful not to reveal your power, Fenris, he said, revealing the name of his pawn. Hello, Grafia, I must speak with you, Kai said as they heard a loud noise from the room. Grafia opened the door. Okay. What is it? She asked, glancing at Kaneko. I need you to help Kaneko learn about being a queen. I would have asked Sona, but she seemed down after her loss in chess, Kai explained, causing Grafia's eyes to widen. Kai, you don't know? She asked, to the confusion of the king and queen. Know what exactly? Kaneko asked, puzzled. Whoever beats her in chess will be her husband, Grafia revealed, making Kai momentarily transform into his dragon form before returning to human. What do you mean her husband? I did not agree to this. Kai yelled, but Kaneko calmed him down. You can't stop it, her mother agreed to the rule, Grafia said, and Kai took a deep breath. Fine, I will be her husband. Just let me talk to her. Good luck, Kaneko, Kai said, leaving with Fenris as he felt a headache coming on. Back with Sona, she paced in confusion until Kai's magic circle opened, and he returned home with his pawn. Sona, come with me, Kai said, leading her to his office and locking the door. Kai, what are why? Before Sona could finish, Kai kissed her and then broke it. If you have to marry me, I will get used to it. After all, you don't see any problem with it, Kai said, letting his instincts take over as he marked her neck, causing Sona to gasp. And now that we are engaged? That still feels weird to say. I marked you, just so you know you can use my powers like Kuroka and Kaneko, while I can use your ice powers, Kai explained, unlocking the door and smiling before leaving Sona frustrated and flustered. Sighing, she said, okay, I guess it's time to train. But before I do, Ifrit, let's make a deal. As he spoke, a blur of red and black energy covered his right arm. Meanwhile, the gremory team trained their power, speed, and magic control to prepare for the upcoming battles. Even Rias was pushing her limits, using weights to enhance her magic control. For Team Issei, they unlocked secret weapons, gaining more durability, and Lord Agioka provided items from Shalot's home known as Senzabines, which were similar to phoenix tears. Issei visited the Bale house to keep his promise, using his powers to awaken Lady Bale, bringing joy to the family. At last, the 3 days had passed, and the King's Games began, broadcasted across the supernatural world from Asgard to Kyoto and even heaven. Alright, everyone, are you ready? The battles are about to begin. Now facing the left side of the arena, Team Gremory, the announcer yelled, showcasing Team Gremory, all wearing red bandanas, as the crowd erupted in cheers. And in the right corner, Team Abaddon. Red and silver flames, along with wind, struck the right corner, igniting excitement among the crowd, who recognized Kai's potential. Last but not least, in the northern corner of the field, Team Hayu, the announcer shouted as black and red flames exploded, revealing Issei, Rainier, and Ravel, their auras radiating power. Okay, everyone, this fight will begin with Team Abaddon versus Team Hayadu. Now, pick your warrior. The announcer declared as 2 barriers surrounded the teams, giving them a moment to strategize. Okay, you two, we need you to show the world who you are and your strength, Kai urged, as his 2 pawns stood ready for battle. Shalot, go all out. We have a hunch about who Kai will send, so show the underworld a scion's might. Issei encouraged, making Shalot smirk as he entered the ring dimension. This battle would take place in the Cell Games arena, a location both fighters had agreed upon. As the 2 fighters teleported into the ring, they faced each other, a magic communication circle appearing beneath them to translate for the other houses. So, you're my opponents? My name is Shalot, nice to meet you. And you two are? Shalot asked as the twins removed their cloaks, revealing their formidable presence. We are the pawn twins of Abaddon Fenris, the children of Fenrir, they shouted in unison, shocking everyone as they realized Kai had the children of a legendary beast as his pawns. Be careful, those are strong opponents. With 2 pawn pieces, they have access to many magic types. You need to stay on guard, Issei warned through the magic circle. I know, Sid. That's why I won't hold back, Shalot replied, a yellow aura enveloping him as the wind picked up, showcasing his power. Ah! Shalot roared, charging his energy in an explosion that transformed his hair into a golden, long mane. Sorry about the wait, allow me to show you. Super Saiyan 3, he declared, his voice deepening with the transformation. As the crowd felt the surge of power, the twins exchanged glances and shouted, "Promotion to Queen!" They rushed at Shalot, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches. Shalot remained calm, blocking their attacks, but Fenris suddenly increased the power and speed of his punches, ice forming on his hands. "Now eat this, hailstorm!" Fen yelled, his fists becoming faster and sharper. Shalot countered with his tail, knocking Fen back, but Fen retaliated with a punch that caught Shalot off guard. "Is that all you've got?" Shalot taunted, but then felt his arms start to freeze as Fen stood up, ready to attack again. "Eat this!" he yelled, launching himself at Shalot. Shalot dodged at the last second, but a lightning storm struck, freezing his leg. "Time to lose, you fool!" Fenris taunted, using his sword and legs to keep Shalot on the defensive. The twins leaped towards him, striking with a powerful shockwave. The crowd couldn't see through the smoke and energy, but as it cleared, Issei smiled while the others were left in shock. Shalat stood firm, eyes closed, blocking their attacks with his tail and arm. Really? You think you're the only twins here? Be mistaken, Shalat roared, breaking free from the ice and sending the twins back to the ground. How did our attacks not work? Fen yelled, bewildered. Fenris looked at his brother, realizing the truth. You know, he said he was a twin, and he must be a strong warrior too. His body felt tough, like he had fought tooth and nail, Fenris recalled, touching his chest, remembering his past battles. You're not wrong, Fen, but before my twin and I teamed up, I was like this a long time ago, Shalat said, landing in front of them in his base form. However, I want to see what you can do for an hour. Shalat reached into his pocket and tossed something to the twins. Hey, Shalat, are you sure about this? Issei asked, concerned about what Shalat had thrown. Of course. I want to go all out and push beyond my limits, Shalat replied. The twins examined the 2 earrings Shalat had given them. They're called pot-era earrings. You use them to fuse for 1 hour, as long as you aren't a Kai or the same being. The fusion will combine your powers and memories, Shalat explained. Fen put one on his right ear, and Fenris placed the other on his left. You better not regret this, Shalat, Fenris warned. Suddenly, the earrings glowed, and the twins collided into each other, a blinding light enveloping them. As the light faded, a new warrior emerged, wearing a black shirt, a red scarf, and silver armbands, with silver hair, wolf ears, blue and gold eyes, sharp teeth, and wielding a sword of ice infused with silver energy and lightning. Alright, if you wish to know my power, it's time to show you all I've got. A fusion between brothers at maximum power. Call me Fenrin, the ultimate god hunter. The fusion Fenrin yells, unleashing his power and shocking everyone, including Kai and Issei, who watch as. Shalat smiles. Alright, if this is all you've got, I can't wait to fight you, Shalat says, entering a fighting stance. However, before he can move, Fenrin appears behind him and kicks Shalat back, rushing at him with incredible speed. Shalat struggles to keep up, trying to block each attack, but the blows start to sting his hands. He summons his claws, infused with ice and thunder, and counters by clawing Fenrin's chest. Shalat then retaliates with a powerful blast, catching Fenrin off guard. As Shalat catches his breath, Fenrin emerges from the rubble, blood on his face. Damn, talk about a shock. Seems you still have some fight in you, Fenrin says as Shalat gets back into a fighting stance. It's not that, I just wanted to test your power before I go all out. Sorry about that, but now it's time for Wolf versus Primal Scion power. Shalat yells, building up a sphere of white energy and throwing it into the sky, shocking Fenrin. Now burst open and mix awaken fury. Shalat shouts, his eyes turning red as he absorbs the energy back into himself. He glows with a silver aura, which then shifts to red and gold, creating a crater in the ground as thunder and hurricanes erupt. Shalat roars, leaving Fenrin, Kai, and the others in awe, while Issei remains calm and begins to laugh as the dust settles. A figure with a red tail, red fur, and black hair with gold and red eyes flies above the arena. You all are done now, Issei declares. Shalat then speaks, sorry for the wait, but it's time to go all out, beast versus beast. The two shout in unison, this is Super Saiyan 4. This is the power of Super Saiyan 4, showcasing the primal evolution of the Scions. I know you don't want to see it end like this, but I had to do it. After all, Super Saiyan 4 and the fusion took a while to achieve. Issei, this was your key? Kai asks, intrigued by the power displayed. Just let Shalat explain his power because, Rias, Kai, you're about to witness what a 10,000-year-old Scion can do when he embraces his heritage and primal power, Issei responds, shocking the two as they watch Shalat and Fenrin. So, Shalat, is this your true power? Fenrin asks as Shalat unleashes his energy. Not exactly. You see, Super Saiyan God is more about my heritage and my comrades. That form required 5 other Scions to help me at the beginning, but since my brother and I are descendants of the first Super Saiyan God, We only needed to activate it once to control it completely. However, Super Saiyan 4 is the primal Saiyan power, using my pride, emotions, and will to go beyond SSJ 3. My twin and I have two paths to walk, one divine and one rooted in Saiyan will, Shalat explains, making Fenrin grin. Okay, if that's your primal power, I can't wait to see your full strength. Fenrin yells, rushing at Shalat with a flurry of blows. Shalat blocks them effortlessly until Fenrin begins using his sword to strike. Shalat counters, almost breaking the sword with the shock waves of energy. How the hell did you block my power with your fingers? Fenrin exclaims, confused. Shalat takes a deep breath and responds, you two are a lot stronger now, but if you can't beat me, get out of my ring. Shalat yells, punching Fenrin in the gut and kicking him toward the ground. As Fenrin falls, Shalat builds up energy in his hand, firing a SSJ-4 wild cannon directly at him. No. I won't lose to you. Fenrin shouts, getting back into battle and pushing against the wild cannon. Eat this, Zero Reflector, he declares, creating a shield of ice and energy to counter the attack. Shalat is taken aback, not by the blast shield but by Fenrin's transformation. His hair spikes up, black and gold electricity crackles around him, and his arms bulk up with claws and fur, his eyes sparking red as he breaks through Shalat's attack, revealing a new form. What the hell was that? Kai and Issei say, both confused by Fenrin's new appearance. Well, looky here. Seems like someone broke through his limits, Shalat observes, hovering in front of Fenrin. I know it seems like you made me tap into magic and power I never knew I had. Judging by this form, let's call this Prime Wolf. Fenrin yells, unleashing immense power as he freezes the ground beneath him. Well, shall we go all out? Shalat said, reaching out for a fist bump. Hell yeah. We are the gods of potential after all, Fenrin replied, fist bumping Shalat as the two then flew back. As they soared through the air, they unleashed their power, clashing against each other. The teams and crowds watched in shock as shockwaves erupted from their collisions, cracking the ground beneath them. One punch sent a wave of energy rippling through the air. This is incredible, but don't let your guard down, Fenrin warned, grabbing Shalat's tail with one hand and throwing him back. He cuffed both of Shalat's arms and moved them outward as lightning flashed around him. With fire in his left arm and ice in his right, he shouted, Now eat this, Shalat. Inferno Blizzard. The attack hit, and all that could be heard was a loud yell followed by a burst of blue light. Seems like he lost, Issei, Kai said, laughing as the blue light grew, radiating a holy yet furious energy. You see, Kai, your fighter did the same for mine. We're about to see a form I haven't even seen Shalat use, Issei replied. As the smoke cleared, everyone gasped to see Shalat with blue hair and his armor blown off. Sorry about that, but I'm not holding back now, Shalat declared, revealing his Super Saiyan blue form. What is this, Super Saiyan 5? Fenrin mocked as Shalat stepped forward, shouting, Kaioken. Now enveloped in a red and blue aura, Shalat continued, You asked, so here it is, a form I've been trying to unlock. Basically, it's the Super Saiyan God form, but we call it blue now. Gives me power, energy control, and focus. With Kaioken on top, all my skills are heightened. And now, time for... Shalat yelled, unleashing a Kaioken blue ×4, creating holes and flames around the area. Think of it like this, SSJ 4 × 4, or maybe a little more since I have no limit. Makes sense now? What? So that's how strong you, Fenrin started, but before he could finish, Shalat was right in front of him, delivering a punch to the gut. You could have beaten me in 4 since our power was similar, but now you have no chance, Shalat said as Fenrin struggled, his aura leaking as he floated closer to the ground. You think you can win? You're wrong. Eat this, my full power. Fenrin yelled, throwing a barrage of punches at Shalat. Shalat stood firm, absorbing the hits until Fenrin was out of steam. Are you done? Shalat asked, wiping blood off his cheek. He then kicked Fenrin towards the ground, cuffing his hands, one glowing with yellow and green energy, the other with purple. Eat this, wild Gallic gun. Shalot yelled, firing the blast. No, I can still fight. Zero reflector. Fenrin shouted, trying to block and send it back. However, he was pushed further down. Well, you are strong, I'll give you that, but this Kaioken times 10. Shalot declared, unleashing more power as Fenrin was forced to the ground by the blast. All the kings watched, witnessing the struggle as Fenrin barely stood against Shalot. After the dust settled, he stared Shalot in the eye. Not done yet, Fenrin said, making a fist to punch, but just before he swung, the two fused fighters defused and fell. Ow. What happened? Fenrin asked in shock. And pain after the fusion ran out. I have a hunch, and I don't like it, Fenrin's brother said as Shalot looked at them. You're right, you won't like it. After pushing through your limit and using more power than you had, the fusion time was cut in half, Shalot explained, delivering a punch to Fenrin's gut, knocking him out. You think I'm done? Eat this. Fenrin's brother yelled, trying to punch, but Shalot was too fast and knocked him out as well, returning to his base form. Well, that was a fun fight, but I might want to grab these, Shalot said, picking up the pot arrow from the twins. Just as he was about to leave, Fenrin's brother stood up. Shalot, mark my words, we will beat you and get stronger on our own, he said, as Shalot's victory was confirmed, and the three teleported back to their teams. Nice win, Shalot. You've gotten strong for sure, Ravel said as Reynir approached him. Good fight out there, rest now, she advised, heading into the battlefield to face her opponents. Thanks, Yugu. Before Shalot could finish, he collapsed and Ravel caught him. Thanks, Ravel, Shalot said as he sat on the bench. You overdid it, Shalot, by pushing past your limits. I'm proud, now rest, Issei said, walking up to him and offering a green bean from his pocket. Thanks. Good old Senzu, Shalot replied, eating it. Just like a phoenix's tear, he was back to full recovery and now stronger due to a Zenkai. Meanwhile, Kai watched the fight with his team and brother beside him. Ouch, damn it, Fenrin said as he was healed. You both did well, I'm so proud that you tried your best, Kai said, ruffling their hair. Thanks, master. So, brother, why are you not taking a turn? Fenrin asked, noticing his brother in a few bandages and under a healing spell from Kuroka. I am not stubborn, I need to understand this pain to know what our power's goal should be, Fenris says, standing up despite his injuries. Brother, we will find our own way to power, our own fusion. So watch out, Shalot, we will win next time. His words bring a proud smile to Kai's face. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the park where Reynir faces Rias and Aquino. This setting feels fitting, given Issei's death and resurrection. Okay, Reynir, all I'm going to say is that I'm going to put my training to use, Rias declares, her red and black aura forming around her, while Aquino summons golden thunder. All right, Rias, I will do the same, Reynir responds, her pink and silver aura glowing as she gathers energy around her fist. With a fierce battle cry, the three charge at each other, unleashing a flurry of punches and magic blasts. The intensity of the fight creates a blinding spectacle, with Rias and Aquino pushing Reynir back. Rias lands a punch that sends Reynir reeling, showcasing her strength. So you want to play that game? Fine, Reynir retorts, spreading her fallen and dragon wings and focusing her magic into a light spear. Oh no, you don't. Devastating fist of thunder. Aquino yells, rushing at Reynir. To her surprise, Reynir blocks the attack with a scythe made from a light spear, enhanced with dragon fire. I call this the Scythe of Sorrow, Reynir says, clashing with Aquino as they create a shockwave that cracks the ground beneath them. Both fighters jump back to assess their injuries. Reynir has cuts on her arm and cheek, while Aquino's hand is burned. I've got to give you credit. If I wasn't part fallen, I would have lost my hand or my life, Aquino admits, and Reynir smiles, twirling her scythe. I would agree with that. If that punch had hit me, I would be dead, Reynir replies as the ground rumbles beneath them. Behind you! Rias yells, emerging from the ground with a miniature gigastar in her hands. Cute trick, but... Reynir cuts it in half, sending debris toward Aquino and forcing her to retreat. You need to try better, Reynir taunts, dispelling her spear and summoning daggers. I'd rather die than retire. I want to see this fight between you and Kai. Good luck, Rias Gremory, I retire, Rias announces, conceding the match and making Rainier the winner. The crowd teleports back to the stands. Great job, Ray-chan. Issei cheers, giving her a hug as the battlefield transforms into the dragon ruins. Hey Issei, you better be ready because after I beat these two, you're next. Kai shouts as he enters the ring. Good luck, you two. Issei, watch closely, Ravel says as they head to the ring. In the mountains, two circles form, one with Charlotte and Rainier, and the other with Kai. Well, this will be fun, Kai remarks as Rainier and Charlotte take their fighting stances. Rainier, I will go in close, you rest, Charlotte says, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Oh, you still have power? Here's some of mine, Kai responds, radiating a powerful aura that shakes the air around them. You're not doing this alone, let's kick butt together, Rainier encourages as they prepare for battle. Charlotte rushes at Kai, but Kai blocks his attack with ease. Not bad, Kai comments, which only angers Charlotte further. Don't you dare mock me. Charlotte yells, launching a series of punches that Kai skillfully dodges. Okay, that's enough, Kai says, jumping over Charlotte and kicking him back. Ha Kai! Kai shouts, firing a mastered pod blast that creates a massive explosion. Rainier forms her scythe to block the attack. What the hell? That felt like Beerus, Charlotte says, shocked by the power. Charlotte, listen. You go in close, I'll handle the pod. After all, we're both still drained from our fights, Rainier instructs as Charlotte gets back up. Sure thing. Kaioken times 10. Charlotte declares, charging at Kai. Oh, ready for more? Kai taunts as he and Charlotte clash with a flurry of powerful punches, both getting launched away from the blows. Charlotte fires every kind of energy blast he can muster, but Kai swats them away and responds with small blasts of pod energy wrapped in fire. Rainier steps in to intercept the pod blasts, but before she can react, Kai rushes at her with a kick to the gut, causing her to glow. You know, I would have defeated you if I went all out, but I'm only using 10%. I want this fight to be fun, not a death match, Kai reveals, showcasing his true power. Charlotte. I'm sorry, Rainier says as she retires. Okay, now are you next? Kai asks, turning to Charlotte while holding a moon in his hands. You know what? Thanks, Kai. Now I can go all out, Charlotte replies, throwing the moon and transforming into a giant ape. I am now more interested than I was before. This will be fun, Kai says, preparing for the next round as the crowd watches in anticipation. Red Dragon Emperor, what is this? The announcer asks. It's simple. Charlotte is in god form, and Rook, already strong, received a 10-fold boost in his great ape form. In normal fights, he would be slow, but in god form, he became incredibly strong and fast, Issei explains as Charlotte trades blows with Rook until he builds up a large sphere of destruction and fire, throwing it at Charlotte. I would block this or die, Charlotte says. Kai then turns to the fake moon. Ha Kai, he exclaims, destroying the moon and forcing Charlotte back to his base form. However, as the pod clashes with him, the blast explodes, and a silver light glows from the dust as a silver flash jumps in front of Kai. What the hell? How did you survive that? Kai asks, but Charlotte remains silent. Fine, eat this. Kai yells, firing a fire-based pod at Charlotte. Charlotte closes his eyes and dodges, moving like a blur as he punches. Kai in the gut, knocking him back. Let me handle this. It's me versus a fake, Samuel says, confusing Kai, but he still allows the switch. Samuel's left arm gains black winged marks, and his hair turns black and spiky. So you dare use the power of the angels from your world? Then I will show you the power of an angel and the true devil, Samuel declares as he builds up power. Samuel attacks with rapid punches and light spears, but Charlotte dodges them all until a spear wrapped in energy stabs him in the arm, causing him to wince as Samuel gets hit by a punch of air pressure, making him smile as he switches back with Kai. How? I thought you took my place, Samuel? Kai says, confused as he sees Charlotte flickering blue. You see, Kai drained his stamina with a rival power, and now he is done, Samuel explains as Charlotte passes out from his new form and exhaustion. What a shocker! The crowd cheers as Kai is declared the winner. Rainier and Shalot take a phoenix tear, and Kai stands in the middle of the ring. Issei, I beat your team. Now it's you and me, and I'm not holding back. If you really are strong, face me right now, or you really are the grabbing dragon. Kai taunts, a red and gold flash of energy rushing in front of him, revealing an angry Issei. You will eat those words when I'm done, Issei replies as the two teleport to a gladiator arena, standing on opposite sides while Team Gremory watches, eager to see what both Kai and Issei can do. How about we give them a show? Kai suggests, taking off his jacket, which sinks into the ground, shocking everyone but Issei, who also removes his jacket. Now, Kai wears Tiamat gloves and a silver and black undershirt with a red flame design. So you wore a weighted jacket. Tisich, we think alike, Issei comments, revealing his own red shirt with a black wing design and black pants adorned with a gold and emerald dragon design, along with his old pawn piece form as a necklace. Seems like both of these two will go all out. Incredible, Azazel observes from the booth with Surzex, Serorg, Michael, and Tiamat. Not surprised, it is Issei and Kai, both dragon hybrid kings with impressive records. But by experience, I think Issei will win, Surzex states, shocking Tiamat and Michael. Pardon, Devil King, but my son is far stronger than Draig and his host, Tiamat counters, confident in Kai's victory. Agreed. He has the power of many different warriors like Samel and a bond with Ophis. I must say, Issei won't win this, Michael adds, believing Kai will triumph. Heck no. The red dragon is the strongest man I know. He will win, not my cousin, Serorg proclaims with pride, while Azazel remains silent, eager to see the fight unfold. Shall we stop talking and fight? Kai asks as Issei steps forward, and they both approach each other. Sure thing, Issei replies, and the two fist bump before delivering simultaneous punches, creating a massive shockwave. Ha Kai! Kai yells, firing multiple blasts of destruction while Issei blocks most of them and rushes at Kai. Oh no, you don't. I'm not that easy to hit. Issei shouts, enveloping himself in flames and appearing in front of Kai, punching him in the gut and sending him back as the flames dissipate. As Kai flies into the wall, he catches himself and spreads his wings, charging at Issei. Eat this! Dragon charge! Kai yells, wrapping himself in fire and energy. However, Issei dodges the attack, pushing Kai to his knee. He pulls his arm back and closes his eyes as Kai struggles in pain, almost having his arm ripped off, until a magic circle appears on Kai's aura. Kai kicks Issei back, trying to escape his line of sight, but Issei snaps his fingers, using his Dragon Shatter skill to attempt to destroy Kai's magic. No, no, no! Kai exclaims, pulling off his own aura with the crest, building up a dragon inferno in his hands and blasting it at Issei. The explosion occurs before it hits, as the magic spell had no body to lock onto, detonating like a bomb and destroying Kai's attack as he flies back to the ground. You think I would fall for that twice in my life? Kai says, remembering when he received the scar above his eye from Issei's first use of that technique. Fair enough. Issei rushes at Kai, who blocks and attempts to punch him. Instead, Issei jumps using Kai's fist as leverage, maneuvering behind him and putting him in a headlock, shocking the dragon. But you! Issei stutters, trying to escape the hold. What's the matter, grabbing dragon? Aren't you catching a pay? Kai mocks, provoking Issei into a wild attack. Summoning Ascalon, Kai jumps off him, releasing the headlock. Damn, I thought you would never do that unless you were trying to get your own princess, Kai says, referencing the lyrics to the Issei Dragon song, drawing everyone's attention. That's it. Azazel yells, surprising everyone. What is it, brother? Michael asks, confused. Kai found Issei's weakness. Now that Issei cares more about what people think of him due to his pride and growth, the Issei Dragon song and nicknames hurt his pride when mentioned in battle. He can't listen and fight at the same time, Azazel explains as Issei takes punches to the gut and face, proving Azazel's point. This is a dirty trick for an Abaddon, but to be fair, your mother is only a king while I. Issei then throws Kai away and attacks with a dragon shot, shocking Kai. I am the Dragon God Emperor, and these games won't work anymore. After all, the Graben dragon children are watching, and I agreed to that song so they are happy. Issei yells, unleashing his power as Kai looks at him. Fine, I guess you're right. Sai armor of the king, Kai says, summoning his armor from when he helped the pups. Well, if you want to play it like that. Twin King Cardinal Dragon promotion. Issei yells, summoning his gears and Twin King form, hood over his mask and no sword as he stores up his power. The two in armor stare each other down, ready for round 2. I hope you enjoy the Ruined Dragon Army, and I hope you stay tuned for a special gift next chapter of Master and Student. See ya! Sparks of holy, devil, and dragon energy surge as both Kai and Issei prepare for battle. The crowd senses the intensity as Issei and Kai enter their respective forms, knowing this would be a show. Ah! The two dragons yell, rushing at each other with flaming headbutts, causing flames to erupt from the arena. They unleash a flurry of punches, with Issei landing more powerful boosted strikes, but Kai, in slimmer armor, is faster and uses magic to amplify the impact of each hit. Not bad. Seems you've gotten stronger, Issei says, still blocking and punching. Same with you, sensei, but these punches aren't going to take me down, Kai replies, building up a blade of fire and energy from his aura. Oh really? Then eat this. Issei yells, attempting to kick Kai. Before Kai can block with his sword, he is blasted away, hearing Issei shout, "Dragon shot!" You need to think more about your openings, Issei says as Kai gets back up, his armor damaged. Oh really? Fine, I would say the same for you, Kai retorts, confusing Issei as he extends his hand. Shadow dagger flaming light. Kai yells, wrapping Issei's arms in chains of fire and shadow, reminiscent of their first fight. Issei gasps as two light spears stab into his shoulders, securing the locks. Not bad, Kai, Issei says, struggling to break free as Kai approaches. I know you didn't notice the traps, Kai says, delivering repeated punches to Issei's chest. Shocking the crowd. By the 10th punch, Issei's armor shows cracks, and as Kai prepares to strike again, Issei grabs Kai's arm. What the? Kai states, confused. Now, draig, dragon shatter balancer breaker version. Issei shouts, boosting his power and snapping his other hand, causing red and emerald sparks to surge, breaking Issei free from the chains and draining Kai's armor energy. Now on his feet, with burns on his arms, Issei approaches Kai, who is also injured. Well done, you tried your best. Now I'm sorry, but you lose, Issei says, building up a dragon shot in his hand, making Kai laugh. Ha! You really think I'm done? Well, I'm about to prove you wrong, Issei and draig, you too, Red. Kai's powers glow with blue, red, black, and silver sparks, making Issei jump back as Kai declares, balance break. As he utters those words, a massive surge of power erupts, transforming his right arm into a gauntlet. I am Crimson Abaddon, the Dragon King who brings chaos, who kills without mercy and delivers a mighty blow to no end. The devil who was forgotten, my name rising from the shadows to instill fear. I surpass the original God and Satan with destructive potential. I am the Dragon King of eternal chaos, the first king of the House of Dragons, and the first dragon who rose from nothing to become a king. I surpass the means of limit as the infinite is by my side. Balance breaker, twin chaos dragon king of eternity and destruction. Kai now stands in two merged armor sets, one silver and black for magic, the other a layer of scale-like metal adorned with golden fire symbols. It was a striking blue version of Issei's scale armor, accented with red and silver lines. The gems embedded in it shimmered violet and gold, while black claws and violet hands and eyes completed the look. Two sets of wings adorned his back, and Nico marks were visible on his arms, alongside the Abaddon mark on his chest. The crowd gasped in awe. The power emanating from the gear and the balance breaker rivaled that of Great Red, perhaps even surpassing it. What the hell, Kai? Issei exclaimed, astonished by Kai's newfound power. All dragons have a balance breaker, even me, Great Red replied, surprising Issei with the revelation that even the Apocalypse dragon god possessed such a form. That's true, partner, but be on guard, Draig warned as Issei turned his attention back to Kai. It seems I've surpassed even the red dragon, who only uses his gear's balance breaker, Kai taunted, extending his hand and beckoning Issei to attack. All right, eat this, Kai. Issei shouted, charging at him with blinding speed, his right fist engulfed in dragon flames, boosted to 10 times its power. However, when he struck, only a shockwave erupted. Kai absorbed the punch without sustaining any damage. Come on, bring it on, Kai challenged, countering with a punch that sent Issei flying back, his helmet shattered. Why, ugh. Issei coughed, spitting blood from the impact. Draig, can I win? I don't know at king form, but if you boost over 100, then maybe, Draig replied, shocking Issei. Well, at least I'm still holding something back that you don't know about, Issei said, surprising both dragons. What do you mean something we don't know? I am the dragon of dreams, I know all. Great Red exclaimed in frustration. Wait, Red. Now eat this guy. Inferno Drago shot. Issei declared, unleashing a massive blast of energy and fire. Kai raised his right arm, summoning a bow-like gauntlet, and countered with a chilling declaration. Eat this then, Issei. The power of me and my mates now absolute zero, he shouted, firing an arrow that froze Issei's blast and struck him, shattering his armor. How does he have my level of ice magic? Grafia wondered, confused as Sona approached her and Rias. It might be because he is ultimate class at least, and he is my mate and the owner of the Norse pups, Sona explained, revealing her mark, which shocked Rias and confused Grafia. Not done yet, Issei declared, his king armor nearly destroyed, revealing his bleeding arm and chest. Well, master, if you say you can still fight, then take this, Kai said, building up 2 different types of flame energy. Truism Sage Flame, he yelled, blasting a mix of dragon and sage power at Issei. Issei boosted to 30 and beyond, struggling to push the blast back. No, this isn't enough, I have to push more, he grunted, his right arm glowing blue. Divide, rang out as he merged the boost and divide, his hands glowing red and black as he crushed the blast, creating a massive explosion. Kai descended, tucking in his wings, surprised to see Issei in tattered clothing, breathing heavily. Well, Red Dragon, it seems you're stronger than I thought, but you can't win, Kai said, only to see Issei laughing. You think I'm done? Haha. Issei's eyes glowed red, silver, and emerald, shocking the crowd and Kai. As Kai turned to speak, he suddenly felt pain in his gut. Issei had appeared in front of him, delivering a powerful punch. You need to know, Kai, I am wiser than you in battle and mind. You may be strong due to your mixed blood and potential, but Issei glowed with red, silver, and emerald light. I got this strong from the ground he roared as both gears appeared and shook. Twin Dragon Heavenly God Release. Issei shouted, his power surging as the gears vanished, and Red and Draig stood alongside the teams, confused by Issei's intentions. Issei, what are you doing, brother? Draig yelled, as Ophis approached with Valet and Team Rias. Wait, Draig, Ophis glared at Red, but Kai Red, don't know what he is doing? No, I don't know. All I see is his power is. Draig paused, then burst into laughter. Ha, you did it, Issei. Damn you. All right, partner, show them the power of the cursed dragon god, Emperor of Resolve. Draig shouted as Issei's 3 auras of emerald, black, and red calmed, revealing a large silver aura with red and emerald flames and sparks swirling around him as he prepared for the next phase of the battle. My heart rises from the darkness as the past and future collide, and a new fire ignites within me. My tears shed the pain away, and my rage fuels the flames of my determination. As my power grows, the apocalypse is within reach, and my flames burn away sorrow. The indestructible power of the evil flames is a dragon's curse, and my flames transcend the infinite, surpassing the apocalyptic names of the dragon gods. I rise from nothing as the Dragon Emperor, the strongest warrior of domination. The flame in my soul overcomes the 3 most powerful dragon names, transforming me into a new dragon with a flaming resolve. Ultimate Dragon. Soul Dragon beyond the heavenly and evil dragon gods. A large surge of energy exploded around Issei as a version of his scale male appeared, upgraded. He donned red and silver armor as large as his king form, with broad shoulders shaped like two dragon heads, glowing with emerald and black flames. His arms were slim, and his legs bore a black and silver color, with gems glowing emerald. His hands shimmered silver, black, and red, with gold eyes, wielding his sword, Dragon Fury, in both hands. All the leaders were in shock at the aura and pressure Issei exuded, surpassing any dragon or devil rank to become his own new rank. The others struggled to stand under his power, but Shalat used a barrier to support Team Rias, Kai, and Issei. "Is that Issei?" Rainier and Rias asked, astonished by his power. "Yes, but be on guard. He and Kai are still holding back. They're only at 70% due to their new forms," Shalat warned, alarming everyone as the leaders rushed to create a barrier for safety. "So, Issei, looks like you're not holding back. I never thought you would handicap me by getting rid of your dragons," Kai said as Issei released the air pressure. "Just the opposite, Kai. If I went all out with both of them, they would be overwhelmed by the seals and gears breaking. This is just like yours, the power of a dragon's own balance breaker, but I am beyond all others," Issei replied, unleashing his power as Kai did the same. Suddenly, the two rushed at each other, evenly matched, exchanging powerful punches. Issei charged with multiple strikes, aiming for Kai with a right hook. Kai dodged using his wings, but Issei kicked him into the sky, unleashing a barrage of dragon shots mixed with flames. "Oh no, you don't!" Kai shouted, summoning a bow to deflect the blasts. As they were pushed away, Issei rushed behind Kai, putting him in a headlock. "Give up, Kai?" Issei taunted, but Kai used his tail to throw Issei back. "Damn, too close. You know what? Eat this, Issei!" Kai yelled, charging at Issei and punching him in the gut, cracking his armor. Issei grabbed Kai's arm, locking him in place, and retaliated with a punch to Kai's stomach, cracking his armor as well. "Why you, dragon shot?" Issei shouted, building up energy next to Kai. "Oh, wanna play that way? Dragon Inferno!" Kai countered, firing into Issei's dragon shot, resulting in a massive explosion that shook the world. In the aftermath, Issei found himself in a void, confused. "What the hell?" he said, getting up and seeing Kai asleep. "Wake up!" Issei urged, shaking him awake. "Sensei, what happened? I thought we were fighting?" Kai asked, noticing the gears appearing on both their auras. "You were, but then suddenly as your attacks hit, we all ended up here," Draig explained. "Is this true, Dad?" Kai asked. "Yes, but Ophis isn't in the link while we're here, and I'm confused why," Lord Abaddon replied. Suddenly, a golden, red, and silver aura shone, revealing a figure. "You think you're strong, Triaxa? You're nothing to me," a man with red and black hair declared, as Kai and Issei witnessed a vision of the man battling a beast. "Boost. If you want me to kill you, then make me try. After all, you're facing the power of calamity," the man said, clad in a black jacket and violet shirt, radiating various auras, one of which belonged to Draig. "Who the hell is this guy, Draig?" Issei asked, but the dragon remained silent. "Yeah, Samo, I want to know too," Kai added, both legendary beings sharing the same confusion. "Ah, Dragon Buster," the man yelled, unleashing a green and gold blast from his hand, revealing gauntlets and eyes, one blue, one turning red and violet. "Whoever he is hell-bent on destruction," Kai said, stepping in front of Issei. "No, he can destroy the universe if he wants, not just hell," Issei warned as the man's aura intensified with a red and gold light. "That's it, no more games. This is the true power of the Dragon King, Emperor of Calamity. After all, they don't call me Kaiser for nothing. Balance break." He yells as both Issei and Kai see a version of his armor, now featuring emerald and blue accents on the arms and legs. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts to one of sorrow and darkness. When Kai and Issei turn, they see Rias and the others crying. "Damn it, why? You should have listened. Now one of you had to die. It should have been us," she cries as Issei approaches her, only to be stopped by a man. "Don't move and fight in your game." After all, you won't know me for a while, but you almost created me just now, Red Dragon and Twin King, the man named Kaiser says, sending the two back to the ring. Back in the real world, we see Kai and Issei, both without armor and barely breathing. Damn, I don't know who he is, but I won't lose, they think as they struggle to get up. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems these two are still able to fight. Issei rushes at Kai, and they collide with their fists. Issei kicks Kai back, while Kai summons all his power in his gauntlet and retaliates. I'm not done yet. Kai yells, building up a fist of fire. Same here, Kai. Let's end this with one strike. Issei responds, boosting his power. Ah, they yell as they rush at each other, both landing punches to the face. Kai attempts to fire an ice spell, but Issei counters, punching him to the ground. As Kai stumbles, so does Issei, reaching his limit. They both fall back, but Kai manages to stop himself, using an ice spell to stay standing. However, Issei summons Ascalon, destroying the ice and causing Kai to fall. Issei soon loses consciousness as well. It seems we have a winner, folks. By 1 second standing longer than the other. Kai Crimson Abaddon is the winner. Azazel announces, and the crowd cheers not just for Kai but for Issei, as the match was incredibly close. A few days later, Kai wakes up in the underworld hospital. You're awake, Issei says from the bed next to him. You're strong, Kai. I'm so proud, it was close. Issei's words make Kai smile, but then he looks defeated, shedding a tear. You know that fight was awesome, but I must thank you for everything. Helping me get stronger, finding my home, my mother, and my love. I have to thank you, Master Hu, the strongest warrior I know. Issei is shocked as he puts a hand on Kai's shoulder. Thank you, Kai, but you earned your power as well, just like me, because we have goals and people we care about. They share a laugh, reminiscing about the past, when they hear a knock on the door. Hello, is it okay if I come in? Surzex asks from the doorway, accompanied by Rias, Rainier, Kaneko, and Timot. Hello, my king, of course you can come in, Issei replies. The girls rush in, hugging their mate. Issei, don't scare us like that, Rias says, hugging his arm. Yeah, if you do that again I will kill you, Rainier adds, hugging his other arm. Sorry, you too, I didn't mean to worry you, Issei tells them, using their nicknames. Kai, don't do that, dummy, Kaneko says, crying into Kai's chest. Yeah, if you do, I will be alone, and you already lost your father, you fool, Timat says, playfully hitting her son on the head. Sorry, Mum Kitten. I promise it will never happen again, Kai says, hugging them. Oh, that reminds me, Kai, Issei, Surzex says, catching their attention. First, the son of Kong wants to see you when you get discharged, and second, how would you two feel about being leaders? This shocks everyone but Issei. That won't be needed, Anaisen, because I already am, Issei says, tossing a red badge from his pocket to the Devil King. That is my badge I made for my clan. The dragons. After all, an emperor with no limits needs to protect his faction, Issei explains, making Surzex smile. However, from the window, a girl watches Kai. I guess I will have to wait to kill you too, but until then, I guess the white one will be my first prey, she says as she flies away. It has been 2 days since the King's Games. Kai and Issei are about to be ready to leave the hospital, but both have used so much energy that their arms feel stuck. Mr. Hai, Mr. Abaddon, you are both discharged. You are free to go, a nurse says, looking in shock as she sees Issei and Kai doing push-ups with their aura. Kai, focus your dragon power to act like a weight, Issei instructs, getting off the ground to see. If Kai can control his aura. So stop talking so I can F. Before Kai can finish, he falls due to lack of control. Sai, you two do know if you keep this up, we will keep you here another day, the nurse warns. The nurse to the dragon says. Sorry about that, we are just excited and ready to leave, right, Issei? Kai asked with joy in his voice. Of course, plus we got to ask our mates to fix our arms before we leave to Kyoto. Issei said as the two grabbed their bags and left. So, Kai guessed Ion, did you think of any new moves for battle? Issei asks, has Kai's arm acted up? No, not yet, why? Kai said, making Issei facepalm as they reached the Hayadu house. It's because you need your own power, not the same tricks or moved of you and your mates you used in the Gaal. As Issei opened the door while talking, he was tackled by Rias, Rainer, Aquino, Asia and Irina, and revealed that everyone else is at the hospital thinking they didn't leave yet. Issei, why didn't you tell us you were coming home? Rias said. She's right, you and Kai are still injured. Rainer said. Era, if you want yourself hurt just call me because this was just stupid. Aquino said in her normal seductive way. Agreed, Issei / my king. Ravel and Irina said as Asia just hugged Issei tight. Sensei, seems like you're the one who needs help with your mates, huh? Kai said, laughing awkwardly, seeing the Red Dragon Emperor, the first dragon who became an ultimate dragon, be knocked down by his mates. Girls, I'm fine, please get off me. Issei says, then looking down at Asia. Asia, I'm fine, please let go. He says as the girls let go, and Issei gets up, turning to Kai, getting his phone out. Issei. Who are you calling? Kai asked in fear as a magic circle appeared with his crest as it showed Kaneko and Kuroka, and they looked pissed. Thanks for calling numbnuts. Now Kai. Kaneko said, looking at Kai, making him feel fear. Get him. Kuroka said as the two sisters tackled him just like the other girls did to Issei. I think these two need punished, I have an idea for that. Girls, come here. Aquino says, calling Rias, Rainer, Kaneko and Kuroka over. What do you think they're talking about? Issei asked Kai. I have no clue, but I have shivers down my spine now. Kai says as the Chui go pale. Well, we let you two go have fun, let's go, Ravel. Irina says as the two leave and let what happens happen. Okay, as the girls get dressed, let me take you boys to the punishment room. Aquino says in a tease as Kai and Issei look back in worry. Do we have to? The two said as Aquino licks her lips, taking the two to the room. Lemon time of punishment. Here we see Kai and Issei teleported into a spar room naked, and Issei on one red is tied up with his hands tied up while Kai is tied up as well. So why are here and why are we tied up? Kai asks, but before Issei could say anything, thunder burst as someone comes from it. Hot pick of many, stick around, you're here to be healed and punished, bad boys. Aquino says in a seductive tone, licking her lips as she makes sure their hands are locked, and then she locks Kai's mouth. Okay, what's this for? Issei asks, trying to motion to him and Kai being locked, but then a red flash of light arrives, shocking the two dragons and giving them a true dragon boner. For Issei's side of the room, for Kai's side of the room. Oh, you don't know? We have you locked here so you don't enjoy yourself, bad boys. Rainer says she puts her breast on Issei's tied up arms and near his face, while Rias puts her breast on his face, torturing him so he can't touch their apia. Kai tries to talk through the magic bind on his mouth but can't. Oh, looks like it's our turn since you can't lick or talk to us. Kaneko says, walks over admiring Kai rod as she licks it, teasing the dragon, treating it like a nice cold ice cream cone. Oh no, you're not watching, Kuroka says as she puts her breast in his face and by his ear, mocking the dragon. Come on, Kino Rias, no fair. You must stop. Issei tries to say with breast in his face as he then feels a slap of pain at his balls as Aquino slaps them with a whip. Era, looks like you want punished. Aquino says, bending down's licking the balls she hit, only ti leave them go with one tease lick. Kai says as he is about to come from his queen's actions. Oh, you like that, my king? Well, I want my meal, please. Kaneko says as she dives her head down and wraps her tongue around his rod, and it goes down her throat faster and faster every time her head goes up and down. Oh, good work, sister, time for me. Kuroka says as she goes down to Kaneko and pulls down her nurse panties, shocking her as she has Kai's cock in her mouth. Ah, what a cute little pussy, maybe this should help you too. Kuroka says as she goes and licks Kaneko's wet pussy, making her moan and get even more wet with Kai's cock in her mouth. She licks and eat it more just like her sister licks her pussy until percum comes from her mouth. Kai says, trying to yell he is about to come, and Kaneko says the same as her pussy is so wet, and as her sister licks one last time with tongue in the clint, the two come with pussy juice and come everywhere. Oh my, looks like you got a lot, Naya, my turn. Kuroka says, moving her sister aside, putting her breast in between Kai's rod. Oh, looks like they're having fun, it's our turn, Rainer. Rias says as she puts Issei's hand on her breast as Rainra gets up so Issei can talk. This is torture, I am finally touching your apia now, really please, this is evil even for a devil and a fallen angel, you're my mates, why? Issei shedding a tear as most of us men would feel just like him. We can't just boobs and show our mates what dragons we are, but now Issei is chained like a pet lizard. Oh come on Issei, we won't do that, we will just do this. Rainier says stripping maked butting her ass near Issei. Good time for a red dragon fallen devil ass and cock/pork and bun sandwich. Aquino makes sure he's cuffed. Rias says as she strips as well, taking of her glasses and sitting in Issei's other leg near his dragon, as Rainier is on the right leg and the two put their ass cheeks in between. Mini Issei. Do I have to write this? Yes, if you don't I will whip and shock you. Aquino yells, scaring me. Damn it, I should have never given you the key to my cave anyway. The two girls jump up and down and rub his dragon with their ass, making the emperor squirm as both his mate move their asses up and down, left and right, as he feels their bad hindquarters make him get close to breaking. Oh, looks like he is about to come. Rias. Rainier said in a tease as they jiggle and look back at Issei. I never thought someone could be as red as my hair, well let's make him go. The girls say as the jiggle on last time, making him come as the asses are cover I'm his cum. While that was going on, Kuroka moves her tits with Kai's rod in it, making him leak until enough. The says as Issei's eyes go red and silver and Kai's eyes go gold with red and blue pupils breaking from all the binds they had, scaring the girls. B, boys calm down. Aquino says as they walk closer to the girls. Issei, I am making my mates get punished, you get yours. Kai says walking towards his kittens. Kai, we can't talk about this. Kuroka says as Kaneko doesn't feel fear, instead likes Kai's wild side as he goes into his dragonic human form, making his blade grow from 14-inch to 17-inch like a wild dragon as he lets his wings and tail show, making Kurox drool, but Kaneko bite her lip. You know what's coming on your stomach, my kitten. Kai says in authority as Kaneko's eyes shows hearts and fire, and she does as she's told, looking back saying, please master, use your kitten, I need that meat stick in me. Kuroka was in awe, however Kai looked back at her, grabbing her tits and necks, making the cat devil/dragon moan with the touch of her master grabbing her breast as she got wet. I didn't forget about you. Kai says, placing Kuroka on her knees as HR shows her his tail. Lick it. Kai orders as she sees the strong masculine tail, making her drool. Yeah, my master, as it sure says, going closer, licking the violet tail, feeling the strong scaled, making her feel like have a orgasm every time she licked it, and she liked it. This is dirty, master. Nai, I must clean it. Kurox says as she puts the tip of the tail in her mouth. So what's taking so long, master? Kaneko asks as she looks as the bed from the floor, waiting for Kai to fuck her. Well, I want to just say, I'm glad I am your first for both holes, King. Kai says with some more authority and power than before as he shocks the two sisters as he puts his blade in Kaneko's other hole, making her yell and purr. Master, what? Purr. Meow, are you doing? Konek says as she purrs and meows, unable to control herself. I'm showing you who the master is, my queen. Kai says as he thrust harder both blade for Kaneko and tail down Kuroka throat as he bends down to bite Kaneko's ears and lick her next, and gets up and turns to suck and bite Kuroka breast as she takes his tail. Well, here. Come. Kai yells as he feels his tail wet from the pussy and mouth and bouncy tits of Kuroka, and he comes in his queen as he takes his blade and tail out of the sisters. All the two can do is purr as he turned back, seeing them broken. While that went on, here is Issei and Rias/Rainier. Okay girls, it's time for you girls to get dragoned. Issei says, confusing the two as he goes towards them, closing his eyes, smiling. They boobing lingle. Issei whispers as he hears what the girls' chest pillows are saying. What is he going to do? I hope he pokes my breast like he did before, it felt so good. Rias bouncing pillows spoke, making Issei smile as he did the classic wall slam, intimidating the two as he bit Rainar's neck. Looks towards Rias and passionately kissed her as he ringed her nipple doorbells, making her moan during the kiss. But as they kissed, he heard the jugs of Rainier speak. That's hot. But it was close, he almost got my wings when he was biting me. Rainar's rice cakes said, yes, I'm using more than one word for a pay, sumi it fits. As soon as Issei heard that, he turned to Rainier while he then changed from poking to now groping Rias. He then kissed her, going lower from her neck to her lowy lips, and as soon as he did that, both girls were red from Rias getting handled for so long, and for Rainier as him being there made her wing pop out. Issei let out his tail, playfully interacting with Rainer's wings, causing the fallen angel to feel overwhelmed by the sensitivity. As Issei's tail continued to tease her, he brought Rias over to Rainer, showcasing his dragonic form. He summoned his gear and declared, "Boosted penetration," causing his blade to grow even larger, leaving the girls in awe. "Okay, girls, go ahead," Issei encouraged, gesturing toward them. They eagerly complied, moving closer and responding to his command. Rias and Rainer were both flushed and captivated, lost in the moment. "I'm about to finish, girls," Issei announced, and soon after, he released a burst of energy, leaving the girls exhausted and grateful as they lay on the floor, drifting off to sleep. Issei returned his blade to its original size and turned to Kai, who was eyeing Rainer. Before Akino could speak, Kai used his magic to bind her to the ground, causing her to blush. "We know you're into SM, so how about a little punishment for you, Fallen?" Issei teased, increasing the room's temperature, making Rainer pant. "Let out your wings, Aki-chan," Issei said playfully. "Or do you want us to let them out for you?" Kai added, jokingly using her full name, which made Rainer smile. She released her wings, inviting them closer. The two boys approached, and Rainer moaned with each touch, but after a few minutes, they paused. "You're not our mate, so we won't fully punish you," Kai said. "But we will help you get your wings back to their original state," Issei added, and they both released their energy, leaving Rainer fainted from the intensity. Afterward, the two boys realized they needed a shower. "We should clean up," they said in unison, leading the way to the bath. 3 hours later, after resting and eating, they prepared to leave, each carrying 2 bags filled with clothing and training items. "So, Issei, where are we going?" Kai asked, smirking. "We're heading to Kyoto," Issei replied bluntly, shocking Kai. "Kyoto? It would take forever to fly there. You need to ask first," Kai exclaimed, covering his ears as Issei playfully hit him on the head. "We're not flying, we'll use my rift spell. I finally have a name for it, so come on," Issei said, extending his fist for a fist bump to signify the start of their training. In Kyoto, it was 4 in the afternoon, and Lady Yakeisen and Sun Okong were discussing recent events in the hero faction when they saw a red and silver flash. Issei and Kai appeared before them. "Hello, Lady Yakeisen, Sun Okong." "It's been some time," Issei greeted, bowing with Kai following suit. "Red Dragon Emperor, it's a pleasure to meet you," Okong replied, pleased to see Issei formally. "Yes, Issei, how have you been?" Yakeisen asked warmly, noticing the bags beside them. "What are those?" "Oh, these? If it's all right, Kai and I would like to train here for a few days since we don't have school," Issei explained, nudging Kai, who had forgotten to ask about Kuno. "How is Kuno doing since we last saw her?" Kai inquired, a hint of red on his cheeks. "She's good, just a bit tired and asleep right now," Yakeisen replied, chuckling at her little fox's boundless energy. "All right, good to hear. Issei ready to lose?" Kai challenged, but Issei responded with a fierce aura that surprised everyone. "Outside now, it's time to show you that you can't underestimate an opponent or your own ego," Issei declared, dropping his bags and heading to the training grounds. He removed his jacket and summoned Draig, closing his eyes in focus. "Okay, time for you to lose," Kai said, preparing for a sneak attack. As he launched his attack, Issei dodged effortlessly and countered, whispering, "Wild spread," reading Kai's movements blindfolded. Kai struggled to land a hit, even attempting to fly, but Issei's agility and boosted power left him unable to move after a powerful blast. Kai lay on the ground, disoriented, as Issei removed the blindfold. "Well, first I created a magic and male version of booby lingual called Wild Spread. It's like a boar or fire. All attacks have emotions or power that are wild and are their core, and I can track it. These are all my moves, and when I fought you, I went to 30, not 50. Want to know why?" Issei asked. Kai was confused because he thought they would perish in the gear. "It's because of what I told you, but only if I boosted to 200 in that form. It was mostly to show you that I alone had skills and limits without using my allies' powers. You need to create a power of your own, Kai, not just rely on your teammates' strength or have Samel or Ifrit control your power. It has to come from you," Issei said coldly, tossing him a phoenix tear. Kai punched the ground in frustration as Issei left, realizing he had only won the game because his sensei had held back. Issei was testing him to see if he could develop his own power and moves that would remain with him, even if he ended up alone and weak like before. He had failed the test. I understand now, sensei. I have to create a power purely my own, Kai said, taking the tear and focusing his aura, trying to condense it into his body as the first step. Red Dragon, where is the dragon boy? Kongus. My student is developing his own power after I gave him a strict talk. But when I speak like that, I want to show him he can do anything because he is the son of a devil king, a Lucifer candidate, and a dragon king who hunted most of my past Red Dragon senpai. He has the potential to do anything, but first, he must control his power and not become overconfident, or he will lose everything, Issei reflected, recalling his own awakening of the juggernaut drive and the near-fatal consequences. He didn't want Kai to make the same mistakes. Hours passed, and as everyone else napped, it was now midnight. The full moon's light shone on Kai as he condensed and gained full control over his holy devil and dragon aura, along with some of his poison power. He fell to his knees, exhausted from the focus required for his training. No. I must get back up. I am an Abaddon. I am a dragon. I will be my own warrior, Kai said, struggling but managing to rise. He concentrated his power into his right arm, extending it while using his left hand to stabilize it. Closing his eyes, he released all his auras. Interesting, Okong remarked as he watched Kai train from the balcony of the training field. Indeed, Issei and Yakesan agreed, having just woken up from their nap. They observed Kai focusing his energy, his angel marks appearing on his arm, with red and silver sparks forming around him. A gold and violet aura enveloped him, and when he opened his eyes, they shone with one red pupil and one blue, indicating his struggle to control and merge all aspects of his power. I can do this, Kai declared as his aura shifted to silver and violet, gaining gold sparks alongside the red. He closed his eyes, releasing the power, shocking Yakesan, who hadn't realized the extent of his potential. Okong was not surprised, but Issei was amazed as he took out his phone to capture the moment. I did it! Kai exclaimed, opening his eyes to reveal a silver and black sphere in his hand, with a violet and gold center and red and blue sparks. As he felt the power radiating from it, he turned around to hear footsteps and clapping. Great job, Kai! You did well. So, what do you say about a test run for the... Issei began, but Kai interrupted. Supreme destruction. I think it suits me, Kai said, admiring the sphere. Yes, I agree. So, what do you say? Issei asked. I would be honored, sensei, Kai replied, both of them locking eyes with determination as the moonlight and the glow of supreme destruction illuminated them. This was the culmination of their hard work, and they were ready for what lay ahead. Chapter End. The two dragons, master and student, stared each other down, ready to fight under the bright moonlight. All right, Kai, let's do this, Issei said, stepping forward and entering a battle stance. All right, sensei, I will show you all I've got, Kai replied, merging the supreme destruction back into himself as he took his own stance. Hold it, you two. It's night. Do you want to wake everyone up? Wait until tomorrow, Yakesan interjected, reminding them that their people still needed their sleep before a dragon sparring match disturbed the night. You're right, Yakesan. Our apologies. Let's go, Kai, Issei said as he and Kai walked toward the temple to rest for the night. The next day in Ki. While Issei and Kai trained in Kyoto, Valley was searching for them, needing to talk to his fellow dragons. Sigh. I guess they're still asleep, Valley said, annoyed. I'm not sure, Valley. It seems they might not be here, Albion replied, confusing the white dragon. Before Valley could respond, he was suddenly attacked by a hooded figure in black with orange ribbons in their hair. Seems like I found you, White Dragon Lucifer, the figure declared with malice, surrounded by an orange and black aura of magic. Both Valley and Albion stepped back in surprise. What the hell? Who are you, and how do you know me? Valley questioned, his curiosity piqued as the figures smiled ominously. No dragon or devil can escape my judgment, they proclaimed, shocking Vale as memories of someone he had met before flooded back. Tell me, why are you still with my grandfather? He needs to die, Vale said, anger rising within him. It's simple, Vale. His time is soon, but all dragons like you and devils that are untrue by my views will die because no dragon or devil can escape my judgment. No, it can't be, Vale murmured, recalling the aura and will that belonged to only one person he knew. If you want to fight, bring it, but you will tell me who you are, Vale declared, raising a barrier to unleash his power. Fine by me, mistake, the figure replied, rushing at Vale. They clashed, exchanging blows with incredible speed and power, their movements igniting blue and bronze flames with black sparks. So this is your power, it's strong, I will give you that, the fighter said, attempting a kick at Vale, who dodged and summoned his gear, grabbing her legs and spinning her around, crashing her into the barrier and cracking it. Huh? Helicopter, helicopter. Albion laughed. Sigh, you've been spending time with Draig and Issei again, Vale remarked, unsure of who this white dragon was. As Vale spoke, a bright silver and bronze light emerged, and the hooded figure stood tall from the smoke, now wielding a gold spear adorned with orange and black markings. The cloak was damaged, revealing a woman with a large chest and a black shirt for stealth, one of her eyes glowing violet. So you are a girl and that spear says it all. You haven't changed a bit, but I had a hunch it was. Luna Amon, the devil of the house Sealing and Judgment, the lost devil of secrets, Vale announced, recognizing her as the one who had been watching Issei, Kai, and himself since Kyoto. Well, it seems like you're still as foolish as ever, Luna said, rushing at Vale and striking his wrist, breaking the barrier. The crash echoed, waking several people in the house. In Issei's room, after the previous night's events, Rias was the first to awaken. I guess he left already. Better get breakfast and everyone ready to surprise the two, she said, getting up and poking at the two fallen angels. Akino, Rainer, wake up, she called, but they wrapped themselves in their wings, pleading for 5 more minutes. Annoyed, Rias slapped them awake. Okay, girls, time for us to, she began, but was interrupted as Vale's barrier broke, waking everyone and prompting them to rush outside. The first to arrive were the twin pups and the Hayudu parents, along with Kiba. Vale, what happened? The Knight of Gremory asked. Vale raised his right hand, placing his fingers in his mouth, and whistled with magic, confusing everyone present. Then, with a whirlwind kick through the window, a figure jumped by Vale, accompanied by a magic circle called Fenrir. Dad? Fen asked as Fenris stood tall. Look, a dog and a cat. No wonder you're here, you fool, Luna remarked, leaving Kuroka and Vale confused while everyone else was shocked. Kaneko stood by Vale. What are you doing? She asked. This. Your fight? No, it's mine since I heard the call, Kaneko stated, recalling events after the Loki fight. We see Kai, Issei, and Vale teamed up, their gears or magic focused in their arms. What are you doing, Vale? Issei asked, unsure of his intentions. I'm channeling my energy into my arms so I can call Fenrir without any problems. Why, Hayudu? Vale asked sharply. Well, me and Draig can send out power signals that people can hear or hide from everyone we wish, even Orphis. Maybe you and Albion should try that. Issei said this, making Draig happy. You might be right, Issei. Hold up, Kai replied, focusing his gloves into a spiked fire that touched the gauntlet until it shattered. Ow, ow, ow. What the hell? Issei and Draig exclaimed as Kai pulled out a piece of the gear, similar to what Issei had done with Vale. Oi, Vale, listen. You can't use this. Keep this in your dimension unless needed. When you break your limits, you will gain some power of domination, he said, handing Vale a gem and blessing his arm with an Abaddon SOS. As Vale thought back, he closed his eyes and focused on Luna, a cold but happy devil who was a half-breed like him. She wouldn't do this. Now. At that moment, Fenris rushed to help Kaneko, focusing his power and aiming it towards Luna. Eat this, he yelled, forming his power into a claw of aura. However, Luna used her spear to block it, throwing Fenris back as he charged at her. Die. Beast of the flaming wrath, she yelled, using her energy and spear to form a dragon of pure fire, black sparks rushing at Fenris. But Kuroka and Fenrir knocked it back. Pest, the lot of you, she said as Kaneko and Fenrir glared at her. The three rushed at each other, clashing blows, fist to spear and kick to kick, but every move was countered by Luna. At one point, Kaneko blasted her with sage fire, but Luna put her hand out and absorbed the flame, shocking the two. Your power is strong, but I can control it, you fool. My mother was a sage who loved a devil and could tame high-ranking powers like yours at the cost of becoming a spirit after my birth, Luna said, removing her cloak to reveal black hair, violet eyes, and marks on her shoulders. One was a multicolored symbol for soul and beast on her left arm, and the other was a black pawn mark on her right palm, making her eyes void of anything. Valley opened his eyes, recognizing those crests and the pawn, from one man. POV change in hell. Yes, that's it. Kill him, you foolish girl. Those dragons will die. Valley, you should have listened, grandson, but now it's too late. You could have sided with me, but now your first friend will kill you and die herself, all because of me, a man in the shadows said, the light of a fire revealing rise of him live on Lucifer. He glanced at a coffin covered with blood and dirt, smiling. And besides, if that fails, I have you. Once I get your soul or magic as fuel, you fake who shouldn't have been voted for my blood right. Kai Abaddon, the second mate of Tiamat. He pointed to the Abaddon crest on the coffin, which Tiamat had made from dragon rock. POV Kyoto. As everyone gathered, except Valley and the cats along with Fenrir and Fenris, for more circles appeared, showing Surzex and the Gremory family, Serafal and Sona's team, Riser and Azazel with Michael and Ajuka, and finally a dragon circle with all dragon kings and gods. Issei had news to share with them. As they arrived and Rizavim spoke to himself, Kai's ring glowed, and his pendant shone as he meditated in the woods. Hello, Surzex and Lady Serafal. What is the pleasure, along with you, Lord Odin and Azazel, Michael? Yakasen asked as she, Okong, and Kuno walked out from their shrine rooms. We came to watch the fight at full power, master and student. That reminds me, where is Issei? Surzex asked, making his parents jolt. Yes, Lady Yakasen, please tell us where he is, they inquired, bowing. I assure you, Dragon Boy is all right. Just like Kai, he is training before I kick his ass, right, Okong? Kai said, emerging from the forest shirtless and wet, causing Asia to blush and Kuno to cover her eyes. Young man, why are you shirtless and acting so cocky? Tiamat said, annoyed at her son's behavior. I needed to meditate before the fight, so I did it under a waterfall in the woods, Kai explained, snapping his fingers to summon a blue shirt with black markings, black jeans, gloves, and bronze boots. Haha, seems like you are eager, cousin, a strong voice said, shocking Rias and Kai as they turned to see Serorg, Issei, and their teams. Cousin, what are you doing here? Rias asked, thinking he still needed to rest after Issei's previous battle. Well, he wanted to see the fight too, and besides, I don't blame him for coming after all. I almost burned him, Issei admitted, revealing he had been training a little. So, you are scared to fight me, Kai yelled, making Tannen, Azazel, and Surzex laugh. Issei smiled, his aura glowing red, black, and white, surprising everyone as he summoned the boosted gear and soul gear. On his left shoulder rested a white dragon scale, radiating the light of Albion. What the hell, Issei? You have a white dragon gear. The Azazel exclaimed, astonished. Issei chuckled. Not quite. It's the power I absorbed from Valley, combined with my own energy, forming a gear-like structure with my dragon, AI. He put the gears away, revealing the reason behind his training. So, brother, how have you been? Surzex asked, as Milicus appeared beside him. Yeah, Issei, how are you? The hyperboy chimed in. I'm fine, brother. I've had some rest, but not much. I have plans for the future, after all, Issei replied, noticing Michael and Odin's confusion. Serafal, however, blushed and asked, Oh, Issei, is your future a harem? Not even close, Issei said, walking over to Rias and Rainier, kissing both on the head. But if it happens by accident, I'll just call it luck. His words made everyone laugh. Suddenly, a powerful aura of supremacy and domination filled the air, reminiscent of Issei at the peace meeting. A bright light from a magic circle appeared, revealing a hurt Fenris, Kaneko, and a half-conscious Kuroka. Kai's heart sank and he whispered, "Velit, do this for her and she will be saved. I should have known you couldn't tell her back then, but you love her, don't you?" As he lifted Kuroka to heal her, the scene shifted to Valley, who was enveloped in a blue aura with red hues, tears streaming down his face. "You will pay, grandfather. I will free you, Luna, because you will feel the rage of warrior's drive/supremacy call of domination. Get ready, Luna. I will set you free and make my grandfather pay." Valley shouted, awakening a new, unknown power. Meanwhile, Issei and Kai looked down at the injured Kuroka, Fenris, and Kaneko, confusion etched on their faces. "What happened?" Issei asked, sensing Albion and Valley nearby. In a flashback, Fenris stood tall, wielding his sword of thunder and ice, breathing heavily after taking Luna's blast. "So you still stand, dog? Maybe I can kill you slowly," Luna taunted, raising her arm with a spear. But Fenrir rushed in, saving his son. "What are you doing?" Fenris cried out, witnessing Fenrir's struggle against the curse mark. "Fenrir, don't!" Kaneko yelled, rushing to kick Luna down before she could retaliate. Fenrir, overwhelmed by the dark energy, succumbed to sleep, leaving Fenris in tears. "Dad, no," he whimpered, rage building within him. "You will pay for this." Fenris roared, unleashing a dragon aura mixed with ice and thunder as he transformed into Prime. Luna smirked, sensing the change. "Oh, looks like the pup has some fight in him," she said, surrounded by an orange aura. "Fenris, look out. That power is a counter-aura made of pure energy. Be careful." Valley warned, determined not to lose his comrade. With his hair spiked and flickering between black and white, Fenris roared, harnessing his speed and power. He wore a torn black shirt and leather pants, adorned with designs of thunder and ice, ready to face the challenge ahead. Before Luna could finish, Fenris rushed at her with blinding speed, using his aura and sword to break through hers. He landed a clean right hook, sending her flying into the air. "Damn, looks like my sword is gone," Fenris said, glancing down at his broken weapon before looking back at Kaneko. "Hey, come on," he urged, reaching out a hand surrounded by thunder and blue fire as the queen and pawn prepared to team up. "All right, let's go," Kaneko replied, grabbing Fenris's hand as Luna flew towards them. "You will pay for this, you foolish brats," she yelled, her anger palpable. Kaneko transformed, wrapping her legs in dragon aura and entering her dragon Nico mode. "Now," they both shouted as Fenris threw Kaneko, giving her a surge of thunder as she launched towards Luna. "Die, Judgment Edge," Luna declared, her spear glowing with a rainbow and silver hue, accented by a hint of orange. "Oh no, you don't, you fool," Kaneko yelled, focusing all her power into her legs. "Twin tail spiral," she cried, her flames and thunder forming a spiraling tail kick that collided with Luna's spear, creating a massive shockwave. "What the hell?" a voice said. Fenris and Valley turned to see Kuroka watching the battle. "Sister, why are you here?" Kaneko asked, surprised to hear her sister's voice, just as Luna began to build up a fireball of dark energy. "Oh no, you don't," Fenris yelled, jumping beneath Luna and firing a blast of thunder and fire. He used ice from the wind around him to stop the blast, but the three were sent flying. Fenris and Kaneko were out of power, while Luna stood tall, albeit bleeding. "That's it, I don't care," Valley said, slamming a red and green gem into his right arm as a white gauntlet formed from his wings. "This was fun, kids, but—" Luna began, pulling a phoenix tear from her pocket, shocking Kuroka. "I don't have time to play," she said, drinking the tear and regaining her full power, though the pawn mark began to break, leaving her still able to fight. "Now die," Luna yelled, rushing at Fenris and Kaneko with her spear. But then, "No!" Kaneko cried as she and Valley turned to see Kuroka slashed by the spear, half bleeding and unconscious. Sister! Sister! Kaneko cried as Valley unleashed a powerful aura, glaring at Luna. You will pay for this. You will pay for hurting her, he yelled, memories of their childhood flooding back. I shall rise, breaking from the path of salvation, standing tall in the name of supremacy. I shall stand for those I have lost and break through the limits of domination. Now you shall feel a dragon's wrath. Valley roared, entering a new drive fueled by tears and rage, knowing who was responsible for the pain inflicted on Kuroka and himself. Go now or I might kill you, Valley said, opening a portal and handing Kuroka to Kaneko while Fenris took care of the situation. As they left, we returned to the present. So that's what happened. I'm sorry to hear that, Issei said, calming Fenris, who still didn't trust him due to past scars. Asia, heal Kaneko. Mom, you and I will try to heal Kuroka, Kai said, holding Kuroka but feeling dizzy. Issei rushed to catch him, while Ajuka and Surzex approached, concerned. Tamit, Ravel, hurry and heal Kuroka now, or Kai will die, Issei commanded, shocking everyone except Azazel. I will die? Kai asked, still dizzy. Yes, because if Kuroka dies, you will feel the effects of the fall. She is one of your 3 mates, Issei explained, startling Kai, Kaneko, and Sona, who had only thought it was due to betrayal. Sona and Kaneko, make sure Kai will be all right. Kuroka is our priority, Issei said, as their teams worked together to help. Wait, everyone! Shalat yelled, drawing everyone's attention. What's Shalat? Not trying to be rude, but we are busy. What can you do to help? Issei asked coldly, focused on saving Kai. Actually, I can fix this, Shalat said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a senza bean, shocking everyone. Hurry and give it to Kuroka, Issei urged. Shalat nodded, but before he could rush over, they felt a large power awakening. Partner, do you sense that? Draig asked Issei mentally. Yes, I do. Valley is dying either from his new drive or from seeing Kuroka and his first friend harmed. He might have received the fall as well, Issei thought, shifting focus back to Valley, who stared down Luna and rushed at her, his armor morphing colors with his rage and power merging with him. Draig, what do I do? Issei thought. You need to focus. After all, you were the first dragon to beat the fall, Great Red chimed in. As Issei closed his eyes to concentrate, he sensed both Kai and himself developing scars, a sign of the fall, the dragon's end he had once overcome. Die, bastard! Valley yelled, striking with a flurry of punches and magic, which Luna could only counter by keeping up with his fists, but she had to expend most of her magic to swat away his magical attacks. Valley yelled as he fired 2 spheres of energy, one red and one blue, both swirling with black. Now die, twin hellbomber. Oh no, you don't! Luna shouted, using her spear to collide with the spheres, engaging in a fierce struggle. I'm not done yet. Valley declared, his armor glowing purple with red and white accents. Divide! He shouted repeatedly, shrinking Luna's power and the energy blasts, an electric shock forming around them. What the? Luna gasped as her right arm went limp, the pawn mark dividing. No. I will not be a slave. I will fight to save Valley, she cried, struggling against the mark. Seeing her determination, Valley rushed at her with blinding speed, triggering an energy blast that caused both of them immense pain. As the dust settled, Valley was seen holding Luna, her spear transformed into a bow around her arm. He looked down at her unconscious form, the pawn mark nearly gone. Exhausted, he turned off his gear, having expended a significant amount of power and a portion of his life force. Bloodied and bruised, his jacket torn, he felt a wave of concern from Albion. Valley, are you okay? Albion asked through their link. Yeah, I just need rest and to do something I should have done a long time ago. Can you help me before you go to sleep, my friend? Valley requested, feeling a sense of hope for a brighter future. As he gazed at Luna, he lifted her palm to his mouth and kissed it, just as he had done before leaving. He then bit her hand gently, marking her as the mate of the white dragon, curing him of his loneliness and hatred. Albion, can you send me to Issei's location? Even if I live, I need to sleep, Vale said, drifting into slumber as he and Luna fell. Of course, partner. No, Vale. Albion replied, teleporting them to Issei's location. Meanwhile, Issei and Shalat waited in the training field, surrounded by onlookers as they healed Kuroka. What are you doing? Kai asked, approaching them. We're waiting for Vale to give him the senzu or at least half of it. What about you? Issei replied. I'm better now that Kuroka is alright. I was going to ask if we could fight after Vale arrives, Kai said. Issei looked at the sky. I don't think. Of course, but first catch. Issei interrupted, surprising everyone as he threw a phoenix tear to Kai. Are you all really that shocked? Dragons fight for pride, so no backing down on our word, Issei declared, summoning a magic circle for Draig. What is it, brother? Draig asked. Simple. Shalat, give Draig the bean and have him give it to Vale after he arrives. Then merge back with me for the fight, Issei instructed, leaving to change clothes. As he counted down, a blinding light appeared, summoning Vale and Luna, leaving everyone on edge until Albion spoke. Devils, angels, and more, please let me explain what happened and why, he said as Kai walked away to get dressed and give Kuroka the phoenix tear. 2 hours later, everyone gathered, enjoying cakes and tea as Kuroka emerged healed. Vale shed a tear, explaining everything to her, while Kaneko cried tears of joy at seeing her sister well. Suddenly, Issei entered the training field, wearing a striking outfit. So I'm here. Where is Kai? He asked, turning to Rainier, who had set up a barrier with Rias and the others. As Issei pulled out Ascalon, a black fire glowed behind him, revealing Kai using his Abaddon power to blend with Issei's shadow. You can't trick me, Kai. I trained, remember? Issei said, as Kai laughed and returned to his normal form. I had to give it a shot. So, shall we? Kai replied, moving to the other side of the field. Issei sheathed Ascalon, and they both assumed fighting stances. When I shoot the sky, the fight will begin, Surzex announced. The 2 dragon gods nodded. 3. Issei's eyes shifted to red, black, silver, and emerald. 2. Kai's eyes transformed to gold, 1 red and 1 blue, with silver stars. 1. They unleashed their power as Surzex shot the sky. Begin, he yelled, and the 2 dragons rushed at each other, clashing with immense force. Kai aimed a kick at Issei, who attempted to block, but Kai used his tail to propel himself, landing a strike on Issei's head. Making the red dragon move back, Kai counters with a punch that Issei dodges. However, Issei transforms into his dragon form, channeling holy and dragon energy, which sends a feedback shockwave that cuts Kai. The leader is shocked, having never seen Issei do that before, while Kiba and Gasper smile, recalling how Issei had used a similar technique to break swords and punch Riser, sending chills down the devil's spine as he watches the fight unfold. Clever, sensei, but can your mind beat this? Kai taunts as he grabs Issei's arm with his tail, charging violet and silver flames in his arms. Oh no, you don't, Issei retorts, summoning his boosted gear and throwing Kai back into the sky. But as he does, he finds himself immobilized, his gear ensnared by a black dagger and violet flames. Not this again, Issei thinks, recalling their first fight when he was nearly trapped by this chain, which now feels stronger than before. You fell for my trap, now it's time to go down. I call this Dragon X Claw. Kai yells, rushing at Issei with his arms in a fiery dragon mode, combining his flames with those of his mother and father. He lands like a meteor, striking Issei in the chest and pushing him into the ground. Issei retaliates with a punch, breaking the chain as Kai slashes his arms in a scissor-like motion. He lands on the ground, looking at the crater he created. Come on, sensei, you're still up? You can't trick me. Kai yells. Moments later, the sound of a boost and divide rings out as Issei jumps out of the hole, a little dirty but otherwise fine. Fine, Kai, eat this, Issei says, snapping his fingers, putting Kai on edge as he senses the dragon shatter. But then he feels drained as Issei gains a white shoulder pad, while Kai begins to feel weak. Divide, divide, divide. rings out as Issei uses his own power mixed with what he stole from Vale, binding Kai in place. Nope! Kai yells, putting his hands together, confusing everyone except Kaneko and Kuroka as he starts to perform hand signs mixed with devil and dragon magic. Souls split flames. As soon as he says that, he breaks free from the bind, shocking Issei as 3 versions of Kai appear, astonishing everyone except his queen and rook. One Kai on the right wears a red shirt and has red hair and eyes. He is Devil Kai. The Kai on the left has a blue eye opposite the devil's red eye, a black shirt, violet dragon wings, and red and black hair. He is Dragon Kai. The middle Kai has black hair, wears white and black, and has a winged mark on his arm. This is Samo Kai. What am I looking at? Issei exclaims, and everyone, including Ajuka, shares his confusion. What do you think, sensei? This is my sage power, souls split flames, separating me into 3 versions. Devil Kai says eagerly, feeling the rage and laughter from the other 2. What? Couldn't you have thought of a better name? You sound like a fool, Dragon Kai retorts bluntly. Well, I think it's funny because a fire splits to create a wildfire or make it stronger or weaker, or even calm, not deadly, Samo Kai explains as all 3 put away their wings, finding humor in the situation. Oh, shut it, Devil Kai says as they turn to Issei, who sits on a rock, looking unfazed. Oh, I'm sorry, was this a fight or a pick a Kai, find a Kai game? Issei quips, getting up and summoning the boosted gear, knowing he needs to get serious. That's it, you're gonna die, draig user. Dragon Kai shouts, rushing at him. Seems like Dragon Kai is just like Tiamat. Tannen laughs until he feels a chill as Tiamat stands behind him, angry. Nope, sorry dragon, Issei says, dodging but getting shot from behind by a white blast and spear from an angel in the sky. Ouch, damn it. You're lucky I'm not mostly reincarnated as a devil anymore, or that would have killed me, Issei grumbles, pulling the spear from his arm. Maybe look behind you, Hiru, Dragon Kai warns, rushing in front of Issei as they clash. Issei tries to counter, but Dragon Kai uses his tail to bind Issei's left arm. Now eat this, he says, breathing in to build fire. Draig now. Issei commands, increasing the heat and flames of his gear, burning Dragon Kai's tail, forcing him to let go. Ah! Issei yells, gut-punching Dragon Kai, causing him to release flames early towards the sky. Over here, fool! A voice calls and Issei looks behind to see Devil Kai with a red flash and a silver, red, and black sphere right behind him. Hakai! Devil Kai yells, launching the blast of destruction, sending Issei flying back into the woods. Not bad, Samuel says. Thanks, the devil replies as the dragon gets up from the roof of the building where Issei threw him. You could have helped me, you know, runt, the dragon yells angrily at the devil. We are the same person, but to be fair, I needed an opening, the devil says with a smile. Thank you 3. I think I figured you out, Issei says, walking out of the woods with his shirt torn from the back, shocking the 3 Kais that he is still standing. Oh yeah, bring it on, the dragon and devil say, making Issei smirk. Boost, 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 rang out as Issei dashed past the 2 talking Kais, going after Samo Kai. As Samo Kai put up a barrier, Issei smirked and built up a dragon shot before firing it, shocking everyone. This is pointless. You can't break through, Samo Kai taunted, making Issei laugh as Draig said one word, penetrate. This made the dragon shot break through the barrier, hitting Samo and causing him to fall. You see, you may be faster than the other 2 and have different magic, but you aren't strong without magic. You can't punch, block, or kick to save yourself, Issei says, looking down at Samo Kai before turning to the other 2 and boosting X20. So who's next? Issei asks, teleporting between the 2 and kicking the devil away. This should show the difference, Issei thinks as he punches the dragon and uses a gravity spell on a rock and the dragon. You son of a, the dragon starts, but Issei interrupts. Figured you're the only one of them who can't use magic, only natural abilities like fire. Issei throws the rock at the dragon, but he stops it with his wings, breaking it and punching himself to the ground to break the spell. I shouldn't have done that, the dragon says, getting up and rushing towards Issei. Issei dodges and punches him away, but not before the dragon fires a blast at him point blank, causing some harm. Don't forget me, a voice yells as the smoke clears from the flames of the dragon's attack, revealing the devil coming out of a teleportation spell with 2 spheres of destruction. Trust me, I can't, Issei says, summoning Ascalon and cutting the spheres before they are thrown. He runs towards the devil, cutting them and putting him in a headlock. I figured you out. While the dragon can't use magic but is fast and strong, and Samuel is fast and great with magic, basically ranged, you are the magic and strength of the group but lack speed, Issei states, annoying the devil Kai until he starts to laugh. Haha, the devil continues to laugh, confusing everyone, even Kaneko and Kuroka. Son, what are you planning? Timat thinks until the devil sparks a red and silver aura covering his hand. Gasp. It can't be, Timat says aloud, making everyone look at her. What is it, Lady Timat? Ajuka asks. Yes, tell us, Valley says. That aura, I know it from one devil, Timat says, shocking all as they realize one thing. What's so funny? Issei asks. Simple, you're half right, but we still got our power fixing those weaknesses. Father, the devil says, breaking free from Issei's grip and glowing red and silver. His body changes color to red, with some of his skin and clothing silver, and he has black eyes and lines on his body similar to Kai Abaddon, his father, when he fought Timat long ago, shocking all who knew him as this is his Hakai Oro form. What the hell is that? Issei asks, summoning his other gauntlet. Issei, it's similar to Hakai Kane Oro. I think it's his father's form, Draig says, getting Issei's attention. I agree with Draig, Issei, be careful. Dragon and Samuel might have similar powers, Great Red says as Issei understands. You are so right, Draig and Red, after all, we all are the same and different, the devil says, sticking his hand out for a magic ring and summoning Gram. Then, with blinding speed, the devil knocks Issei down, cutting his face with Gram and destroying the ground. He's about to cut him again, but Issei blocks with a dragon shot in his hand, throwing Gram and the devil back. You really are strong, Issei says, but then feels sudden sharp pain behind him as the dragon Kai in the Kane Oro form grabs his neck, crushing him. Keep your guard up, sensei, the dragon Kai mocks as he crushes Issei's airflow, holding rage and power just like his mother. You Longinus users make me sick because you're weak without your powers, given to you by gods who made or feared you, fool, the dragon says with rage. As Issei struggles, he glows red, entering Balance Breaker for a split second, getting free from the dragon's grasp and gasping for air. Damn, looks like I owe you and Valley $50, Issei says, frustrated at losing a bet. Hell yeah, I won. Suck it, C and Great Red. Valley exclaims as he, Albion, and Draig placed a bet that Issei would need Balance Breaker, and it looks like they won, much to the sorrow of the other two and the amusement of the others. Not gonna ask, punks, but now, devil. The dragon yells as he rushes at Issei, with the devil teleporting behind him, doing the same. Really? A time trap attack? Fine, Balance Breaker. Issei says, activating Balance Breaker, dodging the two with his speed, kicking the dragon back, and throwing the devil towards the sky. Oh, you play that way? Fine, Devil Reaper. The devil Kai yells as he focuses his power into a destruction cyclone, throwing it towards Issei. How did I not see this? I guess this is faster than night, so I can't see it being launched fine. Issei says as he begins to boost, breaking through the cyclone. Boost, 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 rang out as the cyclone broke, and Issei flew towards the devil, slamming him into the ground. Suddenly, a massive pressure grabbed him and threw him down as well. What the? Issei says, getting up slowly and seeing something terrifying. It resembled a powerful figure made of silver, with dragon claws and light spears instead of swords. Like what you see, Issei? Kai says, now in a Susanoo version of his Samuel form. This shocks everyone, as the Susanoo looks like Kai did once but is composed of more angelic and fallen power. As everyone is stunned, the dragon and devil land to the right and left of the ground next to Samuel. Is that a Susanoo? Wow, just wow. You're stronger than I thought, Kai, Issei says, making all three of them smile. Thanks, they all reply, until they raise an eyebrow and look at each other. He means me. No, me. No, me, they all yell, until the devil and dragon look at Samuel. Hell no, you're the youngest, the two yell, making Samuel taken aback, while the onlookers laugh. We are the same person and same age, Samuel defends himself. True, but we're his main blood and power, you're the new one, the devil says, shocking the dragon and angering him. Hold on. I'm the main one. I've protected him since he was a kid, the dragon exclaims, almost breaking the tension. Ow, damn it. Don't do that. True, but while you protected him, I grew in strength as he did. Plus, you only got stronger when he awoke his full dragon form, unlike me, who grows stronger when he does, the devil retorts, irritating the dragon with his facts. Forget you, the dragon snaps back. No, forget you, the devil counters. Wait, all of us are the same person, so wouldn't that be? Samuel starts, grossing out the two. No wonder you're the Samuel, the devil says, trying not to gag. Maybe I want to pursue my own interests, but that's not the point, the dragon says, pointing to Asia, causing everyone to turn to her. I would never, I promise. Asia says, her face bright red as they turn back to the fight. Forget this. Eat this, Issei, the devil says, holding his hand out and focusing his power. Supreme destruction, he yells, trying to throw his attack, but all he releases is air, shocking him and making Issei and Kong laugh, knowing what the move needs to work. What the? Why didn't it form, he says, trying again but failing. Why won't it form? The devil yells, annoying the dragon and making Samuel laugh at his frustration. You idiot! You can't do it unless we're merged, the dragon yells, shocking the devil. How was I supposed to know that? He replies, making Samuel facepalm. I'm in a giant Susanoo version of Samuel, and I know that. Samuel Kai says, teasing the devil. Think of me as the collider, and Samuel is half the power. While you are the other half, the dragon explains to the devil. How about you keep your guard up? Issei yells, sneaking up on the three while they talk and stabbing the devil in the arm with Ascalon, causing all three to feel immense pain. Ah, they yell as Issei discovers their weakness. Dragon, keep him busy. Samuel commands as the dragon kicks Issei away and Samuel picks up the devil. Ow, ow. Hold still, I'm healing you. Samuel says, feeling pain himself but focusing on healing the devil. Shut up. Your power may heal me, but it burns. We need to merge back, the devil says, turning off Hakai or. Suddenly, they feel pain in their stomachs as the dragon gets kicked back. I figured you three out. Issei yells. If any of you go full power, you feel the same pain. As the dragon slowly gets up and flies to Samuel, he asks, he got us. What now? The two look at him seriously, and he understands as they all create separate magic circles and hand signs. A bright light blinds everyone, and as it fades, we see Kai falling to the ground with torn clothing and drained energy. Damn, I shouldn't have done that, he says, getting back on his feet. Hey, you tried. Now come at me. Issei challenges as Kai smiles, holding an orb of power that is silver and black with a gold and violet center, crackling with red and blue electricity. Now try to block this, Issei. Kai says, rushing towards him for a punch. Issei attempts to catch it but feels pain as he gets hit and thrown back from the orb at point-blank range. Supreme destruction, point-blank version. Kai declares, shocking everyone as Issei is thrown back, bruised and bloodied like Kai. I'm not done yet. Issei says, getting up as Kai, tired from his attack, suddenly grabs his head in pain, hearing memories and voices. I will not fall, I will stand as the dragon should, they hear as they both take fighting stances, rushing at each other and landing blows evenly. Each punch and kick brings back another memory. Even if it means I will miss my mates, I will be king of this world. You will pay for messing with the name of a dragon god. The energy surged as their eyes transformed, revealing their full power. In the midst of their clash, they heard a haunting memory. A man in despair, tears streaming down his face, declaring, "I will prevail no matter the cost. Anything for my world, my friends, my family, and my unborn child. Even if it means paying the ultimate price." As the memory faded, everyone was shocked to see Kai crying from his right eye. "Why is he crying?" Timid asked. "I don't know," Kaneko replied. Suddenly Rias shouted, "Wait, look!" They were stunned to see Issei's green left eye shedding tears as well. They whispered one word, "Kaiser." The two stopped their attacks, wiping their tears away. "Issei, what do you think this ugh?" Kai began, but before he could finish, Issei punched him unconscious, whispering, "We'll talk later in private. For now, you've grown, but just so you know, I used 100% in my base form. I'm proud." Issei caught Kai as he fell and gently placed him on the ground. As the scene shifted, Issei's powers were revealed: boosted gear, Yuma's soul gear, balance breakers, and his own dragon form. His mates included Rias and Rainer. Next, Vale Lucifer's powers were outlined, including divine dividing gear and incredible magic abilities, with Luna as his only mate for now. Lastly, Kai Crimson Abaddon possessed Abaddon abilities, the power of destruction and chaos, and infinite knowledge of dragons, thanks to half of Ophus's heart within him. His mates were Sona, Kaneko, and Kuroka. The sound of rain echoed outside, accompanied by thunder. Kai lay in bed, bandaged and alone, reflecting on his losses. "Damn it. Dad, Samuel, Ifrit, how do I keep losing?" he lamented, trying to rise but being held back by his injuries. "Son, I don't know. He is your sensei, your teacher, and your rival. What you both experienced must have pushed him to not hold back," Samuel said, attempting to console him. "Listen, fool, I chose you for a reason. I choose power, not weakness," Ifrit added, trying to uplift Kai's spirits. Suddenly, Issei knocked on the door. "Hey kid, can we talk?" he asked, entering the room with minimal bandages compared to Kai. "No need to play dumb, I know you saw what I did." "That power was out of this world," Issei said seriously. Kai clenched his blanket, sparks flying from his hands. "Yeah, I know, but who?" Kai asked, looking up at Issei with tears in his eyes. "I don't know, but we need to find out. It could mean life or death," Issei replied, thunder rumbling ominously. Kai slowly got up, determination in his voice. "I know, which is why I will get stronger for the little one." Issei paused, surprised by Kai's words about a youngling, but he seemed to understand. "As long as we didn't use our world-shattering powers, you pushed me to 100%, making me go balance breaker and boost," Issei said, preparing to leave. "Sit. What's up?" Kai asked, confused as Issei hesitated, tears forming in his eyes. "Trusted. I'm proud of you," Issei said, leaving the room. Kai was taken aback, shedding a tear as he felt his sensei's pride in his growth. "Thanks, Issei," he whispered, removing his gloves for the first time in a while. As he turned his eyes to their multicolored state, he fell asleep, the blue flame of his gloves illuminating the room, always there for him. Issei walked down the halls, tears building up in his eyes as he recalled the visions of Kaiser and the Beast. "Partner, are you okay?" Draig asked, sensing Issei's struggle to hold back his emotions. "You know we're here to talk," Great Red said as Issei stepped outside. "Yeah, I know guys, but right now we can talk as I fly." Issei glowed red and silver with emerald sparks. As the glow faded, Issei transformed into a giant red and silver dragon with emerald claws and striking red, emerald, and black eyes, embodying his full power. A mighty roar echoed through the area as Issei began to ascend into the sky. As he soared, Issei felt stressed and needed to think. "Issei, where are you going?" Draig asked, sensing his partner's turmoil. Issei flew toward the mountains, contemplating how he needed to grow stronger. "Please, protect Kaneko." "Thank you, Senior." The memory of Kai's death flashed in his mind as he landed at the mountain's peak, transforming back into his human form, panting and in tears. "Damn it!" Issei yelled, slamming his fist into the ground, haunted by thoughts of Kai and the visions he had been experiencing. "What's wrong?" a voice called out. Issei turned to see Tanin, Tiamat, and Azazel approaching. What the hell? Azazel, how did you find me? Issei asked, confused. Simple, we sense draig and your power, Tannen replied calmly, though concern laced his voice. You think we can't sense you, idiot? Tiamat exclaimed, rushing toward Issei. Expecting an attack, Issei closed his eyes, but instead felt a warm embrace. Partner, open your eyes, draig said soothingly. Yes, and besides, you're almost at my level, so she can't hurt you, Red added. When Issei opened his eyes, he was shocked to find himself being hugged by Tiamat. Even the leader of our faction needs a break now and then. Don't push yourself, Baka Emperor, Tiamat said, releasing him and helping him up. So, kid, what's going through your head? Tannen asked. Issei smirked. I think we should announce our return as warriors. With a snap of his fingers, a magic circle enveloped him, and when it faded, Issei stood in a new outfit, a black shirt with a red jacket bearing draig's mark, silver and gold shoulder pads, and a cloak. His bronze pants featured an emerald flame design, and he wore black boots adorned with blue and red dragons. The transformation shocked the three. Tannen recognized it as Issei accepting his role as the leader of the dragon faction. Azazel sensed Issei's newfound power but was left speechless. Tiamat felt a dominant energy from Issei that reminded her of draig, but even stronger, which astonished her. So shall we dragons declare who we are? Issei proclaimed as both gears formed. Hell yeah, partner. Show them the Welsh power of a leader. Draig cheered proudly. Indeed, let's lead our clan, Great Red added, pleased with Issei's growth. Meanwhile, Kai was in bed, struggling to get up. Damn it, how can I keep sulking, he thought, jolting up and trying to rush outside as he sensed Issei transforming into a dragon. But as Kai ran, he couldn't catch up, his injuries held him back. Say where are? Forget it, Kai muttered, frustration building as blue and orange flames flickered around him before fading, revealing his aggressive Ifrit side. He stormed into the bathroom, trying to calm his mind. 10 minutes later, while Issei was in the sky, the sound of a shower echoed as Kai attempted to relax. Damn it, Ifrit Samuel, do you have any idea what's going on? Kai asked his partners in his mind. I wish I knew, partner. I sensed Ophis during your fight, but now she's gone, Samuel replied. Indeed, you are strong, but it seems Issei is planning something. But what? Ifrit pondered. Just then, laughter echoed in Kai's mind, and he saw his father, Lord Abaddon, smiling. Oi, Dad, what's so funny? Kai asked aloud, glancing at his pendant. Nothing, kiddo. Just that Issei's acting like me and Zex did back in the day as devil leaders, Lord Abaddon said, surprising Kai. Also, you might want to do something about that naked girl with you. What girl? Oh, Kai exclaimed, turning around to see Luna standing there. Hey Kai, she said quietly. What the hell, Luna? Why are you here? Kai shouted, turning red as he quickly wrapped a towel around his waist. Relax. I'm here to apologize for what I did. I thought it was empty, not used, Luna explained as Kai walked past her, realizing he hadn't put the sign up. How about this? We talk later, like tomorrow, Kai suggested, making Luna smile. Thank you so much. I would expect nothing less from Vala's brother-in-arms, she said, causing Kai to smirk as he retreated to his room to rest for the night. The next day, everyone awoke to the sun shining. All the leaders and peerages gathered for breakfast until a sudden dark cloud blocked the light, prompting Kai and Vala to spring into action. Vali, do you feel that? Kai yelled. Hell yeah. Come on, everyone follow us now. Vala commanded as the two dragons rushed outside with everyone else, only to see Issei, Ophis, Tiamat, and Tannen in dragon form, accompanied by a young dragon with red and white scales, his son, Bova, and Azazel. Issei yelled, shocking everyone but making Kai smile as they promised to bring the dragon faction back to prominence. This is all for today, thanks to the dragon army. Sorry I haven't posted. Also, check out Issei. Today is his birthday, so wish him a happy one as the dragon faction rises. This story has only 12 chapters left, so everyone enjoy and stand tall, my comrades. The atmosphere was tense as Issei, along with the two dragon kings, Ophis and Azazel, looked at the leaders and peerages, the group silent until Kai stepped forward. So, you really mean we're starting the faction back up? Kai asked, knowing Issei's words had to be true. Indeed, we have decided that Kai and I will be rebuilding the dragon faction along with other dragon warriors like Saji and Vale, of course. We need strong women to do so, Issei said with a smile. Issei, is this true? Kiba asked, voicing what everyone on Team Rias was thinking, causing the girls to blush. Yes, Issei replied, jumping down to the ground. I'm going to let all the supernal know we fight, not just be pawns. Saji stepped outside, sensing the faction coming out of hiding. This is what I sensed, Saji said, confusing Sona, who didn't understand what he meant. Oh please, Saji, you're the tactician of my faction's leaders. You may be a devil, but as Vritra's host you can join our team too, Issei said, looking at Vale and Kai. That goes for you too as well, Battle Emperor of Supremacy and Twin King of Chaos, Dragon God of Eternity. Issei's words shocked everyone, especially the dragons, as Saji had a title in the faction. Kai looked puzzled. You know my title? Honestly, Ophis, Ifrit, Samuel, and my father all couldn't pinpoint a name even though I merged so many powers within me. My mother and I thought of a similar name, Chaos Flame, but I know this is my true aura and title, Kai explained, letting out his power and transforming his attire to match his father's. Hold up, Battle Emperor of Supremacy? What's that? Kuroka asked, annoying Vale, who was also confused. Indeed, I wonder what it is, Arthur said. Oh, I think it might be a legend about Albion, Baiku speculated. Or maybe a warrior who thought he was the strongest? Lu Fei added, just as Vale flared his aura, shocking them. It's one of my names, just as Issei is the raging beast of domination when angered, Vale said, slightly annoyed. To be fair, Vale, Shadow Dragon of the Prisoned Cursed Flame, is one of my 2 or 3 names while you have many more, Saji remarked, making the white dragon smirk as they both laughed. Seems like you two are having fun, but Issei, may I speak to you? Luna said, stepping out from behind the group with Fenrir near her. Dad, what are you doing up? You're hurt, Fen said, rushing to his father, but many interpreted it as growls and whimpers. Father, are you okay? Fenris growled, pulling out a new sword of ice and sparks of fire. Relax, pup. I didn't hurt him, I made sure he was okay, and he did the same for me, Luna said, shocking everyone, especially Vale, Kai, and the pups. You can understand us? Both twins asked, astonished. Of course I can. That's how I knew where you were going to attack. Oh, by the way, don't say your attacks, sword boy, Luna teased Fenris, making him blush and put his sword away. Besides, my mother was a spirit, but some called her a sage. I learned many things, like understanding animals like you, she added, flicking Fenris, who looked confused. Anyway, what are you doing, Luna? Vale asked, flustering the woman. I wanted to tell Issei about what the brigade is planning, she said, catching everyone's interest. Okay, you have my attention. What's the plan? Issei asked seriously. They're trying to set free the Triaxa and cause a war, Luna revealed, making Issei unleash a deadly amount of aura, showcasing his dominant rage and bloodlust. Issei, calm down, Rare tried to say, but Rias held her hand out, stopping her, motioning to Kai, who was doing the same, letting out a wholly destructive rage mixed with bloodlust, though not as much as Issei. The two had auras capable of overwhelming everyone until they slowly calmed down. Sigh. We have no time to lose. We must start planning and Kai, Issei said, drawing everyone's attention, including his students, as he tried to control his rage. Boost. The gears formed on Issei's arms, confusing everyone until Blade. He summoned Ascalon, taking it out and placing it in his hands. Catch. Issei yelled, tossing it to Kai, who caught it, shocking the dragons, devils, and leaders present. It's yours now, I trust you, Crimson, Issei said with a smile, and Kai looked at the blade and smirked back, wrapping his wing marks around it and letting out his power. Thanks, brother. I will make this blade count. Kai replied as the two let their auras rest, preparing for the swarm of questions that would follow. Why are you giving him Ascalon, Issei? Irina asked. Yeah, Michael gave it to you, Zenobia yelled. And what do you mean you're a dragon faction leader? Aquino said, yeah, what do you mean back to the top? Clearly, you're not wanting to kill the other races. Rias asked, Issei-kun, can you explain please? Fine, but back off first. Asia, get up, Issei said as he noticed Asia passed out on the ground. I got her, Rossweiss said, picking up the blonde bishop. Anyway, Kai, what do you say about being my second leader of the faction while Valle can be the general or third in charge? Issei said, piquing Valle's interest. I say the 3 strongest dragons should lead the faction while one of their mates serves as their aide, Valle suggested, interesting everyone. That's a good idea, Valle, but Issei and I are mates, and I'm a devil heiress, so it won't work. Rainier is a good pick, but she needs leading experience, Rias said, getting flustered. No offense, Rainier, she added quickly. No offense taken, I agree honestly, Rainier replied, and everyone began thinking about how it would work. I got it. Saji yelled, shocking everyone. What is it, Saji? Gasper asked, confused. Well, why not pick a right-hand man, almost like a queen, to help? Saji suggested, surprising everyone with the simplicity of the idea. Great idea, Saji. And I'm going to answer a question I think you have, Kai said as he walked over to Saji and whispered, yes, dragons can have more than one mate or share mates as long as they don't betray the other. Saji was taken aback but then composed himself and asked, then may I? Of course. After all, Valle did it, and all he did was awaken his aura, Kai explained, shocking Saji, who hadn't realized he had awakened his aura. Yo, Saji, you awakened half your aura while fighting the serpents. You couldn't use all of it, but I think you can soon, Issei said, revealing Saji's name as the cursed dragon of the shadows. Yes, that's right, Saji. When you awaken your true balance breaker, your aura will be fully awakened, and you can have your own form like Kai, Valle, and Issei, Tannen added, surprising Saji. Well, what do you say, Saji? Want to join? Issei asked, extending his hand. Saji looked back at Sona and then turned to Issei. I will, so I can get strong in my own way, not just for her, but for my own goals to be a king and a proud warrior myself. Glad to hear it, my friend, Issei said as the two shook hands, solidifying the dragon faction's 4 strongest members. So, what now, Hayadu? Valle asked as Kai wrapped Ascalon in his aura to put it in his pocket dimension. I say we rest before we call a meeting. How does a week sound? Besides, school is just about to start, but first, the fireworks, Issei suggested, making everyone remember the upcoming celebration. Well, see you in a few days, boys, to talk about the meeting and choices, Tannen said as he flew away. Honey, make sure you clean your scales and tail, Timat yelled, flying away and embarrassing Kai. Wait, Bova, before you go, I have something to ask, Kai called out, flying up to Tannen and Bova. Yes, Twin King, would you want to fight? Bova asked, while Tannen glared at his son. Maybe another time, but I thought I'd ask if you would want to join my peerage. You are a strong dragon, and as a rook, you would be a powerhouse, Kai said, making Bova laugh. You know what? Sure thing. I would love to. Besides, after your king's game, I've wanted to join for a while, Bova said, smiling as Kai pulled out a normal rook piece from his pocket dimension. You ready? Kai asked as Bova smirked. Hell yeah, he replied, taking the rook piece and feeling strong. Alright, I'll call you if I need you. Until then, be with your family, Kai said, ensuring he wouldn't be called a stray. Bye, Ophis said, leaving for an unknown destination. Bye. Ophis John, Kai said, making Ophis blush before disappearing. Wow, look at that. Seems like you got the heart of Ophis, Kai, Azazel teased as they flew down. Well, I do have half of it. Why? Kai replied, not quite understanding. Yo, Azazel, stop. We don't need Kai being like the old perverted me, Issei said, making everyone laugh, except for Draig and Issei. Ha, very funny. Now shut up, Issei said, flustered as Aquino walked up to him. It's okay, Issei. We won't hurt your pride, she said, as Issei whispered something, continuing to confuse her. Sorry, what did you say? She asked. How about we continue the date we had? What do you say? I could always have a maid of thunder, Issei teased, making Akino go red. Yo, partner, may I suggest tomorrow? It will be the fireworks, and you can end it with everyone, Draig said to his partner, knowing he had a lot to plan. I agree with Draig. I used to watch my own fireworks the few times I got bored in the gap, Great Red said, seeing Issei's growth from discovering the truth and overcoming his past struggles. I agree with both of them. Besides, I've never seen fireworks, Kai added through his link with the gear, shocking Issei. Don't scare me like that, Kai, and get out of the gear. Issei felt annoyed that his student had surprised him. Fine, he said as Draig, Red, and Issei sensed Kai leaving. Issei turned to Kai and the others, saying, All right, are you all ready? We need to prepare for war, but we must also rest and master the balance between peace and conflict before we face the beast. He aimed to motivate everyone. It had been a day since Issei informed everyone about the dragon faction, and they were all preparing for war and the unification of factions. While everyone was relaxing and getting ready for school, Team Rias trained alongside Team Sona and Kai. Irina decided to check on Issei, as he hadn't come down for breakfast or training yet. She made her way to his room and knocked on the door. Hey Issei, are you up yet? Breakfast is getting cold, Irina called out, listening intently. Suddenly, she heard the sound of broken glass hitting the floor. Irina, is that you? Can you come in? I need some help, Issei replied, sounding a bit shy. When Irina entered, she saw a mirror on the floor and Issei with his dragon tail and scissors. What happened? Irina asked, shocked to see Issei's black hair messy and smoke lingering in the air. Well, I was trying to cut my hair and it didn't go well. I tried using fire, but that failed too. Then I attempted to use my tail and the mirror, and that didn't work either, Issei admitted, feeling embarrassed. Yes, they failed a lot, Draig chimed in from Issei's hand. Why are you awake? Issei snapped at Draig, who simply replied, French toast. Issei remembered their bet and said, Sorry, pal. As soon as I cut my hair, I'll get your food. Draig began to cry, and red appeared on Issei's hand. Not this again, Issei said, confused by the dragon and angel's antics. Then I'll wait forever, Draig cried, wanting food. Don't worry, Draig. I will help him this time so he doesn't take forever, Irina assured, as the two dragons settled down happily. So, how are you going to do it? Issei asked, but was cut off by a gentle slap on the head. Just wait. I can tell by your uneven cuts what you were trying to do, so hold still, Irina said, picking up the scissors and preparing to tame Issei's wild hair. 30 minutes later, Kai was growing impatient. God, where is he? Ow, he exclaimed, earning a reprimand from Rias. Don't say that. Rias yelled back. Sorry, but come on, wow. Kai was about to complain again when something caught his eye. Everyone turned around, and the girls blushed, hearts in their eyes, as Irina came downstairs with Issei, showcasing his new look. Wow, Issei you. The girls stammered, unable to find the right words, missing his old look but happy to see it again. Welcome back to Twin Tails, Issei. Not bad, Kiba said as he and Gasper approached. Hell yeah, I missed this look. Gasper added. Thanks guys. I missed it too, and the old-fashioned kimono I found for the fireworks today will be the best, Issei said with a smile as he walked toward Valley and Sut. And you both, mainly you Valley, need to change out of those same clothes for once, Issei teased. Hell no, I'm not doing fireworks, Valley replied, walking away until he realized he wasn't moving. He turned to see Luna holding him back. Please, Velchan, Luna said cutely, shocking everyone with her use of the nickname. Fine, but stop calling me Valchan. We're not kids anymore, Valley said, embarrassed. Wait, can you explain the Chan part, please? Kuroka asked. Yes, please. As his little bro in arms, I need to know, Kai added, and his team echoed the sentiment. When we were kids, he was lonely and sad. I tried to talk to him, but he was in his own little world. I used Chan to help him know that people like me cared for him and to embarrass him. That way, if he listened, he would ask me to call him Kun instead of Chan, but I love both, Luna explained, making Valley retreat to a corner, embarrassed and feeling his pride as a devil and dragon shatter. It's okay, Valley. Come on, guys, I'll make you something, Issei said, summoning his gear and using his spell to set Draig free. Thanks, brother, Draig said happily. No problem. Now, come on, Issei replied as he made his way to the kitchen, gathering everything he needed for French toast. As he started cooking, Rainier and Rias noticed a light, a glow in his eyes that had been absent for so long. You seem happy today, brother, Kai remarked, sensing Issei's aura was finally calm. I guess you could say that, Issei said, using his speed and magic to prepare several plates as everyone began to drool. He turned to them. Oi, you do know there are seats? I'm making 30, enough for all of us if I did my math right. Issei let out a nervous chuckle, glancing at Kai. Hey Kai, what's that you have in your hands? Issei asked, noticing a letter in Kai's grip. Oh, it's for Valley. Here you go, Kai replied, handing it to Valley. Once you sign it, you'll get all your pieces, at least 2 for now. He had discussed this with Ajuka and Surzex yesterday. Okay, sure, Valley said, signing it with a flourish of his magic. As soon as he did, the letter disappeared, replaced by a note and a set of mutated king pieces, a rook and a queen. Valisan, do you mind reading it? Gasper asked, sensing Vala's confusion. Before Vala could respond, he was playfully bonked on the head by Sona. Just give it here, she said, opening the letter. Dear Vala Lucifer and host of Albion, your evil pieces will take a while, but since you, Issei, and Kai are at ultimate rank, you will be the only ones receiving an illegal king piece. Also, your magic from the note will take a hit for the other pieces. Since your fight with Loki, you have become 20% human, 40% devil, and 40% dragon, similar to Saji from Team Sona, but with more devil and dragon DNA. Thus, we will provide you with an empty set soon. Until then, here are 3 pieces with your magic. As Sona read the note, it burst into flames and vanished. Valley stared at his silver and blue mutated pieces with hints of gold. So, Valley, who will you pick first? Issei asked, finishing up the cooking. Everyone watched as Valley absorbed the king piece, a powerful aura radiating from him. I know just the person, Valley said, calming his aura as he whistled for Fenrir, shocking everyone but Kai and startling Issei. Fenrir, will you be my rook? Valley asked, holding out the rook piece. Fenrir took it, glowing and growing taller, blinding everyone momentarily. When the light faded, they were all in shock. Yawn. Now that was something I never thought I would experience, Fenrir said with a smile, finally able to speak. Dad, the pups exclaimed, astonished at their father's human form. Hey kids, Fenrir said, walking over to hug them. I'm so sorry I couldn't help when we needed to be a family because of Loki, but now we can be a real family. The pups cried, embracing him as they remembered the warmth of his cuddles from when they were newborns. I'm happy for you all, but eat before it gets cold, Issei said, as everyone settled down with their plates, enjoying the delicious food, everyone except Kai and Rainier. This is delicious. You know what, Issei? Maybe you should start a culinary club. As the new president, I'll allow it, Saji said, shocking everyone. Really, Saji? You would do that? Isha asked, surprised. Of course. This is too good to pass up, right, Sona? Saji said, noticing Sona unable to resist the food. That proves it, Seraphal remarked, watching her sister eat before returning to her own meal. Hey, Haidu, where's my plate? Valley asked, looking at Issei. Oops, looks like I forgot to make one. If you're upset or want one, bring it outside, or you and Albion won't get any, Issei replied, teasingly. Deal, Valley said, as the two headed outside. Issei snapped his fingers, changing back into his jacket and red shirt. Oh, and here, he said, tossing Valley $100 for the bet. Issei put on a pair of black and red gloves adorned with Draig's design in gold and emerald. Okay, hi, bring it on, Valley said, charging out the door. Issei sighed. 40 minutes, he muttered, dodging Vale's charge and kicking him away. Oh, what the hell? We should be even. Vale exclaimed, confused. I don't know, Vale. I think he knows something we don't. Better safe than sorry, I'll be advised. Vale glowed blue and fired a blast at Issei, who was ready to block it. The blast split in half, revealing Vale with a new attack in hand. What do you think that was? Fractured Blitz, Vale said as the smoke cleared, showing Issei with a dragon shot ready to fire. Dragon shot! Issei yelled, launching it and pushing Vale back, leaving him unable to stand. What the hell? Vale said, bewildered. I thought being a king would make me stronger. You are a little stronger, but it took me 40 minutes for the piece to activate in me, including its buffs thanks to Draig and Red. For you, it would take 80 minutes due to being half devil, but if you weren't, it would take almost 2 hours, Issei explained, shocking everyone with his knowledge of the pieces. Okay, maybe tell me that before we fight. I don't want my pride hurt, Vale said, getting back up. Hey, you never said I should let the piece kick in first. Helping you would hurt your pride by telling you about this stuff, Issei teased, snapping his fingers back to his kimono. Okay, that was fun. Here you go, Issei said, tossing a plate of French toast from his pocket dimension to Vale. Enjoy, he added, leaving the door with Rainier and Rias in front of him. Girls, what's up? Issei asked, confused by their presence. Well, we just got your date ready, Issei, Rias said, leaving Issei confused. Indeed, a fallen and her king. We are basically her sisters. Oh, and speaking of the fallen devil in question, Rainier said as they saw Akino walk out of her room. Issei was speechless at her outfit. How do I look, Issei-sen? Akino asked, blushing with excitement for the date. You look beautiful, Akino, Issei replied, making her cheeks flush even more. That's our Issei, what a charmer. Indeed, Issei is always like this, Rias and Rainier said, exchanging glances. Can you two please stop? Come Akino, let's go. It's almost 3, and I have plans for today, Issei said, grabbing Akino's hand and leading her outside. Just as they were about to leave, Irina walked out from the kitchen and turned to Rainier and Rias. Did I just see what I think? Irina asked, and the two nodded happily. Darn it. I had something to tell you girls, Irina said, pouting. Wait, tell us what is it, Irina? Rias asked, noticing the angel's blush, which made Rainier smile. Oh, seems like someone else loves our mate. How cute, especially for an angel, Rainier teased, surprising Irina. Oh, yeah, I do and I have for a while, but I thought to ask Issei if I could be his mate, Irina admitted, shocking the two completely. Rias placed a hand on her forehead. If this keeps happening, one of us might need to talk to him, Rias said, making Rainier laugh. POV outside. As the girls were talking, Issei and Akino headed out back to avoid teasing. They looked around and saw no one, so Issei created a magic circle to a nearby cafe. Unbeknownst to them, a fox, a dragon, and a white cat were watching from the top of the temple. Was that Papa? Kuno asked, confused, as Kaneko transformed back into her human form. I believe it was. I wonder what Issei is doing now. Kaneko said. They heard a squeak and looked down to see Kai, who was resting with hard-scaled dragon wings. Can you please get off me so we can finish our business? Kai said, and the girls jumped off him, shocked he was there. Sorry about that, Kai, Kaneko said, helping him up. Are you okay? Kuno asked. Yes, I am. Don't worry, Kai replied, getting up. So, Kuno, did your mom agree to the promise? Kuno smiled. Yes, she did, since you said you would protect me. In that case, Kuno, would you become my bishop and do me the honor of being the first dragon fox? Kai asked, taking out a bishop piece from his set. Meanwhile, Issei and Akino teleported to a park near the bridge to avoid being seen. Issei? Akino said, confused as he turned to her. Yeah, what's up? Issei replied. Why are we in a bush? Akino asked, realizing their location. Well, so people don't think anything crazy, I sent us here to look like lovers. After all, I did see my two friends looking at people in the bushes, Issei explained, making Akino blush with embarrassment. Akino, the coast is clear. Come on, Issei said, taking her hand as they got out of the bushes. So, besides the bushes, what's the plan? Akino asked, looking at him. Issei turned with a smirk. The plan is to do anything until 7, after all, that's when the fireworks start. They walked together, Akino's face red with happiness. Here we are, the cafe, Issei said, stopping in front of a small, peaceful cafe with many drinks and snacks. This seems like a relaxing place, Akino said, and Issei laughed. Yeah, it is, but if Kaneko is with you, then goodbye wallet, hello sweets in the shop next door, Issei joked, and they both laughed. They spent their time talking and laughing, enjoying tea and coffee. They even visited some temples and admired the koi ponds, having a wonderful time. As they stood on the bridge, looking up at the stars, Akino turned to Issei. Issei, she said, moving closer. Can I be your mate or your third? Issei remembered his desire to be with her. Of course. Just like I love how Rias acts in her beauty, or how Rainier laughs and stands her ground, I love how you stay true to yourself and are bold. Leaning in close, Issei marked Akino as his mate, causing her to gasp playfully. Erera, you were quick to do this. Do you still want your harem and to play with us? Akino teased, and Issei stepped back, flustered. Hey now, it's not like that I swear. Issei protested, his face turning red as Draig's green light glowed in his hand. Well, partner, seems like even if you change who you are or not, you still will have a harem. That's ironic, considering before, no one wanted to even talk to you, and now you're all they think of, Draig said, laughing but feeling proud of his partner. Oi, you overgrown lizard, stop with the jokes, or so help me, I will play the whole grabbing dragon show and the music. Issei exclaimed, causing Draig to hide in the flames of the gear, afraid of the ominous song. So you still want to do the show? A voice asked. Of course. I still have my pride, and I've secretly never stopped. It would be wrong to leave before the show ends, Issei replied, suddenly realizing someone was behind him. Oh my, now that's an outfit, Akino said as Issei turned around to see Team Rias and Kai in kimonos, while his team, all but Shalat, was dressed similarly. You're damn lucky I was talked into this, Vale said, drawing everyone's attention as he appeared in a kimono. Now this is a sight. Kai yelled, wearing a red and blue kimono with a gold fire design. What are you doing? Vale said, running away as he saw Kai trying to take pictures. Yo Kai, send me one. Issei shouted, just as a bang echoed through the air. They all looked up to see fireworks lighting up the sky, and everyone was amazed by the beauty. Hey, Issei, Rias said, leaning in close to him. Yes? He asked just as the fireworks went off. Now, guys, 3.2.1. Everyone from Rainier and Rias to Akino and Kiba, even Vale and Kai, joined in, watching as a red and black firework with emerald sparks exploded. Bang! As it lit up the sky, Issei felt tears welling up in his eyes. It was a firework that said, "Thanks for being there for us, Red Dragon Emperor / Issei. It's a thanks from us and everyone from Kyoto, Issei-san," Asia said, noticing her brother figure's happiness. We've got your back now, brother. Gasper, Kiba, and Saji yelled, patting Issei on the back. You bet, and we'll only get stronger, Vale and Kai added, as Issei turned to see everyone nodding in agreement. Thank you, everyone, Issei said, tears of joy streaming down his face. Now let's kick butt, as tomorrow is school and maybe the beginning of a war, but today is for peace and joy. As they all looked up with smiles, a dragon firework went off, almost like an omen of power. As the sun rose on a new day, everyone was resting at the Kyoto temple, sleeping peacefully until the sun woke a certain dragon. Yon, what time is it? Holy cow! Kai exclaimed as he woke up and saw it was 5 a.m. They'll hate me, but I need to do this. Kai summoned his Norse bow from his dimension shared with Ifrit. Shadow freezing lance, he declared, warping an arrow in holy light and ice, using the sun's light to spread a shadow in every room. Now, he said, firing. The arrow, causing everyone in its shadow to experience ice and holy shockwaves. 3.2.1 Kai counted down as he summoned Fenrir and Fenris out of their rooms just before the arrow hit. Yawn. What is it? Fen asked, before being cut off by screams of surprise. Kai. They all shouted, rushing out to see the devils bruised from the arrow, while Issei and Irina were covered in ice and snow, along with the mixed team of dragons and devils. Sorry about that, but we need to go back to Kuo and get fresh clothing. School's today, Kai said, shocking everyone. Flame Rift. Issei declared, opening a portal to his home. Okay guys, jump in. And Kai, what's with the key? Issei asked, noticing a key on the floor. Oh, I'm the... Kai started, but before he could finish, Fen and Fenris jumped into the portal, and Rias covered Kai's mouth. It's nothing. Tell him later, Kai, Rias said, annoyed by her cousin's actions. Bye, Issei said, giving Rias a quick kiss on the cheek. As that happened, everyone teleported to the Hayato house, hurrying to change into their school uniforms, including Valet and Shalat. Damn, why do I have to wear this? Shalat complained, poking his tail out of the uniform and wrapping it around his waist like a belt. Because you're Issei's pawn, he needs you close. Besides, it wouldn't hurt for you to go to school, Valet replied, leaving with Shalat as they saw Issei and Irina waiting for them. What are you doing? Valet asked. 1. Waiting for you and Shalat, and 2. We have something to pick up before school. Come on, Issei said, just as his mother ran outside to hug him. Bye, son. Stay safe and don't die during this fight, Mickey said, making Issei smile and hug her back. Of course, Ma. I have that thing we were talking about a few weeks ago, Issei said, sparking his dad's attention from inside. Son, can you teleport it here so you don't have to do so much? Goru yelled with joy. Well, got to go, Issei replied, letting go of the hug and walking with Irina, Valet and Shalat. As they walked, Issei remained silent along with Valet, but Irina figured they were communicating through their gear's link. Issei, she began, but Shalat cut her off. Irina, he's talking to Albion, Draig, Valet, and Red right now, Shalat said, shocking the angel. How can you tell? Irina asked. I can sense their energies clashing, but in a calm way, that's how. Shalat said as Issei and Valet suddenly stopped. Hey, why did we stop, Hayato? Valet asked, confused. Because we're here, Issei replied, looking at the post office. Why are we here? Irina asked as Issei walked up and grabbed a letter for his family from the mailbox. You'll know soon, Issei said as he teleported the letter away to his house. Okay, gang, let's head to school, Issei said, walking towards Kuo, leaving the others confused. Yo, Draig, when should I talk to the others? Issei asked his partner, wanting to plan for battle. I'm not sure, but make it soon as we will go into battle in a few days, Draig replied, catching Issei's attention. You mean you want the dragons or whoever will fight too? Issei started, and Draig finished his thought. Enter a time field with our power in the land of Welsh. The two said with smiles on their faces as they approached Kuo Academy, knowing this world was theirs to protect. After discussing his plan with Draig, Issei, Valet, and Shalat caught the attention of all the girls, who looked at them with admiration, while the boys glared at them, which they ignored. However, Issei noticed Matsuda and Motohama being approached by the Kendo Club, so he sighed and walked over, shocking everyone at Kuo. Shalat, hold my bag, Issei said, tossing it to his pawn as he approached the group. Gasps and murmurs filled the air. What is Issei doing? Is he going back to the perv side? Is he going back and forth or kicking butt? Who knows? They speculated as Issei walked right behind the Kendo Club. You damn pervs, stop with this peeping. Murayama shouted. Yeah, it's gross and you do this all the time. This is the end. Keitase yelled as the two pervs on the floor trembled in fear, seeing the wooden swords in the girls' hands. Now pay, the girls yelled, and from the noise, the orc and student council members emerged, shocked to see Issei blocking a strike with just his finger. Issei? Murayama said, blushing as she realized the boy she liked since childhood was in front of her, looking fierce. Thanks, Spear. Matsuda started, but Issei interrupted by breaking the swords and grabbing them, throwing them past both pervs' heads. "Shut up!" Issei shouted, his voice filled with rage and determination, releasing an aura that scared the weaker beings around him. He turned to the girls, calming himself. "Sorry, ladies, but you can't hurt them." This shocked everyone. "And why the hell not?" Kates asked, but Issei's cold glare silenced her. "Because they are mine to deal with." The girls were taken aback as he turned to the two pervs, motioning for Asia and Irina to come over. "What do you mean, deal with?" Motohama asked, his glasses cracking under pressure. "I mean you are both mistakes not worth keeping around because you aren't friends or humans, just burdens," Issei said coldly, shocking the two. "Issei, come on." "Why?" Matsuda began before Issei cut him off. "Why what?" The two pervs trembled under Issei's intense glare. "When I came to school, instead of worrying about perverted things, why didn't you be a friend and see if I was okay?" Issei asked, and the two had no answer, only hanging their heads in shame. "What's my favorite food?" Issei asked, and the two looked up, confused. "Melons?" Matsuda guessed. "Wrong." Before Motohama could answer, Issei pushed them to the ground, making them eat dirt. "No, I know where you were going with melons, perv, and I would never let you finish what you were going to say, Motohama." Turning to Asia and Irina, he said, "Ladies, guess." The girls perked up. "Most of the time, it's chicken Alfredo and salad," Asia said, a bit unsure. "Well, if I remember from when we were kids until now, you like pasta, but sometimes, depending on who makes it, burgers more than chicken," Irina added, and Issei nodded. "Yes, you both are right," he said, walking over to hug them before turning back to the pervs. "Now we aren't friends, get it straight. You wanted me to be a punching bag while you looked at more. Well, guess what? That will be your end because you are both useless." Issei yelled, picking up and breaking Motohama's glasses before stepping on his arm. He then turned to Matsuda, lifting him by the collar, kneeing him in the gut, and throwing him alongside kicking Motohama towards the kendo peephole. "Sigh. Okay girls, before Saji gets here, go ahead and do what you want with these fools," Issei said, until he felt someone tap his shoulder. Turning, he saw Saji. "This seems to be a bad start to the new school year, Issei, don't you think?" Saji asked, making Issei glare at him before they both burst out laughing and fist-bumped. Sorry about that, Issei, but I couldn't help it. Take this as a warning from me too, and go." Saji kept his gaze fixed on Issei, trying to scare off the unwanted attention. "Yeah, I get it," he said, noticing Sona, Rias, Akino, and Tsubaki nearby. "So does that mean we need to?" Before Issei could finish, he, Saji, and Valley felt an overwhelming aura, causing the girls to drop to their knees, overwhelmed by a power that felt demonic, far beyond the original Satan's. "You felt that too, right?" Valley asked, approaching Issei with Shalat. "Absolutely." "Shalat, get the girls and head to the club room," Issei instructed, grabbing his bag. Shalat looked around, realizing they were alone now that the bell had rung. "All right, grah!" Shalat roared, transforming into Super Saiyan God, his power and speed surging as he vanished in a flash of red aura. "Okay, now Valet, Gentru, let's go," Issei said, running toward the club room with the two trailing behind. "Hey, why are you calling me by my first name now?" Saji asked. "Because we need to hurry, and it's just to mess with you," Issei replied with a smirk. The three raced to the ORC building. "Yo, guys, did you all—" Before Issei could finish, he, Saji, and Valley were shocked to see Luna and Kai in the ORC, with Kai sitting in Rias's chair. "Oh hey Issei?" Kai said, startled by the intense glare from his brother and mentor. 1. What are you doing here? 2. Kaneko, get out from under him and stop eating dragon meat. And 3. Issei turned to Rias and Azazel. "What is he doing here, and did you all feel that power?" After he spoke, Valley blushed at the sight of the cute Luna in her school uniform, which she noticed. "Valley, why are you—" Before she could finish, Shalat rushed in with Irina, Asia, and Ravel, colliding with Saji and Valley, sending the three men to the ground while the girls landed on the couch. Ow ow. Damn, Shalat hit hard, Valley groaned, getting up. Hey, it's not my fault you were in my way. Shalat yelled from his knees. Both of you, shut up and get off me. Saji roared, using his strength to push them away as he stood up. Sai, you three are making dragons look foolish, Issei remarked, with Kai nodding in agreement. I agree, but to answer you, Issei, I'm the new ORC president, while Kiba is vice president since he has experience in the club, Kai explained, shocking Issei. That's right, Issei. Rias and I will be in the underworld studying if you need us, Akino added playfully, happy to be Issei's newest mate. Wait, you told me you girls wanted to stay here and study, Issei said, recalling their earlier conversation during training. Well, yes, but we want to stay with you until the war is over and we know you're okay, Rias said, surprising Issei as he turned to see Rainier behind him. After all, we are your mates, she said, just as they heard a noise and turned to see Kai coughing. Kai, are you okay? Issei asked, while Kaneko emerged from under the desk to heal him. Yeah, it's just the power released and I started cough. As Kai spoke, he spat up blood, alarming Issei and shocking Valley. Let me explain, Aisha, heal him please, Kaneko said, turning to the three dragons. Flashback. While Issei was at the post office, Kai, Kaneko, Kiba, and Rias were at Kuro. So, cousin, think you can handle it? Rias asked as they walked to the old school building. Yes, Rias, I can, but Kiba, I might be more wild than my cousin. Are you sure about being VP? Kai replied. Yes, I am. You have experience, and Kaneko can help your team while I assist you with the club, Kiba said, earning a nod from Kaneko. I agree, relax, Kai, Kaneko chuckled as the four entered the building. You're right, this should be Wraith. Kai was cut off by sudden pain, collapsing to his knees, shocking the others. Cousin. Darling, they exclaimed as Kai remained conscious but was breathing heavily. I helped. Get away, you bastards, a dull voice filled with pain echoed, shocking Kai as he sensed Ophis through their link. Die, dragon. We're taking your power, a voice of rage shouted. But Kai, hearing this, snapped his fingers to use Ophis's link to create a protective barrier. Kai, are you? Kaneko began, but he interrupted her. We need to call the peerages of Kuo and the leaders. They want Ophis for the beast, Kai said seriously, coughing blood, which shocked and scared them as they moved him to a chair. Flashback end. So that's what happened. I think the aura we all felt was Ophis or something similar as a power source, Kai concluded, finally calming his body. That's interesting. We need to, but as Saji began to speak, they felt a raw bloodlust aura rush into the room, shocking everyone. Gasper? Gaspy? Everyone from Team Rias, Kaneko, and Issei exclaimed in confusion. But before they could react, Gasper rushed at Kai, only for Valley to block his punch. Kai and Valley, did you just say power source? Gasper spoke with malice. Yes, something is used to awaken the beast, Valley replied as Gasper's eyes filled with tears. Take me to Rizavine. I need to get her back, Gasper spoke in a broken voice. Who? Issei asked, walking over to him as Gasper calmed himself. Valerie Teeps. She was my first friend, the girl I loved, and the holder of the Holy Grail for the beast, Gasper said, shocking them all. Do you know where she is, Gasper? Rias asked, walking over to him and hugging him as he began to cry. Sniff, she was in the vampire territory, but I felt her teleport somewhere near Kyoto. She's injured, she used the soul energy of the gear, but now it's hard to sense her, Gasper said through tears. Gasper, why didn't you tell us? Asia asked, as Kaneko and Zenobia moved in to hug him. Because I thought she was still in the vampire territory until recently when I felt her power flicker while we were all in Kyoto, Gasper replied. Then let's head to Kyoto and go get her, Issei said, helping Gasper up. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared in the room, prompting the dragons to summon their gears, and Shalat transformed into Super Saiyan while others unleashed their auras and weapons. K.A.I. A weak voice said as Ophis and Surzex emerged from the circle, causing everyone to lower their guard. Brother, what happened? Rias asked. Zex, please tell us, Don't hide things like you usually do. They messed with a dragon, a member of my faction, which means they must know my anger as well, Issei said, releasing some of his power and summoning his soul gear. Issei, what is it? Red asked, sensing the atmosphere and spotting Ophis. Red, lend her some power to heal her faster. Hurry! Issei urged. Red hesitated, but Issei summoned his other gear. Draig, can you tell everyone how Red really feels about Ophis if he doesn't help? Dragons share mates, right? Issei asked, prompting Draig to laugh. Well, but Draig was cut off as power was sent to Ophis, and Red said, I should never tell you things, sounding angry as Ophis jolted awake. Ophis, calm down. Why are they after you? Issei asked as Kai moved closer to hug her. Issei, they sent COA to find the Holy Grail, and they want half my power as backup. Kai's barrier sent Surzex to me, and we left to come here. There's nothing more to tell, Ophis explained, leaving the dragons shocked while the devils and Irina turned to Surzex. Brother, why did you bring her here? Rias asked as Surzex grew serious. Rias, I think we should bring the 5 strongest warriors here for the test of Mu, Surzex said, shocking Rias and Ophis, while everyone else looked confused. What's that? Asia asked, raising an eyebrow. I would like to know as well, I've never heard of this, Ravel added. It is a test for all Satans or Mu-ranked beings to challenge their mind or body against their greatest weakness to prove they deserve their rank, but most die from it, Rias explained, shocking. Everyone until Issei turned to Surzex. Count me in. I will not lose to any challenges, and if we are going after Rizavine in a few weeks, then I will prove dragons are the best, Issei declared. Kai stood up. Hell yeah. Count me in. I won't let anyone beat me and cause war. Vale and Saji smiled. We're in too, they said, joining the determination of the group. Suddenly, a large burst of power came from Shalat, who transformed into his god form. Let me go too. I know I have weaknesses and I can't be left behind. Besides, if this is a test for limits, then. Shalat said, bursting into blue Kaioken X10 and rushing at Surzex, stopping just in front of him with a smirk. Scions have no meaning of the word limits, Shalat declared, reverting back to his base form as Surzex smiled. Happy to hear it, Shalat. Now you 4 come here, Surzex said as the 4 dragons walked to him. Issei and Kai paused, turning to Rias, Rainier, and Kaneko. We will be back soon. Don't worry, they assured, leaving as Issei hugged Rias and Rainier, while Kai hugged Kaneko. As they left in a red flash, 2 of the girls rushed to the restroom, feeling unwell. As the dragons were teleported, each one found themselves separated and faced a door, knowing what they had to do. Chapter end. The dragon army rises today as the war begins. These last few chapters will be powerful and full of our strength. Thanks for the support on this story, and I hope you enjoy the dragon gods. There's another Issei story coming soon. We all know the Red Dragon Emperor is forever, so let's roar. Thanks for the reads and votes. We are so close to 100 followers. The mighty dragon of flames and domination, the Red Dragon Emperor Issei Hayu. The warrior of the lost family, fire, and destruction, Kai Crimson Abaddon. Next, the vanishing Lucifer who fights to right the wrongs of his past, Vale Lucifer, the White Dragon Emperor. The strongest, the almighty, the Dragon Devil Infino trio of Team DXD, leaders and the strongest members, they are dragon gods and emperors. Now for the remaining team members, but I must warn you, this team is strong and may hold spoilers for 1 or 2 people. The scion who roars with pride and fights to grow stronger and protect his family is Shalat, the scion god. The wolf with an unbroken blade, his magic and mind are limitless, standing fierce with an unbreakable will and power as strong as the bond he was created from. These are the strongest members of Team DXD. Akenko, Asia, Kiba, Rias, Rainier, Ravel, Kaneko, Kuroka, Rosweiss, Sarorg, Riser, and Timit. The last 4 are support if needed. The 5 warriors look forward in their dark dimension that only holds them and a door. POV, Vale. Vale looks forward and sees a gold and silver door with black claw marks. He breathes in, knowing what this most likely is. I am no child anymore, Valley says, walking towards the door. As he opens it, he is bathed in light until it fades, and he finds himself as a child again, facing his grandfather and father. You are weak. You are no son of mine. The only use for you is the gear, and that's all, they say. Valley stands there, afraid, remembering his childhood. You should die, but maybe your mother should go, Rizavin speaks as Valley sees his mother about to be harmed. I love you, Valley. You're not alone, brother. I will always be with you, he recalls, thinking of his new family. He wouldn't give up. He stands up, stops shaking, and rushes in front of the blades, taking the hits as his aura of salvation bursts forth. Enough. I won't be afraid of you anymore. Valley screams to the heavens, entering Balance Breaker and pushing his father and grandfather away, firing a blast of energy at them. The room fades and Valley sees light. His Balance Breaker isn't just white and blue, it also has black lines across it. You did it, partner, Albion speaks as the room disappears, and Valley finds himself in the mountains. What did I do? Valley asks. Simple, you awakened your true dragon aura. You are now 1/3 human, 1/3 devil, and 1/3 dragon, the Dragon Emperor of Supremacy and Salvation, Albion explains. Valley tears up, seeing the new dragon arm on his right arm with a blue and gold gem. Thanks, Obi. Is it okay if I call you brother? Valley asks, and Albion, also teary-eyed, replies, We already are. Tovi, Shlut. Shalat looks at a silver door with twin red flame designs on each side and a sword in the center. I know this, Shalat says, touching his chest and putting on his armor, except for the chest, where he touches a major stab wound. The others might get their clothing from the door, but I need to put this on. Shalat walks into the dimension and opens the door, seeing something that angers him. His twin brother, Giblet, is being attacked by a blue demon with long silver hair and an orange coat. Hello, Shalat, the demon speaks. Hello, Za, Shalat replies, bursting with emotion. Why didn't you help me? Giblet weakly asks, and Shalat tears up. I know this is fake, but it makes me feel so much sorrow and rage, he thinks. Za taunts him, and I thought you cared for your brother. Shalat can no longer hold in his rage. Shut the hell up. I have pride like Nappa and Vegeta. Shalat yells, now in Vegeta's old armor. I won't lose to your tricks. Shalat roars, unknowingly transforming as his hair darkens to blue. Die, wild cannon, he yells, firing a blast, but nothing happens. Za attacks, and Shalat feels the pain of each strike. Realizing the truth, he backs away. Damn you, you're just in my head, my rage. Shalat declares, going base and closing his eyes. You're nothing but my hatred. He masters the power of calmness, transforming into Ultra Instinct as his power explodes, and he receives a set of his friends' clothing and armor. Nappa, Vegeta, and Bardock were on Shalat's mind, along with his student Kappa, tugging at his heartstrings. Meanwhile, Valis stood in the mountains, dressed in his classic attire. Did you pass? Valis asked Shalat, who could only demonstrate the form he had turned off when he left the room. With blinding speed, he dashed behind Valis and kicked him. Damn you. Ha, this is fun, I won't lie. Valis laughed as the two reveled in their newfound power. In the meeting hall, everyone from all the teams awaited updates. Sona was worried, while Saji, Ruruko, and Momo harbored feelings for him but struggled to express them. So, Kiba, do you mind if I ask you and Gasper to go with Arthur, Irina, and Zenobia? Michael inquired, raising an eyebrow from Surzex. Why do you need the Knights and Excalibur user to accompany your angel? Surzex questioned. Issei had mentioned they had a few weeks, but in Dragon Time, it was a different story. Michael explained that he had been contacted about a spell for a barrier and Ascalon. Azazel perked up at this news. What spell, brother? Azazel asked seriously, his bloodlust evident as he considered the Longinus Smasher's power that could threaten Issei. Relax, Crow. I sense that the angel has good intentions, Odin said, calming Azazel. Thank you, All-Father. Now, brother, the spell was a time spell, allowing him to be in the land of Welsh for 2 weeks to 2 months, But he would only be there for a few days, Michael revealed, shocking the leaders. Yakasen stood up, her power radiating as all 9 of her tails emerged. Is Issei okay? Was it 2 weeks with or without the spell? She asked, worry etched on her face. The angel remained silent. Suddenly, a large black and red aura erupted as Surzex turned to Michael. Tell me how much time we have, he roared, and Michael could only whisper, 2 days? Silence fell until a thunderbolt struck the ground. As the smoke cleared, Akino and Barakiel prepared their thunder, while Kuroka and Kaneko summoned their sage powers. Rias and Rainier readied a light spear, and as the dust settled, they all saw a man with golden hair, a beard and tan skin, his power palpable. Hello, leaders of the Alliance. I heard from Mount Olympus that the beast might be close to freedom, so I thought to lend a hand, the figure said with authority. Everyone stand down, Surzex ordered, and they complied as he approached the figure. It's good to see you, Zeus. Thanks, we could use your help, Greek god, Surzex said with a smile, as the room shook with the raw power of Shalat and Valley. Seems like those 2 finished, Kuroka remarked, astonished by their strength. Yep, only 3 more, Riser and Serorg said, entering the room and surprising the teams with their presence. Meanwhile, Issei was in a battle of the mind, chained by his own cursed flames. The more he fought, the more pain he felt. So, this is a battle of the mind, huh? Fine by me. I will do anything to pass for Sona, he declared, enduring the burning pain. I won't lose. I have to fight for them, my team. Saji shouted, sparks flickering around him, but not full flames, leaving him confused. I have to do this for her. No. Saji roared, his eyes turning gold and violet. I love Sona, and I realize now that I've ignored Momo and Ruruko's love. I will love them all, but I'm not just a devil and a dragon host, he said, breaking a chain. I am Gentaro Saji. I will be an ultimate-class devil and the dragon of pride. My flames will shackle and curse my foes with a metal soul. I will grow stronger for my own goals, he roared, breaking the remaining chains. As he did, the room glowed alongside Saji, who was adorned with a shoulder pad featuring a silver and black dragon head with red fangs and blue eyes. He radiated power, declaring, balance break. Show my power of goals. I won't break but make reality within my cursed. Saji transformed into black and violet armor with a red core. As he exited the dimension, Vritra spoke, so you did it. You awakened the full completed balance breaker without my help. You became 1/3 dragon, and the rest of your DNA is 1/3 of what it was. I'm proud of you, my friend. Me too, Vritra. But not just me, I'm proud to have you as my friend, Saji replied, smiling beneath his helmet as he met Valley and Shalat outside the mountains. Saji, is that you? Valley asked, while Shalat caught a familiar scent. Hell yeah, it is. I know that tropical cologne anywhere, Shalat said with a smile as Saji turned off his balance breaker. It's not fish, Shalat. I swear, just because it's a tropical cologne doesn't mean it's fish, Saji replied with an annoyed yet happy chuckle. Now we wait for Issei and Kai, Valis said, as the 3 looked toward the space-time portal they had created during their test. Kai observed a bronze door adorned with a design of a blue dragon and red devil wings, with gold and purple fire in the center. So, this is my test, he said, steeling himself for what lay ahead. Okay, time to put all I've got into this, Kai said as he opened the door, only to be shocked by a land of red unknown to him. It's the land of Welsh Han, Timat said from in front of Kai as he glared at his mother. I know the war and gems I found here, so many memories. A voice from behind spoke, shocking Kai. He turned his head to see his father, Kai Abaddon II, in his prime and living form. Did, how are you? Kai stammered in disbelief. We are your test. This rune gave me my body from the Great War, but all the broken limits and wisdom I had before I died. Your mother and I back then were the 2 strongest beings who weren't gods like Muaz or Great Red, Kai Abaddon said seriously. You see, Crimson, we need to test your strength. If you win, you break the limits of your life and grief, so you can be your own warrior. But if you lose, you won't be a dragon or devil anymore. Tiamat declared, shocking Kai as he thought of his friends who would suffer from that fate. He glowed with a mix of gold, silver, red, and black, his energy manifesting as shoulder blades and wings made of power, along with a cloak and attire that reflected his might. Fine, if that's the cost, then here's my full power. I call this Crimson Abaddon Hakai Kane Oro, Draconic Warrior Mode. Come at me, mother, father, he said, determination in his eyes. Okay, let's go, darling, Tiamat replied, glowing in a blue aura as the second entered his Hakai Oro form. I agree with that, my blue fire. The couple rushed at their son, and as soon as they met, a clash of energy erupted. Kai hit his mother with his wings and tail, and his father and he clashed fists. Now, darling, Tiamat said, blasting flames near their son's eyes and grabbing his tails and wings. What the hell? Let go. Ugh. Kai gasped before getting punched by his father in the gut, each blow carrying immense power. What's wrong, son? Can't take the hit, the second taunted, preparing to attack. But Kai tucked in his wings and flipped over, causing his mother to get hit instead. You lost focus, eat this. Balance break. Kai yelled, shocking both parents as his Eternity Balance Breaker activated with a warrior and dragon aura. This is what I call Eternity Pain of the Flame, Kai said, throwing his mother off him and kicking her into a mountain while punching his father back. Or you could say. Kai then teleported behind his father, using shadow power. This is my genjutsu, he said, kicking his dad, but then he disappeared. Son, remember I also have that thanks to you, the second said, with Tiamat in hand, using power to create a copy that Kai just defeated. Crimson, time to show you our full power, Tiamat said, confusing Kai as he turned around and got punched in the gut by both parents. Feel the power of true hell, they yelled, blasting Kai with a combined attack of chaos and fire that not only knocked him back but broke his balance breaker aura, causing him to bleed in his base form. You see, Huff's son, you lost, the second said, standing in front of the kneeling Kai. But Kai smirked as power radiated from a circle. What the? How the hell? Tiamat gasped as she saw the second without his arms and Kai standing, his eyes devoid of color but a smile on his face. Blade! Kai shouted, wielding a weapon and cutting his father's arms. I won't lose any more, father. Tiamat rushed at him, but he dodged, slashing her with the blade and his own aura. Why you? She said, hurt, but transformed into her true dragon form, launching a fire blast. Got it, Kai said, taking out his bow and using the blade as an arrow, firing it to counter the fire blast. His mother, now out of power, fell, and he rushed to catch her, ensuring she was safe, just asleep. I'm proud, son, the second said, glowing like the room as Kai managed to keep his rage in check and do what was necessary. Dad, Dad, he called, but before he could react, he was hugged by the spirit of his father in a white void, feeling alone as his dad faded away, leaving his mother in her cave. Thanks, father, Kai said, tears in his eyes as he picked up what he earned, a last-minute picture before they left the cave, capturing a moment of happiness. With his parents and even a photo of his father, Ajuka, Surzex, little Rias, and Serorg, alongside his mother pregnant with him and Graphia by her side. Yo, kid, you okay? Samuel and Ifrit asked as they saw Kai cry, his full power radiating around him. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for being by my side, you too. And if I die, I will be honored to fight with you, Kai said, his voice steady despite the emotions swirling within him. You three, you mean son, Kai's dad thought as he looked at his pendant. Yeah. 3, Dad, Kai replied, noticing the 3 who had already passed, waiting for him despite his injuries. Kai, are you okay? Saji asked, concern evident in his voice. Yeah, I'm. But before he could finish, Kai passed out from his wounds, tears streaming down his face. Valley rushed to grab him. Thanks, big brother, Kai murmured before slipping into unconsciousness, prompting a smile from Valley. No problem, little bro, Valley said, hearing a click as Saji took a picture. You heard and saw nothing. Now get me a phoenix tear, he added, wondering where Issei was. What am I looking at? Issei exclaimed, shocked to find 3 doors before him. The door on the right bore the images of Draig and Albion, along with a cursed image hidden in shadow. The left door featured an ice and Norse circle, similarly shrouded. The middle door displayed fiery wings, light spears, white wings, and a hammer, with the same cursed image at its center, the design of the uncontrolled juggernaut drive that had set him on this path. Damn it, I figured this cursed and broken drive is my fate, Issei muttered, frustrated. Ugh, thinking about dress breaks and my new moves like Flame Rift was easier than choosing a door. Fine. He marched to the Norse door and opened it, revealing a shocking sight. Hello again, Issei Haidu, the Norse god Loki greeted from the doorway. What do you want, Loki? Issei snapped, anger rising. I want to see myself grow, as you are me because of my curse, Loki replied, causing marks to appear on Issei. What the? No, I'm not you. Issei retorted. Oh really? The cold dragon who wanted all he knew dead isn't me? Loki mocked, fueling Issei's fury and causing more marks to show. I will never be you. You may have cursed me with rage, but I broke it and the fall and the end as well. So frankly, try and try again, you won't curse me or win, you false god. Issei shouted, breaking the door as Loki vanished. But he still had 2 more doors to confront. Damn, I thought I would turn into something if I let my evil consume me, but I won't allow it, Issei said, moving to the first, old-looking door of Draig and Albion. As he opened it, a wave of power surged forth, revealing all the past hosts of Draig and Albion in the Juggernaut Drive. Shit! Issei gasped, trembling in fear. The fake dragon is here, good, we can kill him, one of his senpai smirked, clenching his fist and summoning all 3 of his gears. Okay, bring it on, you bastards. I am who shall break through rage. The door of domination and dreams opens for me, and I shall roar as my flames burn you all away. I am Issei Haidu, the Red Dragon Emperor, host of Draig and Great Red, the being who broke through the Juggernaut Drive and created my own Juggernaut Breaker, becoming the dragon god of domination, resolve, and hope. Now, Inferno Balance Break! Issei yelled, transforming into a red and black scaled form with emerald and gold blades in the armor, along with a gold and silver gem. This form shocked all the hosts, as Issei's power surpassed theirs. Like it? This is my own dragon balance breaker, and it allows me to use powers I fought against, Issei explained. Oh, and one more thing, he added, rushing at the stunned hosts and punching 2 away into dust. This form also lets me use all my gears along with my boosted power in my chest. As his left arm glowed red and green, his right glowed black and red, and his chest glowed black, gold, silver, and red, he declared, Boost X10. Kill him, a senpai shouted as some fired a Longinus smasher. Transfer complete. Twin cannon wave. Issei yelled, unleashing a powerful blast from his arms and wings, creating a blade-like slash that took down 1,000 hosts. 1,002 down, about 4,998 to go, Issei said, kicking and punching through each past host. At one point, 100 Albion users attempted to take Issei's power, but he froze them, thanks to Gasper's power and his training from years past. He defeated them and another 100 with swords from Sword Birth, a technique he had used before during the Riser raiding game. Kill him already. Ultimate. Boosted Blaster. A senpai urged as the remaining Draig hosts 2445 fired a boosted ×10 blast at Issei. Dragon Shot. Issei yelled, charging his boost. Boost 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 echoed from every part of Issei until he roared, Boost X50. Transfer ×3. Ultimate Dragon Shot. He unleashed his blast, which initially matched the previous host's beam but then cut through it like butter, annihilating the rest of them and the Albions as well. As the void closed, only 1 door remained. Wow, talk about crazy, Issei said, sitting as his dragon abilities drained him. Looks like I needed this. He reached into his pocket and took out a phoenix tear. Flashback. Issei was about to leave for the test when Ravel yelled, Issei, wait. What's up, Ravel-chan? Issei asked, noticing her flushed cheeks. Here, I want you to be safe, she said, handing him a phoenix tear. Thanks, and I will, he replied, ruffling her hair. Hey, don't do that, she protested. Too late, he said, and they both laughed. Flashbackins. Issei took the tear and got back up. Okay, so the last door was like Draig and Albion, and before that, it had a Norse design for Loki, but this one has way too many for me to guess which it is. Well, push comes to shove, Issei said, opening the door. An old voice rang out, Boost Blade. Issei dodged at the last second, shocked to see his old self with a smug look. Come on, Issei, get up. You say you've changed, but if you want to win, you have to face your old self again. You can't ignore the past, his old self said, echoing advice he used to give to others. What the hell are you? Issei asked, dodging the blade aimed at him. Think of me as you, with all your joy and hope that brought smiles. Even as a pawn, I was seen as someone who could be a god with a heart of gold. But all I see in you is silver and rust, his old self replied seriously, summoning the boosted gear and a dividing arm. However, instead of maintaining it, the arm shattered, blasting Issei with chains and torn clothing, leaving him feeling weak. Chapter end. We see Issei in Kyoto, looking down at the fallen hero, in the forest. Come on and get up, you bastard, because I need to settle a score, Issei said as Issei got up, visibly angry. As the fight began, everyone from the factions watched from a screen in the meeting room. Damn, talk about wild. Is that really Issei? Irina asked, blushing. We want to know too, Kai said, appearing through a teleportation circle. Yes, it seems like he passed, Surzek said with a smile as Kai walked toward the door. What are you doing? Rias asked, blocking the door with Serg. Going to get my pawns and get revenge, Kai replied, touching his chest as he recalled the feeling of his death. Too bad you won't unless you die. Again, Serorg said, raising an eyebrow. You know I can kill you both? Kai said, confused. We know, they replied as Kaneko approached Kai. Looks like Fun and Fenris have a plan, Kaneko said as Riser moved Kai to the screen to see. Back at the fight, Issei stood at the stairs of the shrine, ready to confront COA when he heard a yell. Issei, we need some time for something. Can you help with that? Fen shouted. Issei smirked and shot a thumbs up. Hell yeah, I got your back. Issei replied as a communication circle formed next to his ear. Issei, is that you? Surzex asked and Issei smirked. That depends, he said coldly, startling everyone. Depends on what? They all asked and Issei laughed with draig. Is Rias still known for her charm at Quo by most boys? And is Albion still scared from when we took his power at the Alliance peace meeting? Draig added with a laugh, shocking everyone as they had never heard Draig laugh before. Sensei, is that really you? Kai asked, shocked, while everyone from the room laughed, including Rainier and Azazel. What? He asked, confused. That's the old Issei with his jokes. Seems like he is back to his old self, merging his new personality with the old one, finally free from anger, Rias said, tears of joy in her eyes. Yeah, it's me. Now, Kai, get here fast to help the kids in Asia. I need you to heal them. Fun and Fenris are acting tough, but they are drained, Issei said seriously, and Kai agreed, leaving as quickly as he could. Are you done talking, Red Dragon Emperor? Because you will die today. He yelled, rushing at Issei, who dodged with his eyes closed. COA continued to attack, but Issei opened his eyes, blocking with his fist and kicking back, sending COA to the Fox Shrine where they first fought. You are weak, COA. Now get up and die strong, Issei said, summoning the boosted gear and letting out his own crimson and black dragon tail as he landed. I wouldn't be so sure I'm weak or done yet, Sihir replied with a smirk as his spear began to glow. Issei, be careful, Draig warned. Issei stood glaring at COA as 7 orbs glowed around him. Balance break, he declared, unleashing a tremendous amount of power. Copycat, right, Draig? Issei said. Indeed. Deshavo's balance breaker is a copy of our juggernaut drive. Pathetic, Draig remarked, making COA even angrier. You will die. COA shouted, rushing at Issei with incredible speed. Issei noticed but was taken aback, pushed back a few steps from Coa's punch. Issei dodged a second attack from Coa, who delivered a powerful blow. Okay, now no games. Eat this, Issei declared, pulling out a sword surrounded by dragon and pod magic from his own dimension. However, as he attempted to strike, Coa glowed, and the blade shattered into pieces. What the hell? Issei exclaimed, shocked. Soisoi smirked. Like it? That's one of my powers called Chatsukaratana. It destroys weapons. He swung his spear like a bat, sending Issei crashing into a wall. I would play games, dragon, but it's time to die, he yelled, building up a massive amount of energy in his spear, lightning crackling around him. Now die. Balanayaka Ratana, he shouted, unleashing a powerful blast of energy and holy aura at Issei. As the blast surged toward him, Issei stood his ground and whispered, Implemento Juggernaut Drive Promotion. The blast hit him, and for a moment, no one could see what happened. Meanwhile, at the Alliance meeting, everyone, including Issei's parents, watched the fight unfold. They had been informed about Loki and the war, and while they were saddened by Issei's curse and the blame placed on Rias, they were captivated by the battle. They saw Coa using his balance breaker against Issei, and Michael remarked, "Oh no, if Issei doesn't get serious he will," but before he could finish, they witnessed Issei surrounded by a massive aura, unchanged and unharmed, much to their shock. Flashback to Issei's ultimate test at the beach. True God Juggernaut Drive, he yelled, his aura flaring as all his gears manifested. Focus, Issei. To pass, you must split the drive in half and only use the full version when you have another radical. No extreme catalyst. Pawn advised as Issei concentrated. Armor began to form around him, glowing with his dragon power. Now, both Issei's draig and Al shouted as dragon fury was summoned. Issei focused his will and power into the transformation. Now, true Soul Emperor's seal of balance. Issei roared, releasing a monstrous aura as the gears strengthened. Exhausted, he and draig collapsed onto the sand. What the hell was that? They both said, feeling drained. Both of you became one, a yin and yang, so to speak, Great Red explained, and Pawn smiled. Yes, and draig took in Damnation Juggernaut Drive while you took in Empoamento. But if a catalyst is set, then Ultimate God Drive can be used, Issei. Pawn said, turning off his balance breaker and reaching out a hand. Congrats, you passed. He faded into Issei, helping him up. Flashback over. So, see, if that was your ultimate move, then I am fighting a baby, Issei said, putting away the boosted gear but maintaining an aura around his arm for draig's support. What? That was my strongest attack. I am the host of the true Longinus wielder. A hero? Issei stammered, confused. Issei unleashed a large burst of aura and bloodlust. You say you're a hero? Look at all you've done, all you've killed, and the families you've hurt just for power. You think your name and gear make you a hero? It's your soul and what you do with your life that defines you. I am no hero, but I am not a devil or an angel. I am a dragon lost in heartbreak, finally at peace, and I won't let you ruin that peace. Issei roared, tears streaming down his face as his dragon aura mixed with draig's, forming a pure red beam of light with emerald flames and blackish silver sparks. His eyes glowed silver and red, filled with determination. You will die, Issei, for all you have hurt. Your team may be with us, and some may be in heaven, but you, Issei, will go to hell. Issei declared, instantly appearing in front of Coa with blinding speed, kicking him back while launching a dragon shot simultaneously. Where I will make you suffer for all time, he added as the dragon shot exploded. Meanwhile, at the temple during the fight, Kai arrived at the pups with Asia using a magic circle. The yokai were thrilled to see them, and Kuno ran to Kai, hugging him and kissing his cheek in gratitude. The pups were being healed by Kai's flames and Asia's gear, happy their king was there. What happened? Kai asked as Fenris stood up, brushing off the flames. My king, I'm sorry, but we tried to protect the kids and couldn't go all out. But now we will, Fenris said, his arm wrapped in flames and lightning. What do you mean? As your master, I won't let you die. I view you as little brothers, if not my own kin. Now listen to me." Before Kai could finish, Fenris glowed silver and black, kicking Kai back and causing him to clutch his stomach. "Sorry, master, but Prime Wolf has enough power to knock you back when your guard is down." Fen walked towards his brother, his fist enveloped in ice and fire. "Ready, brother?" they both asked, smirking as they rushed at each other, their arms transforming into their wolf forms. Instead of being burned or frozen, a bright silver and blue light glowed around the twins. Kai and Asia watched in amazement as the light began to fade, revealing a muscular man in armor with a half-wolf mask and a scar glowing on his chest. He turned to Kai, who closed his eyes to sense the 4 mutated pawn pieces within the man. "Looks like you two made your own version of fusion. You look strong. Who are you, may I ask?" Kai inquired, his curiosity piqued. The figure smiled. "A fusion of brothers with a bond stronger than the Norse winds and Loki's hatred. Call me Friss." Friss then turned towards the light from the blast outside. "Damn, Issei might need help. If not, we both want payback on that freak." Friss said, turning to Kai, who chuckled. "Fine, I, Kai Crimson Abaddon III, ask you to aid Issei Haidu, the Red Dragon, against COA. Friss bowed and took off into the sky. Meanwhile, Issei faced COA, who was trembling in fear. Issei slowly advanced, causing COA to grow increasingly anxious. "Sive, I'm done. You got me curious about your power, but if that's all you have." Issei formed a dragon shot in his palm and shouted, "Die!" as he fired the blast. Sive laughed. "Ha, you goddamn fool. I am the hero of this world." He thrust his spear forward, which glowed as he chanted, "Mala Ratanana." Issei's dragon shot glowed gold and suddenly redirected behind him, forming a gold and red blast. Well, I got to admit that was. Before he could finish, Friss appeared, summoning a new blade that cut the blast to pieces, shocking both Issei and COA. "Wow, nice timing." "Pups, you fused?" "Damn, Fenrin," Issei remarked, noticing the fusion. "1, chill the aura. It made me use 2 swords. And 2, it's Friss. Fenrin is potato," Friss replied, slightly insulted. "Potato? You mean pot era," Friss corrected, but Issei was confused. Suddenly, Sige sensed a massive aura and looked up to see a giant dragon, the same one from Kyoto. "You again? I will kill you!" Sige yelled, barely able to stand against the dragon's power. "Not this time, you fool. Kill me once, shame on you," the dragon replied, glowing and shrinking. As Friss bowed and Issei smirked, Kai appeared in his human form, looking down at Sige. "Kill me twice? Never gonna happen because hell's here for payback." Kai's fists glowed with a holy, destructive aura, a blend of blue from his mother, black with sparkles from his wings, and a violet and silver aura of incredible power surrounding him. He stuttered, realizing that the boy he had killed was now the one poised to take him down. "Oh, and Sige, meet my 2 knights," Kai said, snapping his fingers. Sige looked up in shock, feeling ill as he saw not only Siegfried but Jean, both with dragon wings, Siegfried with devil and dragon traits, and Jean with angel and dragon features. "What's the matter, friend? Thought we died like you would do to your foes?" Siegfried said smartly. "Well, too bad. Our king and friend didn't want us dead, only you and those who hurt Kuno and Kaneko. Thus, he gave not just Siegfried but later me a chance to join him. Of course, for me, he wanted both himself and me to rest before I made a choice, so I left while Siegfried met him weeks later." Jean turned to Kai, her tone calm. "Thank you again, my king," she said, bowing. No, don't thank me. You gave me a reason to fight with your gear and your heart." "No offense, Siegfried, you're a better fighter with your skill," Kai replied as Siegfried waved him off. "None taken, my king," Siegfried said. Kai was still in shock at seeing not just his old friends but them now on the other team. He was livid and struggling to control his rage. "That's it, you're dead," he yelled, getting up and taking a phoenix tear from his pocket. His spear began to glow. "Jean, you're first to pay," he declared as the spear focused its energy. But Kai looked at Issei, who snapped his fingers. Now obey and power be sealed. Itsudii Ratanana, he yelled as a golden beam fired at Jean. Instead of Siegfried helping, they heard a teleportation sound around them. Glory drag trooper. They heard as a dragon made of swords blocked Soehue's attack, confusing all but Kai and Issei. Who the? They thought as a sword was thrown at them. Down here, see. They heard as they looked to see Shalat and Kiba with his balance breaker army, along with an armored arm. About time, my friend, Siegfried chuckled. I know, sorry. Shalat picked me up when we were watching the fight, even though Tsubaki and I were about to go on a date, Kiba said, causing Issei and Kai to fall from the sky and rush toward him. What? You finally got the hint? About time, Figment. Seriously, dumbass. Issei yelled with joy as Shalat backed away from his king. Damn Yudo. This time we have to hurry. We need details on how you finally knew she liked you. Kai said, confusing the enemies. Issei, may I go towards the others and then back home to train? Shalat spoke, which Siege noticed as he snuck an orb of energy toward Shalat. Of course, oh, and you can die, hehe. Issei said as Siegfried let out Graham and Jean used Blade Blacksmith to summon a dragon of blades rushing at him. Time to pay, bastard. The two yelled as Suehue laughed while Shalat teleported away with instant transmission. You think you knew me for so long but never knew about my balance breaker? It's because it's the perfect weapon. Coa glowed with ultimate gold and black. Atsusa Mala Hatsudii Ratanana Triana Longinus, he yelled, sending 3 spikes of energy as he first used Hatsudii, making him fly up towards his ex-teammates. As he did so, he used Mala to send the dragon towards Kai, Issei, and the others while teleporting Siegfried towards Kiba with his attacks still charged. Enjoy, fools! And Issei, Kai, thanks to your friend, someone close will die today, Coa said before using Mala on himself and teleporting away. Shalat, confused, found himself in Coa's place, holding Kuno in his arms. What the? He said, blinking as he fell on his butt, relieved to see Kuno was okay. Shalat, next time leave me before using your teleport, Kuno said, referring to instant transmission as Shalat raised an eyebrow. But he began, but then saw a dragon of swords and Siegfried charging at Issei, Kai and Kiba. Issei, right. The 2 dragons nodded as Kai used his aura and power to form a concentrated blast of energy and fire at the metal dragon. Issei placed his hand on Kai's shoulder to boost and focus it as Kai fired, destroying it to ash. Jean, still in the air, was stunned by what had happened and began to descend towards Shalat and Kuno. Meanwhile, Siegfried rushed at Kiba, who tried to stop his attack but couldn't fully hold back. Don't worry, Siegfried, I can handle it, Kiba said, glowing with a white and black aura, gold and crimson sparks in the center. You see, I couldn't slack while everyone else got stronger, so. Twin Betrayer Dragon. As Kiba spoke, a large aura grew around him. I break through the limits of the blade. The holy light of my comrades is on my side as I am reborn in the devil's shadows. With the swords and in battle, I've grown for my brothers and king. The oath is that anew shall rise, not just as the wielder but as the sword, as the dragons aid me. Twin Betrayer Holy/Devil Dragon Juggernaut Drive. Kiba yelled, shocking everyone. Kiba began to glow, his devil wings emerging, but on one side, an angel wing made of swords and aura formed. As he completed his armor and sword, his aura grew, forming a dragon that shrunk and formed 2 claw-like arms. And a tail. Kiba used his power from his dragon army to form knight-like armor. Now, for Blades of the Soul. Kiba yelled, summoning 4 blades to stop Siegfried's attack without hurting him. The last was the Sword of Betrayer, and he formed them all in a dual X pattern, pinning the attack and canceling the energy, throwing Siegfried to the ground as Kiba returned to his base form. The 2 knights stood up, laughing. Issei, Kai, are you guys all right? Jean asked as her companions, Kuno and Shalat, rushed towards them. Yes, we are fine, Jean. Don't feel guilty. I'll tell you this once, Coahoe has unknown power, so we must be on guard and not blame each other, Kai said, smiling through his tears. Agreed, but Shalat, why did you? Before Issei could finish, he realized he couldn't sense Asia and understood why. He spiked his aura. Damn it, Ophis, get here now. I will confront you and see it. Issei roared, startling everyone as Ophis appeared instantly. Yes, draig Issei, what is it? She asked, but before she could react, Issei grabbed her by the throat, lifting her off the ground. Why didn't you warn everyone about the 7 powers of the true Longinus? Because of the test, our knowledge, and our brothers Draig and Albion, we could end up just like them in the dark. Now explain. Issei shouted, his voice merging with Draig's. I'm sorry. Just let me explain. Ophis gasped, struggling to breathe. Issei threw her to the ground, but Kai quickly used ice and aura constructs to catch her, his eyes glowing with anger. Issei, what the hell is the matter with you? Kai yelled, throwing a powerful punch infused with his dragon fire. But Issei summoned his gears and caught Kai's fist effortlessly. Enough, Issei said, his eyes transforming into their dragon form, radiating a dominating aura that made everyone but Shalat and Kai feel fear and drop to a knee. Kai, stop, Shalat said, tapping into Ultra Instinct with a red flare. Brother, use your power, the power of a scion. Shalat felt close to an evolution, realizing he was in Super Scion God, not Ultra Instinct, as the forces collided within him. Anyway, Kai, his power has 7 abilities, Issei said, calming his aura as Ophis got back up. Yes, Kai, it has 7 powers because it is the main Longinus, one of the 7 that can kill a god, Ophis explained, calming Kai down. Now do you get it? He can hide his power with a barrier, and I can't sense him, but... Issei paused as he noticed Shalat with a gold orb on his tail. Shalat, stay here. He put this on you to switch places. If I infuse my aura into it, I can reach him. As they took the orb, they felt the barrier surrounding Coa and Asia. Issei's heart sank as he sensed Asia's condition. No, 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 he whispered, tears streaming down his face as he let out his rage, bursting into a powerful state. You will pay Coa. Damnation juggernaut drive. Issei yelled, unleashing an aura never seen before as he flew toward Coa without using his wings. Damnation juggernaut drive. He and Draig echoed, the meaning of rage and bloodlust transforming his armor from red and emerald to black and silver, with a spear of aura and a red and silver core. As Issei broke through the barrier, he found Issei knocked away from his own power, but also saw Asia on the ground, injured and bleeding. Asia! Issei cried, rushing to her side. Stay with me, he pleaded, tears in his eyes as he held her close, calling for Rias, who could only watch from afar. Asia, don't be afraid. You will live, he assured her, channeling his power. Rias, can we save her? Can I help? Rias asked, tears in her eyes, feeling the bond between them. Rias, you owe me a new bishop. I will give you this to save my sister, Issei said, summoning a bishop piece. I, Issei, in the name of Rias Gremory, give you life, Asia Argento, as the bishop devil dragon of Gremory. He infused Gremory's power into the piece, healing Asia as she passed out. Now that was strange, Issei remarked as Issei created a protective barrier around them. Rias, he began. Yes, Issei, you don't need to ask, she replied, quickly using her magic to teleport Asia to safety. Now, Issei, you made a foolish mistake, and this is your end. True God Juggernaut Drive. Issei roared, the sky turning red as he unleashed a powerful yin and yang energy. As the world began to shake, the roar of a dragon echoed through Kyoto, shocking Kai and the others as they felt the weight of impending doom. Kiba grabbed Kai's shoulder, snapping him back to reality. We need to leave this fight. Let's go to your mother and Lord Lucifer, Kiba said as Kai nodded. Everyone gather around, he instructed. Shalat, Kuno, Siegfried, Jean, and Kiba quickly gathered near Kai, who placed his hands on Kiba and Shalat, giving them an Abaddon crest. This should make it easier to teleport. I gave you two a bit of my power, so all who have my power or are on my team will teleport to my mates, Kai explained, his chest glowing black, gold, and blue as he tapped into sage power. In an instant, they left with a sage-powered circle. POV, battlefield. Everyone was in the darkest parts of hell, where ruined landscapes and skeletons lay from the last war as Kai teleported in. Kai! Reiner, Kuroka, and Kaneko yelled, rushing at him. The cats hugged him, and Reiner playfully slapped him, making everyone laugh. Big sis, why? Kai asked, noticing her tears. You better not die, you hear me? She said, and Kai hugged her back. I won't, he promised, then took a knee. Ifrit, take control for now. That teleportation drained me, I needed to use Sage and Mate power. His arm glowed blue, and a blue mark appeared around his eyes, with red lines going down to his chin. His hair was slightly spiked, with blue highlights forming a violet hue, his skin flickering between normal and blue. Thank you, Kai. I will protect you, Ifrit said, turning to Rias and the Hyutis. Get them out of here now, Rias, and check on Asia Hyde for me. After all, she is still your bishop. Ifrit walked toward Surzex. Lucifer, we may have had troubles in the past, but this Rizavin is the real one who sealed my kind. Thus, I might use my body through Kai to kill him, he stated, his left eye glowing gold. Oh, hell no. I'm getting payback for my death, you blue demon, so wait. Abaddon said through Ifrit, causing the demon to laugh. Kai, lead this fight, my old friend. You, Ifrit, and Sam'll better take care of him, Surzex said, placing a hand on Kai's shoulder as Ifrit unleashed his true demon power. Sure thing, Zex. And for all who are here to fight. Ifrit turned to them, and Abaddon took over. Kick some ass, he yelled, his eyes glowing silver as Sam'l's mark formed. Angels, show no mercy in the name of our Father, Michael, and Azazel. They proclaimed, all three taking control with red and gold eyes and angel marks, the crowd cheering, ready to fight. All right, you guys, our power might break Kai, so we need to have one of us take control unless we need all of our powers, Ifrit said, stepping out of the mindscape shadows, revealing everyone in Kai's current head. True body, Ifrit/human form Ophis ready to lend her aid Kai Abaddon II, a proud father and veteran Sam'l, the dragon angel and Lucifer by the kid's side. He has 5 different powers he can win with, and we will help him, Ophis said as the three nodded. Meanwhile, Kai stood in the corner, ready to fight. Charge, dragons, for the dragon faction. We call home. Tiamat yelled as Ifrit looked at her, leading the dragons. Damn, Abaddon chose a good wife. What Zex see ya? Ifrit said as he rushed toward the castle of Rizavin with Kai's team, everyone beginning to fight, worried for Issei in Kyoto. Issei radiated a monstrous aura, his eyes glowing as he unleashed his dragon wings and tail. Sihoi struggled to stand against the overwhelming power as Issei spoke. I am the hell from all who are broken, bringing the twin rage of annihilation and domination wherever this dragon goes. I destroy and reform infinity, rivaling dreams and nightmares, making them legends. As I craft eternity, my name of Hyudu has fallen and was destroyed as the dragon of betrayal, the pawn of Welsh weaponry, who is now a god. I am Issei Demryu, the dragon of his own by hope and rage and his human name. Blazing dragon of legend, ultimate juggernaut god drive. Issei roared, his power turning the temple to ashes as he began to change. From his black armor, he transformed into a larger form, entering his blazing dragon state, surrounded by black and red flames with emerald and silver sparks. Issei struggled to stay upright as Issei continued to evolve, tears in his eyes. Do it, Issei. You can break through. Great Red cheered for his host, finally seeing Issei as the son he never had. Yes, do it, brother. It won't matter if we only have 14,000 years after this. The name Issei will ring out in the world, Draig encouraged, filled with joy and motivation. Issei shed a tear, speaking, Don't you mean the name of Issei and the Draig, the beings who are brothers in arms and hope, who befriended the ultimate dragon, Great Red? We all are the greatest. With a smirk, Issei and the 2 dragons roared with all their power, unleashing a supernova that blasted Sivue toward the ground. In the same place where he had stabbed Kai, Sivue was now hurt, afraid, and his right leg was broken. As they fought the devils and dragons, Kuroka and Kaneko executed a spiral sage flame cyclone, while Ravel and Rainier unleashed light spears and supernovas to clear a path. Akino charged with her light fist of thunder at one of the super devils, who noticed her. What an attack at me! Before he could finish, he was frozen, and shadow bats swarmed him and his troops, draining their energy. Thanks for the refill, my balance breaker is tiring, Gasper called from above as he, Bova, Saji, Razor, and Irina battled the shadow dragon fakes. Thanks, Gaspy. Now time to die, demon. Akino shouted, punching a hole through the devil's chest, reducing him to ash. Well, that was fun, but before Akino could finish, a strange man with silver hair kicked her away. When Grafia and Surzek saw him, they gasped, "Be your brother?" Grafia stammered, barely able to speak as the figure addressed her. "Hello, sister. I see you're still helping that fool. I guess you really are an awful lucifuge," the man said, locking eyes with her and Surzek's. Ifrit, having dispatched a few foes, noticed them. "Hey, Ifrit, switch with me," Kai said, needing to confront this man. Fine, kiddo, but your dad and I will switch when we feel like it." With that, Kai transformed back to his multicolored aura, red hair, and gold, red, and blue eyes. "Edward, why are you doing this?" Surzex asked, but Edward snarled in response. Suddenly, everyone on the battlefield froze or collapsed as they felt Issei's roar of power. "Damn, Kai, stay back, my king!" Bova shouted, blocking the dragons that attacked during the roar, but Kai remained still, snarling at all devils, angels, and dragons. Kaneko and Bova exchanged worried glances and yelled, "What? Run! Run now and get down, everyone!" All but Surzex and the two Lucifuge moved as Kai inhaled deeply, letting out a massive dragon roar that countered Issei's and sent sparks of power to destroy the shadow dragon fakes. The world felt like it was breaking, and he couldn't cancel it until Valet and Saji joined him with Tiamat, who roared alongside them. The two dragons absorbed the shockwaves, neutralizing Issei's reality-breaking roar. "Well, now that's over, we can," Edward began, but was interrupted by a pod blast and 3 light daggers thrown at him, blessed with sage power. "Get away from them!" Rias yelled as she, Kaneko, and Rainier positioned themselves in front of the Devil Queen and King. "Oh, cute. You think you can hurt me? You can barely form magic," Edward taunted, shocking the 3 girls. "Oh yeah? Bet you bastard!" Rainier yelled, forming a light spear that unexpectedly shrank and then grew, shattering into broken glass-like energy, leaving her stunned. Grafia and Surzex realized this had happened to Grafia years ago. "What the hell, Rainier? Get a hold of yourself. I've got this." Rias yelled, lifting her arms to form a pod blast, which fluctuated in size before she threw it, only for it to shrink to a pebble before the Satan and her brother-in-law. What the how?" Rias asked, confused as Edward laughed. "Ha! Look at you. Can't even fight well. Too bad I can. You foolish runt, die with your unborn." Edward shouted, blasting them. Kaneko attempted to block the attack but felt weak. Suddenly, 3 figures stepped in front of them as the blast hit. Edward laughed, believing he had defeated his sisters, the Devil King, and a fallen angel, but his laughter stopped as he sensed a surge of aura mixed with eternity, destruction, salvation, and supremacy, a power that felt imprisoned but was now free, infused with pride and cursed energy. As the dust settled, he saw Kai, Valet, and Saji with a barrier protecting the others. "Kai, switch with me. I know this man and have a message for your cousin," Abaddon said. Kai nodded, closing his eyes and opening them to reveal red and gold irises. "Edward, why are you here? Me and Zex fought in the war together. Now you're helping to create one? You fool," Abaddon spoke through Kai, shocking everyone except Kaneko. Edward recognized the voice and laughed. Well. Look who's here to protect his cousin and best friend. Don't tell me Mr. Definition of Rage is kicking butt in his own quest for revenge. It's hilarious. I'm so glad I told Rizovin your location. Well now, you want to die." Before Edward could finish, he felt a sharp pain and looked down to see Kai Abaddon with Graham, infused with bloodlust and dragon aura mixed with an unknown flame. He noticed that Kai was holding his own bloody, severed arm. "My arm, you foolish brat. I will kill you," Edward yelled, creating an ice arm to rush at Kai, but Vale intercepted the blow. "Nope, you're mine and Saji's," Vale declared as Edward was captured by Saji's cursed line and thrown far away, while the two entered Balance Breaker and prepared for the next phase of the battle. "Hell yeah, Kai is after that boss of yours, so go here and face your fate," Saji said, his pride dragon shoulder pad glowing and adding sparks to one of the cursed lines. As Saji did that, Vale kicked Edward, sending him flying, while the three girls were still shocked to discover they were all expecting. "Brother, is this true? Are we?" Rias asked, blushing with a mix of happiness and disbelief. An emerald and red light surrounded the three of them. Yes, you are, big sister. You and Kaneko are a month along, while Rainier is a week behind, thanks to her fallen angel genes," a calm and cheerful voice replied. Gasper looked down with Irina, while the knights turned to see Asia, with her blonde and red hair, looking healthy and vibrant. "Asia!" Team Gremory, along with Kaneko and Rainier, yelled as they rushed over to hug her, tears in their eyes. We. Zenobia stuttered before being embraced by Asia, who calmed her with a reassuring smile. "I'm not leaving anytime soon," she said, stepping forward onto the battlefield. "All right, traitors, it's time to show you what the pawn of Hyudu and Gremory can do. I am Asia Argento, and I won't lose," she roared, unleashing her devil and dragon wings as her gear began to glow. "Balance break. All on the battlefield, hear my cry," she yelled, transforming into golden armor. The entire battlefield was enveloped in a defensive and healing light, restoring everyone's strength. Even Riser and Serorg's queens combined their full power for a kamikaze attack, shifting the tide of battle. Rias looked up to see an emerald flare. Issei was coming in hot. "All right, everyone, let's do this," she yelled as they charged forward. Rias turned to Gasper. "Gasper, go now. Save her," she urged, and the vampire smiled, going all out as he knocked down a line of soldiers and entered the castle in search of his missing love. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, Issei shattered the landscape as his aura surged. Issei witnessed Issei's full power as he lay on the ground, broken. Issei had transformed into a giant armor dragon form, a mix of his dragon-human form and his king form, resembling the juggernaut drive. The armor had a dragon-like head, red and black with silver eyes, and his body was adorned with gems and a cloak of black and red flames with emerald sparks. Now that Coa saw Issei's monstrous power, he understood why it was called the ultimate juggernaut god dive. Its power could defeat gods multiple times over. "Damn it! Why are you so strong?" he yelled, struggling to rise as his legs and arms trembled. "If you want to die quickly, deactivate that sorry excuse for a true balance breaker, or else you'll suffer," Issei warned, rushing at Coa with a fierce glare. "As it knows what a true being of domination and power is compared to a faker," he shouted, unleashing a dragon shot that sent Coa flying into a house. Issei hovered above the crater he had created. "Get up already, I know you're not dead," he taunted. The rubble shifted to reveal Coa, no longer in balance breaker form and bleeding, his left leg nearly torn off. "Pathetic. Your power is nothing compared to Vale, you weakling," Issei said, walking toward Suihoi, his aura radiating power from Kuo to Kyoto, and even beyond. Suihoi struggled to speak, but the pressure from Issei's rage made him unable to respond. He suddenly coughed up blood and magic, feeling as if his very soul was being ripped away. Issei had trained hard to become strong without relying on Draig as a tool. He viewed Draig as a brother, and the Great Red felt like a father figure to him. In contrast, his opponent, Coa, was just another person who thought they could play God. Issei removed his helmet, revealing his human face, and picked up Coa's, tearing off his leg swiftly. Boost X10, transfer nerve. Draig spoke with a hint of malice, sharing his disdain for Coa. He transferred power to Coa's nerves, amplifying the pain tenfold, causing the human to scream, tears and blood streaming down his face. Now it's time to take my revenge, Issei declared, throwing COA against the wall. He ripped the spear from Suihei's hands, shouting, "This is for Kai." He plunged the spear into COA's heart, ending his life instantly, but Issei kept him alive for a few more seconds. "Oh, and here," Issei said, summoning Dragon Fury and decapitating COA, finally getting his revenge for Kai. As the body fell, Issei dispelled his armor. "I wanted a head on my wall," he laughed, reveling in his victory. Suddenly, the spear glowed. "Grab it now, or it will find a new host," Draig warned. Issei nodded, seizing the spear, which glowed gold and red. "What just happened?" he asked, confused by the spear's glow. "Congrats, partner. You've become the new host of the true Longinus. We should merge it with the gear," Draig said excitedly. "Sure, but how much life do I have left after that?" Issei inquired, and the two fell silent. "Draig Red, talk to me," Issei urged. Red sighed, "You lost about 5,000 to 7,000 years, but you're lucky, you still have around 800,995,000 years left." "Okay, that's better than I thought." "Wow, well, let's go," Issei said, focusing on using the spear to transport him to hell. "Hang on, you guys, I'm on my way." Meanwhile, Kai felt a powerful rage coursing through him in the dark halls. Suddenly, he froze, shocked by the presence of Gasper, who was holding him in time. "Vidum, it's Gasper. What are you doing?" Kai stammered. Gasper approached, slapping him, which left Kai stunned. "You fool. I'm here to help, I stunned and killed most of the guards ahead. I just need a favor in exchange. You remember the rules of devils, contracts and help," Gasper explained, recalling what Rias and Issei had told Kai before. "Fine, what is it?" Kai asked sarcastically, annoyed that his friend had caught him off guard. "Simple. Help me find Valerie, the Holy Grail user," Gasper said, shocking Kai. "Sure, Gasper, but no offense, you seem serious." "Is she?" Kai hesitated, noticing Gasper's slight blush. "Fine, I'll do it. After all, if someone took Kaneko, I would feel the same," Kai said, closing his eyes to sense any gear. He focused like a king, channeling his powers, and discovered she was alive in the dungeon 3 floors down. "Thanks, and mind giving me a boost?" Gasper asked with a smirk. "Hell yeah," Kai replied, transforming Gasper into bat form and igniting him with flames and sage art. "Now, Inferno Star Vampire," they yelled as they blasted through the floors, Gasper soaring ahead. "Talk about fun," Kai exclaimed, turning his gloves into fingerless ones and summoning a Citri circle. He crafted a red and black gun adorned with blue and silver gems. "Okay, Dad, this is your prototype mixed with Citri energy. How did it work before I added that?" Kai asked his father. "Simply put your power into the gem, and it will unleash an attack or change weapons," Abaddon explained. "Thanks. Time to kick ass," Kai shouted, charging forward and infusing the gem with Sonus power to create ice. He fired at the ground beneath the guards, catching them off guard. Some fell, their legs and bodies freezing from the blast. "Well, who's next?" Kai said, blowing smoke from the gun. He transformed it into a claw and dagger, the dagger glowing with holy light. "All right, time to kick some butt," Kai shouted, rushing at the devils, cutting them down and enjoying the thrill of the battle. "Now, one last shot," he said, loading the gun with dragon and Ifrit power as a large number of devils charged at him. With a smile, he unleashed his 8 wings, flipping over them before landing, armored in his dragon form. "Now, time for this. I call it Rio Demon Blaster." Kai yells as a violet blast with black and blue flames erupts into a massive explosion, wrapping the devil in flames. The fire and sparks form a giant blue demon with horns, crushing the devil's bones as the flames burn them away. "Damn, talk about awesome," Kai says, uncovering his face with his wings to reveal the blue marks of Ifrit. "Thanks for crushing their bones, Ifrit," he adds, laughing. "Please, running that plan of ice and fire with my magic to boost was great," Ifrit responds joyfully. "Agreed, and you using my angel power is awesome, Kai," Samuel congratulates the boy. Thanks to you, but now we have to hurry, Kai says as he rushes through the halls searching for Rizavin. He soon sees a massive locked door with a familiar aura. Son, attack with your dragon fist mixed with pod and then switch with me. I need to get to this man, Abaddon instructs, hinting at something secretive. Kai agrees, turning his arm violet as it becomes covered in dragon scales, gaining sparks of power with pod. Ah! Kai yells, slamming his fist against the door, throwing it open as he walks in. Well, good to see you again, old friend, Rizavin says, revealing his white hair, blue eyes, and immense power. I will not Ugh. Kai begins, but is cut off in his mind as he lowers his head, letting a blazing red and silver aura with black sparks rise. He raises his head to reveal red and gold eyes, filled with determination. Rizavin, I'm getting payback for my death. You hear me, clown? Abaddon yells, now in control of Kai's body, forming angel wings on his right arm and Ifrit's gauntlet mixed with dragon aura on the left, blue lining glowing in his eyes as the room shakes from the raw power. Dad, what are you doing? Kai yells in the mindscape, unable to break free as Ophis blocks him. I'm sorry, Kai, but he's going to end it all, Ophis says sadly, leaving Kai confused. What do you mean? He's already dead and in me, so I would die too, right? Kai asks in a panic. No, he would use all your power and his reserves to try to kill Rizavin, but then he might destroy his soul and turn to nothing at the cost, Ophis explains, shocking Kai with the revelation. As Kai processes this, it's too late. His father unleashes all his aura mixed with Samuel's and Ifrit's, his eyes glowing with red and white lines beneath the blue marks. His angel marks glow, adding a spear and deck of cards symbol on his hand as he awakens Kai's potential at a great cost. All right, Rizavin, it's time for you. Abaddon rushes at him, punching Rizavin, who knows that Lord Abaddon is one of the strongest and smartest devils alive. The fight is all he can do. As Abaddon and Rizavin clash, the underworld trembles from their power and energy. Rizavin's body is more durable since he is older and a Lucifer, but Abaddon has the advantage, his son's body giving him a height advantage. What's the matter, Rizavin? You can't keep up. Abaddon taunts, vanishing and appearing behind him, kicking back and blasting light spears mixed with fire and pod at the devil. Rizavin counters with his own blasts, breaking a handful of the attacks and putting up a barrier around the rest as they both breathe heavily. Damn. Issei looks like even as a kid, you still are full of power, Rizavin remarks. And you've got some power for an old fool, Abaddon replies, and they both laugh before Rizavin unleashes a large burst of aura, breaking the ground as Abaddon remains still. Seems like you can finally go all out, Abaddon says, knowing he can't use Balance Breaker against Rizavin until Graham glows. Sir, your power is at 50%, and he is at 80%. You need to let Kai switch. He can take control and master his power and dragon form together. No, I won't allow it. Abaddon yells, unleashing a red and silver aura cloak with black marks and a winged mark on his arm, now with a red sphere. His left arm has the gauntlet wrapped in the aura, mixed with blue, creating a violet and silver arm with a black-horned dragon devil mark. Meanwhile, Kai watches in shock within his mind, pleading, Dad, stop. I can fight. Don't die, you idiot. Tears fill his eyes as they change to red and violet, veins ready to pop on his head. Let me out, Ophis, he yells, cracking his chains as Ophis sheds a tear, unsure of what to do. Outside, while Abaddon fights Rizavin, Vale and Saji clash against Edward, moving at incredible speeds. Damn you, not bad, but eat this. Edward says, landing a powerful blow on Saji, knocking him away into the mountains. Now, where were we? Edward begins, but is interrupted by a right hook to his face from Vale, knocking him back. Why you? Edward snarls, a burn mark left on his face. Sorry, couldn't help it, prick, Vale retorts, his left arm glowing with salvation, a new gear, shining bright with white and orange, accented by black marks and a blue and black gem. You brat, you grew up valiantly. I should have killed you, but... Suddenly, a dragon shot of blue mixed with white and black split into 3 daggers, hitting the ice arm. Time to explain the salvation gear. It focuses on dividing powers even to the smallest degree. For example, Valley would divide a whole body, but now he just needs a small opening, like a cut, to divide bones or even the brain to nothing. It also slightly boosts power like Draig, since he took in part of him, but only attacks 1 to 3 body parts at a time. Finally, it can use light spear powers or judgment-based abilities like Luna. Once Val merges his blood with the 2 gears, he will have no weaknesses except for a timed form, and he can boost everything just like Issei. Time to take you down, bastard. Oh yeah? Bring it, runt. The 2 yelled as a sudden beam of emerald and gold light entered the war zone, halting everything, even their match. Damn, warn me about the landing next time, Draig, Issei said, emerging from the smoke with a torn shirt but ready to fight. Valid turned off the balance breaker and landed next to him, with Shalot flying in. Issei, good to see you and... Good spear, Shalot said, making Issei laugh. Thanks. Now go, Shalot, get Tears and Senzuhin get to me, Issei instructed as devils swarmed him. Shalot entered Ultra Instinct, blitzing through them and flying at top speed to gather what he was asked for. Master, I will hurry, but hang in there. I've got a plan, Shalot thought as he disappeared from sight. Issei and Valley looked at each other. Ready, Hayudu? Oh, and congrats on being a dad, Valley said, making Issei stumble back, turning red. Wait, I'm a dad? Issei yelled, turning to Rainier and Rias, who both nodded. Issei smirked. Okay, let's finish this fast. Boost, they said, getting into a stance. Time to show you all the power of the Dragon Emperors. They roared, rushing at the horde of dragons and devils, bodies flying as dragons began to join the fray. The 2 got back to back, smiling. Balance break. The 2 mighty dragons split up to fight, scattering their foes to ashes as they broke through barriers. Issei, you go, and I'll fight Edward. Valley yelled as they neared the castle. Good luck. I'm going to help Kai, but first. Issei and Valley stopped as Issei made a cannon, aiming at all who fought for peace and the alliance. Now Omega transfer X 100 000000000 booster. Issei, Draig, and Red yelled, giving power to their friends in need as he turned to see Saji backing up. Don't die on me, Valley. Same here, Issei, they said, fist bumping as Issei transferred X20 to Valley before they split. Okay, Kai, wait for me. Dragon shot. Issei yelled, blowing a hole through the castle and seeing Gasper. Yo, Gasp. Where's Kai? Issei asked, rushing to him, using balance breaker and the true Longinus, to see Gasper holding a sleeping Valerie. Issei, could you boost us? Oui. Before Gasper could finish, Issei did so, allowing Gasper to get up with the napping vampire. Thanks. Kai is on the 3rd floor. Good luck. Gasper said, leaving. Issei looked up and aimed his arms. Dragonflyer wave. Issei said, launching himself up through the next 2 floors, reaching the 3rd to see Kai standing in the hall with tears. Kai, what's wrong? Issei asked, but was cut on his cheek by Kai using Ascalon. Move, brother. I need to do this. Kai said, getting serious. Kinda, this is my fight. If he lives, now go. Issei insisted, then got punched by Kai, and the same for Kai by Issei. Damn fine. This will be our last fight. Kai spoke as it got cold in the room. I agree with that, Issei said, both glaring at each other. I will win. I must win, even if I pay the ultimate price to kill this beast, they thought, knowing only one would remain. A golden light revealed the figure of the unknown name. Who will win? Who will die? What will bring peace? Only 2 parts left, and the next part shows us peace. And that's this chapter. The Dragon Army. Sorry it took so long, but I wanted to make it great for you all and show you my thanks. This story means a lot to me, and I appreciate your support. See you in the next one. Chapter end. Listen to me, Dad. Let me switch or you will die. Kai yelled, but there was no response. His voice took on a draconic tone as the body lay still. Looks like you're done, Rizavin said, anger evident in his voice as he approached, Abaddon. You were strong, but I will enjoy killing you twice. But first. Rizavin reached for the ring on the lifeless body, but before he could remove it, a powerful burst of aura cracked through reality. You will not take that, you bastard, a voice declared, revealing violet and gold eyes as Kai regained control. I will make you suffer. Kai roared, his skin transforming, covered in scales, his face adorned with blue and red markings and glowing cracks. Rizavin was taken aback by the surge of power but realized that Kai couldn't control it. An idea struck him as he glanced at a hole in the wall. Die, Rizavin! Kai shouted, his eyes going blank as he roared like a dragon. He charged at Rizavin, but the latter sidestepped, causing Kai to crash through the wall, revealing a dusty, dark room with a stone tablet and a giant red crystal, cracked and reforming. What the? Kai muttered, feeling two familiar powers in the room. As he closed his eyes, he retracted his claws from the Ifrit gauntlet and noticed his father's ring glowing beside his gloves. While Kai was in shock, Rizavin formed a sphere of energy and merged it with a sword, charging at Kai, who was momentarily defenseless. Rizavin laughed. This reminds me of the time I killed your father. No one shall mess with me. He swung the blade down, but a massive burst of power erupted as Issei arrived on the battlefield. A roar echoed through the castle as a familiar pendant appeared around Kai's neck, the Abaddon pendant of his father. In that moment, Kai caught and shattered the blade. Maito no Hogo Shiru, heir of chaos and eternity, Abaddon Devil King promotion. He roared, a brilliant light shining as he sprouted 8 wings, then 10. His arm glowed with Ifrit's power, and Samuel's marks formed on his body. Promotion Eternity Demon Revolution Claw, he shouted, his blue aura shifting to violet with black wing-like markings. Rizavin, stunned by the transformation, was kicked away by Kai, who unleashed his tail, knocking him against the stones. You're dead, Rizavin. By my decree, I am the next Lucifer, Kai Crimson Abaddon. Kai declared, his eyes glowing red and gold, pupils dragon-like, signifying the awakening of his full power. Rizavin crawled backward in fear. How is he so strong? He thought, recalling that Kai was the child from that fateful night. But as Rizavin scrambled, he grinned, placing his hand on something. This is for everyone you have killed. Bastard! Kai roared, channeling all his power into a punch aimed at Rizavin's head. Just then, Rizavin moved aside, revealing the stolen cathect of Kai's father, fixed with stones that concealed magic. Kai halted, staring blankly at his father's lifeless body, unable to move despite the power coursing through him. Kai, are you okay? Samuel asked, concern evident. Damn kid, snap out of it. Ifrit urged. Love, hang in there please. Ophis added. Son, I'm sorry. Let out the tears and attack. His father's voice echoed in his mind, fueling his rage at Rizavin for desecrating his corpse. This is your... Kai stammered, overwhelmed by fear, rage, and sorrow, unable to move as Rizavin laughed, sensing the boy's vulnerability in the face of his family's tragedy. Ah, you foolish child. Thanks for leaving yourself open just like your father, Rizavin yelled, grabbing a gem from his pocket and focusing his magic. Kai's aura was stripped away until the oppressive force dissipated. Kai, snap out of it, son. The voices in his mind fell on deaf ears as Kai fell to his knees, his eyes shrouded in shadow. Thanks, brat, for the power to think your mother's treasures. The gem of power shattered into 40 pieces by Draig and the coffin to hide her lover, would be the way I would win. Seems like your family are just pawns after all, Rizavin taunted as he walked away to summon the beast Triaxa. Once Rizavin left, Kai rose, clenching his fists until they bled. He looked up, revealing his eyes, gold and violet, now tinged with red and blue, crack-like lines forming in those colors. I failed. I will make things right. He will pay, Kai whispered to himself as he walked through the halls, his father beside him, Ifrit on his shoulder, and Samuel in his heart, while Ophis held his hand, all worried for him until he stopped. Through Kai's eyes, they saw Issei standing across from him. Now that we are all caught up, let's get started on this grand finale. Back with Issei and Kai, the two dragons glared at each other, their auras leaking as they entered fighting stances. Kai looked serious but trembled, and Issei was similarly conflicted. Damn it, why am I trembling? Kai, there has to be another way besides us fighting. Issei yelled, not wanting to battle his student, rival and little brother, but knowing it might come to that. Partner, as much as I hate it, he feels the same as you, but his pride and goals made this choice. Draig spoke as Issei noticed Kai's trembling, his eyes heavy, as if he were holding back tears. Issei, I will try to talk to Ophis, who is at the mountain home. Be careful and focus. I feel he has grown stronger out of nowhere, Red warned before leaving Issei and Draig to face Kai. Bring it on, Issei. Kai shouted, rushing at him. He punched Issei back and went for a kick, but Issei dodged. Suddenly he felt something grab his leg and looked down to see Kai's tail, charged with devil and dragon energy. Got you now, brother. Kai roared, summoning his and Ifrit's gear. What the? Issei and Draig exclaimed, sensing immense power from it. Eternity shot. Kai roared as a black and blue sphere formed like a dragon. When he fired it point blank, a massive explosion erupted. Rise, he commanded, and a blue blast surged forth, infused with black and red energy, combining his dragon power, personal strength, and devil destruction magic. The blast tore through the castle and illuminated the battlefield, forcing Valle, Saji, and Edward to dodge. High-level magic users shielded others, while Surzex, Ajuka, Serafal, Azazel, and Michael guided the beam toward a mountain, which crumbled to dust, leaving behind flaming rocks that became meteors. Hit ya, brother. Kai smirked as the dust settled, standing tall until he noticed a gold and red glow emerging from the smoke. Boost! Rang out as Issei emerged, slightly injured and wielding the true Longinus, shocking Kai. How do you have that? Kai stammered, clutching his chest in fear, haunted by memories of being killed by that weapon. Looks like you forgot what this can do to attacks, Issei replied, smirking as the spear stopped glowing. Remember, I hated trophies, so a spear and a head on my wall will do. Killed him. Kai said, a smile forming as tears began to flow, laughter escaping him. Well, damn, he's going to a place worse than hell. Finally, that trash spear goes to someone who deserves it. Kai summoned Ascalon and the Eternity Gear, coating his sword with energy. Let's go, Hyudu. Now for Fate Edge, it is similar to Dragon Fury, except it can be transferred to cover or aura for any weapon or be made from pure energy. Its attacks can do many things, including breaking spells and being deadly to all but the dragon god and other beings of the same rank. It can merge elements or exclusive attacks like Sage Power, Fallen Angel, and powers from both the Citri and Destruction families. Lastly, it can slice through dimensions and different realities, and with enough power, even time can be traversed. Now back to the fight. You bet it. Crimson Abaddon. Issei says as he and Kai rush at each other. Issei summons Dragon Fury and holds the sharp blade part of the spear ready to strike and counter any magic or physical attacks Kai has. The dragon gods yell as they clash, the Dragon Slayer and the Blade of Dragon's Wrath both covered with dragon energy. Not bad, Issei says. Speak for yourself, Issei, Kai replies, both smirking until Kai attacks Issei's stomach. Issei looks around, trying to keep himself from getting hit until he catches a glimpse of a crimson and silver tail with hints of black and a flame of all colors hitting his gut. You prick. Eat this. Kai exclaims as he bursts out his aura and wings, shocking Issei and catching his blades and tail as Kai finds an opening. Time to split. See ya, Issei, Kai says, bringing down his sword until Issei blocks it with his aura bursting out, expanding and summoning his chest dragon gear, which he calls Legend Soul, the dragon's heart. This causes Kai to be launched back as Issei expands his power, but not before they clash against each other, sending both of them back as they cut each other with their blades. Og. They yell as Kai is pinned against the wall with a spear of flames and light in his left arm and a cut on his chest. That damn. He really used the true Longinus and his dragon and fallen powers to make a spear, Kai says, stopping to breathe after trying to remove the spear. At least I got a shot in at him first, Kai says as he sees the smoke clear and Issei on the ground, slowly getting up with a spear of light protruding from his chest and blood trickling from his left eye. Draig. Issei speaks as he coughs up blood. Can you fix my eye? Issei asks as he breaks the spear in his chest and falls to the floor, spilling blood until he uses magic and his dragon powers to heal it. Yes, partner, I can. It will be merged with mine, so it will be boosted incredibly, Draig responds as Issei closes his left eye to heal. Damn, my turn. Kai yells, unleashing all his power to break the spear and fall to the ground, only to bleed as he slowly heals and coughs. What the? Issei speaks, confused as he looks up slowly at Kai. Kai, can Samuel or Ophis tell us what that is? Issei asks. No, Ophis is resting and making a plan while Samuel and Ifrit might give me. F.ck. A second, Kai says as he bleeds from the gut while talking. Kai. A loud voice of flames and light speaks, turning white and blue. Samuel, Ifrit? Dragon, I get, but you have a human form, Ifrit? Kai asks, then gets hit in the head. Damn it, boy, not the time, you're bleeding out, Ifrit says, hitting him. I'm on it, healing him faster, but Ifrit, tell him about that, Samuel speaks. Wait, you mean? Before Kai could finish, he is snapped out of the mindscape with a mighty roar, feeling chills and death go down their spines. Meanwhile, outside with everyone, they were winning as Rizavin's forces were all defeated except for Edward. It's over, Lucifuge. You bring failure to your name, Valley says, barely injured aside from torn clothing and a few bruises. I agree, back down now while you still have honor and pride, or should we crush that too? Saji mocks, mimicking Val's stance. Don't give. Edward starts, but a blast hits him, shocking everyone as they see Surzex, Michael, Graphia, Ajuka, and Azazel in shock and fear. The Trihaxa beast of all realms and hell itself. How is it here? Rias thinks along with her team. Didn't they win? Rosweiss speaks. Oh. On the container, my dear, they. As the voice speaks, they see Rizavin on top of the beast, bleeding and scarred from just healing. I summoned the beast, the Lucifer says, causing the mates of the two dragons, Irina and Ravel, to worry for them. So, Master, what should we do? Edward asks, looking up at Rizavin as Valley and Saji fly down to protect the girls. You die, Rizavin says, blasting Edward to dust, shocking everyone and making Graphia fall to the ground in tears. Don't be like that, he was only a tool, the Lucifer says, merged partially with the beast and filled with rage and power. Meanwhile, Shalat sensed it and began to fly at max speed, even pushing to use Kaioken with his maximum power while promoting to Queen to get there faster. The two pushed themselves to get up despite their injuries. Kai and Issei were out of power and back at base, yet they refused to stay down. I won't lose, Issei declared, determination shining in his eyes. Kai laughed, neither will I. The two rushed at each other, relying solely on their fists, but before they could land a blow, a blast sent them tumbling back. They landed hard, looking up to see Shalat approaching. Shalat! They exclaimed in confusion as the Scion returned to base. What are you doing? We need to fight this thing together, not separately. I have Scion pride, but I put it aside today for others. Now you do the same, damn it. Shalat urged, his voice filled with urgency. The two dragons exchanged grim looks, realizing the gravity of the situation. Months had passed since the defeat of the Triaxa, with Kai leading the dragon faction alongside his mother and Valley while they awaited Issei's awakening. The girls visited often, including Valley and Luna, but Kai was consumed by guilt over Issei's suffering. Now taller, he let his dragon and devil eyes shine, his black and red hair growing out to his neck. The little Iaxa he chose to raise, free from evil, was now a few months old but appeared to age faster. Damn it. Kai muttered as he walked through the dragon castle, glancing at old pictures of the crew, himself, Issei, Valley, Shalat, his wife Rainier, and their uncles before the war. A smile crossed his face, but it quickly turned to frustration as he clenched his fist, his angelic marks glowing as he tried to calm down. Damn it, this is my fault, he roared, spreading his wings and aura, tears streaming down his face as a picture frame shattered. As he looked at the broken frame, he saw the first picture of him and Issei making funny poses, and another where they were serious. The memories calmed him but also deepened his heartache. "Son," a sorrowful voice spoke, pulling Kai from his thoughts. He turned to see his mother and a sleeping Iaxa nestled in her embrace. "Hey, mother. Sorry if I scared you," Kai said with a sad smile, picking up a picture to assess the damage he had caused. Suddenly he felt a powerful slap from his mother, causing him to drop the picture. "You idiot. Don't you get it? He did this because he thought the same as you." Tiamat scolded, her concern evident. "What do you mean?" Kai asked, getting to his feet and taking Iaxa from his mother's wings. "Don't you understand? In Kyoto he blamed himself for your death. He took the damage of your spell and the beast's attacks for you," Tiamat explained, shocking Kai. He felt his hair fall over his eyes, tears beginning to fall as he realized how Issei felt. "Mom, call everyone. I think I found a way to give Issei more life force and wake him up," Kai exclaimed, startling his mother. "What did you do?" she asked, her expression a mix of worry and hope. "Nothing yet. I'm playing it the Issei way, making the impossible possible out of luck," Kai replied, taking to the skies. As Kai left, everyone gathered in Issei's room. Surzex and Grafia were there, along with Rias, who wore a red jacket and black shirt, and Asia, in a yellow and white outfit. Akino donned a black and white kimono, while Kuroka wore a black and red kimono adorned with patterns of cats and dragons. Kiba was in his usual suit, marked with a dragon emblem, and Gasper and Valerie wore casual jackets. As they waited, a red circle glowed, revealing Draig's form. "Azazel, where is Kai?" Draig asked, frustration evident as he saw Issei still in a coma. "Sorry, Draig, I don't know for sure, but I'm not leaving. He must stay here to keep him safe," Azazel replied. Valis stepped forward, addressing Draig. "Yo, dragon, calm down so Issei can recover," he urged, but Draig unleashed a surge of power, enough to threaten Ophis. In that moment, a large portal formed behind him, and out stepped Ravel, Rainier, and Shalat, all ready to support Team Issei. Rainier wore a rose and silver dress with tights underneath, while Ravel and Shalat donned armor, though Shalat's was a special Scion armor of honor, a tribute to their true Scion heritage. The warriors waited as Kai stepped from the circle with Iaxa, approaching Kuroka and Kaneko, who smiled as a blue, black, violet, and white ring glowed on their hands. "Kai, why did you call us?" Surzex asked, his serious tone indicating he wasn't in the mood for jokes, especially regarding Issei. "Yeah, kiddo, tell us." "We might help," Azazel added, but then he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning, he saw it was Valley, accompanied by the Citri, Phoenix, and Bale teams. Saji wore a red, black, and violet suit for his gear and Issei. "Thank you all for coming. One-Isen, can you come here?" Kai asked, gesturing for Rainier to approach. "What is it, Kai?" she inquired, smiling at him. "Spread your wings, and could I borrow some power? I have a plan, but this is only a..." Just then, Kai's pendant glowed brightly. "It's only a 17 out of 1,007,385,932% chance, son. Can you do this?" Abaddon asked, worried for both his son and Issei, who cared deeply for him. "Yes, I can. Draig, Saji, Vale, can you guys help?" "Please," Kai said, feeling ashamed. "Yes, we will. If a fellow dragon asks, then we've got your back," Saji replied with a smile. "I agree. After all, what are brothers for besides helping each other?" Vale chuckled as Draig approached. "What do you need, kid?" Draig asked. "First, I need one feather from a fallen spark of destruction that gave him life," Kai explained, as Rias and Rainier walked over to Draig. "Please hold on to these," they both said, with Rias giving a small amount of power equal to what was in 8 pawn pieces, and Rainier offering a few of her feathers and a piece of her light spear. "Thanks, girls," Draig said, turning to Kai. "How will these save my brother?" "I will use my gear and these to restore his full lifespan, but it will hurt a lot for me and maybe Issei, causing a backlash of magic and dragon power because of the years he needs." And because he's Issei, the strongest I know, Kai explained, turning to Vale and Saji. That's why I need you guys to divide and drain the feedback and send it to me so I can help. Draig, I need you to help keep Issei alive and safe. I won't lose you, big brother. You brought me to the flame of my dragon clan. I won't let you go, Kai declared as the room began to glow red, with black and violet sparks swirling around Issei. Boost! Rang out from Issei as a shockwave of pure energy blasted toward Kai. Boost Kai here? Draig shouted, touching his shoulder and creating a small barrier as the blast hit Kai, who felt the intense heat. Get outside. You need to run. If this goes wrong, we all might die. Go. Kai roared, channeling all his power and letting out his wings and aura of the Lucifuge and his family. Max Hakai Kane Rio Aro of Lucifer. Kai yelled, unleashing a violet and black aura with red and gold accents, silver blades adorning his shoulders and elbows, featuring the Abaddon crest in the center. Divide, divide, divide. Albion and Valis shouted, focusing on the energy around Issei to divide it for a better chance of survival. Now! Saji called out as he dashed mid-division to connect the Dragon Pride and Twin Vritra lines to Issei and Kai. All set, nephew. Don't mess it up. By now, you have a 50% higher chance than before, the evil dragon warned, hearing a draconic and demonic laugh echoing around them. Perfect. Just what I needed, Kai said with a smirk as his arms transformed, glowing brighter with violet and chronic scales forming beneath the aura. His wings and chest followed suit, adorned with red markings, while blue and red dragons formed along his legs. Brother? Love. They all called out, frightened by Kai's new appearance, as scales and aura surrounded his face. Relax, this is me mixing my full power and life to help Issei, but I needed to enter a draconic human-like form with my maximum devil magic, Kai explained, his voice a blend of dragon and devil. As the powers clashed, Kai continued transferring all the power he could to Issei, but some sparks and flames knocked Vale and Saji back out of the room, leaving only Kai, Draig, and Issei. Come on, Issei. Wake up, please. Kai screamed, starting to cry as Issei's power surged, burning off Kai's aura form and causing him pain. Please, Sensei. You're my brother, my first and true friend, please, Issei. Kai says, thinking back to the memories of him and Issei. What do you, Sensei? Pretty cool, right? So I'm devil and dragon. You're a strong and kind soul, don't think you mistake a warrior and my friend. Mast. No, Issei had to please protect her and kick his ass, as Kai closed his eyes and died, he thought. Big brother, I'm so happy to have known you. Don't hold back against me, Issei. You bet, Kai. I was going to say the same. Peace hunt, I will win this bet, know me. Damn it. Wake up. Kai roars, letting out a bright red and emerald glow with violet sparks as his eyes changed from their gold and violet with red in one and blue in the other. His violet gained a bright glow as they turned emerald for a split second as Kai let almost all his power he had right at Issei. As everyone watched, they saw Kai fall to his knees and bring up blood while Issei glowed red but suddenly wasn't in bed. Surzex Graphia, Seraphal Azazel and Michael were shocked, had a smile knowing this would happen. The girls, yes, all the girls of were/still are in Orc. Including Kaneko, Irina, AMD, Ravel were crying but happy as they saw a miracle. They boys smirked, getting a better look. Some like Gasper and Saji shed some tears while Kiba knelt. Took you long enough. Hayadu. Valis said with a smile and sigh of relief as he and everyone else saw Issei with all his dragon and devil wings. Even without Red's help, he still had the Yuma gear and feathers. Hey Kai, sorry I took so long to wake up. Issei said as Kai looked up, shedding tear with a smile. Brother. Kai yelled with tears flowing, rushing up from the ground to hug Issei, and Issei reciprocated the hug. Thank you for bringing me back, but what was the cost, my brother? Issei spoke as Kai looked at his bloody hands breaking the hug. I had to use a lot of energy and connect to the link of Draig, the gears you have, but it cost a lot of my Magsai, and since I live forever thanks to Ophis, I used the cost of lowering my magic down a lot, so I can't use too much for at least a year or two, but having almost no magic for thank long just so my big brother lives. Ida, a perfect price that I wow'll do 5 times over. Kai said as the two smiled and laughed like their first meeting. Oh. Kai ssid longer laughing. You might want to teleport home now. Kai said, pointing to the girls of Rias, Reiner, Aquino and Irina, all red and teared UO but looking ready to pounce. Oh fuck, thanks bro, I owe you 1,000 bye. Issei said, grabbing draig and teleporting away to the rage of the girls and humor to everyone else. Ha, Beck. Kai laughs till coughing blood from the spell until the pain fades as he turns to see Surzex, Timat Ajuka and Sai Org help him up. Son, you did it. Timat said with tears as she sees the image of her love, his father, in him. Yeah, I wouldn't expect any less from the next Mo. Surzex spoke with a chuckle. Or my nephew. Ajuka says as Sarorg felt nervous around the girls, so he just stayed by Kai. Kai, seeing this, turned to the girls. Yo, Issei went home and is heading towards a cave, he and draig for his dragon-sized home. Irina, I know you're arrow angel for him, so come here, I got the cords for the 4 mates. Kai, yes, winking as he wants her to tell Issei to mark her as he knows she likes him, it's obvious. And as the 4 left to get Issei, the red light shined as Red and Lilith walked out as she was sleeping. Did I miss it? Red asked as they looked at him dumbfounded, but they laughed as Kai looked at Lilte and Iaxa. They are the future. POV Issei, we see the man walking into a cave after leaving the hospital and he grabs a rock, lifting to show 4 rings, 1 red, 1 violet, 1 orange and 1 rose each for his mates. Okay, good, no one has been in my cave. Issei speaks with a smile. It's good to have you back, partner, you gave me quite a scare. Draig says as Issei laughs, yeah, I know, draig, talk to you later, my friend. Issei says as he sensed 4 energies. Issei then turned around and got tackled to the ground and fell on something that felt like a cloud. As he looked, he saw he was one Rias's lap and Aquino was on his right and Reiner his left while Irina was on top of him. Girls, what are you doing? Issei asked as Rias and Reiner glared. We missed you too much and now that you're awake it's payback. Rias explained as Reiner held his arm down. I would say you mark Irina first before payback. Reiner spoke as Issei had a worried look. Don't worry, I am allowed to be in love and have sex with you, Issei-sen. Irina spoke, but Issei was still worried as he got up slightly and but belly leaving his mate Mark. Actually, I'm worried because I have a hunch I'm fucked. Issei spoke with a hard-on as the girls smiled. Yes, you are. The 4 spoke as Issei couldn't say no to this fight. Irina then leaned down to kiss Issei as Reiner and Aquino teased his body and fingers while Rias pet his head and kissed his neck. The girls wouldn't let Issei go as they took their clothes off, making Issei show his blade. Lemon time, last one for this story. Good luck, partner, you're going to deal with 4 crazy boobs. Draig says with laugh. Draig. Issei screams in his head as he knows he won't be able to walk for the next few weeks. The girls loom at his dragon blade and spread their wings as they move towards him. All right, girls, bring it on. Issei says as he grabs Aquino and Rias, kissing then and teasing their wings while Irina and Reiner lick and suck his shaft, with Irina being answered as she wished for this to happen, and now while Issei kept kissing he then held Rias close, seeing she is 4 months in, and he holds her close and summons his tail and teases the girls' wings while they sucking him. Era. Aquino says, feeling Issei touch her wings as she moans more with Issei fondling Rias and her. Here. Come. Girls. Yes, Issei, give us your dragon essence. Irina and Reiner says as he comes on them, with the 2 blushing and horny even more now as Issei leaves Aquino and Rias to get up, looking at the 4. Reiner, you were my first love and true heartbeat, broken or not, and if I didn't meet you I wouldn't have met Rias and Aquino or been who I am now. Issei says, bending one knee, making all the girls gasp in joy. Reiner, mother of my kin, will you marry me? Issei says as she cries with joy seeing the rose ring. Yes, a million spears, yes. Reiner yells as Issei put the ring on her and kissed her passionately, placing her on the ground, placing his blade in her gave. Issei kept harder and faster as Reiner couldn't stop moaning, held her arms out to Issei. Issei, harder, I love you. She said with tears and hugged him as they kissed, and Issei went faster as the girls touched themselves watching this. I am coming. Reiner yelled as Issei did too, with Tich are fallen paralyzed in the ground with smile on her face as she couldn't move, as Issei then turned to Rias. Rias, you gave my life a new meaning and set me free, awakening the power I now have. We had our struggles and hate and even a pay, but now I just want to be with real Rias Gremory, making her own choices as my love king, and Bucho, no matter what I see you as that. Issei says, bending on a knee and showing Rias a red ring as she cried, "Rias gremory and mother of my unborn, will you marry me?" Issei said as Rias cried, jumping on him. "Yes. Yes, on God, yes," she says, with her head hurting, with Issei kissing her and making out until she was placed in her back on the ground as Issei bit off her panties as Rias showed her pussy. "Oh no, I don't want that. Today you're losing other virginity," Issei said as Rias got scared a little as Issei looked at her ass and placed his dick in her hole. Rias moo and screamed in pleasure as Issei went all in and went harder and harder with her. "Faster, Issei. Faster, I feel like I could come while you're fucking my dirty ass," Rias says as Issei smirks, lifting her head up while holding her chin. My, what a perverted and naughty girl. "Do you want you gift or punishment?" Issei says with a sadistic smile as Rias looks at him. "Both, master, please," Rias says as Issei lets go and summons his tail and spanks her with it as she keeps and moans while he uses his hands and grabs her braids. "Yes. Yes, master, spank me harder," Rias yelled as Issei kept going faster and harder till Rias SWSS read, "I am coming." The two yell as Issei comes in the other hole and she falls to the ground with a smile of pleasure before he looks as Akino. "Akino Himejima, the fallen and the devil who helped me accept fallen angels again, just as I helped you accept yourself." Issei got on his knee again, but before he could, Akino jumped on his, yelling with joy, "Yes, yes, Arara, I am so happy," she yells, kissing Issei as places the violet ring in her finger. "Well, if that's the case, breaks kiss, how about we have some fun?" Issei said with a sadistic smile as Akino gets a wild smile of her own as Issei shows his tail lights a flame of few sparks for her. Issei grabs her with his tail, giving her heat and flames, turning her on more and more. "Yes, Issei, whip me your tail. I want it. I want it." Akino moans and yells out as Issei then turns her over. "Alright, how about this?" Issei says, placing his tail closer to you, womanhood, and places it in with it getting warmer as he places it in and out thrust as he kisses her. "Era. Era. Yes, yes, burn me, Issei." Akino moans as each moment of the kiss Issei thrusts harder with his tail until he then goes faster and faster as Akino moans and yella as her going blank from the pleasure. "Her. You go," Issei says, giving a final thrust to Akino while placing his dick in her mouth as he makes OS tail flaming out as he comes in her mouth. Akino breathes a heavy sigh of pleasure as she passes out from all she felt. Issei then looks at her slightly tired until he turns to Irina. "Irina Shidu, the girl from my childhood who saw the kindness in me. When you left, I became perverted as I felt my heart break, thinking it was my fault you left, but over the years, from Rainier, my first girlfriend, to Rias, my second chance at love, and Akino, the girl who we both shared a feeling towards the fallen, but we helped each other. But for you," Issei bends down, "I never lost feeling for you, as we always laugh, have fun, and are yin and yang for each other. Will you do me the honors and be my arrow angel forever?" Issei held the orange ring as Irina showed her feather, crying with joy. "I will, say," she said, jumping on him and knocking him to the ground. "Oh, looks like I was right. I am in trouble," Issei chuckled. After a moment, Irina kissed him, and when she broke the kiss, she said, "Happy 18th birthday, Issei. Sorry it's a month late, but you were sleeping." Issei took a moment to process this, his eyes widening. "Wait, what time, month, year? What is it?" "By great and Ophis, how long have I been out?" he yelled in panic, causing Draig, Irina, and the half-conscious girls to chuckle. Issei was still freaked out until he felt a hand on his shoulder and noticed Irina behind him. "It's all right, Issei. We will show you everything you've missed in these past few months," she said, pulling him into a hug and resting his head against her. 5 years later, we see a giant house near the beach, where children are running around with Lilith smiling. "Hey, get back here," Kuroka called, chasing after the kids in a black shirt and a red and yellow skirt. "No, Mom. A boy with black hair and 2 tails, 1 cat and 1 dragon," replied, wearing a silver shirt and yellow shorts. "Leave, listen to your mother." And Kenjo, Suki, listen to Aunt Kuroka, a girl with short white hair and 2 tails in a formal white and blue dress said. The 3 kids responded, "Yes, Mom/Aunt Kaneko." Sighing, Kaneko asked, Lilith, where is Kai? Just then, a strong wind blew, and outside appeared a giant dragon with violet scales. Welcome home, dear, the two cats yelled as the dragon glowed. The boys ran toward it. Kenjo was the oldest by an hour from Suki, while Leon was a month younger. As the dragon glowed, we saw a man with long red hair and violet and gold eyes, wearing a bronze jacket with a red shirt and blue jeans. Dad! The kids yelled, and the man, Kai, smiled joyfully at his children. Now the Devil King Lucifer and Eternity Dragon, Kai was leading both factions with Surzek's help, guiding the underworld toward a better future. Hey, there are my firecrackers. Come here, Kai said, getting tackled by his kids, laughing as Kuroko walked out. Hey, honey, how was work? Kuroko asked with a smile. Annoying, I had too much paperwork involving damage from the war still causing problems. Kaneko, do you mind, kitten? Kai said, laughing with his kids while Kaneko stepped forward. Of course, love, she replied, lifting the kids as Kai hugged them and kissed them on their heads. Then he noticed Lilith. Hey Kai, is Big Brother on his way? She asked, and Kai smirked. Yes, he. Suddenly, a small girl jumped behind him, surprising him. Hello. Where is everyone? Kai asked the girl, who had black hair and green eyes, wearing a pink and black dress. She was half dragon, half fallen, the daughter of Issei and Rainer. Yo, little bro. A grown-up Issei yelled, with slightly longer black hair and one multicolored eye, accompanied by Rias and the other girls, along with Vale, Kiba, Saji, and 3 other kids. Issei had grown into a godlike fighter, gaining many titles such as the Welsh Flame of God. He had become the strongest leader in the dragon faction, helping foster peace among the factions. One boy with red hair and blue eyes wore a white jacket and red shirt. When he fought, his dragon power made his eyes turn red and green. This was Draig Hayadu. By Vale stood a boy with gray and black hair and yellow eyes, named Shin Lucifer, son of Vale Luna. Another boy, Kanji, had blonde hair and bluish-violet eyes, wearing a blue and white shirt. He was the son of Sona and Saji, possessing ice and dragon magic. Yo, everyone! Issei said with a smile, surrounded by family and friends, including the previous Mao, Surzek's, and the Gremory and Hayadu families. Due to the growth of the 2 dragons, the rating game rules had changed, ensuring that high-ranking classes would not be lost unless the participants only cared for power. They all understood that as long as they kept moving forward in battle, they would embody the pride of dragons. Kai smiled, happy to see his friends and family, remembering how he met Issei and his friends. Hey guys, welcome to the beach of Abaddon. Let's have some fun and relaxation. Kai yelled as everyone cheered at the news of a good time ahead. The elders caught up, drinking with the dragon's mates and wives, reminiscing about the past 5 years. Gasper and Kiba discussed how they hadn't found love until Issei helped them become stronger. Meanwhile, Luna relaxed in the sun, getting a tan, while Sona and Tsubaki played chess nearby. Saji and Vale trained, and the 5 kids played in the sand, building dragon caves and devil castles with small winged figures, joking and laughing with each other. Draig and Shin were play-fighting, eager to be strong like their dragon parents. Even Ophis and Lilith showed up to surf. Issei relaxed, watching the ocean waves, when he noticed Kai walking next to him and sitting down. Talk about a change from war to relaxation. It feels weird, Kai said, looking down and reflecting on his losses but also holding on to their power. Papa, a girl yelled, her red and black hair and horns catching their attention. Iaxa, how you doing? Did you have fun with Antakino? Kai asked with a smile, noting that she was now 7 years old. Hey Kai, you deserve happiness. Don't feel guilty, we have to move forward even after death, Issei said, getting up with a smile as he looked at Kai and Iaxa. Follow me, Issei said, leading Kai to a cliff where they could see everyone below, feeling the calm breeze. Kai, you've grown into a warrior, a dragon god, and a mentor. I couldn't be more proud, Issei said, prompting Kai to look at him, reflecting on his journey and the support he now had. Don't cut yourself down, sensei. If you weren't here, none of this would have happened, Kai replied, and the two shared a laugh. Big bro, we're equals now, Issei said, placing a hand on Kai's shoulder as they glowed. Me and Azazel found some things belonging to Draig and the violet dragon of heaven and hell. You deserve it. Issei took his hand off, revealing 2 emerald and crimson shoulder blades, shocking Kai. Those are one of Draig's gears. They boost speed and endurance, Kai said, summoning the boosted gear and getting into a stance. So, what do you say? Want to spar? Absolutely. Issei exclaimed as they both rushed at each other, while everyone watched from below, smiles on their faces, finally at peace. However, in another world, a boy with brown hair and emerald eyes looked at the sky. So, that world found peace. Well, it's my turn now, as this dragon won't hide any longer, he said, revealing himself as the dragon who had been concealed all along. Chapter end.